Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. An endless wave of dreadful pressure cascaded from the heavens, compelling the cultivators who dared to gaze upward to lower their heads in trepidation. This calamity was summoned by Golden Core practitioner whose heart had been tainted, and it was said that those who became entangled in such misfortune were doomed to perish and lose their path. Even in this secluded abode of the elders at the back mountain of the Jingja immortal sect, where numerous Golden Core masters resided, none dared to intervene. The tribulation of the heart demon has finally arrived. At the very center of the ominous sky, a pair of extraordinary individuals locked gazes, each exuding an aura of impending destruction, their power almost beyond control. Jiang Mo looked at the woman before him, managing a bitter smile. Memories surged like fleeting shadows before his eyes, reminiscent of a lantern's flickering light in the moments before death. In his lifetime of over 300 years of cultivation, this woman had been his companion through it all. From their humble beginnings, they had embarked together on the path of enlightenment, ultimately becoming partners in the journey of life. Initially, they believed they would reach the pinnacle of immortality side by side. Yet, who could have imagined that it would be their connection that led to the tarnishing of their hearts and brought them to this dead end? Jiang Mo could not pinpoint when their relationship had shifted from familiarity to growing estrangement. Now, he found himself fundamentally denying their shared past and collective memories. Having joined hands at the inception of their cultivation, they were both indispensable to each other's paths. To deny the other at this juncture was tantamount to self-sabotage on the road to enlightenment. The taint upon their hearts was both a harbinger of doom and a testament to their emotional disconnection. If only we had never become partners in this journey, these words surfaced in his mind. Jiang Mo sensed his energy reservoir rapidly expanding. The violent spiritual energy rampaging through his meridians, seemingly intent on shattering his flesh inch by inch. The excruciating pain spread within him, crimson blood slowly oozing from his 7 orifices. He had little time left. Jiang Mo forced himself to roll his throat, swallowing the metallic sweetness in his mouth, and feigned nonchalance as he spoke. It is time to bring this to a final resolution. We are both venerable elders. Causing further trouble for the sect would be most unwise. Meng Churin's delicate features revealed little emotional upheaval, yet her beautiful eyes appeared misty as they fixated upon Jiang Mo. Before the mist could fully envelop her, she bit her lower lip tightly, swiftly bowing her head, evading his gaze. For years, she had grown accustomed to concealing her vulnerability before this man. At that moment, she also made a resolute decision within her heart. She formed seals with her fingers, summoning a 3-foot spiritual sword to hover beside her. The faint red halo entwining the blade became increasingly solid and expansive. In the next instant, an immense red spiritual sword phantom materialized, embodying the unparalleled might of the peak Golden Core stage and representing Meng Churin's full force, strike born from her determination. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Mo did not falter. Rather, it was as though he had forgotten his pain, his expression growing ever more tranquil. He ceased to suppress the rampant spiritual energy within him, allowing the intense waves of spiritual energy to surge forth from his bodily orifices. The tumultuous source energy coalesced into a whirlpool, transitioning from light blue to deep blue, until it approached an inky hue. In the next moment, the swirling spiritual energy surrounding him erupted violently, the chaotic pressure of energy surging once more. Jiang Mo was taken aback. The bottleneck that had plagued him for years unexpectedly shattered at this moment of ultimate despair, allowing his cultivation to ascend from the late Golden Core stage to its pinnacle. Well, after always lagging behind, I can finally exert my full strength against you. You seem to have become quite talkative now. Is that so? Meng Churin replied with a question, her hands weaving the seals of the technique while wielding the enormous sword of spiritual energy. Jiang Mo silently raised his gaze towards the center of the vortex of calamity clouds, sensing the overwhelming aura of destruction that filled the air. With a sigh, he pointed his fingers as if wielding a sword, invoking a shadow of an ink-colored spiritual sword with his primordial spiritual energy. This was Jiang Mo's life-bound spiritual sword, named Mo Feng, which was a counterpart to Meng Churin's spiritual sword, Jinran. They had once merged as one, but now they faced each other as blades. As both exerted their full power, the spiritual resonances they emitted intertwined, transforming into a tempest of spiritual energy. Such pressure left the observing nascent soul cultivators astonished. In the Jingja immortal sect, it was well known that a pair of golden core partners had once stood their ground against a nascent soul cultivator without losing their composure. Now, the prowess of these two individuals made all the onlooking cultivators retreat in awe. Yet, no one could suppress their sighs of regret for them. Within the swirling vortex of intertwined spiritual energy, the swords rang out vibrantly, the yin-yang twin swords resonating in harmony, echoing with a melancholic cry. At the moment the blades met for some unknown reason, the ink-colored spiritual sword came to a sudden halt. Jiang Mo appeared momentarily dazed, a cryptic smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. He dissipated the oppressive aura of his spiritual energy and instantaneously reversed the seals of his technique. Accompanied by the jarring sound of shattering glass, the spirit sword Mo foam unraveled on the spot, failing to meet the fiery sword radiance of Jin Ran. Jiang Mo remained silent, awaiting the resplendent crimson glow to slice through his neck, until blood gushed forth, heralding the arrival of the calamity that would cast an eternal night. He remained utterly indifferent. Eventually, the calamity clouds dissipated, and the hues of ink and crimson vanished from the realm. Ah! The youthful voice of terror shattered the silence. Jiang Mo awoke from an inexplicable nightmare, sitting upright only to realize he was drenched in cold sweat. As he steadied his breath, the haze in his mind lingered stubbornly. He could not untangle what had transpired. Jiang Mo rose from his bed and approached the window, feeling the night breeze. With autumn deepening, the evening air remained refreshingly pleasant. His thoughts began to settle that he recalled that tomorrow marked the Moon Worship Festival. This was a significant occasion in the mortal realm, symbolizing family reunions and harmony. Furthermore, every decade, celestial masters would descend to the mortal world on this day to seek out suitable youths, bringing them back to their respective celestial sects. The children taken away would transcend the mundane, becoming beings regarded as immortals in the eyes of ordinary folk. This event is known as the Ascension Gathering. This year's Moon Worship Festival coincided with the Decennial Ascension Gathering. Those under the age of 16 could register to participate. Jiang Mo had just celebrated his 14th birthday and yearned for the path of cultivation, unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. However, he still needed to spend the festival with his family. This year promised to be particularly special, as it was said that the Meng family had arranged to celebrate together with them. Jiang Mo was not taken aback by the proposal. For the two families had always enjoyed a harmonious relationship, he merely felt that his parents seemed excessively elated. He did not reject the idea, as it could very well be the last mid-autumn festival he would spend with his parents. Should he ascend to immortality, a chasm would inevitably separate the mortal from the divine. Even if he were to return for familial visits, being away from home would ultimately become the norm. Perhaps the impending sorrow of youthful departure weighed too heavily on Jiang Mo's heart, prompting him to choose an early slumber that evening. Yet, it took him the better part of half an hour to finally drift off to sleep. Then, he experienced the dream that had just transpired. Was it truly a dream, or something else entirely? As he pondered this, a sense of disorientation washed over him once more. Jiang Mo felt as though he existed in a liminal space between dreams and reality, unable to discern whether he was the present-day Jiang Mo or the golden core cultivator from 3 centuries hence. Chapter 2. Can I venture further without her? The memories of over 3 centuries of cultivators, countless years of accumulation, are burdens too heavy for a mere 14-year-old mortal boy to bear. Fragments of memories swirl in Jiang Mo's mind. Golden core, foundation establishment, chi training. Ultimately, they lead back to that mortal town, to the moment the boy embarked on his path to immortality, where a girl in a pink dress walked beside him. Hand in hand, Jiang Mo recognized her. Just yesterday, he had witnessed her graceful figure as she painted with ink. Meng Chuan, could it be that everything in the dream was real? No, that cannot be. I am Jiang Mo, the Jiang Mo of 300 years hence. A grand cultivator at the pinnacle of the golden core realm. I have returned. I have returned to a day over 3 centuries ago, on the eve of young Jiang Mo's journey to immortality. A tumultuous tide surged within Jiang Mo's heart, shattering the tranquility forged by the passage of time. And he could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips, though he had lost the prowess of the golden core pinnacle. The opportunity to start anew filled him with hope. He believed that with the wealth of experience and knowledge accumulated over the years, he would soon ascend to the peak once more, perhaps even venture further than before. However, he must resolutely distance himself from that woman. In his previous life, it was his entanglement with Meng Churen that led to the tarnishing of his Tao heart and ultimately his demise. In this rebirth, he vowed never to repeat that mistake. This decision would also benefit Meng Churen. In the final moments of his past life, Jiang Mo could not muster the resolve to harm her. He even willingly shattered his own spiritual sword. Moreover, he could not bear to witness her meet a similar fate once again. The bond of companionship and friendship that had endured for over 300 years was enough to soften Jiang Mo's heart, and it was also sufficient to solidify his resolve to forge his own path. Jiang Mo suddenly comprehended that the path to immortality is fraught with hardship. Perhaps only by wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao can one truly grasp the ethereal essence of longevity. Yet, Jiang Mo harbored some trepidation regarding the matter of the Tao heart. The Tao heart, which begins to accumulate and solidify at the very moment a cultivator embarks on the path of immortality, embodies the dedication and philosophy of the practitioner, as well as their interpretation of their own journey. In his previous life, embarking on the path of cultivation hand in hand with Meng Churen served as the very foundation of Jiang Mo's Tao heart. However, the subsequent rupture of their relationship led him to question the past, wondering if he would have fared better without her, or if he could have traversed further still. These unresolved questions fundamentally undermined the path they had shared for over 3 centuries, inevitably tarnishing his Tao heart. Although Jiang Mo has been reborn, he still finds it challenging to dispel his concerns, for the Tao heart is a manifestation of will. He soon realized that he had yet to commence his cultivation journey, rendering the matter of the Tao heart a distant consideration. With his heart momentarily at ease, Jiang Mo took out paper and pen, beginning to write and sketch. He aimed to swiftly document the cultivation philosophies and significant matters etched in his memory. In his current physical form, he could not fully retain over 300 years of memories, yet these precious experiences could pave a smoother path ahead. He resolved to preserve them while they still remained clear in his mind. Meanwhile, merely a street away within the Meng family courtyard, the lights in the West Wing's second-floor loft remained aglow. This loft served as Meng Churen's art studio. The young lady of the Meng family was infatuated with painting. According to a maid, the young mistress often toiled over her canvas late into the night, tirelessly pursuing her artistic endeavors. However, this evening, Meng Churen did not paint landscapes on the canvas. Instead, she wrote fervently. It was not merely calligraphy, it appeared to be an essay. Yet, this composition was rife with esoteric terms such as cultivation techniques and foundational practices, which held little meaning. After confirming her reincarnation over 3 centuries ago, Meng Churen began recording her memories. She did not harbor an overwhelming obsession with the pursuit of immortality. In fact, post-rebirth, she had contemplated abandoning the path of cultivation altogether. Once, as the legitimate daughter of a prominent family, she had lived in luxury and been deeply influenced by Confucian values. Her future prospects were merely to comply with her parents' marriage arrangements and to fulfill the roles of wife and mother. Although she now possessed the wisdom and experience accumulated over 3 centuries, her aspirations far surpassed those of a sheltered maiden. Nevertheless, when it came to embarking on her own path to immortality, her heart was still fraught with confusion and trepidation. In her previous life, her pursuit of cultivation was largely motivated by another's desire. She followed him without question. At that time, she was already betrothed, and Confucian teachings dictated her submission to her husband. Now, with a fresh start, it was impossible for her to remain by that person's side, lest she repeat past mistakes. This matter weighed heavily on Meng Churen's conscience. She understood that Jiang Mo's pursuit of the Tao far exceeded her own, and her modest ambitions clashed with his, which ultimately led to discord between them. This rift culminated in a tragic end. Therefore, she believed that if Jiang Mo were unburdened by her presence, he might forge a more profound path. She resolved not to further impede him. Having decided to minimize her interactions with Jiang Mo, she could only contemplate her own journey in the realm of cultivation. Remaining in the mortal world, she could not evade the influence of marital matchmaking. She is no longer the 14-year-old Meng Churen, unwilling to become someone else's bride. Therefore, aside from cultivating her immortality, she has no other options. Her primary concern now is to document and preserve the memories that will be beneficial for her future cultivation. In addition, Meng Chuan is contemplating another matter. After the spiritual root test concludes tomorrow, many elders from the Jiang and Meng families will convene to discuss a particular issue: the betrothal between Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan. In Meng Chuan's recollection, there was little resistance to the arrangement. It had been premeditated since her birth, and she had known from a young age that this boy named Jiang Mo was to be her future husband. Thus, when the two families gathered to solemnly negotiate the marriage, it would require little effort for Meng Chuan to acquiesce. However, she must now devise a means to thwart the engagement and distance herself from Jiang Mo. But how exactly should she proceed? Suddenly, Jiang Mo recalled this matter, and a wave of unease washed over him, causing his hand, which held the pen, to come to an abrupt halt. This situation proved unexpectedly challenging, for aside from himself, it seemed that no one would oppose the marriage. The elders were gathered with solemnity solely to formalize this alliance. Jiang Mo understood well that in the eyes of the Meng family, Chuan had long been regarded as his betrothed. What family would allow their daughter to spend nights away from home at another boy's residence? What about their reputation? Such is the reality. Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan had grown up together, and it was quite common for them to share the same bed until the age of 10. Jiang Mo initially believed that their connection was merely a pure childhood friendship, unaware that Meng Chuan had known from a young age that they were destined to marry. With the prospect of cultivating immortality on the horizon, there might have been some leeway had Meng Chuan not consented to this arrangement. Yet, in her eyes, he was already her future husband. How could she possibly refuse? Chapter 3. Lingxi. Jiang Mo was acutely aware of the significance of her agreement. He vividly recalled the moment when their elders inquired if Meng Chuan would accept him as her betrothed. To his astonishment, the young girl displayed a delightful shyness. Her delicate pink dress crumpled in her grasp as she bit her lip, casting a bashful glance in his direction. Her eyes, brimming with affection, left a lasting impression on Jiang Mo, so profound that he could not contain himself at the time. Reflecting on the past, Jiang Mo found himself momentarily lost in thought. As for the matter of renouncing the betrothal, he had yet to devise a foolproof plan. He could only take things one step at a time. Most of the significant memories had been preserved in his mind, leaving only a single technique lingering. He hesitated over whether to retain it. This technique, a dual cultivation method known as Lingxi, was one they had practiced together. This particular method was remarkably unique. Not only did it enhance their cultivation speed tremendously, but it also did not require the usual means of yin-yang harmony for practice. Achieving the 5th level of this technique would signify completion. At the time, both Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan had barely reached the 2nd level, yet their cultivation speed already rivaled that of celestial roots, a truly astonishing improvement. However, the requirements for practicing Lingxi were rather peculiar. It is unlike ordinary dual cultivation techniques, which emphasize the harmonious interplay of spiritual energy inhalation and the circulation of the cosmos. This particular method of dual cultivation focuses on the alignment of intention and the principles of fate. Such nebulous and unquantifiable terms render it exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Were it not for this, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan would not have found themselves stagnating at the 2nd level of practice. Their lack of progress is not attributable to any issues within their relationship. Jiang Mo had previously encouraged many of his fellow disciples to attempt this practice, only to be met with profound disappointment. Most of these companions reached their limits upon attaining the 2nd level. Were it not for the palpable sensation of enhanced cultivation speed while employing the dual cultivation method, Jiang Mo might have doubted the authenticity of the latter 3 levels altogether. With this thought in mind, Jiang Mo once again retrieved his paper and pen, resolved to transcribe the Lingxi technique. Even if it is unlikely to be of use in the future, it would be a pity to carelessly discard such a refined method. Should one delve into the insights and speculations regarding the practice of Lingxi, it would likely take an entire night to articulate fully. However, the content of the technique itself is rather concise, comprising a guide to its operation and a summary corresponding to the 5 levels of cultivation. The 1st level, the red thread ties the feet. No need for a jade pestle worth 1,000 gold. The red thread has already entwined the 2 feet. The 2nd level, the phoenix in flight. The phoenix soars, reliant on the parasol tree. Harmonious and melodious, fortune and prosperity return. At that moment, the crowing of a rooster echoed for the 3rd time outside. Only then did Jiang Mo cease writing. Overwhelmed by an encompassing sense of fatigue, his eyelids heavy. He could scarcely recall the last time he had slept, yet he was still but a mortal and needed to acclimate swiftly to the rhythms of this corporeal form. Jiang Imo did not intend to rest immediately, fearing he might miss the appointed time. He resolutely recalled every detail of his life at the age of 14, immersing himself in the role he was to portray. Should any significant discrepancies arise, leading others to believe that his soul had been usurped, it would indeed be a grave misfortune if he were to be subjected to soul extraction and refinement by practitioners. After a period of deep engagement in this role-playing, a gentle knock at the door interrupted him. The maid was calling. The day had already dawned brightly. Jiang Imo tidied himself, albeit with dark circles beneath his eyes, and made his way to the main house to pay respects to his parents. It seemed he had forgotten that he hailed from 300 years in the future, having not prepared himself mentally for this reunion. At that moment, he stood before two familiar yet unfamiliar figures, momentarily taken aback. Having left home at the age of 14 to pursue the path of immortality, he had never once contemplated returning, for he feared coming back. The journey of cultivation was fraught with challenges, marked only by coldness and solitude. Yet this home was filled with warmth and human connection. The realms of immortals and mortals were eternally separated, and the path of cultivation was a one-way road. Jiang Imo had neither thought of returning home nor desired to. He feared that once he returned, he would not wish to leave again. The faces of his parents had long since faded from his memory, now intertwining with the figures before him, stirring a tumult of emotions within his heart. Ultimately, he had returned home. "What are you standing there for, my child?" His father's voice jolted him back to the present. Jiang Imo took a deep breath to steady himself and sincerely said, "Father, Mother, I have returned." Both elders were momentarily taken aback, their expressions peculiar. "You haven't been away for long, have you? What a curious child you are," Jiang's mother remarked, before promptly urging him, "Aren't you supposed to attend that ascension gathering soon? Come, have some breakfast first." Obediently, Jiang Imo took his seat, though his countenance was far from cheerful. "Do you have something on your mind?" At that moment, Father Jiang casually inquired. "Father, I wish to pursue immortality." Jiang Imo replied earnestly with a nod. "What is so admirable about pursuing immortality?" Mother Jiang interjected, her expression tinged with discontent, but Father Jiang swiftly interrupted her. "I find it quite commendable. If our Jiang family can produce an immortal, it would indeed bring honor to our lineage. What use is bringing honor to the family? Have you ever seen anyone who went to pursue immortality return?" Mother Jiang retorted angrily. Jiang Imo, upon hearing this, pursed his lips. "How can it be so bad? Truly, it is a narrow-minded view." Father Jiang countered, then smilingly addressed Jiang Imo. "Do you aspire to become an immortal? Fear not, I support you. Go ahead and forge your own path. There is nothing here to worry about. Your elder brother manages the family's few shops, and your second sister has been married for 2 or 3 years now. As for you, my dear father truly does not know what legacy he can leave you. Having your own aspirations is quite good." Jiang Imo felt a tumult of emotions within. There had been no such dialogues in his past life, and this was the first time he grasped his parents' true sentiments. Overall, the family was supportive of him, yet the more they showed their support, the more guilt he felt. "Father, I understand," Jiang Imo replied, a multitude of words caught in his throat, unsure of how to express them, and could only respond in a subdued tone. Just then, a maid hurriedly approached to report, "Master, Miss Ming is waiting at the front gate." Upon hearing this, Mother Jiang was overjoyed. "You child, why don't you bring her in right away? How can we leave her waiting outside?" Miss Ming had instructed that she came to invite the young master to meet with the immortal teacher and had prepared a carriage, so she would not enter the house. "Very well. Please convey a message to Churin that Imo will tidy up and arrive shortly." Jiang Imo, unwilling to procrastinate, set aside his bowl and chopsticks, preparing to depart. "Father, Mother, I shall be on my way now. Do remember to return promptly. Later, your uncles from the Ming family will be visiting for dinner." Outside the courtyard, Jiang Imo paused beside a carriage, a wave of awkwardness washing over him as he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He was uncertain how to address Ming Churin at this moment. Boarding the carriage without proper etiquette felt inappropriate. The nuances of their childhood interactions had faded from his memory. What title should he use? Ming Churin? Miss Ming? Or perhaps, Dumpling? Chapter 4. Not envious of immortals, Jiang Imo was far from foolish enough to utter the childish nickname from their youth, yet the thought struck him as amusing. Their initial acquaintance had indeed stemmed from a basket of dumplings. As he reminisced, The maidservant beside him leaned in to softly tease. What is the young master pondering? Do hurry and board the carriage, lest the young mistress grows impatient. At her words, Jiang Imo feigned embarrassment and cleared his throat. After all, having been married for over 300 years, he was hardly flustered by such playful banter. It was merely an act. Soon, amidst the laughter of the maidservants, he stepped into the carriage and beheld the youthful Meng Charan, whose features he could scarcely recall. She was adorned in a pale pink skirt and shawl, with silver hairpins nestled in her hair and crimson feathers attached to her headpiece, creating a delicate sway with her movements. Her cheeks were faintly flushed, likely adorned with rouge, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of spring, evoking a sense of shyness and timidity. Delicate layers of lotus-pink eyeshadow accentuated her features, artfully concealing the youthful naivety of the girl. Jiang Imo regarded the familiar yet unfamiliar visage before him, the enchanting silhouette etched in his memory becoming vividly clear. He suddenly realized that this moment of reunion mirrored the past, as if even the rhythm of his heartbeat had been resurrected from bygone days. A woman beautifies herself for the one who understands her. Whether in the past or present, Jiang Imo was no oblivious protagonist. He was acutely aware that the girl's deliberate application of makeup was intended for someone special. Unlike the initial flutter of emotions he felt upon their first encounter, he now discerned certain truths. Perhaps the silence they once shared had subtly transformed their bond, leaving indelible marks upon their hearts that time could never erase. This marked the inception of their feelings, the very origin of their love. Indeed, Jiang Imo harbored profound affection for Meng Charan. It is truly difficult to remain impervious to the allure of a woman who places you at the center of her universe, showering you with tender affection at all times. Moreover, they were childhood companions, bound by familial promises and matchmaking traditions. When these factors converged, Jiang Imo ultimately chose to set the wedding date during a period of personal triumph. Alas, even the deepest of affections may falter under the relentless passage of time. The bond between cultivators is not akin to that of mere mortals who shared decades together. Jiang Imo, having endured the long years of cultivation, grew increasingly resilient in his pursuit of the Tao, and naturally, his perspective on love evolved. He believed that all present circumstances were guided by fate, and that only by advancing further along the path of immortality could one hope to attain a more distant future. The way of heaven is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Cultivators ought to align themselves with the celestial order and seek the path to longevity. Material possessions are but a handful of dust. What a cultivator truly requires is a resolute heart in the pursuit of enlightenment, for only then can one withstand the ravages of time. Just like him, whose talents were unremarkable, yet after ascending to the golden core stage, his cultivation often stagnated. He could not foresee the future, and the elusive path to the nascent soul seemed increasingly unattainable. The lifespan of a golden core cultivator is merely 600 years, by the age of 400. The body begins to wither, and the longer one lingers, the slimmer the chance of achieving the nascent soul. Jiang Imo languished for nearly 50 years in the late golden core stage, only breaking through the bottleneck at the last moment. He was uncertain whether hope remained for him to attain the nascent soul, and even if it did, how would he perceive the people and events around him in his old age? Take his Tao companion, for instance. Meng Charan had reached the pinnacle of the golden core for over 30 years, heralded as the most likely to achieve the nascent soul within 50 years. A nascent soul cultivator under 400 still retained their youthful beauty, while Jiang Imo, even if he were to seize the opportunity for the nascent soul, would merely be a frail old man. What then would become of their relationship? Jiang Imo understood all too well that this was the essence of the erosion wrought by time. If one has heart in the pursuit of the Tao is not steadfast enough, and if one clings too heavily to external matters, it will ultimately lead to a weakening of the Tao heart. Regrettably, Jiang Imo had long since fallen into this pit. During his 50 years of stagnation, he remained deeply afraid of that day's arrival. Thus he practiced even more fervently, bordering on madness. The more he succumbed to madness, the more indifferent he became, neglecting many important matters. He had, after all, forgotten the original intent of his cultivation, blind to the tempests of the immortal path over the past 300 years. Ultimately, the arduous pursuit of self-cultivation proves to be a futile endeavor. At that moment, Jiang Imo contemplated, had I not harbored feelings for Meng Charan, I would not have concerned myself with the ravages of time. If my heart were solely devoted to the path, I would not be so preoccupied with external matters. Had we not forged a bond as partners on this journey? It is precisely due to my profound affection that I become increasingly sensitive. This anxious sentiment compels Jiang Mo to fervently pursue the future, yet it paradoxically yields the opposite effect, resulting in the final 50 years where the couple often resembled the current silence within the carriage, exchanging not a single word, lost in mutual silence. Jiang Mo gazed at the woman he dared not love, unable to articulate the complexity of his emotions. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he discerned a familiar nuance in Meng Chuan's gaze. It was not the shyness of youth, but rather an essence of self-reproach, perhaps even evasion, reminiscent of the expressions she frequently exhibited during those 5 decades of emotional estrangement. To this day, Jiang Mo remains perplexed by its meaning. Yet this gaze evokes a profound sense of heartache within him. Meng Chuan, too, found herself in a state of unease. She could not fathom why Jiang Mo persistently scrutinized her with such a complex gaze. Why did the very glances that had signified a rift in their relationship over those 50 years re-emerge in the eyes of this youthful Jiang Mo? A sense of panic began to engulf her, as she questioned whether her mimicry had faltered, inadvertently revealing her true self. Yet, it seemed unlikely. After all, this memory was deeply ingrained. The present scene was a meticulous recreation of her behavior at the tender age of 14, down to the exact attire and makeup. Meng Chuan felt an unmistakable absence of subtle intimacy in the atmosphere, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. Perhaps this atmosphere of unease was something only she could perceive. This sense of ambiguity likely stemmed from the unique flutter of youthful emotions she experienced back then. Even now, Meng Chuan vividly remembers that feeling, yet, after enduring 3 centuries of tumult, she finds it impossible to relive it. Much like her 14-year-old self, who would have felt a deep sense of injustice and the urge to weep upon realizing she could not marry Jiang Mo. She understands that she can no longer afford to be so naive or continue to be a hindrance to him. Meng Chuan is acutely aware of the frustration Jiang Mo experiences as he finds himself stagnating at a bottleneck in his cultivation, yearning desperately for progress. Even to the point of obsession, this concern weighs heavily on her. But aside from providing timely assistance in their shared cultivation, she feels powerless to help him. Unable to comprehend the depth of his unwavering determination, she is indifferent to whether Jiang Mo can break through to the nascent soul stage. She has long made her plans. If he cannot advance, then she too shall refrain from progress, willing to share 6 centuries of companionship with him. For this purpose, she has allowed herself to become somewhat lax in her own training. She does not aspire to ascend to immortality. Her sole wish is to be by the side of the one she loves. Yet, she understands the eternal truth that cultivators must pursue the path of everlasting vitality. Meng Chuan recognizes this principle and acknowledges that her aspirations are indeed modest. Despite their smallness, she sees no fault in them. However, as their feelings gradually drift apart, she finds it increasingly difficult to discern right from wrong. Given their fundamentally different pursuits, the notion of a united couple ultimately risks devolving into mutual burden. Just as Jiang Mo is wholeheartedly devoted to the path of cultivation, he cannot entirely reciprocate Meng Chuan's unwavering affection for him. Nevertheless, Jiang Mo finds himself tender-hearted towards her. This tenderness manifests in his willingness to comfort her patiently, even when he is weary from his pursuit of enlightenment and beset by discontent. For Meng Chuan, this evokes both deep emotion and a sense of heaviness. The essence of companionship should evoke ease and pleasure for both parties, rather than compel one to endure for the sake of the other. Thus, Meng Chuan gradually learns to conceal her innermost thoughts and external fragility, even coming to believe herself a burden on Jiang Mo's path of cultivation, rendering the arduous journey of 300 years seemingly meaningless. From that moment, her resolve becomes clouded. Meng Chuan muses, if Jiang Mo did not harbor feelings for her, would he not be so fatigued? If she had not accompanied him on his quest for immortality, would she not be a hindrance to him? If they had merely lived as a couple in the mortal realm, it is her profound affection for him that leads her to wish for his fulfillment. At this moment, the swirling thoughts within the carriage suddenly remind Meng Chuan of her 14th year, which bore a similar essence, albeit with different concerns. She suddenly feels compelled to voice a question she once longed to ask, but never did. Jiang Mo. She whispers softly. Jiang Mo briefly loses his focus. What is it? You once said that if I lacked the aptitude for cultivation while you possessed it, would you pursue the path of immortality? Meng Chuan's eyelashes flutter slightly. her voice tinged with nervousness as she inquires. Jiang Yimo raises his eyebrows in surprise, for he does not recall such a conversation. Yet, he does not question its validity. He simply finds himself at a loss for an answer. This sensation echoes the time in a previous life when Meng Charan posed a similar query. In your heart, who holds greater significance, me or the pursuit of immortality? If the true master were seated here, Jiang Yimo could candidly convey that the path of cultivation is paramount, especially since the road to immortality has been severed, rendering discussions of the future moot. However, the current individual is the 14-year-old Meng Charan, whose anticipated response would undoubtedly lean towards the former. Meng Charan's enchanting eyes glimmer with a profound understanding. She realizes that Jiang Mo's momentary hesitation may indeed signify his unwavering dedication to the path. Is this question truly so difficult to answer? Meng Charan's fingers unconsciously twirl a strand of hair, feigning a timid demeanor. Jiang Yimo feels a slight discomfort. Sometimes, displaying vulnerability can compel certain individuals to be less ambiguous. Jiang Yimo belongs to this category, while Meng Charan has mastered this art to perfection. What if I lacked the aptitude and you possessed it? How would you respond? Jiang Yimo, accustomed to honesty, sidestepped the entanglement of the question and retorted directly. I would not pursue cultivation. Meng Charan responded immediately, leaving Jiang Yimo somewhat taken aback. He had speculated that she might make such a choice, but was unprepared for her unwavering conviction. Why? Is cultivation not desirable? Because. Meng Charan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, seemingly too bashful to articulate the latter part of her thought. These actions, of course, were merely a fade meticulously crafted by Meng Charan, who was equally uncertain of her own response and could only offer vague replies. Jiang Yimo found this endearing, reminiscing fondly about the charming innocence of young Meng Charan. Why is that? Jiang Yimo teased, pressing for an answer. Upon witnessing Jiang Mo's playful mockery, Meng Charan felt as though her teeth were on the verge of crumbling. The 300-year-old maiden, donning the guise of a bashful 14-year-old girl, engages in a behavior that is perplexingly toe-curling, a sentiment perhaps only she truly comprehends. Furthermore, the current demeanor of Jiang Yimo, feigning ignorance while fully aware, only serves to exacerbate her irritation. This individual even had the audacity to inform her that the nature of their betrothal was initially ambiguous. It was also surprising how their relatives conspired to formalize their union later on. What does it mean to never lie to me? Was it not a solemn oath sworn by the heavens? Such contradictions surely tarnish your heart. It is no wonder that Meng Charan feels discontent. Indeed, Jiang Yimo had once vowed to the heavens, pledging never to deceive his wife, and he had maintained that promise. At most, he had chosen to remain silent on inquiries he deemed unwelcome. However, that can change now. With a fresh start, the oaths made before the heavens would naturally hold no weight. Meng Charan, suppressing her displeasure, playfully chided, "Why ask so many questions? Wait until nightfall, and you shall see." Observing her, the calm demeanor cultivated over 3 centuries within Jiang Yimo rippled, his heartbeat quickening slightly. He swiftly regained his composure, reflecting inwardly. Had he not been so fond of sweet words, how could he have nodded so readily in agreement back then? This time, he mustn't be as naive as a fish with its mouth agape. If we both possessed the aptitude for spiritual roots and chose the path of immortality, have you ever pondered what your future as an immortal would entail? Jiang Yimo, with a serene smile gracing his features, continued the discourse. If this were a conversation between youthful hearts, it would merely be a commonplace exchange about dreams of the future. Yet, the questioner is not a youth, nor is the respondent a mere girl. Thus, the inquiry is imbued with profound significance, and the answers elicited will inevitably provoke deeper contemplation. Meng Charan believed that Jiang Mo's ability to pose such a question at this moment might be attributed to the whimsical fantasies of youth, which indirectly reflected his long-held aspiration to become an immortal since childhood. Had she been the youthful Meng Charan, she would likely have responded to this inquiry with the mindset of marrying and following her husband. However, Meng Charan was unwilling to continue in such a manner. "I would much prefer that we are both mere mortals, living our lives together," she replied with apparent calmness. Jiang Yimo was taken aback. Her words did not align with what one would expect from the youthful Meng Charan, and he had never anticipated her vehement rejection of immortality. So she truly pursued immortality for my sake. If one possesses spiritual roots, I suppose the immortal masters would not allow such capriciousness. Jiang Yimo continued, his voice lacking conviction. Capriciousness, is it? Let us discuss that further. Meng Chuan responded coldly, devoid of the youthful shyness she once exhibited, her brows tinged with a hint of impatience. It was strikingly reminiscent of the gaze she bore when wielding her spiritual sword. Jiang Imo was astonished. He had sensed that pressing further might provoke Meng Chuan's ire. Yet he had never imagined that the woman who had been so accommodating for 3 centuries could indeed become angry. Meng Chuan's mood was undoubtedly vexed. To her, Jiang Mo's question insinuated a steadfast commitment to the path of cultivation, suggesting she should relinquish worldly attachments and prepare herself to be a worthy practitioner of immortality. Deep down, she inexplicably felt that the subsequent marriage contract with him was a source of considerable trouble. She intended to support Jiang Imo. Yet the overt prioritization of cultivation over their shared life was profoundly difficult for her to accept. What do you mean by my capriciousness? I merely wish to live a good life with you. Is that truly so unreasonable? What do I truly represent in your eyes? Chapter 6. Ultimately, nothing lasts forever. Meng Chuan understood that the present Jiang Imo was not entirely the Jiang Imo she held in her heart. She was merely venting her frustrations. Throughout the span of 3 centuries, Meng Chuan devoted herself wholeheartedly to Jiang Imo, while Jiang Mo's treatment of her felt reluctant, revealing that she was not of utmost importance. On one hand, she did feel remorse, believing she hindered Jiang Mo's singular pursuit of the path, yet the disparity in their affections weighed heavily upon her heart. Although her profound emotional cultivation prevented her from succumbing to frequent melancholy, this sentiment could not be erased. It merely accumulated within her. Until the very end. This feeling of gloom finally found its release, and thus, the strike she directed at Jiang Imo was unrelenting. However, the fact that Jiang Imo ultimately chose to sever her own spiritual sword rather than harm her left Meng Chuan's expression dimmed, indicating that in Jiang Mo's heart, she indeed held a position of significant importance. The carriage had come to a halt. Was it not preferable to live a life in the mortal realm? Meng Chuan murmured in inquiry. Jiang Imo refrained from questioning her, interpreting it as a moment of youthful anxiety, offering a smile and consolation. Yet, this was not destined to last. His response carried an unspoken thought. After becoming immortal, we shall be eternally together. Meng Chuan pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Jiang Imo gently patted the girl's head and led her down from the carriage, towards the venue for testing spiritual roots. Meng Chuan followed closely behind, instinctively reaching out to grasp Jiang Mo's sleeve. This scene mirrored a moment from the past the Ascension platform, the venue for the spiritual root aptitude test. Constructed with the collective resources of the entire county, was teeming with youths under the age of 16. Regardless of their social standings, scholars, farmers, merchants, or laborers, they all gathered here, chasing the elusive promise of immortality. Jiang Imo gripped Meng Chuan's wrist as they stood amidst the throng. He could hardly recall which individuals would be tested for spiritual roots at this Ascension event, nor did he possess many acquaintances among his peers, leaving little impression upon him. What lingered in his memory was the crowded Ascension platform, where, in the end, only a handful remained. Jiang Imo gazed up at the high platform, where 3 celestial masters sat in meditation, their spiritual energy radiating around them, exuding an air of distinction. Although referred to as celestial masters, Jiang Imo was aware that they were merely outer disciples of the 3 major sections. Their cultivation levels barely reached the late stage of qi refinement, and their presence here was simply a routine obligation for the sections. After a quarter past the hour of Chun, those who passed the spiritual root aptitude test would be allowed to choose one of the 3 celestial masters to take them back to their respective sections. The 5 major sects, recognized throughout the realm, were spread far apart, yet every decade, they convened in the mortal county town where the sects were located to hold the Ascension event. Occasionally, when the territories influenced by the sects overlapped, multiple sects would co-host the event. The county town where Jiang Imo resided was shrouded by the Kunlun sect, the Shanhua Academy, and the Jingzhi sect. Jiang Imo had already made up his mind. He resolved to remain steadfast in his past choice and affiliate with the Jingzhi sect. His familiarity with all matters concerning the Jingzhi sect was a significant factor, as was his fear that any drastic changes might lead to unpredictable consequences. Even with Meng Chuan, he decided it best for her to join the Jingzhi sect as well. The thought of her venturing alone to another sect filled him with concern, fearing that her temperament might lead to considerable misfortune. The realm of the Jingzhi immortal sect is vast, not confined to the familiar sights of daily life. Meng Chuan felt a sense of discomfort as her wrist was grasped, finding the contact somewhat too intimate for her liking. When it came time to choose which sect to join, she did not hesitate to select the Jingxia Immortal Sect. There was no need to ponder where Jiang Mo would go. Having been reborn, he had yet to significantly alter his life's trajectory, and it was highly likely he would make a similar choice. As they would both be within the Jingxia Immortal Sect, there was no necessity for excessive closeness. They could offer discreet assistance when required. At the third quarter of the Qin hour, as sunlight bathed the entire ascension platform, the three immortal masters seated high above simultaneously opened their eyes. Their gazes radiated brilliance as they formed intricate hand seals. The circular ascension platform began to hum with energy, while the 10 surrounding spiritual testing devices burst forth with brilliant beams of light, soaring skyward. Ultimately, the gathered waves of spiritual energy enveloped the entire platform from above, captivating the hearts and minds of nearly 10,000 children of appropriate age present, all rendered speechless by the display of such celestial prowess. In an instant, the earlier clamor faded into an eerie silence. Jiang Mo and Meng Charan feigned expressions of astonishment. They understood well that the three Qi refining stage cultivators could not possibly wield such power. The current spectacle was merely the result of the formation activated upon the ascension platform. A small temporary gathering array had been set up on the platform, connecting sequentially with the surrounding 10 testing devices to supply the necessary spiritual energy. Once the ascension platform began its operation, the eligible children were required to enter the sensing range of the testing devices in turn. Thereafter, their affinity for spiritual energy could be assessed, determining their so-called spiritual roots. Those who qualify shall remain, while the unqualified will activate the teleportation runes beneath their feet and be sent away from the ascension platform. This entire process requires no intervention from the three celestial masters, whose sole purpose is to oversee the proceedings. The hour has arrived. Let the testing commence. Upon the celestial master's declaration, nearly 10,000 eligible children within the ascension platform, under the influence of spiritual power, instinctively formed long lines at the 10 spirit testing devices. Jiang Mo held on to Meng Charan and leisurely positioned themselves at the end of one of the lines. The efficiency of the ascension platform was remarkably swift, with the 10 testing devices continuously illuminating the runes of teleportation. In less than an hour, nearly 1,000 individuals had undergone testing, yet regrettably, not a single one was deemed qualified. Jiang Mo tugged at the sleeve of the person in front of them. What is the matter? This celestial opportunity is indeed a rare gem, yet you appear utterly unfazed, as though success is assured. Meng Charan had felt a sense of peculiarity since earlier. One would think that the more one yearns for ascension, the greater the anxiety should be in such a moment. However, Jiang Mo remained remarkably composed. In her previous life, Meng Charan was unaccustomed to being in such a crowded place, feeling somewhat dizzy throughout the ordeal, entirely reliant on Jiang Mo's guidance, oblivious to Jiang Mo's demeanor. Now that she noticed, it was indeed surprising how calm the young Jiang Mo could be. Jiang Mo was taken aback by this sudden inquiry, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Had she ever posed this question in a past life? Jiang Mo could hardly recall, only remembering that during that time, overwhelming nervousness had rendered her mind blank, her palms slick with sweat. In truth, she was still quite anxious. Jiang Mo feigned an awkward smile, adopting the boyish gesture of scratching his head. At that moment, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as a measuring device for spiritual roots emanated a dazzling 5-colored halo. The harmonious essence of the 5 elements, a pseudo-spiritual root, was to be retained. The declaration of the immortal masters concluded. As the white light flickered, the youth with the pseudo-spiritual root appeared on the platform beneath the elevated dais of the 3 immortal masters. The exclamations of envy on the ascension platform grew louder. Though they failed to comprehend the implications of a pseudo-spiritual root, they mistakenly interpreted the term retained as an indication of qualification. Chapter 7. You can do better than I. Jiang Mo gazed up at the platform, observing a youth of unremarkable appearance clad in remarkably opulent attire. It seemed evident that this individual must have close relatives holding positions within the government. A pseudo-spiritual root, sigh. To endure a lifetime as a lowly cultivator is perhaps less desirable than relishing a life of luxury and abundance in the mortal realm. Jiang Mo sighed inwardly, unaware that the ecstasy upon the noble youth's face would diminish only slightly upon learning the truth. Spiritual roots reflect a cultivator's affinity for the 5 elemental energies. which facilitates the absorption of corresponding attributes during their practice to enhance their cultivation. According to common understanding within the realm of cultivation, the more singular the attribute of a spiritual root, the swifter the cultivation process and the easier the breakthrough through bottlenecks. In his previous life, Zhang Mo had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, nearly standing at the apex of the cultivation world. His perspective was naturally broader, and he held a unique viewpoint regarding the attributes of spiritual roots. Once one attains the nascent soul stage, to advance further in cultivation, one must strive to attain complete mastery of the 5 elemental roots. Thus, from a certain perspective, a cultivator with a pseudo-spiritual root who has reached the nascent soul stage may ascend to higher realms of cultivation at an accelerated pace. Regrettably, throughout history, there has never existed a nascent soul cultivator with pseudo-spiritual roots. The complexity of the 5 elemental pseudo-spiritual roots renders any cultivation technique excruciatingly slow, with every obstacle appearing as an insurmountable mountain, making progress nearly impossible. Although cultivators possess prolonged lifespans, they ultimately cannot withstand such depletion. Many cultivators with pseudo-spiritual roots find that reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement is the pinnacle of their existence, and unless they are exceptionally fortunate, even the foundation establishment stage remains an elusive dream. Being at the mid-stage of qi refinement, particularly without hope for advancement, places one at the very bottom of the cultivation hierarchy. For this youth with pseudo-spiritual roots, should he aspire to enter the realm of immortality, he will confront the harsh reality of struggling as a lowly rogue cultivator or serving as a menial laborer within a sect for his entire life. It would be far more advantageous to live in the mortal realm, adorned in finery and comfort. Zhang Mo, do you envy him? At this moment, Meng Charan tugged at Zhang Mo's sleeve. Not at all. Zhang Mo averted his gaze, seemingly deep in thought. Sensing that the earlier mention of pseudo-spiritual roots by the immortal master bore some significance, Meng Charan nodded, her beautiful eyes reflecting approval. Indeed, Zhang Mo's perceptiveness is remarkably high. He has always been acutely aware of matters pertaining to cultivation since childhood. Just then, another gasp arose from the crowd. Above the spirit testing instrument, a golden aura surged skyward, dazzling in its brilliance. Golden affinity, heavenly spiritual root, qualified. Unlike the previous occasion, the immortal master's tone conveyed genuine astonishment, tinged with a slight stutter. Moments later, a young girl appeared on the platform. She possessed striking beauty, exuding a serene demeanor, and her attire radiated the refined elegance characteristic of a scholarly lineage. The multitude atop the ascension platform scrutinized the 2 individuals remaining on the stage, seemingly discerning a subtle distinction between them. Subsequently, envious gazes converged upon the young girl, while the countenance of the young man on the platform dimmed in response. Do you envy her? Meng Charan inquired once more. Zhang Mo shook his head, stating, I believe it is far better to focus on being my best self than to dwell in envy. Nevertheless, deep within, Zhang Mo was indeed astonished. He had not anticipated encountering a prodigious talent with celestial roots during this spiritual root assessment. Previously, he had been overly preoccupied with his own anxiety, which had rendered this significant event nearly forgettable. As the Ascension Conference approached its conclusion at the hour of the unseen, thousands had undergone evaluation. And aside from the initial 2, for more qualified individuals emerged, one of whom possessed a false spiritual root. At last, it was Zhang Mo's turn. He awaited the departure of the preceding participant before stepping forward, entering the sensing range of the spirit testing device. In a brief moment, 3 out of the 5 engravings on the device's stone slab began to radiate with light, intertwining in a dazzling display. Water, metal, and earth affinity, 3 spiritual roots, qualified. The Ascension platform erupted with exuberant applause once more. Zhang Mo, choosing to disregard the crowd's acclaim, turned to the young girl behind him and offered a smile. I am genuinely pleased that you have achieved your desires. Meng Charan reciprocated with a sincere smile, wholeheartedly congratulating him. Perhaps you shall surpass me. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Mo was enveloped in a brilliant white light, vanishing from sight. For a fleeting moment, Meng Charan hesitated, contemplating the abandonment of her spiritual root test. Should she choose this path, it would sever any future connection with Zhang Mo, creating an insurmountable divide between the celestial and the mortal. Soon, however, she cast aside such distracting thoughts. The 2 individuals have never required such superficial distance. Rather, what ought to be preserved is the separation of hearts. She stepped forward. In an instant, a vibrant crimson intertwined with a touch of emerald soared into the heavens, reminiscent of a fiery bird, clutching a branch of the phoenix tree as it soared high above. The affinity between fire and wood, a true spiritual root, is indeed commendable. Following this, until the conclusion of the Ascension gathering, no other candidates bearing a spiritual root proved adequate. Presently, only 8 individuals remain on the Ascension platform. Out of nearly 10,000 eligible children, merely 8 have been selected. To describe this probability as akin to finding a needle in a haystack would not be an exaggeration. Next, arrangements must be made for these 8 to be initiated into the celestial gates. This process, ideally, should not be overly interfered with by the 3 celestial masters. Rather, it is preferable for the 8 to make their own choices. Since the celestial gates will facilitate the negotiation of their distribution, it is inevitable that tensions may arise. Hence, allowing the qualified candidates to exercise their discretion based on first impressions not only helps to avert discord among the 3 celestial gates regarding the quality of spiritual roots, but also fulfills the essence of karmic relationships. Of course, there are underlying rules to adhere to. This means that each celestial gate has a maximum capacity. Once the average of 3 gates is reached, no further candidates may be selected. For instance, with 6 disciples currently awaiting distribution, each faction can theoretically take back, at most 2. The 2 with pseudo-spiritual roots are presented with 3 distinct options. Firstly, they may choose to enter a celestial gate as servants. Secondly, they could acquire a foundational cultivation method. Thirdly, they may be sent to a marketplace populated by independent cultivators. Lastly, they have the option to remain in the mortal realm. During the subsequent coordination process, the 3 celestial masters diligently elucidated the advantages and disadvantages of the 3 choices for the 2 pseudo-spiritual root youths. Objectively speaking, becoming a servant in a celestial gate is undoubtedly the most advantageous choice. Although it lacks the freedom of independent cultivation, it offers a significant measure of safety. As for the prospect of continuing to lead an ordinary life, it seems that in the eyes of the 2 young men, this was the most undesirable outcome. Unsurprisingly, neither of the youths chose to remain in the mortal realm as commoners. The boy, modestly dressed yet imbued with a spirit of chivalry, acquired a foundational cultivation manual. The noble youth, who was first identified as possessing spiritual roots, opted to join a celestial sect as a servant. Throughout this process, Jiang Mo learned that this young man was, in fact, the 4th son of the county magistrate, named Han Sun. Ultimately, 6 disciples were faced with a choice: 1 with heavenly spiritual roots, 1 with true spiritual roots, 2 with 3 spiritual roots, and 2 with mortal spiritual roots. Mortal spiritual roots are classified as 4 spiritual roots. A century ago, 4 spiritual roots were regarded as pseudo-spiritual roots. However, within the last 100 years, there have been instances of golden elixir cultivators possessing 4 spiritual roots. Consequently, the eligibility criteria for celestial sects were relaxed to accommodate those with 4 spiritual roots, which henceforth came to be known as mortal spiritual roots. In Chapter 8, Is She Truly Beautiful?, the 6 qualified candidates must choose among Kunlun Celestial Sect, Shanhua Academy, and Jingzhi Celestial Sect. With the realms of immortals and mortals distinctly separated, commoners possess little knowledge of celestial sections. Therefore, during this selection process, the factors that could influence their initial impressions were limited. Their judgments were primarily based on the names of the celestial sects and the folklore surrounding them. Kunlun Celestial Sect, with its long-standing heritage, is situated in the renowned Kunlun mountain range, leading to various hearsay in the mortal realm. Relatively speaking, Kunlun Celestial Sect is quite well known among mortals. The name Shanhua Academy evokes an image of a place dedicated to the study of sage teachings and the cultivation of gentlemanly virtues. Jingzhi Celestial Sect, on the other hand, remains shrouded in mystery, with little fame to its name. During the selection of the celestial sects, a 3 spiritual roots youth and a mortal spiritual roots girl were the first to hastily kneel before the Kunlun sect. It seems that these 2 individuals are profoundly influenced by the rumors circulating in society. Jiang Mo and Meng Charan did not hesitate and promptly chose to become disciples under the auspices of the Jingzhi Immortal Sect. The girl with the heavenly spiritual root, along with the remaining individual, was left with no choice but to enroll as a student at the Shanhua Academy. This girl, hailing from a scholarly family, appeared to resonate deeply with the academy. At this moment, Jiang Mo learned that the girl's name was Qiu Shuqing. He immediately began to sift through fragments of memories spanning 3 centuries, searching for any recollections related to Qiu Shuqing. To his surprise, he indeed found a significant clue. Over 20 years ago, just prior to the onset of the Heart Demon Tribulation, Jiang Mo had come across intelligence indicating that the 14th master of Shanhai Academy, Qiu Shuqing, had successfully transcended the 4-9 Thunder Tribulation and achieved the infant stage of cultivation. Jiang Mo was astounded by this revelation, prompting him to take a closer look at the girl named Qiu Shuqing. Under a typical observational distance, Qiu Shuqing's appearance was quite pleasing. The innocence of her youth had not yet entirely faded, yet it could not conceal her tranquil and elegant demeanor. Simply gazing at her instilled a sense of peace within the heart. It seemed that Qiu Shuqing sensed the gaze of others before she could locate its source. She shyly lowered her head, as though to avoid making eye contact with outsiders. She appeared to be an exceedingly introverted girl. Jiang Mo found this somewhat amusing, suddenly realizing that the flustered look in her eyes lacked a touch of refinement. A pair of spectacles would certainly enhance her charm. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected sharp pain shot through his waist, causing him to grimace without daring to utter a sound. She is indeed beautiful, isn't she? Yet, somehow lacking. Jiang Mo begrudgingly admitted the truth to himself, all the while attempting to guide the hand gripping his waist away from his vulnerable spot. Meng Chuan disdainfully flung away the pig's trotter. How could one be so engrossed in something so trivial? Shouldn't one take a moment to ponder and attempt to strike up a conversation? I merely glanced. It was not as if I genuinely held affection for anyone. How could it escalate to such physicality? Jiang Mo murmured softly, casting a curious glance at Meng Chuan. In Jiang Mo's perception, during those harmonious years, even when he occasionally erred, Meng Chuan seldom resorted to coercive measures to compel compliance. She had always preferred a strategy of retreat to achieve her aims. This invariably led him to feel a sense of guilt, prompting him to lower his head and admit his mistakes. Should tears be shed, he would find himself humbled for several days, obedient to her every whim. Of course, eliciting affection was not a calculated strategy for Meng Chuan. It was simply an intrinsic aspect of her character. Thus, Jiang Mo found it perplexing that Meng Chuan exhibited such a resolute demeanor. Your future affections are of no concern to me. Jiang Mo gazed into her eyes, which, despite their lingering innocence, bore a hint of familiar sorrow. A wave of guilt washed over him, and instinctively, certain words slipped from his lips. I shall no longer gaze at other women. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan couldn't help but laugh, though for reasons unbeknownst to her, her eyes brimmed with tears. She was not jealous of 14-year-old Jiang Mo. Her earlier actions had merely been inconsequential tests. However, Jiang Mo's reaction strikingly resembled that of someone long gone, echoing fleeting memories that had vanished. In a moment of daze, she realized that the affection that once belonged solely to her seemed irretrievable, much like his future affections, which, as he had stated, were no longer her concern. Jiang Mo exerted considerable effort to calm his tumultuous emotions, managing to halt his movements just in time to refrain from instinctively embracing Meng Chuan. The sight of young Meng Chuan's tears remained hauntingly vivid, and even now, the weight of guilt lingered heavily upon Jiang Mo's heart. He found himself perplexed by the reasons behind her tears and the profound sense of remorse that enveloped him. Yet, regardless of the discomfort of the moment, Jiang Mo knew he had to endure. He dared not bestow upon Meng Chuan any further affection. The more he gave, the more he would become accustomed to it, until it became an inextricable part of him, until Meng Chuan once again became a necessity in his life. Ultimately, it would lead to an inability to let go. Fortunately, as both parties managed to regain their composure, they refrained from any overly intimate gestures, and a collective sigh of relief escaped them. At that moment, Jiang Mo noticed a celestial master from the Jingzhe Xianzong approaching, accompanied by a young man named Han Sun, who evidently intended to join the Jingzhe Xianzong. This revelation caught Jiang Mo by surprise. He distinctly recalled that the only individuals heading to the Jingzhe Xianzong were himself and Meng Chuan, with no sign of Han Sun whatsoever. Even after sifting through all his memories, he found no trace of Han Sun. What could have gone awry? The situation appeared to unfold along its original trajectory, and such a deviation seemed implausible. Jiang Mo was at a loss, attributing the anomaly to the subtle ripples caused by his rebirth, which had inadvertently altered the fates of certain individuals. He chose not to dwell further on this perplexity and soon regained his composure, adopting a youthful demeanor as he and Meng Chuan bowed respectfully to the Celestial Master. The Celestial Master waved his hand, feigning modesty as he replied, "What does it matter whether one is a celestial master or not? From now on, we shall be fellow disciples. You may call me Qin Shi. Simply addressing me as Senior Brother Qin will suffice." "Indeed, Senior Brother Qin," Jiang Mo responded, taking a moment to assess him. This Senior Brother Qin appeared to be around 30 years of age, a typical age for disciples undertaking such tasks, usually at the late stage of Qi refinement. A 30-year-old at the late stage of Qi refinement, with the potential for foundation establishment, would likely hold a notable position within the outer sect. However, to be candid, Jiang Mo did not harbor much recollection of this individual. It was stipulated by the sect that after the ascension ceremony concludes, senior brothers must escort their juniors back to the sect within 3 days. As the journey was lengthy, they were to depart tonight. Qin Shi paused momentarily, glanced at the sky, and continued, "Thus, it is now just past the hour of Wei. Let us reconvene here at the hour of Su, and I shall lead you back. You have 2 hours. Make sure to bid farewell to your elders and relatives at home." Jiang Mo and Meng Charan climbed back into the carriage they had arrived in. "Shall we go to your home or mine?" Jiang Mo inquired. "Let us visit your home first," Meng Charan suggested. At this time, it was likely that the uncles and elders from the Ming family had gathered at the Jiang residence, merely awaiting the return of the 2 youngsters. It is worth noting that the Ming family and the Jiang family were not traditional allies. Their friendship had blossomed from the previous generation. Jiang Mo's father and Meng Charan's father had attended the same private school during their youth, and as neighbors, they naturally became good friends. Both eventually excelled in their studies, passing the imperial examination in the same autumn. The following year, they had made a pact to travel to the capital together for the next examination. Chapter 9. Understanding and flexibility. One achieved prominence, while the other fell short. After Jiang Mo's father failed the imperial examination, he abandoned his aspirations for a scholarly career and returned to his hometown to inherit the family business. In time, he welcomed a son, Jiang Mo, and a daughter, Jiang Mo's elder brother and younger sister. Similarly, Meng Charan's father served as a county magistrate in a remote area for several years, but feeling disillusioned with his official prospects, he resigned and returned home, ultimately becoming a teacher at the county school. The following year, Jiang Mo and Meng Charan were born, merely a few months apart. The serendipity of their births in their parents' later years rekindled old friendships, thereby strengthening the bond between their families, with both sets of elders contemplating the idea of a marital union. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiang Mo finally returned home, only to find the Jiang household bustling with festivities and surrounded by friends and relatives. Amidst the convivial atmosphere, both Jiang Mo and Meng Charan navigated through the customary pleasantries exchanged by their elders, enduring considerable effort before they could retreat from the limelight, only to face the looming matter of their impending marriage. In the main hall of the Jiang residence, the direct elders from both families took their seats in the high hall, while Jiang Mo and Meng Charan stood at the center below, adorned in festive red garments, resembling a couple preparing for their wedding vows. Jiang Mo's heart was a tumult of emotions. Even now, he found himself at a loss on how to refute this engagement. Despite his eloquence, he questioned how one could silence the whispers of the multitude, especially as a junior member of the family. It seemed an insurmountable task. Before Jiang Mo could gather his thoughts, his father spoke first. "Today, we have invited your uncles from the Ming family, as well as the 2 of you, for one particular matter. You are no longer a child, and should comprehend the significance of this affair in your life. Your father and your Uncle Ming have shared a bond since childhood, akin to brothers. Since the day you both were born, this matter has often been on their minds. And you have grown up together, fostering a strong relationship. Today, the group of elderly gentlemen decided to formalize the relationship between the 2 of you." Jiang Mo inwardly lamented, as his father had left no room for interruption. Given the circumstances, what could he possibly say? At this moment, it was Ming's father who spoke. "I have watched you grow up. You have always been a quiet child, and now you have matured into a composed young man, which brings me great joy. Given that Charan has a gentle disposition, it is indeed reassuring for her to marry you. I have heard that you both intend to pursue immortality?" Ming's father's unexpected inquiry momentarily stunned Jiang Mo, who then nodded in affirmation. "You must ensure that she is not mistreated," just as Jiang Mo was about to promise. His mother suddenly interjected, raising her voice. "Oh, how can you 2 old men dominate the conversation? When it comes to the marriage of these children, their thoughts must surely be considered." Turning to Ming's mother, she continued, "In matters of marriage, a mother ought to inquire about her daughter's feelings. Of course, My Imo would have no objections. He is quite fortunate and thrilled at the prospect. Before Jiang Imo could express his gratitude to his mother, her latter remark left him utterly bemused. Churen, do you wish to marry Jiang Imo? Meng's mother asked. Jiang Imo once again recalled a vivid memory. The gaze in those affectionate eyes seemingly unchanged, just as he had remembered. It is entirely up to our parents. Meng Churen softly nodded in agreement. Many rejoiced at this decision. However, Ming Fu and Ming Mu fell into a profound silence, their brows tinged with an inexplicable sorrow that lingered. Just as Jiang Imo sighed inwardly, resigning himself to fate, Meng Churen knelt before her parents, bowing deeply as she spoke. As an unfilial daughter, I shall bid farewell to my father and mother from this day forth to pursue the path of immortality, forever indebted to the grace of your upbringing. If it is your wish for me to unite with Jiang Imo in marriage, then the matters of my nuptials shall rest solely in your hands. The journey to immortality is long and fraught with worldly entanglements. I beseech you to support my aspirations towards enlightenment and grant your forgiveness for my renunciation of earthly affections. I also hope that this union will forge an everlasting bond between the Jiang and Meng families. A profound silence enveloped the room. Jiang Imo, too, fell into silence. This unforeseen turn of events granted him an unexpected glimmer of possibility. What should have been a moment of unbridled joy left him with a lump in his throat and an aching heart that refused to abate. Jiang Imo could not fathom the reasons that compelled the young Meng Churen to utter such words, nor could he comprehend the weight she bore as she spoke. Yet, he sensed that her struggle surpassed the mere effort of holding back tears. It was a deeper anguish. How had it come to this? Jiang Imo could not conjure a reasonable explanation. He, too, was tormented, driven nearly mad by an inexplicable sense of guilt. He longed to offer her solace, yet found himself helpless, much like during the last 50 years of his life. Indifference and neglect were sharp blades that inflicted pain, yet they also served as his unwavering resolve. He wished to spare her heartache, yet felt compelled to pursue the future. This relentless dichotomy left him utterly weary in both body and spirit. Ultimately, what transpired was the indulgence and bravado of the beloved, which is indeed laughable. In the end, one still believes that the fault lies within oneself. Jiang Imo, feeling powerless, knelt before his parents and beseeched, "May my dear parents bless the unfilial child's aspiration towards the path of immortality." The negotiation concluded amidst endless lamentations. The outcome was that Jiang Imo and Meng Churen remained betrothed, yet this engagement bore no binding force on their journey of cultivation, nor did it confer upon them the title of spouses. As dusk enveloped the horizon at the hour of Yu, Jiang Imo completed the necessary affairs at home and proceeded to the ascension platform, marking his initial step into the realm of cultivation. Instead of the anticipated elation and boundless visions of the future, his heart was laden with gravity. Just moments prior, he had learned from his parents the context behind Meng Churen's earlier declarations. This morning, Meng Churen had engaged in a serious conversation with her parents, articulating her resolute desire to pursue immortality and the potential consequences and implications of her possessing celestial talents. She did not wish for their bond to become an undue burden amidst uncertain futures, thus proposing to keep their engagement confined to the mortal realm. A silent understanding between their families. Initially, Meng's parents did not take this proposition to heart, for who could claim the mantle of an immortal so easily? However, it was surprising that the opportunity for celestial fate was indeed not as valuable as anticipated. Ultimately, after deliberation, the elders of both families conceded that Meng Churen's reasoning held merit. After all, the divide between the mortal and celestial realms rendered their children's engagement merely a fleeting illusion. They could continue to present themselves as one family to the outside world, yet both children were destined to seek enlightenment and immortality. The specifics remain elusive to outsiders, who have no right to interfere. It is prudent to leave some tacit understanding between the two families and to allow the children some latitude. There is nothing amiss with this. The complex matters of engagement were deftly resolved, thanks to Meng Churen's discreet assistance. Jiang Imo felt an overwhelming sense of shame and a peculiar dissonance. He could not fathom that a 14-year-old Meng Churen would possess such decisiveness. In his recollection, he was the one who made the choices. Moreover, such a perspective on kinship and ethics seemed unbefitting of a tender maiden's thoughts. Reflecting on the various incongruities thus far, could it be? Chapter 10. Regrets of a Past Life. Had Meng Churen also been reborn? This notion is not entirely far-fetched. If Jiang Mo could experience rebirth, then it stands to reason that Ming Churen could also live again, especially given her status as a formidable practitioner of the arcane arts, possessing knowledge of celestial techniques capable of manipulating time and space. However, the concept of rebirth is ultimately too enigmatic. Without a confession from the involved parties, it remains difficult to obtain irrefutable evidence through indirect means. Jiang Mo had no choice but to temporarily bury his suspicions. Upon reaching the ascension platform, the appointed hour was drawing near. At the entrance, he beheld a familiar, enchanting figure. To his surprise, Meng Churen awaited him there after having journeyed alone. The last rays of twilight illuminated the young woman, enhancing the allure of her pink skirt and crimson hairpin. Her eyes glistened with a hint of red, suggesting that she had recently shed tears. In the past, she had been in such a state as well. Jiang Mo could not recall whether he had offered her comfort during those times. He felt compelled to say something now. Yet words eluded him as they lingered on the tip of his tongue. Ultimately, it was the maiden who broke the silence. "What is the matter? Are you reluctant to leave?" Meng Churen shook her head gently, her voice barely a whisper. "Mother, she may not live to see the day I return home." Tears streamed down the young girl's face, rendering her speechless. Jiang Mo stood frozen, suddenly recalling that this parting indeed marked the final meeting between Meng Churen and her mother. Both were late-born children, and Meng's mother had suffered from lingering ailments due to the upheaval caused by Meng's father's official summons. Over the years, her health had steadily deteriorated. They had perhaps only 5 or 6 years left. According to the regulations separating the realms of immortals and mortals, cultivators are granted a single opportunity to return home before they enter the foundation establishment stage, intended to sever their ties to the mortal world entirely. The Jingxia Immortal sect designated this opportunity for disciples to be granted when they reach the mid-stage of qi refinement, for cultivators with 3 spiritual roots or more. The journey from beginning cultivation to breaking through to mid-qi refinement typically spans 6 to 12 years. As a true spiritual root cultivator, Meng Churen would require at least 7 or 8 years to reach mid-qi refinement. In Jiang Mo's recollections, Meng Churen had returned home in her 9th year. In her previous life, she was unaware of her mother's dwindling time. Upon returning, she found her father, now silver-haired, only to learn of her mother's passing. She wept in Jiang Mo's embrace throughout the night, her sorrow lingering for a long time thereafter. Jiang Mo's decision to forego a visit home was influenced by this factor as well. Unsure if he could bear the weight of such grief, he chose to evade it. Perhaps Meng Churen, during her earlier conversations with her parents, had gleaned knowledge of her mother's hidden illness, or perhaps there were other reasons. Jiang Mo did not dwell on these thoughts. Instinctively, he drew Meng Churen into his arms, offering her the barest comfort. "Perhaps after a delay of 4 to 5 years, we shall have the opportunity to return home. Do not fear, we shall meet again." He listened to the girl's sobs, offering gentle solace. "Can we truly return home?" The girl choked out her question. "Senior Brother Qin informed me that once our cultivation reaches a certain level, the sect will grant us the chance to visit home." Jiang Mo's words of comfort felt somewhat insincere. Following the conventional methods of cultivation, even with a true spiritual root, it would be impossible to attain the mid-stage of qi refinement in just 4 or 5 years. Meng Churen ceased her sobbing, not because Jiang Mo's hollow reassurances had an effect, but rather because she had sensed an incongruity from the outset. The moment Jiang Mo mentioned the possibility of returning home within 4 to 5 years, it sparked her suspicion, prompting her to subtly inquire how he arrived at such a conclusion. Jiang Mo's subsequent response resembled a form of evasion. Nevertheless, what she gleaned from Qin was that once one achieves success in cultivation, a visit home is possible, and the specificity of the 4 to 5 years time frame felt unsettlingly precise. It was as if Jiang Mo had foreknowledge of her mother's impending demise at that very moment. While this could be mere coincidence, a seed of doubt took root within her. After all, if she could be reborn, why could Jiang Mo not also experience a new life? Perhaps it was the comfort of someone's embrace that brought her a sense of tranquility, awakening within her an unprecedented desire to strive for cultivation. She yearned to rectify the regrets of her past life. With their hearts laden with unspoken thoughts, Jiang Mo and Meng Churen boarded the spirit vessel bound for the Jingxia Immortal sect. In her previous life, she could traverse such distances in the blink of an eye. Yet now they were required to remain aboard the vessel for a full 3 days, a stark contrast that left the two recultivators feeling profoundly disheartened. It is uncertain when one might return to the pinnacle of achievement. Indeed, Qin is a responsible senior brother. He ardently disseminates knowledge and rules of the cultivation world to the three individuals, including Han Sun, with meticulous attention to detail. He elucidates that, aside from the three major sects currently known, there exist two other esteemed sects, one named the Yufa Xianzong and the other the Penglai Island. The latter, akin to the Jingzhe Xianzong, remains relatively reclusive. The former is a key architect of certain fundamental regulations within the cultivation realm, with the concept of separation between mortals and immortals being a principle established by the Yufa Xianzong. Any cultivator who interferes with or threatens the order of the mortal world shall inevitably face the pursuit and wrath of the Yufa Xianzong. This regulation enjoys the support of the other four major sects, rendering it nearly unchallenged by any cultivator daring to contest the authority of the Yufa Xianzong as enforcers of the law. Nevertheless, this does not preclude the tumultuous nature of the cultivation world. Beyond the five major sects, there exist various other sects and noble clans, many of which do not bear the title of sect. Among them, there are malevolent evil cultivation sects and a vast array of rogue cultivators, a veritable mix of both righteous and unscrupulous practitioners. They collectively represent the darker side of the cultivation world. Jiang Imo listened intently to Qin Shi's discourse, finding that what was conveyed as common knowledge, when articulated by another, possessed a unique charm. While the explanation was sufficiently thorough, it was not without its omissions. For instance, the reason sects are designated as such is not due to their ancient lineage or profound heritage. Rather, the sole stringent requirement for a sect to be classified as such is the presence of at least one cultivator at the nascent soul stage within its ranks. A staggering 90% of all nascent soul cultivators belong to the five major sections. Such an extreme situation arises from the five great sects possessing a clear path and vital resources for achieving the nascent soul realm. During the flight of the spiritual vessel, aside from the teachings of Brother Qin, Jiang Imo also took the opportunity to inquire with Han Sun about his reasons for choosing the Awakening Thunder Immortal sect. Han Sun hesitated, failing to articulate a coherent explanation. The thoughts of youth are relatively easy to decipher. Jiang Imo surmised that this matter likely pertained to the young lady by his side. In a previous life, he had been indifferent, yet now he found himself besotted. Jiang Imo could not quite comprehend the distinction between the two states, yet he did not allow it to trouble him excessively. Meng Chuan was indeed exceptionally beautiful, evoking a sense of pity and admiration. Her every gesture effortlessly incited feelings of affection and a desire to protect, a sentiment he too shared. In Jiang Mo's recollection, many had harbored secret affections for Meng Chuan, yet most remained in the realm of unspoken admiration, with only a handful daring to take action, whom he had dealt with decisively. Jiang Imo was quite confident in his abilities in combat. For now, however, he did not intend to stand out, since he had no intention of marrying her. It was best for her to make her own decisions regarding such matters. Perhaps Meng Chuan would not easily fall for another. Her heart likely belonged to someone already. 3 days later, the group finally arrived at the Awakening Thunder Immortal sect. Chapter 11. Living together is not a problem. The Awakening Thunder Immortal sect. The name is derived from the solar term of awakening thunder. Awakening thunder heralds the onset of spring, when the first thunder sounds, and all things are imbued with vibrant life. Within the sect, the transmission of techniques is subject to both renewal and tradition, embodying the essence of perpetual existence. To align closely with the true meaning of awakening thunder, the sect chose its location amidst towering mountains, closest to the radiant flashes of Huashanting. Aside from the main peak, Awakening Thunder Mountain, there are 11 other gates, each named after the 24 solar terms. Each mountain peak is overseen by a formidable cultivator of at least the Golden Core stage. The 12 peaks of Jingzhe encapsulate the entirety of the Jingzhe Immortal sect's essence. Jiang Imo and his companions arrived at the principal peak, Jingzhe Mountain, where the outer sect of the Jingzhe Immortal sect is established. Only disciples who complete all their cultivation coursework and fulfill certain prerequisites may ascend to the 12 peaks and become inner sect disciples. The prerequisites are rather straightforward. One must elevate their cultivation to the late Qi refinement stage, possess the potential to become a foundation establishment cultivator, and pass the assessments of the mandatory courses set by the sect. The sect has meticulously distilled the theoretical and practical aspects of the existing cultivation system into various categories of coursework. Among the required subjects are fundamental studies and techniques, application of spells, and the 8 arts of immortal cultivation. Students must complete these essential courses to graduate. This serves as one of the criteria for promotion to the inner sect, whereupon they gain the opportunity to engage with the core legacies of the sect. Jiang Mo and Ming Churen spent nearly a decade within the outer sect academy of the Jingzhe Immortal sect. This training system was pioneered by the Shanhua Academy, which was later emulated by the other 4 sects, all of whom found the approach commendable. Typically, only the 5 great immortal sects adopt such a model. Although the outer sect academy comprises merely 300 to 500 students, the accumulation of cultivation resources is beyond the capacity of small sects to sustain. Han Sun was dispatched to the Hall of Miscellaneous Duties, while Jiang Mo and Meng Churen, under the diligent guidance of Qin Shi, toured the entire outer sect academy. In the memories of the 2 seasoned cultivators, the outer sect academy had undergone numerous renovations and was now unrecognizable. Yet, upon reflection, they felt as though they were revisiting a cherished locale from their past. Qin Shi recounted many intriguing anecdotes from the academy, displaying an unwavering enthusiasm throughout. As they bid farewell, Jiang Yu intended to commend his senior brother's warm-heartedness. To his surprise, however, this senior brother Qin discreetly whispered in his ear about an upcoming visit from a steward who would seek his guidance in leading the senior brother's evaluation, reminding him to leave a 5-star review. Jiang Mo was instantly engulfed in a cloud of confusion. It dawned on him that his senior brother was merely seeking to earn some academic credits. Qin Shi must have struggled with the assessments of compulsory courses, lacking the necessary grade points for promotion to the inner sect, and had no choice but to engage in sect-related tasks to earn credits for graduation. Outer sect disciples yet to graduate can only undertake a limited number of sect affairs, which, upon completion, yield substantial credits. Guiding to the Immortal Ascension platform is one such task. However, opportunities are scarce and highly competitive, making it difficult to secure such credit-earning tasks. As a fortunate recipient, senior brother Qin naturally valued the task's completion and the subsequent evaluation, as these factors determined his eligibility for promotion to the inner sect. After Qin Shi departed, Jiang Mo and Meng Churen were not in a hurry, meandering aimlessly. Even in their relative silence, they could sense a palpable emotion between them, an emotion named reluctance. Shortly after completing the recording and distribution of disciple nameplates, they would each receive a set of required course materials, a modest single-person cave dwelling, and a portion of cultivation resources along with miscellaneous items. They would soon face a farewell, whether prolonged or fleeting. The path of cultivating immortality is tedious, and immortals are not chivalrous heroes. They lack the carefree spirit of wandering the world with a sword, or the audacity to act on behalf of the heavens. Even the acts of slaying demons and vanquishing evil are but fleeting ripples in the vast river of a cultivator's lengthy existence. With the relentless tide being the never-ending seclusion and cultivation, they were not the impulsive youths one might expect. Rather, each harbored their own thoughts and resolved to intensify their training, striving to rectify past regrets and to have the time required to complete their previous life studies. The duration of their wandering was unclear to them, yet they eventually arrived at the outer sect's deacon hall, where they encountered a somewhat familiar elderly deacon. Suddenly, Jiang Mo recalled an amusing incident from years past. At that time, neither wished to part ways, and the girl, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, hesitated for quite some time before summoning the courage to beseech the elderly deacon in a trembling voice. "Elder, we are bound by a marriage contract. It would be perfectly acceptable for us to reside together." Unsurprisingly, she was met with harsh reprimands, the words sounding quite unkind. Reflecting on that moment, Jiang Mo couldn't suppress a smile, his brow lifting as he stepped forward to lightly tap the wooden table in greeting. "Elder," the deacon glared sharply in response. "Ahem, esteemed sir, I have a rather unreasonable request. No negotiations, forget it. You see, she and I have been childhood friends. And since we are bound by a marriage contract, I am concerned for her safety living alone. Would it be possible for you to arrange for us to reside together?" Jiang Mo hurriedly articulated his proposal with remarkable speed. The elderly deacon rubbed his eyes and scrutinized Jiang Mo anew, seemingly struggling to fully comprehend the situation. Meng Churen blinked in surprise. It was quite unexpected that they would end up cohabiting, especially after they had agreed to focus solely on their paths. Moreover, the phrasing sounded strikingly familiar. "Senior, does this imply your acquiescence?" "Bah, such a disgraceful notion." The deacon spat vehemently before producing a set of items. 2 copies in total, which he then slid across the table to the 2 of them, adding further remarks. "You are still quite young. Preserving the balance of yang and yin is immensely beneficial for your cultivation. Perhaps we shall revisit this matter in a few years. Jiang Mo was immediately engulfed in confusion. I anticipated a torrent of profanity, yet you await what? A few years? Jiang Mo could never grasp why the ripples of some grand Tao had influenced the demeanor of the elder steward yet again. With lingering questions, he departed from the steward's hall. Outside, the two remained in silence, a state that had persisted since Meng Charin's tears had flowed during their last encounter. Throughout the 3-day journey, their conversations had been sparse. It seemed as though, as they had agreed at home, upon embarking on the path of immortality, they had each set off in different directions, their marital ties dissolved. As the silence lingered, Meng Charin glanced up at Jiang Mo, intending to take her leave. However, just as she turned to step away, "Little dumpling," Jiang Mo exclaimed, calling out to her. Meng Charin halted in her tracks, her eyes blinking rapidly, as if to mask her flustered state. When she turned back, she feigned a blend of shyness and annoyance. "Did we not agree that you would refrain from calling me that? Your father instructed me to ensure you are not subjected to any bullying. Therefore, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance." Jiang Mo believed that aside from the somewhat inappropriate term of endearment, the rest of his words were largely unobjectionable. Among childhood friends, such concern seemed entirely natural. "Yes, you too," Meng Charin replied softly before departing, eager to hide her flushed cheeks, quickening her pace. It was not difficult for her to comprehend the atmosphere. She understood that their silence did not stem from a reluctance to part, but rather from the chilling of emotions following the panic of separation, compounded by the agreements made in the mortal realm. In a moment of urgency, his peculiar address revealed his flustered state. Even if it rendered the atmosphere awkward, he still wished to leave something behind before parting ways. This attests to his reluctance to let their feelings cool. While this brings a sense of joy, it inevitably stirs a sense of panic. If that conjecture holds true, perhaps he too is engulfed in inner turmoil, torn between the fear of loss and the trepidation of gain. Chapter 12. A long-awaited day within the butler's hall, the old man glanced towards the door, ensuring that no commotion was forthcoming, before muttering dismissively to himself. In such circumstances, even if you two were allowed to live together for 3 months, I doubt you would ever manage to truly unite. One wonders what kind of upbringing these children have had. Courting seems to resemble a calamity. When that day arrives, it will likely feel as though the sky itself is collapsing. The feelings of reluctance, which seem so heavy, will dissipate into nothingness once genuine separation occurs, much like the anxiety one experiences before embarking on a venture yet to be undertaken. Jiang Mo surveyed his humble dwelling, feeling significantly lighter in spirit at that moment. He collected his thoughts, dispelling the conflicting emotions, and reaffirmed his resolve. To traverse this world anew is not to repeat past mistakes, but to solidify his own path, thus journeying towards distant horizons. It appears that maintaining a distance from Meng Charin is an inevitable strategy. In just these few days of interaction, his unwavering determination towards the Tao has wavered considerably. Indeed, the allure of soft, fragrant beauty can erode one's willpower. Utilizing the time spent tidying his abode, Jiang Mo thoroughly calmed his mind, then took a cushion, seated himself in meditation, and began to assess his belongings, planning for the path of cultivation that lay ahead. 2 exquisitely crafted monk robes, 7 foundational cultivation manuals, and a comprehensive compendium of fundamental spells. Additionally, 3 high-quality qi condensation pills, a number of fasting pills, and a personal identity badge. The identity badge from the celestial sect also serves as a storage artifact, but it can only be utilized after one has integrated qi into the body and opened the sea of consciousness. Jiang Mo perused the 7 foundational cultivation manuals. Consistent with his recollections, 5 of them pertained to specific elemental attributes, while the remaining 2 were of a more generalized nature. The disparity between the 2 categories was not significant. The generalized manuals could be practiced by cultivators of any elemental affinity, yielding moderate and balanced results. In contrast, the former could only be practiced by those possessing a particular elemental root, allowing for a slightly accelerated cultivation speed compared to the generalized techniques. However, their singular attribute could, to some extent, inhibit the foundation of cultivators who did not possess a heavenly root. Jiang Mo did not hesitate for long, reminiscent of his previous life. He chose one of the generalized techniques, the rejuvenation technique. It was said that due to its commonplace name and its classification as a generalized technique, it was seldom selected by novice disciples. In truth, the term rejuvenation subtly alluded to the awakening of spring. It was one of the premier qi refinement techniques derived from the core inheritance of the awakening celestial sect, known as the Tai Su celestial technique. Currently, Jiang Mo possessed only the initial 3 tiers of the qi refinement segments, with further chapters to be obtained upon breakthroughs in cultivation. This would serve to enhance the difficulty of disseminating the technique. Jiang Mo then turned his attention to the array of medicinal pills at hand. The qi condensation pill was an essential elixir for those in the qi refinement stage, capable of significantly improving the efficiency of qi absorption and expediting the advancement of one's cultivation. 3 pills could be collected every 6 months. The fasting pill was intended to satiate the hunger of cultivators during the qi refinement phase. All resources for cultivation during the qi refinement stage are temporarily provided free of charge by the celestial sect. Upon successfully advancing to the inner sect, disciples will be exempt from all resource expenses incurred at the outer sect academy. Those who have dropped out will be assigned to various foundational industries of the celestial sect for obligatory labor until they have repaid the cultivation expenses from their time at the academy, after which they may decide their own fate. Dropping out refers to those who, after 15 years of accumulation, still lack the hope and potential to become foundation-building practitioners. This implies that one may remain at the outer sect academy for a maximum of 15 years. Most of these dropouts possess 4 spiritual roots. It is likely that Brother Qin, too, is of 4 spiritual roots, facing the risk of dropping out. Fortunately for him, he has had the good fortune to complete his cultivation studies at the last moment. Failure to pass the compulsory courses will also result in dropping out. Within the structure of the celestial sect, compulsory courses reflect the quality and philosophy of a disciple. Lacking these, even if one becomes a foundation-building practitioner, they would still be deemed inadequate. For instance, the course on the analysis of cultivation techniques is essential for learning how to understand and interpret these methods. Should one fail this compulsory course, they may struggle to grasp more advanced techniques later. Thankfully, the celestial sect has provisions for such situations. If one fails the assessments, they may still accumulate credits. This is to prevent the extreme case of someone possessing exceptional cultivation talent, yet lacking in theoretical knowledge. Jiang Mo need not dwell excessively on these matters, as there is no reason to relearn what he has already mastered. He plans to wait until he has successfully introduced qi into his body and reached the first layer of qi refinement before obtaining the corresponding compulsory course materials, occasionally attending the compulsory classes taught by the elders. Thus, it would be nearly sufficient. The most pressing concern now is how to accelerate his cultivation speed. Theoretically, one with 3 spiritual roots requires approximately 9 years to cultivate to the late stage of qi refinement. After advancing to the inner sect, with the assistance of the celestial gates, there is a possibility of establishing a foundation within 3 years. This notion is predicated upon rigorous training. In his past life, Jiang Mo, hindered by youthful impulsiveness, did not engage in particularly diligent cultivation, spending nearly a decade to graduate from the academy, followed by over 4 years to establish his foundation. Thus, it took him almost 15 years to complete this foundational phase. Approaching 30, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan were united as companions through the bond of heaven and earth. Meng Chuan remarked that she had awaited this day for a long time. Indeed, far too long. So long that Jiang Mo had missed numerous opportunities. The Celestial Gate's secret realms, the ancient cultivator's legacy, and the Penglai Island Celestial Gathering. These events, which were accessible only to or primarily for foundational cultivators, emerged consecutively during those years. By the time Jiang Mo successfully established his foundation, the opportunities had already slipped away. Had he managed to reach the foundational stage sooner, even acquiring a single flower or fruit from these secret realms could have expedited his progress toward forming the golden core, thus affording him more time for his future path to the nascent soul. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that even with arduous cultivation, Jiang Mo would require at least 12 years to successfully establish his foundation. By then, the only event he could participate in would be the Penglai Celestial Gathering, occurring 15 years hence. This gathering, organized by the Penglai Island, serves as a forum for celestial discourse, welcoming both golden core and foundational cultivators. During this gathering, Penglai Island bestows beneficial treasures of heaven and earth upon those who display exceptional talent. However, even if he were to establish his foundation within 12 years, his participation in the gathering would likely render him merely a backdrop, as most foundational cultivators present would be the young disciples of the 5 major celestial sections. Young individuals often lack profound insights into cultivation. It is unlikely that anyone genuinely wishes to engage in philosophical discussions in a harmonious manner. The true essence of mastery is revealed through practical experience. Therefore, even the most self-assured, newly promoted foundation-building practitioner would hesitate to boast of exceptional capabilities when faced with those who have reached the late stages or even the pinnacle of their cultivation. If Jiang Mo aspires to seize these opportunities, he must compress the time required for his foundational training. The ideal scenario would be to complete this process within 8 years. However, achieving foundation building within 8 years is a daunting challenge, even for those with a superior spiritual root. This realization weighed heavily on Jiang Mo. He retrieved a qi condensation pill, furrowing his brow in contemplation for an extended period. Once he formulated a plan in his mind, he placed the pill between his lips and commenced the process of channeling energy into his body. It appeared that he must first focus on the medicinal aspect. Chapter 13. The passage of time in cultivation. Aside from the 3 qi condensation pills distributed by the Immortal sect every 6 months to aid in the enhancement of cultivation during the qi refining stage, there are additional avenues for acquiring resources within the Outer Sect Academy. Qi condensation pills, being relatively accessible, can be produced by numerous practitioners in the Outer Sect Academy. The Academy offers not only mandatory courses, but also a diverse array of elective subjects. These supplementary resources for cultivation are largely derived from such offerings. The 5 great immortal sects intentionally encourage their disciples to explore the 8 major techniques of cultivation. Consequently, in addition to the fundamental knowledge taught in compulsory classes, relevant elective subjects have been established. These include formations, talismans, alchemy, forging, botany, mineralogy, music, and painting. This constitutes the 8 arts of cultivation, which can significantly enhance one's practice. Jiang Mo regretted not having delved deeply into these arts in his previous life, and now, to pursue alchemy, he must engage with the elective subject dedicated to this discipline. The primary focus of the discipline of alchemy lies in pharmacological knowledge and the art of pill refinement. In terms of pharmacology, armed with centuries of experience, one might claim to grasp the rudiments. However, the technical aspects necessitate formal training to comprehend fully. Jiang Mo is not one to reach for unattainable heights. He recognizes that mastering the art of pill refinement requires time and dedication, even when it comes to producing the most basic elixirs. With time already scarce, diverting his attention would only lead to a misallocation of priorities, rendering the pursuit of alchemical studies impractical. Yet, a thought crossed Jiang Mo's mind. Although he may be unable to refine pills himself, he could explore the avenue of trading. The External Academy stipulates that all materials and items processed by students can be exchanged for academic credits. Furthermore, students may utilize these credits to procure various items and cultivation resources. However, the products crafted by students typically lack quality, yielding minimal credits. Consequently, when it comes to acquiring expensive cultivation resources, after exchanging for the raw materials required for processing, little remains, often rendering the effort futile. The credits accumulated through elective courses serve as a criterion for assessment when students ascend to the Inner Academy, thus granting them enhanced privileges within that realm. In a bid to prevent a scenario where students from various academies engage in volunteer work, they devised various strategies. For instance, students of the alchemical discipline might exchange formulas and medicinal herbs with the academy, subsequently refining these into pills to earn credits. Similarly, students of the botanical discipline could procure seed stocks from the academy, cultivating them until maturity to exchange for credits. Nevertheless, the credits gained from exchanging for seeds fall significantly short compared to those required for mature herbs, the majority of which are primarily herbal in nature. Thus, the alchemist could delegate the cultivation of the requisite mature medicinal herbs to the farmers, thereby reaping greater benefits. Consequently, Jiang Mo devised a plan to enroll in the study of botany. The cultivation of spiritual herbs is equally time-consuming. Students in the botany discipline must plant a substantial number of spiritual herbs to earn their credits, necessitating considerable investment of effort and time. However, Jiang Mo sought the condensation qi pill rather than mere credits, thus requiring only to cultivate a small quantity of herbs for the alchemy apprentices in need. This approach would not consume excessive time in the realm of cultivation. Time often eludes one's grasp, even during the initial phase of drawing qi into the body. Jiang Mo had spent over a month in his cave dwelling, yet no signs of success had emerged. He exhibited no trace of impatience, for he understood that this foundational step demanded tranquility and focus. In his previous life, it was precisely due to his inability to calm his mind that he had squandered 2 months to achieve the drawing of qi into his body. This initial step is a test of affinity to spiritual energy. A celestial root with a singular affinity can swiftly complete the process of drawing qi into the body. However, those with multiple attributes face a distribution of affinity weights. For instance, Jiang Mo possessed 3 spiritual roots: water, metal, and earth, with a higher affinity for the water root compared to the others. Nonetheless, the dispersion of attributes renders him incapable of reaching the level of a celestial root in sensing spiritual energy. Another 10 days passed. Suddenly, as Jiang Mo sat in meditation, he opened his eyes wide, his expression betraying an unmistakable surprise. He felt the primordial spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, an inexplicable sense of reassurance blossoming within him. He had successfully drawn qi. He had entered the first layer of qi refinement. Without delay, Jiang Mo recited a spell and formed a hand gesture, summoning the still feeble spiritual energy to coalesce into a short sword between his fingers. The sword measured merely the length of his middle finger and radiated a deep azure hue. This was the fundamental technique of the qi refinement stage, the water sword technique. At that time, Jiang Mo, in his pursuit of mastering the art of spellcasting, opted for the relatively simple water sword technique. Yet, astonishingly, it took him a full 7 days to acquire it. He gazed at the short sword between his fingers for an extended period, filled with myriad emotions. Suddenly, his brows furrowed tightly, and he began to manipulate the deep blue short sword with great concentration, scrutinizing it intently. Eventually, he fell into deep contemplation. Something felt amiss. The primordial spiritual energy seemed peculiar. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to it and had failed to notice earlier. Reflecting back, he recalled that when he ascended to the golden core stage, the primordial spiritual energy underwent a transformation, becoming deep blue upon manifestation. In the final moments, as he forcibly broke through the pinnacle of the golden core stage, the primordial spiritual energy once again evolved, ultimately presenting itself as inky black. The quality, the color. This should not be the primordial spiritual energy that I, in the qi refinement stage, could condense. Why is this so? This question led Jiang Mo to indulge in many unrealistic speculations, yet ultimately, he found no reasonable explanation. He spent an additional month consolidating his cultivation and then proceeded, as planned, to the deacon hall to collect the necessary items. During this time, he also inquired about various matters with the elderly deacon. To his surprise, the deacon remembered him and informed him that Meng Chuan had visited the deacon hall a fortnight ago. Jiang Mo clicked his tongue in slight frustration. True spiritual roots are indeed incomparable. There is simply no comparison. He refrained from further probing into Meng Chuan's affairs and instead sought out the deacon of the botany department to obtain the relevant textbooks and a bag of botanical seeds. These were all common herbs, not particularly precious. The academy generously provided them as a form of initial funding. Subsequently, Jiang Mo attended several elective classes in the botany department over the course of 3 consecutive days, but found little value in them, preferring instead to explore on his own. The cultivation of common herbs generally yields a high survival rate, yet the challenge lies in enhancing their quality. For Jiang Mo, the primary concern was mere sustenance. Once he had grasped the essentials, he prepared a plot of land around his cave abode, applying his newly acquired knowledge alongside his own experiences to successfully cultivate the herbs. After a simple nurturing period of 45 days, the majority of the seeds germinated and sprouted leaves, leading to a fortunate harvest of herbs. In approximately another 30 days, as the next batch of herbs blossomed, the process would reach its conclusion. Jiang Mo did not invest excessive effort into herb cultivation. From the perspective of his golden core stage, the quality of the harvested herbs was indistinguishable from common weeds. However, they would suffice to deceive qi refinement stage cultivators. After a day of diligent practice, as dusk approached, Jiang Mo set off towards the academy's square, carrying a bundle of herbs. The outer sect of the Jingzhe immortal sect was notably expansive, yet sparsely populated. With only about 300 to 500 outer disciples, most were often engrossed in secluded cultivation, making it rare to spot anyone within the various academy regions. The square, however, was an exception, as outer disciples generally accepted it as a marketplace for trade. Those studying alchemy sought spiritual herbs here, while agricultural students searched for those skilled in arranging formations, and blacksmithing apprentices looked for refined ores, each fulfilling their respective needs. As Jiang Imo surveyed the area, he ultimately paused at the stall of an unkempt young cultivator. The table was cluttered with a multitude of bottles and jars. The young cultivator was deeply engrossed in his organization, his eyes gleaming with focus and obsession, oblivious to Jiang Mo's arrival. Clearing his throat, Jiang Imo inquired, "Is there something you need?" The young disciple regained his composure and casually replied. Jiang Mo's lips twitched in response. How can one claim to be a businessman when they exhibit such indifference upon a customer's arrival? "May I inquire your name, senior brother?" "Su Yunjia." After the young disciple introduced himself succinctly, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the bundle of fresh spiritual herbs in Jiang Mo's hand, subsequently posing a question. "Are you intending to sell these celestial grasses? They appear to be of decent quality. I might be inclined to purchase some if the price is reasonable." "Decent quality? You refer to these weeds?" Jiang Imo felt a surge of astonishment. He initially believed that negotiating a deal based on these weeds would be challenging, yet this senior brother, who seemed utterly captivated by alchemy, surprisingly held a favorable impression. Suddenly, he recalled the condensation pills he would eventually consume, which were likely concocted from such weeds. Jiang Mo's expression gradually soured. "Junior brother? Oh, so you desire these celestial grasses, senior brother? That can certainly be arranged. However, I primarily intend to cultivate some spiritual herbs and wish to inquire if you have any demand in that regard." Jiang Imo swiftly composed his demeanor and articulated his intentions. Su Yunjia immediately furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing gaze that oscillated between Jiang Imo and the celestial grasses. He refrained from giving an immediate response and remarked, "Junior brother, you seem quite young. At the first level of qi refinement, I surmise your entry into the sect has been relatively recent?" "You speak correctly, senior brother." "Indeed." Su Yunjia nodded, then earnestly continued, "Recently, I have been contemplating the formulation of a particularly challenging elixir, the success rate of which is difficult to ascertain. If I were to exchange for those ingredients at the academy, I fear it would lead to a total loss." Jiang Imo nodded thoughtfully, contemplating in silence. It was evident that Su Yunjia, with such purity of character, was not cut out for the trade. However, having reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, he had commenced the crafting of intricate elixirs, which suggested a certain talent for alchemy. "How about this, junior brother? You might first attempt to cultivate several batches of auxiliary herbs, and once they mature, we can see if they will suffice. May I inquire, brother, which elixir you are attempting to concoct?" Before Su Yunjia could finish his thought, Jiang Imo politely raised his hand to interrupt. Su Yunjia did not conceal his pursuit of the Gu Yuan Dan. Jiang Imo understood fully. The Gu Yuan Dan was an indispensable elixir for those in the late stage of qi refinement, intended to solidify one's foundation in preparation for establishing a base. While not exceptionally rare, it certainly held a higher status than the Ning Qi Dan. For an ordinary cultivator in the mid-stage of qi refinement, crafting the Gu Yuan Dan posed considerable challenges, particularly since its primary ingredients were not commonplace. The main herb, the longua fruit, was a spiritual herb of notable grade. The exorbitant prices of these materials meant that any failure in the refining process would result in a significant loss. To mitigate costs, Su Yunjia had no choice but to seek assistance in cultivation, but the quality of the herbs could not be subpar, as this would severely impact the success rate of the Gu Yuan Dan's refinement. Perhaps apprehensive about his ability to cultivate satisfactory herbs, he suggested starting with auxiliary herbs that would be somewhat easier to grow. Jiang Imo chuckled lightly, exuding confidence. "If brother is concerned about the quality of the longua fruit, rest assured, I possess some confidence in cultivating a few fine specimens." After all, the longua fruit was not just any ordinary fruit. Su Yunjia, hearing this, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Glancing at the Tianqing grass in Jiang Mo's hands, his hesitation resurfacing. Although the quality of the grass these days is inferior to that obtained from the academy, it is rare for ordinary disciples of the botanical arts to possess such skill. The junior brother appears to be quite young, suggesting he possesses considerable talent in cultivating spiritual herbs. Given the current predicament, why not take a chance? So, what reward does the junior brother desire? Jiang Imo was perplexed by the thoughts swirling in his senior brother's mind and did not perceive himself as particularly gifted in botany. He had encountered numerous precious spiritual herbs, The superior-grade spiritual herbs of the golden core stage invariably required extensive maturation periods and exceedingly stringent growing conditions, with intricate methods for harvesting. To Jiang Mo, the resilience of these inferior-grade spiritual herbs seemed no different from that of common weeds. Under the nurturing of the spiritual veins and gathering formations of the immortal sect, the survival rate could be deemed quite high, albeit lacking the quality he sought. Why did Su Yunzi receive commendation for decent quality? It was likely a conclusion drawn from comparisons. Ordinary qi refinement stage cultivators could not perceive the fluctuations of the spiritual veins and gathering formations with the same proficiency he did. Consequently, they were unable to create optimal growing conditions, resulting in inferior quality and even substandard spiritual herbs upon maturation. Understanding the trends of the land's spiritual veins is an essential skill that novice spiritual plant masters must master. Although Jiang Mo had not consciously studied this, having spent over 300 years at the Jingzhe Immortal Sect, he was already well acquainted with everything about the place. Junior brother, do you have an unspoken concern? Noticing Jiang Mo's prolonged silence, Su Yunzi's expression grew somewhat peculiar, prompting him to inquire again. Oh no. As for the reward, junior brother wishes to request senior brother's assistance in refining some qi condensation pills. Qi condensation pills? Certainly. Upon hearing Jiang Mo's response, Su Yunzi exhaled in relief. He then picked up 3 porcelain vials from the stall and handed them to Jiang Mo. Although he could not vouch for the others, he was confident that the qi condensing pills he had crafted were unlikely to be inferior to those distributed by the Academy. Jiang Mo glanced at the quality, which was indeed not subpar, yet it was merely adequate. He refrained from speaking immediately, continuing to feign scrutiny of the qi condensing pills. Su Yunzi, however, was the first to break the silence. I plan to refine 3 batches of solidifying yuan pills as a preliminary test, which will require 3 sets of medicinal materials. To ensure you do not suffer a loss, let us do this. I will exchange 5 batches of seeds from the Academy for you to cultivate, once they mature. For every set of medicinal materials that meets the required quality, I shall grant you a qi condensing pill. How does that sound? The pills are commendable, and your skills are indeed remarkable, senior brother. Jiang Mo feigned admiration. Upon seeing the proud smile on Su Yunzi's face, he posed a question. Should all the spiritual herbs thrive and yield 5 sets, what do you think we should do then, senior brother? Su Yunzi was taken aback. This younger disciple, though not of considerable age, certainly possessed an audacious spirit. Cultivating low-grade spiritual herbs was not as straightforward as it seemed, especially since Jiang Mo was merely at the first layer of qi refinement. Su Yunzi hoped he was not a dreamer with lofty ambitions. I only require 3 sets. Any excess medicinal materials can be submitted to the Academy by you to accumulate credits. Can we continue to exchange for qi condensing pills? Jiang Mo suggested once more. Su Yunzi was astonished. Credits held extensive utility and were crucial for future intersect privileges. Trading for a few mediocre qi condensing pills hardly seemed worthwhile. Is this truly necessary? Su Yunzi could not fathom Jiang Mo's urgent eagerness, but chose not to probe further, quickly acquiescing to his proposal. The inferior spiritual herbs at the Academy are exceedingly costly. A single dragon fruit requires the submission of at least 3 condensation pills, not to mention the equally pricey auxiliary medicines. Given the opportunity to save such substantial costs, there is little reason to decline. Although he harbored no grand expectations, once matters were settled, Jiang Mo returned to his cave abode with 5 bags of spiritual herb seeds. Without delay, he devoted half a day to the initial planting. In the ensuing days, he immersed himself in rigorous cultivation. The passage of time during his training was swift. For months had elapsed since his arrival at the Jingzhe Immortal Sect. In the mundane world, for months could witness countless events and new experiences. Yet the life of a cultivator remained unchanging. Novice cultivators may find this monotony disconcerting, but over time, their hearts would find tranquility. Jiang Mo successfully returned to a state of serene clarity, having not encountered the ephemeral pink figure in his mind for quite some time, and he seldom contemplated his rebirth. The sole anticipation he harbored was to acquire 5 quality condensation pills from Su Yunzi in 2 months, complemented by 3 distributed by the sect. This would be sufficient for him to break through to the second layer of qi refinement in a short span. Yet, it still felt insufficiently swift. Meng Chuan shared a similar sentiment. Despite having consumed 6 condensation pills over the past 4 months, bringing her cultivation close to the second layer of qi refinement, She hoped to achieve a breakthrough within 5 months. Still, it felt too slow. Her plan was to reach the 6th layer of chi refinement within 5 years, allowing her a chance to see her loved ones one last time. Achieving a breakthrough in a year per layer was simply inadequate. In the span of 9 months, achieving a breakthrough has instilled a glimmer of hope. However, as one progresses further, the passage of time seems to stretch interminably. It is imperative to seize the present moment to secure additional time. Meng Charan gazed at the 2 remaining chi condensation pills in her hand. Her smile tinged with a profound bitterness. Acquiring these medicinal resources was a simple endeavor for her. All that was required was to replicate a few visualization diagrams and submit them to the Academy, subsequently exchanging the amassed credits for the chi condensation pills. The replication of a late-stage chi refinement visualization diagram could be accomplished in the span of a tea session, thus posing no hindrance to her cultivation. This capability was attributed to her experiences in a previous life. Besides her identity as a peak golden core cultivator, Meng Charan was also a skilled spirit painter adept at creating high-quality visualization diagrams. These diagrams serve as crucial resources for cultivators, aiding them in comprehending the essence of the Tao, solidifying their primordial spirits, and enhancing their chances of breakthroughs. Presently, Meng Charan lacked the ability to craft high-quality diagrams, but her replication skills remained unparalleled, often resulting in diagrams of exceptional quality that yielded copious credits. Remarkably, during her first submission to the Academy, the caliber of her work incited considerable excitement, prompting her to deliberately lower the quality in subsequent submissions. From a young age, Meng Charan harbored a profound interest in painting, transforming the attic of her home into a personal studio. However, upon embarking on her cultivation journey, she set aside this passion. It was only when Jiang Mo became engrossed in the pursuit of the Tao, leading to a rift in their marital relationship, that she found herself increasingly disenchanted with her cultivation, prompting her to rediscover her erstwhile hobby. Little did she anticipate that this serendipitous return to her passion would prove to be a tremendous asset in her current endeavors. Regrettably, any external force has its limitations. For instance, excessive consumption of elixirs over a short period can lead to the accumulation of impurities within the body, ultimately obstructing the meridians. Continuing to ingest such elixirs not only yields minimal results, but also places undue strain on the meridians, consequently hindering the pace of cultivation. Within a mere 4 months, 6 vitality condensing pills have been ingested, approaching the threshold of what the meridians can endure. Further consumption will only result in diminishing efficacy. These pills, procured from the Academy, are of exceptional quality. Had they been concocted by ordinary practitioners, the meridians would likely have succumbed after no more than 5. Thus, Meng Charan must seek alternative methods. Among the 8 arts of immortal cultivation, each possesses its unique strengths, while all contribute positively to one's practice. It is the art of alchemy that offers the most straightforward and direct enhancement of cultivation. Painting and music primarily engage the primordial spirit and the nuances of perception. Forging and talismans do not inherently benefit the cultivation process and require no further elaboration. Formation techniques stand as the pinnacle of the 8 arts of immortal cultivation, encompassing a vast array of knowledge. It seems the only viable approach is to delve into this realm. Establishing a small spirit gathering formation within her cultivation cave should pose no issue. Though Meng Charan has devised a plan, she hesitates. She is not particularly fond of stepping into the limelight. This is not solely due to her disposition, but also a concern that her appearance may attract unwarranted attention. It is not that she harbors a narcissistic belief in being a femme fatale, but rather that her visage has indeed brought about much trouble. In her previous life, even marriage could not shield her from such issues, let alone now. Previously, Jiang Mo discreetly managed her troubles. Now, as she remains weak, she must strive to avoid such predicaments. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from venturing outside. In the realm of immortal cultivation, female practitioners who are not sufficiently powerful and possess even a modicum of beauty are most susceptible to the designs of those with ill intentions. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences, even within the sects that prioritize stability and order. Meng Charan vividly recalls the time shortly after she and Jiang Mo had just formed their golden core and were about to assume the esteemed position of elders. At that moment, they encountered a formidable mid-golden core cultivator who relentlessly troubled them, even resorting to verbal humiliation on multiple occasions. The root of his disdain lay in Meng Charen's refusal to engage in dual cultivation with him, as she chose instead to bond with Jiang Mo as her Dao partner, leaving him embittered. Unbeknownst to Meng Charen, Jiang Mo boldly volunteered to confront this adversary, signing a perilous contract that disregarded the consequences of life and death. He, a nascent golden core cultivator, challenged a mid-golden core formation master. No one held any faith in Jiang Mo's chances. Ultimately, however, he poured every ounce of his strength into the battle, emerging victorious but returning on the brink of exhaustion, his body shattered and blood nearly drained. He narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Though Jiang Mo uttered no complaints, Meng Charen understood that this encounter had likely damaged his foundational strength, which became the source of her deep-seated guilt. Consequently, the couple vowed to face any future confrontations together, irrespective of the level of cultivation involved. This incident loomed over Meng Charen's heart like an unyielding shadow, and she could never forget Jiang Mo's poignant words. Describing the torment of witnessing his wife being humiliated repeatedly while he, as her husband, restrained his fury, an act she likened to that of a turtle. The thought of not retaliating against such indignities was incomprehensible. Now, having lost the one who would stand resolutely against her adversaries, she felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. In the realm of painting, where female cultivators predominated, there seemed to be no issue. However, in the study of formations, Meng Charen harbored a persistent disdain for those who practiced it. Had it not been for dire necessity, she would have preferred to avoid this path altogether. The following day dawned. Meng Charen concealed her appearance, begrudgingly making her way to the Hall of Array Studies, prepared to exchange for a spirit-gathering array disc. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hall, she spotted a familiar face, the son of the county magistrate, Han Sun, who was now likely serving as a menial worker in the array hall. Meng Charen had no intention of engaging with him and proceeded directly into the hall, where she encountered a frail old man. This individual was the steward of the array hall. As Meng Charen was about to respectfully greet him, the emaciated steward glanced over and jested, "You conceal yourself so thoroughly. Does it not instead draw attention? Forgive me, esteemed steward. I am but an unremarkable disciple." Meng Charen replied with a respectful bow, intending to brush off the remark. To her surprise, the frail steward hastily waved his hand to interrupt her. "No need for such formalities. I have seen you before, young lady, the one who recently sketched a low-grade visualization diagram, correct? I hear you possess true fire and with spiritual roots. Quite impressive." Chapter 16. Someone in my heart. Meng Charen thought the pleasantries had concluded and was about to express her intent when suddenly a wave of profound spiritual energy swept past her ear. The veil that obscured her face fell away, revealing her captivating youthful visage. The steward's laughter resonated, evidently pleased. "Now this is more like it. What reason does a disciple of the celestial sect have to hide behind a veil? Surely, there are no ill-intentioned individuals within the academy." Meng Charen lowered her head in silence, feeling quite displeased. It was audacious for a mere disciple to unceremoniously remove the veil of a female cultivator. Even a steward of the celestial sect, regardless of their status as a mentor or elder, should not exhibit such a lack of decorum. Regrettably, she, currently possessing only the first layer of chi refinement, lacked the strength to confront anyone directly. Instead, she merely bit her lip, redonned her veil, and coldly stated, "The disciple requires a spirit-gathering array plate and has come to exchange for one." The gaunt steward, unfazed, coughed a few times before leisurely producing a spirit-gathering array plate. However, he did not immediately hand it to Meng Charen. Instead, he summoned a youth standing behind her. "Sir," the youth respectfully bowed to the steward. The outer sect stewards would often take a favored disciple under their wing as a nominal apprentice, conferring formal mentorship only upon their ascension to the inner sect. Nominal apprentices referred to the steward as Sir, even after advancing to the inner sect. Many cultivators lack direct lineage in their mentorship, thus elevating the status of these nominal apprentices above that of ordinary disciples, granting them certain privileges. The gaunt steward handed the array plate to the youth, instructing, "Please accompany this junior sister to her cave abode and assist her in perfecting the arrangement of this spirit-gathering array." The youth accepted the plate, casting a glance at Meng Charen before eagerly agreeing to the steward's request. The steward then turned to Meng Charen, a smile gracing his face as he stroked his beard and explained, "This senior brother of yours is named Song Xinghua. He possesses some talent in array formations and has studied under me for a few years. The array plate you take back will require arrangement and activation. So let Xinghua accompany you." Meng Charan quickly discerned the steward's ulterior motives in this forced matchmaking. Such behavior hardly exemplified the virtues of a mentor, further solidifying her negative perception of array masters. The youth named Song Xinghuai approached her, his expression betraying an insincere flattery. "May I inquire, junior sister, what is your esteemed name?" Meng Charan found the individual exceedingly distasteful and had no desire to engage, her countenance betraying her displeasure as she seized the spirit-gathering array plate, subsequently bidding farewell to the gaunt steward. Activating the array was a trivial matter, one that did not require the steward's concern. She took her leave. "Very well, it shall be as you wish." The emaciated steward, seemingly unfazed and still wearing a congenial expression, appeared oblivious to any sense of awkwardness. As Meng Charan turned to depart, Song Xinghuai gazed at the girl's retreating figure, his eyes gradually losing their flattery, leaving only a chilling coldness behind. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, and after arranging the spirit-gathering array, the sky began to darken. She seated herself in her cultivation space, savoring the rich spiritual energy within the cave, her tense nerves finally beginning to relax. Reflecting on the day's encounters, she realized that she did not particularly regard the steward of the formation studies. Those who came to serve as stewards in the Outer Sect Academy were typically individuals with little hope of advancing to the Golden Core stage, mostly elderly men and women adhering to a hedonistic lifestyle. These individuals often maintained a facade of optimism, evading the harsh reality of their impending fate. Their conduct was frequently criticized, yet their thoughts were relatively straightforward, lacking in convoluted schemes. In terms of mentality, they were not dissimilar to the elderly neighbors found in the mortal realm. Conversely, Song Xinghuai posed a significant headache for Meng Charan. The obsequiousness displayed on his face was all too familiar to her. She had encountered it countless times over the past 3 centuries, often stemming from base desires. Men dominated by their lower instincts were undeniably troublesome and perilous. Thus, it was imperative to take precautions and devise countermeasures in advance. Just as she pondered her strategies, a faint commotion arose outside the cave, instantly heightening Meng Charan's vigilance to its utmost. After a while, a voice called out from outside. "Meng, Miss Meng, are you at home?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Meng Charan guessed who it was and felt relieved, yet she remained cautious as she stepped out of her abode. There, waiting at the entrance, stood a young man. It was none other than Han Sun, whom she had encountered earlier in the day within the formation. Are you looking for me?" Meng Charan inquired, maintaining an air of aloofness. Han Sun's face flushed crimson, seemingly embarrassed to meet the gaze of the girl before him. In a voice filled with uncertainty, he said, I have come to warn you, Miss Meng, that there may be individuals plotting to harm you in the near future. Please be extremely cautious." This revelation genuinely startled Meng Charan. Initially, she had speculated that Han Sun might be a spy sent by Song Xinghuai, but it turned out he was motivated by personal concern for her safety. "Are you referring to Song Xinghuai?" Meng Charan directly addressed the matter, leaving Han Sun momentarily at a loss for words. "Why did you take it upon yourself to warn me? Are you not aware that this action could place you in peril?" Meng Charan chuckled lightly, her tone teasing. Han Sun, now even more unsure of how to respond, stammered for a long time without managing to articulate a complete sentence. His flushed cheeks seemed to rival the evening glow. Finding the boy's reaction amusing, Meng Charan felt as if she were a grandmother observing a child learning to speak. Feeling a surge of embarrassment, Han Sun mustered the courage to speak. After all, fellow townsfolk. Moreover, my father always teaches me to be kind to others and to govern with benevolence. Do you have feelings for me?" Meng Charan bluntly pointed out the young man's hidden sentiments. Han Sun immediately ceased his pursuits. "Please wait here for a moment," he said. Meng Charan chuckled softly. Deciding not to continue teasing the young man, she promptly turned and returned to her cave, retrieving an art book and tossing it into Han Sun's hands. "Is this a gift of an art book?" Han Sun mused, his mind drifting with possibilities. "Don't get carried away. My heart belongs to someone else," Meng Charan stated emphatically, not allowing the youth any opportunity to wallow in disappointment. She proceeded to clarify, "This book contains a complete cultivation technique for the Qi refinement stage. Do not inquire about its origins. It has nothing to do with the Jingzha immortal sect." Han Sun immediately opened the book and began to peruse its contents. Indeed, it contained a remarkably comprehensive technique, appearing to be of far superior quality compared to the basic cultivation methods employed by the sect's menial workers. Though he refrained from questioning further, doubts inevitably crept into his mind. The young woman before him had previously been an ordinary mortal. How had she come to acquire knowledge of cultivation techniques prior to joining the Jingzha immortal sect? He leaned towards the notion that Ming Churen had surreptitiously copied a superior technique from the Jingzha immortal sect and presented it to him. Such actions were strictly forbidden by the sect. One could be expelled for such transgressions. Han Sun carefully stored the art book away, feeling an overwhelming weight of responsibility. Ming Churen, perceiving the turmoil within the youth's heart, found it amusing yet remained unconcerned. The technique bore no relation to the Jingzha immortal sect. It was merely a piece she had randomly selected from her memories accumulated over 3 centuries. She then adopted a tone befitting an elder and advised, "Tomorrow morning, you should apply to the academy for a transfer. Any subsidiary of the immortal sect will do. In any case, do not remain in the academy." Chapter 17. A half cup of tea and weeds. Han Sun was aware of the academy's regulations, yet typically, assignments were reserved for those who had erred, serving as a form of punishment for the menial workers. To toil in the subordinate enterprises differed vastly from assisting at the academy. The latter afforded one the opportunity to engage with numerous esteemed practitioners. Meng Churen understood this distinction all too well. Do you believe that Song Xinghuai would be unable to discover your visit here to provide intelligence? He possesses ample means to deal with a mere servant. Your sole recourse now is to depart from the academy. The cultivation technique I provided should be considered my compensation to you. I wish not to owe you anything. Whether in your current state or in the future, you remain too feeble. I dare say your pseudo-spiritual root is akin to a curse bestowed upon you by the heavens, rendering it more advantageous to linger in the mortal realm and enjoy a life of prosperity. Having arrived, there is no path of retreat. Thus, you must devise every means to safeguard yourself, exerting every effort to survive, without harboring desires for anything beyond that. Meng Churen deliberately articulated her words with gravity. Firstly, she wished to dissuade Han Sun from nurturing any lingering affections. Secondly, perhaps it served as a form of guidance for him. I shall certainly remember the teachings of my friend. Han Sun turned away, his expression somber. The night enveloped the earth like a tidal wave, submerging the youth's aspirations for the future. The following day, Meng Churen, armed with her freshly completed visualization sketch, proceeded to the painting department to pay a visit to the steward. The steward of the painting hall was an elderly woman, her face etched with wrinkles. Upon recognizing Meng Churen's presence, the old woman was overcome with joy, even setting aside her dignity to greet her. "Ah, Churen, are you here to submit another painting today?" Meng Churen calmly retrieved the visualization image. Indeed, this floating mountain abode is intended for the stewardess review. The authentic piece is a treasured visualization artwork collected by the Jingzha immortal sect. Lesser painters may replicate it, producing imitations that possess a hint of the original spirit, thereby offering it for ordinary cultivators to appreciate or for direct sale. The old woman solemnly took the painting, covered it with a cloth, and began her appraisal. Upon merely a glance, her murky pupils immediately constricted, and the myriad wrinkles on her face trembled with astonishment. "Is this truly your creation?" Meng Churen remained composed, nodding in affirmation. She found nothing extraordinary about it, having merely invested a bit more than half a tea's time. However, this revelation left the old woman in shock. At just 14 years of age, and at the first layer of qi refining, she had managed to replicate a work comparable to a medium-grade floating mountain abode. Such talent, within the entire Jingzha immortal sect, was indeed extraordinary. The old woman cautiously stored the painting and then turned to Meng Churen, earnestly advising, "Churen, have you considered my previous suggestion about learning painting from me? I have great faith in your potential. If you study with me for a few years, once you ascend to the inner sect, I shall take you to the White Dew Peak." The White Dew Peak is one of the 12 peaks of Jingzha. Meng Churen understood well that a direct recommendation from an outer sect steward to the inner sect carries significant weight, yet she had come today for another matter. "I believe your stewards are not particularly adept at teaching, hence I am disinclined to learn from you." Meng Churen feigned an expression of profound grievance, murmuring with a hint of resentment. The elderly woman, upon seeing the tearful young girl, felt her heart shatter into pieces. It was evident to her that some inconsiderate steward must have left this child with a negative impression. "Churen, has some blind fool been bullying you? Tell grandmother, and I shall advocate for you." Meng Churen bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears, responding with a heart-wrenching quaver, "No one has bullied me. It's just that I lack understanding and cannot appreciate the steward's earnest intentions." Sob. Despite receiving an unjust treatment, she still considered the feelings of others. How considerate this child is. Churin, you must simply disclose who has wronged you. Grandmother will undoubtedly seek justice for you. Subsequently, Meng Churin elaborated on the events that transpired in the formation hall the previous day, embellishing the tale with fervor. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Jiang Mo opened his eyes within his cave abode, concluding his arduous cultivation for the day. Today marked the date he had arranged with Su Yunjia to return the materials for the creation of the solid essence pill, along with the energy consolidating pills distributed by the sect. The batch of medicinal herbs, including the low-grade spiritual herb, dragon fruit, had thrived remarkably, yielding sufficient harvest to exchange for 5 energy consolidating pills, which should not pose a challenge. Following the information left by Su Yunjia, Jiang Mo swiftly located his cave. Su Yunjia's dwelling was imbued with a sense of life, albeit marked by disarray and congestion, reflecting his own unkempt nature. To his surprise, he was greeted by a loud explosion. Without a moment to spare for pleasantries, Jiang Mo rushed into the cave in a panic, fearing that Su Yunjia might be in peril. If anything were to befall him, Jiang Mo's hopes for the energy consolidating pills would be dashed. Upon breaching the cave, a sight unfolded before Jiang Mo, a cauldron billowing thick black smoke and a certain individual, caked in dust and grime. Fortunately, the person was alive. Jiang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, what has happened?" he greeted, casually offering a cloth. Su Yunjia accepted the cloth and wiped his face, revealing a countenance marked by dejection, accompanied by a continuous stream of sighs. Ultimately, unable to conceal his disappointment, he opened his palm to reveal his failed product. Jiang Mo glanced at the pill in his hand. It did not appear to be a mere waste lacking medicinal properties. Rather, it was imbued with rich spiritual energy, resembling a well-crafted qi condensation pill. Sighing deeply, Su Yunjia elucidated, "You may not be aware, junior brother, but despite its seemingly flawless appearance, this pill is indeed a failure. I have been endeavoring to refine the qi condensation pill, attempting to eliminate excess impurities and enhance its efficacy. Alas, I have yet to succeed. And this pill is one of my missteps. While it possesses medicinal properties far beyond the ordinary qi condensation pill, consuming it would only accelerate the accumulation of impurities." Goodness, what a talent! Jiang Mo thought upon hearing the explanation. No matter how one viewed it, the qi condensation pill was a formulation developed by foundational stage alchemists, refined over generations. Logically, it should have left little room for further research. Yet, Su Yunjia, merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, had the audacity to attempt to improve upon the qi condensation pill and had indeed discerned a pathway. Whether he could ultimately succeed remained a different matter. Jiang Mo, lacking knowledge in alchemy, chose not to delve further into this topic and instead produced the medicinal materials. As agreed, I shall return these materials to you today, brother. Please take the time to inventory them. Su Yunjia gazed at the vibrant stacks of fragrant spiritual herbs laid before him, and felt his earlier sense of defeat dissipate like mist. "Did you truly grow these?" he inquired, astonished. Jiang Mo calmly nodded, finding nothing extraordinary in it. To him, they were mere weeds. It was only natural for Su Yunjia to be astonished. At just 14 years old, having reached the first layer of qi refining, he had indeed cultivated some quite commendable low-grade spiritual herbs. Such talent, within the entire Outer Sect Academy, was likely unparalleled. Chapter 18. A Family of Talents. Junior brother. Encountering you has been the most fortunate event of my years, Su Yunjia exclaimed. With these herbs, I feel a newfound confidence in concocting the solidifying essence pill. He clapped Jiang Mo on the shoulder in praise. You flatter me, senior brother. Oh, not at all. Su Yunjia waved his hand dismissively, immediately beginning to sort and allocate the herbs while continuing their conversation. I assure you, this is no mere flattery. I dare say that if the elders of the herb hall were to learn of your innate talent with plants, they would undoubtedly beseech you to become their disciple. Even Jiang Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment at such direct praise. After all, he possessed no extraordinary talent. His achievements were the result of hard work and perseverance, albeit the labor of a previous life. Su Yunjia, undeterred by Jiang Mo's discomfort, pressed on. Speaking of elders taking on disciples, I am reminded of an amusing incident that occurred over a month ago. Would you like to hear about it, junior brother? With nothing pressing to attend to, if my senior brother is inclined to share, I would be delighted to listen. It's always good to have more topics to discuss in our leisure. The matter initially began when the deacon of the painting hall accepted a named disciple, rumored to possess an extraordinary talent. At a tender age, she remarkably managed to replicate a work akin to a mid-grade piece titled Floating Mountain Abode. Jiang Mo's expression momentarily turned peculiar. The terms painting spirit and extraordinary talent conjured a familiar pink silhouette in his mind. Reflecting on the past, Meng Charan only began attempting to create visualization paintings after reaching the late stage of golden core, yet in merely a few decades, she was able to independently produce high-quality visualization works. Truly, she was a prodigious talent. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Mo felt an uncanny sense of deja vu. Might my senior brother know the name of this disciple? Su Yunjia pondered for a moment and uncertainly replied, she should be a female disciple with the surname Meng, of the same age as our junior brother. As expected. Jiang Mo felt somewhat speechless, surprised to hear news of her in such a manner. Would you care to continue, senior brother? Instantly, Su Yunjia became animated, as if the tale he was about to share was the most intriguing part. Remarkably, the day after accepting the disciple, the deacon of the painting hall stormed into the array hall, furious, and publicly humiliated the deacon of the array hall. The latter, known for his mischievous nature, could hardly endure such treatment, leading to a fierce altercation between them, the scene resembling a life-and-death struggle. It was only when the chief deacon intervened that the farce was finally quelled. Jiang Mo found this quite curious. He had heard that the eccentricity of the elderly in the outer sect was notorious. When it came to fighting, they seemed utterly reckless, leaving one to wonder what deep-seated grievances could have sparked such animosity. My esteemed senior, your narration is so vivid that it seems you have witnessed it firsthand. Not at all. These tales are merely recounted by my grandfather. And your grandfather is? The steward of the pill hall. He was present at the scene, setting out several plates of peanuts and melon seeds, and sat there throughout the entire performance. Jiang Mo gasped in astonishment. This family is truly remarkable. And what transpired next? Did it all come to nothing? How could that be? With the chief steward present, it was inevitable that he would seek to uncover the truth behind the matter. At this moment, Su Yunjia had completed the distribution of the medicinal herbs, successfully portioning out 5 shares and placed the 5 pre-prepared qi condensation pills beside Jiang Mo. Clearly, the previous discussion was far from over. The steward of the painting hall was advocating for the newly accepted disciples, accusing the steward of the formation hall of elder misconduct, brazenly bullying outstanding disciples and tarnishing the reputation of the sect. Such an accusation is indeed grave. The steward of the formation hall could not agree to this, explaining that he merely intended to assist the disciple in removing her veil, wishing to convey that in the immortal realm, there is no need for concealment. One should be open-hearted. Yet, the elder of the painting hall persisted, continuing to accuse the other of abusing his position to meddle in and facilitate the lifelong affairs of the disciples. At this point, the elder of the formation hall found himself at a loss for words, admitting that he had indeed acquiesced to the persistent pleas of his disciple, Song Xinghuai, to help find a partner for her, though unfortunately he had yet to succeed. Song Xinghuai. Jiang Mo mused over this name, suspecting that the entirety of the matter was likely intertwined with this individual. As Song Xinghuai was brought to light, the truth began to surface. It turns out that Song Xinghuai had been using the guise of the array hall steward to intimidate others, causing irreparable harm to several junior sisters during this time. How was this situation ultimately addressed? Song Xinghuai was penalized with a permanent cessation of resources for cultivation and the revocation of his qualification for promotion to the inner sect, until he earns the forgiveness of those junior sisters he had wronged. The steward of the array hall was also punished with 3 years of service. Jiang Mo nodded discreetly, affirming the disciplinary measures of the sect. The sect has always acted with a sense of moderation, typically refraining from expelling disciples outright, as such actions would tarnish its reputation in the world. However, outer sect disciples may apply for departure. The current suspension of resource allocation, coupled with the cancellation of promotion eligibility, effectively severed Song Xinghuai's path of advancement within the Jingzhi Xianzong. He was left with 2 options: to endure his torment or to voluntarily leave the sect. Clearly, neither choice offered him any solace. The sect does not absolve those who have caused misfortune to the victims, and should the victims ever seek vengeance, the sect would likely not oppose them, even if someone were murdered within the academy. A warm smile adorned Jiang Mo's face as he deliberately retrieved 2 of the 5 qi condensation pills and returned them to Su Yunjia. Junior brother, what is your intention? Su Yunjia inquired, puzzled. There are certain matters for which I seek your assistance, senior brother. Do share, junior brother. If it is merely a small favor, there is no need to return the chi condensation pills to me. A successful and pleasant transaction would swiftly enhance their mutual familiarity, allowing the two to comfortably refer to each other as brothers. Firstly, I wish to request my senior brother to accompany me to the formation hall to exchange for a spirit gathering disc. Secondly, I am somewhat audaciously asking my senior brother to bestow upon my junior brother the previous useless elixir. Su Yunjia, upon hearing this, regarded Jiang Mo with a curious gaze, unable to discern much from the smiling countenance before him. It must be noted that the additional remuneration of 2 medicinal herbs would suffice to acquire a spirit gathering disc. However, I wonder what reason my junior brother has for this useless elixir? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Mo finally spoke. This shall remain confidential for now. Yet I believe my senior brother will be able to surmise a few details once we visit the formation hall together. In any case, it has no bearing on my senior brother. Upon hearing this explanation, and considering the previous topic of discussion, Su Yunjia began to grasp the underlying hints and thus nodded in agreement. Without further ado, the two swiftly made their way to the formation hall. After obtaining the spirit gathering disc, Jiang Mo arranged for the next batch of spiritual herbs with Su Yunjia before allowing him to depart. Subsequently, Jiang Mo sought out the steward of the formation hall once more. Might you be aware of the whereabouts of brother Song Xinghuai? The steward, a gaunt old man, wore a face marred with resentment. He could hardly count how many individuals had inquired about Song Xinghuai's whereabouts over the past month. The outer sect harbored immense disdain for this individual, and his reputation was utterly tarnished. Song Xinghuai is indeed a scourge. What a profound enmity this must be. It is likely he is still sequestered in his cave dwelling. If one wishes to find this scourge, they should hasten, for I fear that if he endures further punishment, he may forcibly retreat into seclusion. Thank you, esteemed elder. Jiang Mo maintained a warm smile as he exited the formation hall. In recent days, it is likely that the news has already spread. Surely, there will be many indignant individuals, as well as outer disciples seeking some amusement in their monotonous cultivation lives, who will deliberately seek out confrontation to take pleasure in the misfortunes of others. Unfounded killings, of course, are out of the question. However, inflicting a black eye or even rendering someone incapacitated is something this group might very well do. After all, the opportunity to vent their frustrations without consequence is too tempting to resist, especially in such a dreary existence as theirs. Thus, even though Song Xinghuai has chosen to remain in the outer sect, he is merely subjecting himself to further torment. Jiang Mo, having gleaned information from the array hall steward, swiftly located the abode of Song Xinghuai. He wondered if his senior brother was present in his cave dwelling. Junior disciple has a matter to discuss. May I request a meeting with senior brother? Jiang Mo inquired with a tone that was quite ordinary. To his surprise, the response that came back was exceedingly irate. Damn it! Have you all conspired to annoy me with this nonsense? If you want to fight, then let us just get on with it. Why all this chatter? Song Xinghuai limped out, his visage marred and devoid of any semblance of his former composure. If you want to strike, then do so swiftly. Once it's over, I shall retreat to my seclusion. Can't I at least avoid trouble if I cannot confront it? He exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Oh, how bold of you to approach me at the first level of chi refinement. The psychological impact is quite heavy. Jiang Mo, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, thought to himself that everything had been planned out for him. What brings you to speak thus, brother Song? I have heard that you are a distinguished disciple of the array hall steward. I have come today, albeit presumptuously, with an urgent matter that I hope you might assist me with. Song Xinghuai, taken aback by the inquiry, was left somewhat perplexed. Did this naive youth truly remain unaware of the embarrassing tales that circulated? Or was there some underlying scheme at play? What do I have to fear from a mere first layer of chi refinement? Pray tell, how may I assist? My junior brother has recently acquired a spirit gathering array disc from the formation hall and seeks brother Song's assistance in its arrangement. Should brother Song be willing, he shall receive a generous reward upon successful completion. Upon hearing this, Song Xinghuai fell into deep contemplation. The request seemed reasonable, after all. It resembled the situation of a junior seeking help after having heard of some misadventures. Now, with the celestial sect having severed the supply of resources, if the request is genuine, a reward could be reaped. Even if it turns out to be a trap, it would merely result in a change of venue for a beating. Ultimately, it cannot come to the senseless act of murder without just cause. Why not pay a visit? Very well, Lead the way, junior brother. As anticipated, Song Xinghuai acquiesced to the request. Jiang Mo guided him back to the cave dwelling, and under Song Xinghuai's instruction, they successfully completed the arrangement of the spirit gathering array. In the end, they exchanged the special qi condensing pill as a reward for Song Xinghuai. With a heart full of joy, he returned home. Jiang Mo watched the figure depart, and the smile on his face faded, leaving only a gaze akin to that of one observing a corpse. He strolled back to the cave at a leisurely pace, seemingly muttering to himself. A third layer qi refinement can contend with a fourth layer without much issue. A second layer barely suffices. Everything Jiang Mo orchestrated was merely an effort to discreetly pass that special qi condensing pill. This pill was, in fact, a failed product of Su Yunjia's refined formula. According to Su Yunjia, although this pill possesses profound medicinal properties, its consumption would lead to the obstruction of meridians. Do not speak of enhancing one's cultivation. It requires at least 3 months to clear the obstructions, and only upon restoring to its original state can one practice normally. During these 3 months, it is sufficient for Jiang Mo to advance to the second layer of qi refinement. In due time, a month swiftly passed. As the end of the month approached, Jiang Mo deliberately took the opportunity to visit Su Yunjia's cave dwelling to retrieve the promised herbal seeds. Once again, he collected 5 portions of the medicinal materials needed for refining the solid yuan pill. During this period, Jiang Mo also inquired and learned that Su Yunjia had attempted to refine the solid yuan pill 3 times over the past 5 months. Although he had not succeeded even once, he confidently assured that with 1 or 2 more attempts, success was likely. This revelation genuinely astonished Jiang Mo. The solid yuan pill is classified in ranks. Though it is merely of the lower grade, it is considered a top-tier pill during the qi refinement stage. Meng Chuan was regarded as an extraordinary talent for crafting a lower-grade visualization diagram at the first layer of qi refinement. Su Yunjia, achieving lower-grade pills at the mid-stage of qi refinement, is likely unmatched within the entire sect. Jiang Mo felt a pang of frustration. Why is it that everyone else is a genius, while I am not? Gathering his thoughts, he returned to his cave dwelling and spent half a day planting the spiritual herb seeds into the soil. Jiang Mo once again entered seclusion for rigorous training. As winter faded and spring arrived, Jiang Mo had unknowingly spent nearly a year in the Jingjia mortal sect, growing a year older in the process. With his eyes now open during his seclusion, he realized he had reached the second layer of qi refinement. This day coincidentally marked the arrival of Jingjia. In the outer sect's steward hall, the old steward was idly perusing through the academy's miscellaneous affairs. Chief steward, chief steward. At that moment, a hurried auxiliary disciple rushed into the hall. Speak of your business, the old man lazily commanded. A death-defying challenge letter. The servant appeared visibly flustered, struggling to articulate his words. Typically, such letters of challenge are a formal means employed by external sect academies to resolve personal grievances, necessitating approval from the External Affairs Hall. Yet, even in the case of a challenge letter, it generally remains within reasonable bounds, rarely escalating to a life or death scenario. Such an extreme challenge letter is indeed a rarity, and it is no wonder the servant was left in a state of shock. Oh, such a matter, bring it forth for me to examine. The elder seemed to take an interest. Upon presenting the challenge letter, he merely glanced at it and immediately erupted in fury, exclaiming, "A 4th-layer qi refiner seeking a life-and-death duel with a 2nd-layer qi refiner? This is sheer nonsense. Esteemed steward, might you examine it more closely?" The trembling servant timidly suggested. "Oh, I have it upside down. Damn it. A 2nd-layer qi refiner challenging a 4th-layer qi refiner to a life-and-death duel. Is this not also absurd?" The servant shivered even more violently, too intimidated to speak. "Let me see which fool is so eager for demise. Jiang Mo, 2nd-layer qi refiner, has incurred a grudge with Song Xinghuai, a 4th-layer qi refiner, last winter, declaring it a fight to the death. Hence, this letter of challenge is submitted to the academy." The elder fell into a lengthy silence, recognizing both names. One was an eccentric who had inquired upon arrival if he could cohabit with his fiancée, while the other was a disciple who had faced severe punishment the previous year. This left him perplexed. Even without this letter, the latter was destined for a grim fate. Why risk his very life? What kind of enmity could provoke such recklessness? The elder, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the detailed rationale provided. He widened his eyes in astonishment. For there, inscribed with a vermilion brush, was a brief yet striking proclamation. "Insult Meng Chuan. I shall devour you whole." Chapter 20. He did not wish to be awkward within the confines of the cave-dwelling. Jiang Imo, engaged in the cultivation of his inner energy, could not suppress the twitching of his lips as the astonished visage of a certain elder vividly materialized before him. He, too, did not desire such an awkward predicament. In contemplating the rationale behind this situation, Jiang Imo had deliberated for an extensive period, even composing an 800-word essay to elucidate the circumstances and his psychological state. Yet, all of this proved futile. A life-and-death battle was destined to claim lives. When one's very existence was at stake, it was impossible for anyone to maintain composure. The Academy enforced stringent regulations in this regard. Should any of the junior sisters who had suffered at the hands of Song Xinghuai petition the Academy for a life-and-death duel, the Academy would readily acquiesce, given the circumstances allowed. But who was Jiang Imo? Without just cause, regardless of how compelling his arguments might be, the Academy would not consent to send a mere second-tier Qi cultivator to their demise. Moreover, the very act of articulating the detailed circumstances indicated a degree of calmness, which would facilitate the Academy in subsequent ideological work. Jiang Imo pondered extensively, deeming his thoughts insufficiently prudent. Thus, this led to the utterance of the current phrase. Oh, what a splendid phrase it was. It exuded vigor and enthusiasm, embodying a clarity and purity, a youthful audacity driven by a fervent passion for one's pursuits. Many jaded adults, lacking such qualities, dismissed it as mere childish folly. Jiang Imo expressed his vehement disapproval of this perspective. Ultimately, the only one privy to his words was the elder. In the outer sect steward hall, the steward inquired, "How do you propose we handle this matter?" The small servant waiting nearby timidly inquired, "Divine gold." The elderly man cursed under his breath before reluctantly responding, "What else can we do? Let's agree for now. When they begin their duel, we will send a few people to create some unforeseen incidents to halt the contest. We cannot allow this little lantern to perish in the battle. Could one not refuse? Humph, such a madman. If I were to outright deny him, who knows what trouble he might cause me? Proceed as I instructed, and remember, leave no trace." It has been proven that at times, sheer rationality is of little use. Only by behaving like a lunatic will others comply with you. Yet, who can distinctly delineate between reason and madness? Much like Jiang Imo himself, whose fundamental intent is to bring about Song Xinghuai's demise. Even though he feels assured of victory and everything is unfolding according to plan, does he truly need to kill Song Xinghuai? Throughout this entire affair, Song Xinghuai was unable to inflict any substantial harm upon Meng Chuan before being ensnared in a scheme, reduced to his current predicament. Logically, Jiang Imo need not take such unnecessary actions, yet he still wishes to proceed. This very motivation may, in itself, be a manifestation of madness. Even Jiang Imo struggles to conjure a sufficient rationale to justify his actions, which are indistinguishable from the words inscribed in the duel's challenge. Why must I do this? It is difficult to articulate. The duel's challenge must inevitably inform the parties involved. At this moment, Song Xinghuai, who is in seclusion within the cave, has also received a message from the Academy. Upon reading the details of his opponent for this life-and-death battle, his entire countenance contorted. "So it is truly you, you rascal. The design to entrap me has resulted in nearly 3 months of seclusion, during which my cultivation has seen no advancement. Now, they dare to approach me, courting death. The audacity of a mere second layer of Qi refinement is astounding. You wretched cur, I shall surely slay you." 3 days have swiftly elapsed, and today marks the day of the fateful duel agreed upon by both parties. At this moment, Jiang Imo remains within his cave dwelling, perusing through the tomes of martial arts. He is on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and finds it imperative to review the techniques of the first 3 layers to avoid any errors. He also glances at the 2 complementary techniques appended to the revitalization technique. One is a lightning technique, and the other is a healing method. Techniques that accompany top-tier martial arts are notably more intricate than basic ones. Once mastered, they can yield remarkable effects and power even during the foundation establishment stage. However, it is not so easily grasped by ordinary practitioners in the Qi refinement phase. Jiang Imo does not feel compelled to fixate on these techniques. Confident in his combat abilities, he has studied an abundance of techniques, yet many remain inaccessible due to his insufficient cultivation level. Struggling with the temporary lack of suitable techniques that would allow him to effortlessly secure victory in combat, he turns his attention to the 2 techniques from the revitalization technique appendices. Previously, during his chi refinement phase, he had been unable to master these techniques and had cast them aside after reaching the foundation establishment stage. With his current perspective, even if he could easily learn them, he must admit that these techniques are indeed exquisitely profound. In Jiang Mo's theoretical understanding, the offensive nature of the lightning technique is the most formidable at any stage. The Jingjia immortal sect excels in lightning techniques, thus ranking among the top 5 sects in combat prowess. Regrettably, Lei belongs to the wood element, while Jiang Moli's root is predominantly water, causing his performance in this thunder technique to pale in comparison to others of the same realm. However, this does not deter Jiang Yemo from intending to utilize the thunder of the revitalization technique to vanquish Song Xinghua. He strolled leisurely to the duel arena, which is situated on a high platform at the side of the Academy Square, allowing anyone in the square to behold the events unfolding above. This venue often serves as the site for external competitions. To his surprise, he found a considerable gathering of people here, a stark contrast to the usual trading bustle. Most were merely spectators waiting for the spectacle. Jiang Yemo quickly discerned suspicious figures among the crowd and realized that the Academy likely aimed to prevent the duel. Not wishing to see a second-layer Qi cultivator perish needlessly, they must have deliberately spread rumors to congregate such a large crowd, facilitating their covert interventions. Truly, this aligns perfectly with the conduct of the Celestial Sect. Ascending the high platform, Jiang Yemo discovered Song Xinghua awaiting him. The audience below recognized them, erupting into a clamor, astonished by Jiang Mo's cultivation level. Indeed, he is a second-layer Qi cultivator. How does he dare? What enmity must he harbor? Is he not valuing his life? Such inquiries proliferated among the crowd, and naturally, a few troublemakers seized the opportunity to spread malicious rumors. What you don't know is that this lad's beloved has been tarnished by Song Xinghua. Who wouldn't be enraged? If it were me, I'd be inclined to annihilate his entire family. Don't speak so rashly. I know the few victimized junior sisters, and they clearly do not recognize this junior brother. Humph, as if you know everything. You consider yourself something of significance. Hee, I must admit, I am currently pursuing those few junior sisters. It should be you taking the stage. What stage should I take? I only developed feelings for them after the incident, and it has nothing to do with Song Xinghua. Bushijman, do you understand? You know nothing. Such occurrences do not signify anything substantial, nor do they pertain to chastity. Instead, it is individuals like me who are needed to soothe the wounds in their hearts. The crowd was instantly rendered speechless. On the high platform, Jiang Yemo maintained a cold demeanor. Song Xinghua approached menacingly, his face twisted in rage. Oh, you cunning little rascal, I haven't come to settle the score with you. Yet you have the audacity to seek me out. Speak, have you decided how you wish to perish? Chapter 21, The Ultimate Output. A lethal strike. Jiang Yemo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly turning his body and pointing to his own face with a finger, derisively taunting, Ha! The desperate yelps of a defeated dog truly evoke laughter. You kill me? Come, I shall remain here unyielding. Strike me if you dare. Song Xinghua's already ghastly visage grew even more grotesque, his tightly clenched fists causing the muscles in his arms to bulge, as if the veins were pulsating. However, he refrained from acting impulsively. He had learned the ways of this man, understanding his cunning nature. Such a provocative gesture indicated that he undoubtedly had his defenses in place. Perhaps this was the very reason he dared to challenge someone at the 4th level of Qi refinement with his own mere 2nd level. The disparity of only 2 levels belied the chasm between the initial and mid-stages. The reason why those with pseudo-spiritual roots remain perpetually stagnated in the mid-stage of Qi refinement throughout their lives lies in the bottleneck between the early and mid-stages, which causes them to miss the optimal opportunity for advancement to the late stage. Song Xinghua, aware of his opponent's treacherous nature, understood that the deathmatch had undoubtedly been devised with some form of reliance. He had to proceed with utmost caution. Just as he was momentarily lost in thought, a sharp sound of slicing air reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see 8 icy blades hurtling towards his face with fierce velocity. Basic spellcraft. Ice blades. In haste, Song Xinghua sidestepped, narrowly evading the blades, which grazed his robe and drew forth a trickle of blood. His expression transformed into one of horror. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the nearly instantaneous 8 ice blades had almost pierced him. Had this individual just attempted to deceive me, aiming to strike fatally during my moment of vigilance? The instantaneous release of 8 ice blades. I could scarcely achieve such a feat. It seems this individual possesses remarkable talent in spellcraft. Perhaps this is the very leverage he seeks to challenge me. As thoughts raced through Song Xinghuai's mind, he caught sight of Jiang Mo, who was executing a hand seal with one hand, seemingly preparing to launch an offensive while he remained on high alert. In the next instant, several deep blue water swords encircled Song Xinghuai from all directions, forming a miniature sword array. A complex basic spell, the Water Sword Array. As the name implies, this spell is a composite technique composed of water sword techniques, requiring the simultaneous control of at least 4 water swords to form an array that ensnares and slays the opponent. The emergence of this sword array elicited considerable gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The intricate techniques demand an exceptionally high level of mastery over spiritual energy, typically achievable only in the late stages of chi refinement. Yet, astonishingly, this individual, at merely the second layer of chi refinement, is capable of such feats. Moreover, there are 8 water swords. 8. Indeed, Song Xinghuai finds himself encircled from all directions, with only a gap in the sky remaining. However, the ability to remain airborne during the chi refinement stage is limited. Should he attempt to evade by leaping with lightness techniques, he would become akin to a sparrow with severed wings, awaiting a fatal strike. The cultivators tasked by the Deacon Hall are equally bewildered, pondering whether they should instigate destruction. In the arena, Song Xinghuai had anticipated his opponent's move, undoubtedly preparing for it. He swiftly retrieved a formation plate, channeling his innate spiritual energy to activate it. Thick virtue bears all, earth governs the 4 directions. Formation arise. As the formation came to life, the surrounding earth energy rapidly coalesced, forming a small defensive barrier, a minor earth spirit formation. It was unexpected that Song Xinghuai would resort to a formation for defense. It should have been evident that he was once a prodigy favored by the formation hall. The gasps from the audience heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Conversely, Jiang Mo appeared relaxed and at ease, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He understood well that these techniques alone would not suffice to thoroughly defeat a mid-tier chi refiner skilled in formations. Thus, all current maneuvers serve merely as bait for the enemy. With a swift gesture, he altered the water sword formation. The 8 water swords converged into one, transforming into a colossal sword. Jiang Mo delicately pointed with his fingers, forcefully striking the great sword against the earth spirit array. The surge of spiritual energy caused a cacophony of cracking sounds, and in the next moment, a deep, resonant hum echoed as thick clouds of dust were raised. The array was shattered. A wave of astonished gasps erupted in the arena. Jiang Mo remained vigilant, aware that his opponent was about to fall into his trap. Amidst the swirling dust, a shadowy figure rapidly approached Jiang Mo, and as the dust began to settle, a blinding golden light was already aiming for Jiang Mo's neck. The foundational gold-based spell, the Golden Blade. Song Xinghuai understood that under the near-instantaneous suppression of this individual S-spell, he would find it exceedingly difficult to gain any advantage. The earlier provocation was likely a deliberate attempt to create an opportunity for subsequent magical suppression. Thus, he planned to exploit the moment when the Earth Spirit Array was breached, harnessing the cover of the spiritual dust for a decisive strike. Just as he believed he was on the verge of success, a mocking cold laugh unexpectedly rang in his ears. He then felt a bone-chilling cold rush over him, as if submerged in a river. A deep blue veil enveloped his vision, obscuring Jiang Mo from sight. The water-based spell, Prison of Water. At this moment, Jiang Mo was already 3 yards away. Upon seeing that golden light, he had swiftly unleashed his lightness technique to retreat. On his original battlefield position, he had secretly laid a spell from the very beginning, anticipating that had Song Xinghuai accepted the provocation and charged forward, the duel could have ended prematurely. Clearly, no one would fall for such a ruse easily, forcing Jiang Mo to continually suppress with his exquisite long-range spells. In a position of disadvantage, Song Xinghuai had to find a way to alter the dynamics of the battle. However, this was merely Jiang Mo's tactic to lure his opponent deeper into the fray. At this moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. The cultivators burdened with the Deacon Hall's mission were utterly bewildered, having initially intended to devise a rescue, only to witness this unexpected turn of events. The ensnared Song Xinghuai, suppressing his inner turmoil, ceaselessly attempted to decipher the. However, such an undertaking was not achievable in a fleeting moment. Insidious mongrel. Song Xinghuai glared with bloodshot eyes, uttering furious imprecations, sneering, and not forgetting to deliver sardonic taunts. Thinking you can slay me by temporarily trapping me? Humph. I dare say I can still withstand 1 or 2 low-level spells. When I break free, it shall be your demise." Jiang Mo deliberately projected an air of composure. "You." Perturbed? Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Song Xinghuai's forehead. "Mongrel, I shall see you dead. Since you've delivered your valediction, you may now fall silent. I have no intention of wasting words with you, lest I resemble a villain. Perish." There was a certain truth in Song Xinghuai's words. Relying solely on low-level spells from the qi refining stage, Jiang Mo was not entirely confident in swiftly ending him during his confinement. It was for this reason that Jiang Mo had specifically mastered that. Utmost output equates to a single, decisive blow. Jiang Mo incessantly formed intricate incantations with his hands, his lips moving to chant spells, thereby assisting the operation of the intrinsic spiritual energy within his body in accordance with the established method. Only in this manner could he communicate with the spiritual energy of necessitates compatibility with the wood's spiritual root, as Jiang Mo primarily possessed the water spiritual root. He had to rectify the established spellcasting route using the profound theories of the 5 elements mutual generation. He required a certain duration for spellcasting. Hence the design of the preceding combat strategy and trap. Chapter 22. The facade as the perception of spiritual energy deepened, the air thickened, evoking the sensation of being enveloped in a forest where the chirping of insects and the sound of seeds breaking through their shells resonated. This was the vitality of wood. The thunder of spring began to rumble, heralding the cyclical rebirth of all things. The essence of thunderous magic lay in dispelling illusions, allowing myriad spirits to reawaken. An invisible aura of intimidation coalesced around them, causing countless spectators to swallow nervously, afraid to utter a sound. Unable to comprehend the fluctuations of spiritual energy converging above the high platform. A singular thought lingered in their minds. Could a battle of this caliber truly arise from the qi refinement stage? In the outer sex elders' hall, a languid old man suddenly raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting towards the location of the contest on the high platform, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Dao rhythm? Could someone genuinely have mastered that arcane technique? On the battle platform, dark clouds loomed ominously, and within the epicenter of the spiritual pressure, Song Xinghuai was drenched in sweat. He felt as though his throat was glued shut, rendering him voiceless and too terrified to raise his gaze. The dread of impending doom threatened to snap the final thread of his composure. A blinding flash of lightning ravaged the clouds. Boom! That was the first thunderclap, symbolizing the transition of seasons and the return of spring. In that fleeting moment of awakening, the sound reverberated like thunder, and the heavenly light descended. It took the crowd a considerable time to shake off their astonishment. When they turned their eyes towards the high platform, Song Xinghuai's figure had vanished. They realized the source of this thunderous magic, a technique documented in the revitalization formula, an accompanying spell long unseen in practice, perhaps never mastered by anyone. Soon, waves of admiration arose in a chorus of voices. Amidst this cacophony of cheers, another figure on the high platform collapsed. The scheme of someone to display their talents has thus been thwarted. Jiang Mo awakened, only to find that 7 days had elapsed. The first thought upon regaining consciousness was an overwhelming desire to berate the individual responsible for creating the rejuvenation technique. Jiang Mo pondered the grave oversight that led to the classification of a technique imbued with Taoist essence into the qi refinement stage. What is Taoist essence? It is an insurmountable barrier that one in the qi refinement stage should never dare to approach. No wonder they cannot comprehend it. Even if they did, it would be futile, as releasing it would inevitably result in a backlash from the Taoist essence, leaving one incapacitated for a fortnight or more. Who would willingly endure such torment? What was most infuriating was the lack of prior warning. It was only halfway through casting the spell that the dissonance became apparent. As the essence of the cycles of all things, the changing of the seasons descended upon him. With the thunder crashing down, every ounce of energy was drained from his being, and the backlash swiftly followed. An electric arc coursed through his body, rendering him completely numb. Standing was an impossibility. He had endured such torment only to awaken now. Had Jiang Mo known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred to eliminate Song Xinghuai instead. The only reason he refrained was due to concerns over insufficient spiritual energy reserves. In retrospect, it seems that taking some risks might have been worth it. Jiang Mo wished to move, but alas, everything below his neck remained in a state of paralysis, prompting yet another long sigh. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Instinctively, Jiang Mo closed his eyes, feigning sleep. In truth, He had been aware of his surroundings for 2 days and knew that someone had been taking care of him. He was well aware of who it was. Who else could it be? Now that he was awake, why continue pretending to sleep? It seemed as though he genuinely wished to avoid seeing me. Such a pitiful tone was utterly disarming. Jiang Imo opened his eyes to gaze in that direction. Meng Charan remained as enchanting as ever, though the pink dress she wore appeared more vivid than when she had arrived. It had been a year since their last encounter. She casually perched on the edge of the bed, her expression somewhat displeased, laden with reproach. Do you take pleasure in meddling? Jiang Imo managed an awkward smile, fully aware of her insinuation. There had been no necessity for him to forcibly confront Song Xinghuai. Did your father not instruct me to ensure you were not mistreated? I merely thought to instill a lesson in him. Meng Charan, rendered speechless, retorted, do you believe I no longer require your protection? That you must emerge to play the hero and assert your presence? Am I not alleviating your concerns? Jiang Imo bristled at her words, his tone growing more severe. I simply do not wish to see you in danger. This provoked Meng Charan's ire, and her voice escalated. Jiang Imo was taken aback. He had always perceived a significant change in her. The Meng Charan he remembered was never so quick to anger. In their past interactions, she had always been obedient, caring for him with tearful eyes even when he was injured. How could she now exhibit such fierceness? Was this truly the same Meng Charan? Had the ripples of my rebirth altered her very essence? She arrived with an accusatory demeanor. After all, I am doing this for you. Did we not agree to focus solely on our paths? Why do you care so much about me, Miss Ming? The stark contrast left Jiang Imo feeling quite disoriented, prompting him to respond with a casual remark. Yet, the words Miss Ming lingered in the air, carrying an unintended weight. It felt akin to a dagger piercing the heart. I am doing all of this for you. Meng Charan exclaimed with a quivering voice, her frustration palpable. Jiang Imo gazed into her tear-filled eyes, rendered speechless. How can one simply weep at the drop of a hat? Please, do not cry. There is no real danger this time. In fact, these injuries are merely a consequence of backlash from my techniques. As Jiang Mo's tone softened, the tears in Meng Charan's eyes vanished in an instant, and she retorted with a resolute expression, this time? Are you implying there was a previous occasion? Jiang Mo's demeanor turned serious. He sensed the underlying implication in her words. Which past incident was she referencing? Did my previous secrecy about fighting with others count? This statement was equally ambiguous, particularly regarding with whom the altercation had occurred. The Jiang Imo I knew was typically composed and would not engage in conflict unless it were for my sake. During my 14 years in the mortal realm, I rarely ventured out aside from visits to your home. How could I have been bullied? At this point, Jiang Imo found it impossible to maintain his facade. Who said I must fight for you? He countered. Miss Ming, you are being somewhat self-indulgent. Continue your charade. In her heart, Meng Charan had already developed a strong inclination towards the Jiang Imo before her, the one who had faced the tribulation of heart demons alongside her. Otherwise, many matters would remain inexplicable. For instance, the spell known as the Moment of Awakening, which she had studied previously, was one she understood all too well. A cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement would never be able to master it under usual circumstances, unless they possessed an innate and profound understanding of magical arts. Indeed, Jiang Imo demonstrated remarkable talent in sorcery, having even pioneered a theory of elemental interactions in the past. Even though the attributes of his spiritual roots were difficult to adapt, he could still unleash nearly 90% of the original power of his spells through this theory. However, this was not something the 15-year-old Jiang Imo could master. Jiang Imo, if you utter another word regarding Miss Ming, I shall castrate you on the spot. Listen, does this sound like something a 15-year-old girl would say? Chapter 23, The Scarlet Attire by the Luo River. What should one call her then? Think for yourself. Jiang Imo resolved to abandon this age-old conundrum. The two fell into a silence, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Meng Charan had vented most of her pent-up frustration over the past few days. She then took out a visualization chart and several high-quality Qi condensing pills. Placing them by her pillow, Jiang Imo, unable to move, stole a glance. The drawing can remain, but please take back the pills. I have enough for myself. I had intended to give you some, but it seems you do not require them. Meng Charan said little more, reclaimed the pills, and casually inquired. Are those spiritual herbs outside grown by you? Yes. How do you find them? With virtually no planting skills, it was uncertain whether it was mere coincidence or something else. Yet the herbs thrived in the convergence of spiritual veins, which made them appear quite robust. You seem quite familiar with the flow of the spiritual veins in the celestial sect? Jiang Yimo regretted asking for her opinion, leaving him at a loss for words. In his flustered state, he could only muster a forced smile. It is easy to discern the convergence of spiritual veins. It appears that my lady is quite well versed in the dynamics of the Jingzhi spiritual veins as well. Meng Chuan initially intended to retort with a sarcastic remark, but suddenly sensed something amiss, exclaiming, "What did you just call me?" Jiang Yimo grew increasingly flustered, pondering whether he had indeed addressed her as Miss Ming moments ago. No, it was nothing. That was not, indeed not Miss Ming, yet it felt even more precarious. What was it? He called her esteemed bonne. Do you not fancy that appellation? Shall I choose another? It matters not. You may call me as you please. Meng Chuan then rose and made her way toward the entrance of the cave. Since you have regained consciousness, I see no reason to remain and tend to you further. Reflect upon that visualization diagram. It will aid in mending the damage to your primordial spirit. With that, Meng Chuan departed, appearing in high spirits. Jiang Mo's previously tumultuous heart gradually found tranquility. After a year apart, their conversation seemed to place him at a disadvantage, as her probing inquiries left him feeling cornered. Yet, he could also contemplate the situation from another angle. Were Meng Chuan's incisive questions merely coincidences, or was she testing him? What exactly was she attempting to discern? This was an overtly pressing question. Jiang Yimo now leaned heavily toward his suspicions. The current Meng Chuan might very well be the same one who perished alongside him during the trial of the heart demon. Otherwise, many aspects would remain inexplicable, particularly her temperament. Typically, a profound transformation in one's life circumstances leads to a corresponding shift in both internal and external character. At the tender age of 15, Meng Chuan was not the decisive individual she is today. She would rarely raise her voice, let alone threaten her beloved husband. However, if such a scenario were indeed the case, how would one confront it? Surely, she must have some inkling, for otherwise, she would not engage in so many trials. The absence of candidness raises the question, does it imply her own uncertainty in navigating the situation? Mutual honesty inevitably leads to a labyrinth of entangled questions, leaving both parties struggling to find their rightful place. Is one to wholeheartedly pursue the path of enlightenment, or should they attempt to reconcile past grievances? Choosing the former seems wise, yet as a couple who has exchanged vows beneath the heavens, can they easily sever their ties? Opting for the latter would only invite the same missteps. Perhaps it is neither. Perhaps they have yet to grasp the true essence of love. 3 days have passed. Jiang Yimo has finally regained sensation in his body. The first thing he does is sit cross-legged, channeling his energy to meticulously examine every meridian and energy reservoir, only releasing a sigh of relief once he confirms the absence of hidden injuries. Habitually, he checks the spirit field and discovers signs of careful tending, presumably the handiwork of Meng Chuan. What surprises him further is the evident finesse in her technique, which fills him with a sense of shame. He returns to his cave and retrieves the painting left by Meng Chuan. Choosing a prominent spot, he delicately hangs the visualization artwork and, after unveiling it, begins to appreciate it with great care. This piece is a replica of the exquisite visualization painting Goddess of Luo. From Jiang Mo's untrained eye, it is evident that the artist possesses a remarkable proficiency and distinctive style, with brushstrokes that exhibit meticulous detail, suggesting considerable effort has been invested. It is but a step away from being classified as a superior work. Jiang Yimo settled into a meditative posture, allowing his spirit to attune itself with the essence around him. In an instant, he felt as though he had transformed into a fish, swimming through an expansive ocean, navigating against the current of a mighty river, as if confronted by crashing waves or traversing the endless currents of time, oblivious to the passage of years. At last, the fish arrived at the banks of the Luo River. There, he beheld a captivating maiden, her form as graceful as a startled swan, as delicate as a swimming dragon, yet curiously adorned in a flowing red garment. In the days that followed, Jiang Yimo dedicated a portion of his time each day to contemplate the imagery, until his sea of consciousness was fully restored. The sea of consciousness and the spirit were the most severely affected aspects of the Tao's resonance, and the spirit was an essential prerequisite for sensing and manipulating spiritual energy. Should he fail to repair it promptly, his cultivation speed would be significantly hindered. Fortunately, this painting of the Luo goddess provided him with the necessary aid. Otherwise, he would have found himself delayed in restoring his sea of consciousness. In a sense, he owed a debt of gratitude to Meng Chuan, and it was fitting to contemplate how to repay this kindness. especially considering that they were not yet truly married in the conventional sense. A debt must be settled. However, it appeared that Meng Churin did not currently require his assistance. With her fire and with spiritual roots, coupled with her exceptional talent in painting, she was favored by the steward of the painting hall, ensuring that she would not lack for cultivation resources, and she had ample motivation to diligently pursue her practice. It was conceivable that she could attain the sixth layer of qi refinement within 5 years. Jiang Mo pondered deeply and acknowledged that he, himself, could scarcely achieve such an endeavor. Perhaps her words held truth. The once obedient young girl had suddenly surpassed him, leaving him unable to conceal the pang of disappointment in his heart. When she became earnest, it seemed she required no one's protection. Perhaps he was simply overly concerned about his own insecurities. Thus, Jiang Mo spent nearly 2 months immersed in rigorous cultivation. The fervor surrounding the last life and death battle has likely waned significantly, coinciding with the imminent maturity of the spiritual herb. It is time for a stroll. On the day the herb is to be harvested, Jiang Mo emerged from his cave dwelling, intent on heading straight to Su Yunja's residence. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he noticed a suspicious, diminutive figure meandering nearby his cave. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Mo immediately suppressed his aura, concealing himself in the shadows as he crept closer. Only upon nearing did he discern that the figure was clad in a green gown and possessed a petite stature. This female cultivator, Meng Churin, could be considered somewhat delicate, yet the individual before him appeared even shorter. Were it not for the sorrowful expression gracing her youthful face, Jiang Mo might have mistaken her for a lost little girl. Indeed, within the Outer Sect Academy, it is permissible to marry and bear children. Moreover, if the offspring possess commendable spiritual roots, they may remain in the academy to engage with some knowledge of cultivation at an early age. Regrettably, even among qi refining stage cultivators, the probability of producing offspring is quite low. Typically, cultivators must invest decades, or even centuries, of effort before they might bequeath descendants. Those less fortunate, like Jiang Mo and Meng Churin, have been married for 2 to 3 centuries without a single child to their names. Chapter 24, Senior Sister. Please exercise restraint. The female cultivator, resembling a small girl, seemed oblivious to Jiang Mo's approach. She wandered aimlessly, murmuring to herself, "Haven't they said they would emerge from seclusion soon? I've been waiting here for nearly a month, yet I haven't even glimpsed a shadow." Concealed in the darkness, Jiang Mo pondered, could it be that she is searching for me? Though strangers, what could be the purpose of seeking me out? After contemplation, he resolved to reveal himself. He swiftly appeared behind the petite female cultivator and tentatively greeted her. "Esteemed junior sister, are you perhaps seeking someone here?" To his surprise, the delicate cultivator reacted as if startled, stamping her foot and exclaiming, "I am already 18. Address me as senior sister." Stood frozen, and the other party seemed equally taken aback upon seeing him. They stared at each other for a few moments. Fortunately, the petite cultivator quickly recovered from her embarrassment, her countenance miraculously shifting from gloom to radiance in an instant. As if to appear more endearing, she deliberately softened her voice, saying, "So, it's junior brother Jiang. I entered the sect 3 years before you, so you should address me as senior sister." Here we go again, another affected persona? Jiang mused. But why do I say again? Instead of questioning how she knew him, Jiang greeted her anew. "May I inquire as to senior sister's name and the reason for seeking me out?" "I am." Seemed eager to assert her seniority, placing her hands on her hips and puffing out her chest as she introduced herself. "I shall remember that, senior sister." Found this petite senior sister, who seemed to have an affinity for green grass, to be quite whimsical. He feigned admiration, asking with earnestness, upon first meeting senior sister, "I sensed your extraordinary talent. May I venture to ask if you possess a wood-attributed celestial spirit root?" The repeated address of senior sister and the compliment of extraordinary talent made feel rather elated. "The first time in my life I've been complimented like this. My sisters. Who can understand?" Su Luoluo raised her small head even higher. "Indeed, senior sister, I possess the wood elemental spiritual root. You have an excellent eye, junior brother. I knew it. Someone like you, who stands up for the innocent and suffering, is undoubtedly not an ordinary person." Jiang Mo found himself speechless. "Well, it seems I only encounter geniuses. Is it that your name was given by your family because they felt your aura was too heavily imbued with the essence of flora? I wonder, what does it mean to stand up for the victims?" "Oh, junior brother, there's no need to feign ignorance." Su Luoluo assumed he was being modest. "After all, your duel with Song Xinghuai was precisely to defend those unfortunate female disciples, wasn't it?" Huh? Jiang Imo was perplexed. The logic behind his own actions, which he struggled to articulate, was swiftly defined by others. Did senior sister come to seek me precisely for this matter? Indeed. Su Luoluo, for reasons unknown, suddenly became quite emotional. A victimized junior sister, with whom I share a close bond, specifically asked me to express her gratitude. Junior brother, you were simply magnificent that day. Oh, no, I mean, you avenged them. Hey, could you teach me the key points of casting the moment of awakening? I was present at the scene. When you executed that move, it was as if a celestial being had descended. It's an experience I shall never forget. Jiang Imo could no longer ignore the situation. He longed to escape this place, but the sister, seemingly possessed by the essence of ghost needle grass, had firmly attached herself to his robes. Ahem, senior sister. Please maintain some decorum. Jiang Imo disdainfully pushed Su Luoluo away. She felt quite aggrieved, yet she did not relent, cautiously tugging at a corner of Jiang Mo's garment. Feigning a pout as she said, Junior brother, please teach me. My grandmother mentioned that those with what attributes can easily master this. But why can't I seem to grasp it? Isn't it rather embarrassing? Indeed, for those with what attributes, mastering the technique of awakening is considerably easier. But do you genuinely wish to learn? I apologize, senior sister, but I have someone I like already. Jiang Imo was not adept at handling feminine charms. What does that have to do with learning awakening? Su Luoluo replied earnestly, is it possible that the person you admire would be jealous? Being overly jealous is not a good trait. Jiang Imo felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Fortunately, Su Luoluo did not press him further. However, I came to find you for another important matter. Shouldn't important matters be addressed first? What is it? My grandmother wishes to meet you. Come on. It's our first meeting, and you want to introduce me to your family? Is this what you deem important? May I ask, who is your grandmother? The steward of the herb and wood hall. Junior brother, you chose to study the herbology course, did you not? How could you not know my grandmother? I've hardly visited there. How would I know her? Jiang Imo surmised why this steward of the herb and wood hall had specifically sought him, instinctively feeling a sense of relief. Senior sister, it seems you are quite well informed about my affairs. Jiang Imo inquired. It was all told to me by senior brother Su. Su Luoluo replied with an innocent expression, appearing genuinely unaware of any deeper machinations. Her answer seemed sincere enough. What is your relationship with Su Yunza, senior brother Su? Jiang Imo inquired tentatively. Well, he is somewhat like my cousin, came the reply. Cousin? So his grandfather is your maternal grandfather? It seems the vast Outer Sect Academy has become your family's domain. In any case, senior brother Su and I happened to be present at the same time to observe a match, and naturally, our conversation turned to you, junior brother. Thus, I learned of your proficiency in the way of plants. Coincidentally, my grandmother has recently been searching for exceptionally talented disciples, eager to impart her knowledge and pass on her legacy. Consequently, I recommended you to her. As the conversation unfolded, Jiang Imo gradually grasped the situation. Yet he only wished to hastily elevate his cultivation. He contemplated a direct refusal. Senior sister, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Junior brother lacks any affinity for plants. I kindly asked that the steward seek another candidate. No sooner had he spoken than Su Luoluo gazed earnestly at Jiang Imo, pleading once more. Junior brother, please do not hastily decline. My grandmother has little time left. She wishes to pass on her knowledge before she departs. It is with regret that I admit. I was meant to inherit her teachings, but my qualifications are lacking, and I cannot fulfill her dying wish. Therefore, regardless of your willingness, I beseech you to meet with her. With such earnestness, Jiang Imo found it difficult to refuse. A visit would not unduly hinder his pursuits. In the realm of celestial practitioners, the importance of inheritance is paramount. Thus, those elders who have reached the end of their paths willingly serve as outer sect stewards. Not wishing to gamble everything, they yearn to pass on centuries of knowledge, enabling the younger generation to inherit the wisdom of their predecessors and pursue a future that is ever more distant. Chapter 25. Time is the fire that consumes life. The journey to the Kaomutang was arduous, devoid of any superfluous reasons. Throughout the entire trip, Su Luoluo relentlessly sought opportunities. Whether by subtly brushing her hand against his or leaning her entire body to entwine her arm with his, her familiarity was overwhelming, bordering on intrusive. Jiang Imo pondered whether he should simply refer to her as a ghostly weed. He remained oblivious to her artistic talents. Any overtly intimate gestures were promptly rejected and swiftly curtailed by him, maintaining a heart as tranquil as still water. After all, as a cultivator of over 3 centuries, he had encountered numerous advances from female practitioners. He had witnessed a plethora of encounters. Yet, Su Luoluo, devoid of ulterior motives and driven purely by instinctual emotions, was the first of her kind he had encountered since his marriage. Therefore, he felt compelled to approach the situation with utmost caution. Manipulating another's feelings was ultimately undesirable, which rendered his refusals rather forthright. Unfortunately, such dismissals did little to deter her relentless pursuit. At the entrance of the Kaomutang, Jiang Imo once more grasped the ghostly weed. No, he grasped Su Luoluo again, his expression serious as he addressed her. Senior sister, my heart belongs to another. There is no need for you to. With an air of indifference, Su Luoluo inquired, who is it? May I be introduced to him? As she spoke, her charming smile drew closer, causing Jiang Imo to feel a pang of discomfort. Trembling, he withdrew his hand from her embrace, increasingly perplexed. Did she not harbor feelings for him? Did she not perceive these actions as excessively intimate? To her, it seemed entirely natural and inconsequential. Yet, he certainly had his own concerns. If by chance Meng Charan were to catch a glimpse. Sister Su, what I mean is, firstly, we are not very familiar with each other. And secondly, I fear that others might misunderstand. It would be best for you to maintain a certain distance from me. As these words were uttered, Jiang Imo keenly observed a fleeting shadow of despondency in Su Luoluo's eyes, which quickly vanished, replaced once more by her original optimistic demeanor. Let us go to meet grandmother. Su Luoluo deliberately steered the conversation away from such topics. Jiang Imo discovered the steward of the herb hall amidst a fragrant field of medicinal plants. This was an elderly woman of poor spirits, perpetually hunched, likely due to years of wandering through these fields. In her youth, she may have been petite, but now her stature appeared even more stooped. Time is the flame that consumes life, and life always seeks to leave a trace in this world. In the old woman's gaze, Jiang Imo discerned something profound, a sense of tranquility mingled with a hint of obsession. With respect, Jiang Imo performed a gesture of deference befitting a junior. The hunched elder tugged at the corners of her mouth, leaving it ambiguous whether she was smiling. You are Jiang Imo? A rather unusual young person. There seems to be a depth in your gaze that is uncommon among your peers. Before Jiang Imo could express his surprise, the elder spoke again. My surname is Nangong. I have heard you possess some talent in herbalism. If you are earnest in your pursuits, come and absorb the meager knowledge I possess, and I shall rest easy in my final repose. Since encountering this Nangong steward, Su Luoluo had remained entirely silent, her previous optimism nowhere to be seen. It was not that the younger generation was unwilling to inherit the steward's teachings. Rather, the junior was wholly devoted to her cultivation, aspiring to ascend swiftly. Who told you that it would hinder your practice? The steward Nangong interrupted Jiang Mo's polite refusal with a stern tone, asserting, bring forth the spiritual herbs you have cultivated for me to examine. If they prove to be mere wood, I shall hardly be inclined to impart my knowledge. Jiang Imo felt a wave of despair wash over him. It became evident that this child, Su Luoluo, had learned from him, which explained the difficulty in declining. Reluctantly, he retrieved the matured spiritual herbs that he had yet to return. After a brief inspection, Nangong's expression darkened further. Do you frequently wield these to deceive alchemists? Jiang Imo felt his pride wounded. He understood that herbs of such quality might suffice to fool those at the qi refinement stage, but before these seasoned foundation establishment practitioners, they were no better than weeds. With a heavy scoff, Nangong chastised him. Dragon fruit, a low-grade spiritual herb. It must bloom with 9 petals, pollinated by the golden hornet, and bear fruit within 15 days to be deemed satisfactory. Your dragon fruit has yet to unfurl its 9 petals, let alone undergo the pollination process. All you have done is bury the seeds in the soil. While your talent for discerning the flow of spiritual veins is commendable, the veins do not grant you everlasting rewards. Jiang Imo had no retort. He recognized that he had indeed taken a rather utilitarian approach in this regard. But as a junior, 3 spiritual roots? Nangong continued, such impetuous cultivation benefits you not at all. Perhaps you believe your foundation remains strong. Yet, do you truly think that aside from cultivation, you can find tranquility in other pursuits? His words struck like thunder. Jiang Imo was no novice in the realm of cultivation. He comprehended the essence of Nangong's admonition. With the insight of a golden core practitioner, he swiftly grasped the crux of his own shortcomings. As one's cultivation ascends, the depth of understanding may remain inadequate. A cultivator, therefore, cannot clearly discern their own position, leading to a muddled perception of their power hierarchy. Subconsciously, Jiang Emo still perceives herself as a golden core cultivator, deeming the Qi refinement stage trivial, believing that swiftly completing the foundation establishment is of utmost importance. In doing so, she neglects that each tier of the Qi refinement stage fundamentally serves as a necessary accumulation for foundation establishment, whether in the early or mid stages. Without a lucid comprehension of strength and levels, one may overlook the intrinsic differences between realms. When confronted with foundation establishment, an immense bottleneck is inevitably encountered. At that juncture, not only the foundation establishment, but even graduation may become problematic. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed senior. This is not a grave issue. It stems from Jiang Mo's elevated perspective, which obscures her view of the ground, making her prone to obstinacy. Once enlightened, she must pay heed moving forward. One's focus should not solely be on rapid advancement, but should also encompass a more reasonable approach. There is no need for thanks. Elder Nangong waved her hand. I, too, possess 3 spiritual roots and have once harbored a desire for swift success, only to find myself fated to never attain the golden core in this life. Those who have strayed from the path need not rush to follow the footsteps of their predecessors. Is this not the essence of inheritance? Jiang Emo comprehended this deeply. Failing to ascend from foundation establishment to golden core would render her a so-called fake golden core cultivator, doomed to be estranged from higher realms. The heartache of this reality, perhaps only she can fully grasp. Elder Nagong observed Jiang Emo and suddenly burst into laughter. Young one, your insight is remarkable. I have decided to impart all my experiences and insights regarding the path of Flora to you. How much you can learn will depend on your own capabilities. Jiang Emo felt a sense of helplessness. You have indeed set a commendable example for your granddaughter. Luoluo, you should join in. Huh. All right, Grandma. Su Luoluo finally broke into a radiant smile, naturally falling in step beside Jiang Emo, her heart brimming with an uncontrollable joy. At last, Jiang Emo comprehended the situation. His heart unable to suppress an exclamation, the steward of the array hall is also here. The two followed Steward Nangong, meandering slowly through the spiritual fields. And as they ventured deeper, Jiang Mo's astonishment grew. Not only was there a rich aroma of medicinal herbs, but the spiritual energy drifting about seemed to become even purer. Chapter 26. Inheritance is also longevity. As Jiang Emo immersed himself in the abundant spiritual energy, he felt as if his qi and meridians were being cleansed. Such an effect was unattainable by ordinary gathering formations. Moreover, there were no visible traces of any formations around. What do you think spiritual herbs are? The forward-moving Steward Nangong suddenly posed a question. Are they materials for alchemy, tools to aid in cultivation, or perhaps miraculous medicines for curing ailments? Jiang Emo, present in this moment, could not resort to such pedestrian answers. With his insights from the Golden Core stage, he easily discerned that the rich and pure spiritual energy here was the very essence of the spiritual herbs beneath their feet, an effect built upon their harmonious accumulation. They represent life, as well as the myriad beings in this world. Jiang Emo calmly articulated this response. Indeed, Steward Nangong nodded emphatically. Spiritual herbs, like us countless cultivators, arrive in this world with a mission. Their existence may be long-lasting or as fleeting as a passing bloom. Their mission is to sow the seeds of hope, allowing successors to adapt to the changing seasons and embrace the passage of time, ultimately nurturing new successors. How is this different from us cultivators? Jiang Emo understood that the elderly woman, though seemingly articulating her views, was essentially preaching a doctrine. What she spoke of was the principle upheld by the immortal awakening sect throughout the ages, the cyclical nature of existence, the continuum of life. Regardless of past, present, or future, practitioners of cultivation have never truly sought eternal life. Yet, the realms beyond the nascent soul appear to exist only in legend. No matter how fervently people strive to uncover the truth, it remains tantalizingly elusive. Although nascent soul cultivators have persisted for millennia, the truth is as fleeting as a ray of light. Across the vast expanse of time, it is but a mere drop in the ocean. Should one then succumb to despair? No. There are still many young aspirants behind, ready to tread the paths laid by their predecessors and witness the broader vistas ahead. The cycle of existence continues, and the legacy of cultivation is a form of immortality. As Jiang Emo reflected on these teachings passed down from the celestial gates, he felt deeply moved. Why does he yearn so fervently for the path? Is it merely out of fear of death? Fear of aging? Or perhaps, like countless other cultivators, he harbors the simplest desire to glimpse the scenery that lies ahead. The steward, Nangong, seemed quite pleased with Jiang Mo's reaction. Do you still believe that following this old woman to learn the ways of nature will hinder your cultivation? There is no place in this world where one cannot cultivate. This is the first lesson I wish to impart to you. Jiang Mo, however, wanted to express that he was well aware of these principles. But the time and energy of a cultivator are finite. Otherwise, with so many elective subjects in the outer sect, would most not choose just one? Moreover, a multitude of cultivators with ordinary spiritual roots expend their energies in seclusion and rigorous training, leaving them with little opportunity to delve deeply into the 8 arts of cultivation. However, the manner of speech exhibited by the steward, Nangong, invariably renders one at a loss for how to refute or dismiss his assertions. It seems that Steward Nangong has sensed the flicker of skepticism in Jiang Mo's gaze, as his expression gradually darkens. With a stern countenance, Steward Nangong inquires, "May I ask you, do you believe the current state of spiritual energy here is artificially created, or is it a spontaneous purification by the spiritual herbs?" Jiang Mo's lips twitch in resignation. This question appears to be answerable, yet the answer is blatantly evident. What could he possibly say? Even though he had previously leaned towards the latter perspective, he had encountered numerous gorges and ravines abundant with spiritual herbs, where the state of spiritual energy was invariably more abundant and pure than that of the surrounding environment. Were these conditions meticulously crafted by the steward himself? Jiang Yamo feigned a compliment. Indeed, it is so. Steward Nangong bent down, gently caressing the intricate tapestry of flowers and grasses in the field, as if tending to a beloved child. The spiritual herbs absorb spiritual energy to enhance their own nourishment, ultimately returning the energy to the heavens and the earth. During this process, the spiritual energy of the cosmos undergoes a degree of refinement and purification. However, this effect is feeble. Only in areas teeming with abundant spiritual herbs can such a qualitative transformation of spiritual energy occur. Though this vast array of herbs may appear intricate and chaotic, it is, in truth, governed by discernible patterns. Through continuous observation by spiritual plant masters, specific plants can be mixed and cultivated together to expedite this process. Jiang Mo was somewhat astonished. To be honest, even as a golden core cultivator, he had never heard of such a theory. Nangong, the steward, continued to elucidate. This knowledge remains merely anecdotal, lacking any definitive theoretical framework. After all, even the most seasoned spirit botanists remain uncertain about the principles governing the purification of spiritual energy by plants. This method of accelerated purification is merely a culmination of experiences passed down among spirit botanists. Should you wish to advance your cultivation without delay, I would not hesitate to impart this technique to you, provided you are earnest in your studies. Must I truly be compelled to learn this? Jiang Mo's expression was one of bitterness, as he finally grasped the reason behind the deliberate choice of venue for their conversation, an evident stratagem. Yet, the prospect of inhaling the abundant and pristine spiritual energy surrounding them made it exceedingly difficult to refuse. A simple estimation suggested that retreating in such an environment would equate to the enhancement provided by 10 spirit-gathering formations, especially since the effects of these formations do not stack. Learning this experiential knowledge could potentially augment his cultivation speed by at least 20%. What could be more advantageous? Grateful for the steward's teachings, Jiang Mo respectfully performed a gesture of deference, thus signifying his complete agreement to follow Nangong in the pursuit of botanical wisdom. The steward appeared quite pleased, stating, "Very well. We shall conclude our discussion for today. Starting tomorrow, you are to arrive at the hour of the hare and accompany me for 3 hours of instruction each day. Are you capable of this?" Dedicating 3 hours daily to the teachings of botanical lore indicated that this elderly matron had little time left to spare. Jiang Mo expressed no dissent, eager to expedite his learning. Nangong then turned to her granddaughter, who had been silently trailing behind Jiang Mo, and said, Luo, from tomorrow onward, you too must arrive punctually." "Absolutely." Su Luo responded with great enthusiasm. Jiang Mo refrained from criticizing what appeared to be a forced arrangement. Instead, he felt a touch of emotion. The old woman gazed at her granddaughter with eyes that reflected not disappointment, but rather warmth and affection. She seemed unconcerned that Su Luo, possessing the wood elemental root, appeared rather ordinary in the realm of flora. Once the discussions at the Hall of Flora concluded and Jiang Mo departed, Only the grandmother and granddaughter remained amidst the vast flower fields. Su Luoluo pouted, seemingly reluctant to part. Luoluo, do you have feelings for that young man? Inquired the steward of Nangong. Su Luoluo bashfully lowered her head, her silence speaking volumes. The steward, exasperated, stomped his foot and exclaimed, "You foolish girl. After just one meeting, you are already infatuated. If word gets out, others will mock my granddaughter of the Nangong family as a loose woman." Feeling even more embarrassed, Su Luoluo blushed and protested. "Oh, it's not as you say, grandmother. I merely harbor a slight fondness. It has reached that point. Besides, he mentioned he already has someone he likes." "Then why did you approach him?" Su Luoluo retorted. "Grandmother, weren't you the same in your youth? Even when grandfather had a partner, you still. And then you gave birth to my mother." A moment later, only the girl as pleased remained in the expansive flower fields. Chapter 27. The moment of awakening time flew by, and thus Jiang Mo dedicated 6 months to cultivating his agricultural skills at the Hall of Flora. Throughout this period, he did not neglect his training and recently succeeded in advancing his cultivation to the 3rd level of qi refinement. He visited the outer sect steward hall and acquired the mid-level technique, revitalization art. Jiang Mo vividly recalled the astonished expression of the old steward at his rapid progress. Their eyes wide in mutual disbelief. It is no wonder that one is astounded, in a mere span of 2 years. The individual with 3 spiritual roots has ascended to the 3rd level of qi refinement, preparing to break through to the mid-stage. The arduous journey and the monotony of training are evidently burdens too heavy for an ordinary 15 or 16-year-old to bear. What Jiang Mo remains unaware of is that shortly before his arrival, the elderly steward was similarly astonished by a girl of the same age. The steward recalls these 2 individuals well, childhood companions bound by a promise, yet entangled in complex emotions. What is perplexing is that they had applied for cohabitation 2 years ago, yet in recent years, they have not broached the subject again. Initially, he had contemplated that should they apply for cohabitation once more, considering their diligent cultivation, he might grant them permission. In the past 6 months, Jiang Mo has been plagued by a troubling matter. Su Luoluo's affections for him have intensified. Despite Jiang Mo's deliberate attempts to evade her, the young girl relentlessly pursues him. The fervor of youthful emotions often leads to self-delusion. Jiang Mo might fortify the walls of his heart, yet he cannot entirely quell the feelings of others, especially those of someone like Su Luoluo. Strangely enough, the more he insists that his heart belongs to another, the more resolute Su Luoluo becomes in her convictions, even if this predicament leaves her in a state of distress. And despite the hurtful avoidance from Jiang Mo, she maintains an optimistic demeanor as she walks beside him on their way home. Gradually, Jiang Mo has come to understand Su Luoluo a bit more. She harbors a deep-seated fear of lacking the companionship of those close to her, a symptom that manifested when she learned of Steward Nangong's impending demise. It is akin to her being fully aware of the ways of flora and fauna, yet still feigning mediocrity, seeking no deeper understanding. It seems that her grandmother will suffer from the absence of an heir, thereby extending her life. Unfortunately, she remains unaware of this. Perhaps, when Nangong failed to advance to the Golden Course stage, she had already met her demise, and the subsequent years have merely been a torment for her. Jiang Mo had privately inquired about certain matters concerning Nangong and learned that Su Luoluo was indeed raised by her. 4 Su Luoluo's parents perished in a calamity involving demonic cultivators when she was merely 3 years old. Upon grasping the context, Jiang Mo surmised the young girl's sentiments. It is possible that the unexpected encounter during that incident instilled in Su Luoluo a modicum of affection for her, allowing her to seek solace in Jiang Mo's presence, thus alleviating the terror of her emotional void. After such an extended period of companionship, it is likely that even Su Luoluo herself can no longer discern the origins of her feelings. Nevertheless, she ought to awaken from this dream. In the painting hall, Meng Chuan inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. Her hand, clutching the brush, trembled violently, causing it to fall to the ground. An unwarranted stroke marred her unfinished artwork, obliterating its essence. "Chuan, do you harbor something on your mind?" The attendant of the painting hall, noticing her unusual demeanor, promptly inquired with concern. For some inexplicable reason, Meng Chuan felt as though something of great significance was being coveted by a strange presence. Unable to articulate her feelings, she shifted the conversation to another matter. "Master, you are aware of my family's circumstances. Thus, over the past 2 years, I have diligently pursued my cultivation day and night, fearing that any lapse would hinder my progress. However, the Array Hall intervened, raising a hand to interrupt Meng Charen's words, then sighed deeply, offering words of consolation. Achieving the third level of qi refinement in 2 years is indeed commendable. Yet, during the initial to intermediate stages, one must endure the bottleneck with patience and composure. Even the most gifted must dedicate over a year to refinement. How much more so for one who is inherently driven by immediate results? The elder encourages you to engage in painting often, not merely for the sake of cultivation, but to cultivate a tranquil state of mind. True mastery comes from aligning with the natural flow of the Tao, allowing for genuine growth. Meng Charen, being a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, surely understands these principles, yet her time is limited, and she finds herself ensnared in a dilemma. With only 3 years remaining of the 5-year span, and an additional 1.5 years required to overcome the initial bottleneck, what can be done? Recently, her turbulent state of mind has led her to ponder much. She reflects on the past. Did Jiang Mo also race against time in such a manner? Was his fervent desire for lasting success a relentless pursuit that pressured him into neglecting certain aspects of life? Being pursued by certain desires can be quite unsettling. Perhaps her former self was a tad greedy. Perhaps, instead of doubting Jiang Mo's feelings, she ought to have considered something else entirely. A sigh from beside her jolts Meng Charen from her reverie, and she glances up to find the elderly woman still gazing at her with affectionate indulgence. It seems there is no remedy for you. With a look of regret, Meng Charen lowers her gaze. If one cannot relinquish their obsessions, then perhaps a visit to the herb hall would be beneficial. My junior sister Nangong possesses profound insights into botany. She may be able to offer assistance. However, it must be noted that Nangong has always been fiercely competitive, and if you approach her in the name of the elder, she may perceive it as an attempt to assert dominance, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Will this trouble the teacher? Meng Charen inquired. Not to that extent, came the response. After all, when seeking assistance, one must be attuned to the moods of others and may even have to endure some indignities. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed teacher, Meng Charen said respectfully, performing a gesture of deference. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, Jiang Mo completed the final shovelful of soil for the spiritual plants. Over the past 6 months, aside from his studies in botany and cultivation, Jiang Mo had also cultivated a plot of land surrounding his cave dwelling. This was a practical application of his newfound knowledge. Following the teachings of Steward Nangong, he intended to plant flora that would purify the spiritual energy in the vicinity. The 3 varieties of flowers he chose were white jade linglong, amethyst orchid, and red sleeve hibiscus, all of which were classified as spiritual herbs. Jiang Mo had expended considerable effort to acquire sufficient seeds. Recently, the seeds had all sprouted and grown into seedlings. Today, he would transplant them into the spiritual field, executing the final phase of planting. This process was not arbitrary. It was meticulously planned according to blooming periods and orientations, ensuring the plants would effectively contribute to the cycle of spiritual energy purification. Luo had been eager to ask, after all your hard work, what is the purpose of this? Following Jiang Mo as usual, she finally voiced the question that had been on her mind once she observed the successful completion of the task. Jiang Mo chuckled. It was likely that Luo had already discerned the intention behind his actions. She was merely maintaining her facade of unfamiliarity with botanical matters. Well, consider it a preparation for a return gift. Are you giving it to someone? Luo asked with anticipation. Well, it certainly isn't for you. As for who I intend to gift it to, you should be able to guess. Chapter 28. Am I not also a dreamer? Su Luo's face was etched with disappointment as she found a nearby stone pedestal to sit on, resting her chin on her hands and murmuring. You've spoken at length about your beloved, yet I have never laid eyes upon her, nor do I even know her identity. It seems you have crafted this tale to deceive me. Do you truly harbor such disdain for me? Jiang Mo appeared resigned, contemplating that the moment had indeed arrived. Senior sister. Rather than call me senior sister, just refer to me as Luo. Initially, she had demanded to be addressed with an air of superiority, but now, she preferred to exhibit her youthful delicacy before him, clearly indicating her deepening entanglement in emotions. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Mo ceased to conceal the burdens of his 300 years, allowing the weight of his experiences to manifest upon his youthful visage. In the pursuit of enlightenment, one ought to remain focused and undistracted. I constantly remind myself of this, intending to share such wisdom with you as well. Yet, upon introspection, I realize these teachings are merely superfluous tokens I offer to someone wholeheartedly devoted to the path. Su Luoluo felt an unfamiliar distance between her and Jiang Imo. As if he had become an enigma she could not reach. For the past 2 years, I believed I could remain undistracted. However, meeting you has awakened me to the truth. You dare to love, but are ensnared in the realm of dreams. Am I not a dreamer as well? I have woven my own dream, one dedicated to the pursuit of enlightenment. I have never revealed to you the identity of my beloved, not out of deceit, but out of fear. Once certain truths are spoken, the dream must inevitably shatter. Do you comprehend? The meaning behind her words dawned upon Su Luoluo, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she were on the brink of weeping. Shouldn't Luoluo like you? Her voice was tinged with a hint of tears. Jiang Imo shook his head helplessly and approached Su Luoluo, placing a comforting hand atop her head, akin to the gesture of an elder towards a younger. It is I who cannot provide you with what you desire. Just as Senior Nangong will ultimately depart from you, some things cannot be compelled. You were born to tread the path of cultivation, thus, you ought to comprehend what truly deserves your pursuit. With the heavenly spirit root, you possess the potential to journey further than many, bearing the weight of countless hopes and obsessions to behold more exquisite vistas, ultimately to pass them on. This, too, was the sole significance of your grandmother's existence during her last century. The following day, Jiang Imo found time to visit Su Yunjia, primarily due to the approaching deadline for the return of the promised medicinal herbs. Over the past 6 months, Su Yunjia had been focused on refining the solidifying essence pill, striving to enhance the success rate of his alchemical endeavors. After delivering the second batch of herbs, he had barely managed to produce a successful batch. His subsequent success rate had steadily improved, likely correlated with the significantly enhanced quality of the herbs Jiang Imo had provided. Fortunately, Su Yunjia's condensation pill was increasingly aligning with the quality distributed by the Academy, allowing their trade to persist. When the two met, their interaction remained as casual as ever. Su Yunjia sorted through the herbs while engaging in light conversation. Speaking of which, my grandfather felt as though a great weight had been lifted when he learned that junior brother Jiang had achieved success in the herbal pavilion over the past 6 months. He seems considerably more relaxed now. Your grandfather? Jiang Imo was aware that this elder in the alchemy hall was indeed Su Luo's maternal grandfather. Yet the steward of the herbal pavilion, Senior Nangong, was not Su Yunjia's biological grandmother. Su Yunjia explained with a complex expression. It is likely that the junior disciple should be aware of the underlying relationships. To put it simply, my grandmother has always been a strong-willed individual, and in the past, she created quite a stir due to matters concerning Senior Nangong. My grandfather has always found it difficult to provide her with the attention she deserves, yet he has kept her in his thoughts, especially upon learning of her impending fate. Bound by the constraints of legacy, he has been enduring silently. Realizing that his time is limited, he wishes for Senior Nangong to depart with ease. Fortunately, the timely arrival of the junior disciple has allowed both my grandfather and Senior Nangong to relinquish their obsessions. Jiang Imo silently nodded, contemplating why Su Luoluo is only close to her grandmother. Given such family circumstances, she must feel quite unwelcome at her grandfather's home. It is truly unfortunate for my cousin, as once Senior Nangong departs, there will likely be no one left to cherish her. After speaking, Su Yunjia turned to indulge in gossip. However, I have heard that Su Luoluo seems to have a fondness for Junior Jiang, doesn't she? Junior, what are your thoughts on this? What thoughts could I possibly have? Jiang Imo scoffed, knowing that while Su Yunjia appeared to be merely gossiping, he was likely aware of the deeper truths. Su Yunjia sighed and remarked, my cousin's temperament is said to mirror that of Senior Nangong in her youth. Back then, after inadvertently capturing my grandfather's heart, Senior Nangong was determined to be with him at all costs, despite my grandfather not being a paragon of virtue. Here, take this. As he spoke, Su Yunjia casually tossed a few entirely pink pills to Jiang Imo. What are these? Jiang Imo inquired. Beauty pills, my grandfather's renowned creation from years ago, known for their effects on enhancing one's appearance, specifically designed for female cultivators. In his youth, my grandfather captivated the hearts of numerous female cultivators with this very elixir. Alas, my grandmother was exceptionally fierce, and my grandfather could not match her strength, ultimately leading him to marry her. Most of those women departed in sorrow, yet only the esteemed Nangong refused to let go, eventually giving birth to my aunt. It seems that in my grandfather's heart, the esteemed Nangong held a more significant place. Jiang Imo, disinclined to meddle in others' familial affairs, regarded it merely as a tale. He then picked up the pink elixir and inquired, What is the purpose of this pill that you have given me, senior brother? Su Yunjia chuckled softly. Take it to Su Luoluo. She is likely to be quite pleased. To be frank, I hesitate to deliver it. Why so? Jiang Mo revealed a thought-provoking smile. I do not wish to tread the same path as your grandfather. After their casual conversation concluded, Su Yunjia watched Jiang Mo depart, a growing shadow of worry and helplessness enveloping his countenance. He called out, now that everyone has left, do not hide any longer. Moments later, a petite, emerald-green figure emerged from the clutter. Su Luoluo appeared somewhat timid, her sorrowful expression difficult to conceal. Su Yunjia, at a loss for words, let out a long sigh. After a prolonged silence, Su Luoluo lowered her head and murmured, Senior brother, do you think I am quite unlikable? Su Yunjia found this predicament troublesome. He had no time to console his heartbroken cousin and yearned to return to alchemy. Not at all, he replied, dismissively. Then why? Su Luoluo's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Upon witnessing this, Su Yunjia felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and promptly said, Have I not already spoken on your behalf? Jiang Shidi's approach to emotions is clearly not one of indecisiveness. His unequivocal refusal is, in fact, for your own good. Do you truly wish to follow in the footsteps of Senior Nangong? Why are you raising your voice so? Must you also lecture Luoluo? The fragile-hearted Su Luoluo is on the verge of shedding tears. Su Yunjia, in his heart, is overwhelmed with distress. Why should your heartbreak concern me? Chapter 29. Is it truly necessary to ruin everything? Yet Su Yunjia cannot voice such thoughts. Jiang Shidi has simply long been enamored. And this has nothing to do with the junior sister. The junior sister is naturally beautiful and will undoubtedly not lack admirers in the future. Does the senior brother have feelings for Luoluo? Su Luoluo murmurs softly, seemingly without reason. Su Yunjia's expression stiffens. After a lengthy pause, he clears his throat and replies, Senior brother is devoted to the art of alchemy. Are you attempting to deceive me again? Su Yunjia, feeling exasperated, suddenly exclaims, All right, then let me ask you. Can you provide me with the emotional value of successfully concocting a potion? And can you present the challenges of trial and error during the refining process? Let me ask you. Su Luoluo bursts into tears, unable to hold back her sorrow. I knew it. I knew that no one would ever like Luoluo. Woo-woo. Su Yunjia, in a state of panic, frantically retrieves several pink beauty elixirs and thrusts them into Su Luoluo's hands. Yes, it is my fault, senior brother. Please, stop crying. Upon receiving the elixirs, Su Luoluo immediately brightens, optimism returning to her face. Hee, I was just pretending. Gratitude poured from Jiang Mo as he received the elixir from his senior, bidding farewell with a lingering gaze at the departing figure of the young maiden. With a deep sigh, Su Yunjia turned his eyes back to her retreating silhouette, which seemed remarkably more radiant and pure than ever before. 2 months slipped by. Jiang Mo, immersed in arduous cultivation, opened his eyes, yet felt no exhilaration from a breakthrough in his realm, only a sense of helplessness and despair. The bottleneck from the early to middle stages proved to be an insurmountable challenge that could not be resolved through a mere period of secluded meditation. Given the current circumstances, the most pessimistic estimate suggested that it would take at least 1.5 years to achieve a breakthrough. Consequently, the 8-year foundational plan might need to be extended, a thought that filled him with vexation. Half a month prior, Jiang Mo had efficiently completed all theoretical knowledge required by the Herb Hall. Both parties were pressed for time, resulting in a hurried process, but he managed to grasp about 70 to 80% of the material. However, Steward Nangong appeared quite satisfied and expressed confidence in Jiang Mo's ability to further refine his understanding in future endeavors. At the conclusion of each day's studies, Jiang Mo returned to his cave abode to continue his rigorous cultivation while also tending to the numerous spiritual plants that now demanded his care. Compared to before, the responsibility had multiplied significantly. In addition to the medicinal herbs promised to Su Yunjia, he was now responsible for an entire flower field and several rare spiritual medicines. The tricolored flowers in the field were in a state of budding, their fragrance enveloping the surroundings of the cave, and in due time, they would blossom fully. The rare spiritual medicines were seeds specially exchanged from the academy, cultivated for 2 primary reasons. First, to hone his skills and solidify theoretical knowledge through practice. Second, to accumulate credits that could be exchanged for a precious resource to nurture the essence of his destined spiritual sword. Jiang Mo intended to revive his innate sword, Mo Feng. According to common reasoning, one must reach the golden core stage to contemplate the creation of a life-bonded spirit sword. This limitation exists due to the quality of the practitioner's original spiritual energy. The original spiritual energy of golden core practitioners undergoes rigorous refinement during the chi refinement stage and is meticulously condensed during the foundation establishment stage, ultimately culminating in a sublime transformation at the moment of forming the golden core. Only then can it be utilized to nurture external objects. However, when Jiang Mo was drawing energy into his body, he had already discovered that his original spiritual energy still maintained the state of the golden core stage. Even if he could not fathom the reason, the current quality of his original spiritual energy should suffice for nurturing the life-bonded spirit sword. The life-bonded spiritual treasure is one of the most prominent characteristics of the golden core stage, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities, aiding from without while nurturing from within. It is indeed the strongest trump card for golden core practitioners. Jiang Mo had every reason to give it a try. Interestingly, a few days prior, Su Luoluo had sought him out, marking her only visit in the past half-month. She came primarily to bid farewell, informing him that she would be advancing to the inner sect in a month and was concerned that Jiang Mo might retreat into seclusion as usual. So she wanted to greet him in advance. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Mo felt a tumult of emotions. Truly, she was a celestial root. Completing her studies at the Outer Sect Academy in just 5 or 6 years was remarkable. If all goes smoothly, she should be able to complete the foundation establishment in 2 to 3 years, effortlessly fulfilling the 8-year plan he had set for himself. Su Luoluo left him with some parting words. In truth, she greatly disliked the way he deliberately pretended to be profound, especially the preachy tone he took that day. She didn't want to hear a single word of it. Perhaps it was time for her to awaken from her dreams. Yet no one can remain perpetually vigilant. You claim to be dreaming. However, Luoluo disagrees. Those who dream do not harbor such concerns. You merely found a new excuse to feign slumber, and thus it ends. In the embrace of Guyu Peak, Luoluo awaits your arrival. Jiang Mo found this remark quite amusing. Who would have thought that a 300-year-old golden elixir practitioner could be lectured by a mere young girl? Was this her form of retribution? Yet, as laughter faded, he sank into profound contemplation. Indeed, if one is truly devoted to the path, what need is there for justification? The fear of death, the anxiety of aging, the dread of losing a future with her. These are merely pretexts for feigned slumber. I may harbor fears. I may experience anxiety. But is it truly necessary to jeopardize everything? In that moment, I should not have been so fixated. Salmo Hall. Meng Churen entered with a tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind. After a brief inquiry, a servant led her to a field of flowers, where she encountered a stooped old woman and a diminutive figure, a junior sister. Disciple Meng Churen, introduced by Master, has come to pay respects to Deacon Nangong. Meng Churen respectfully performed the disciple's greeting. It seemed that Nangong was oblivious, engrossed in tending to the spiritual herbs. Instead, it was Su Luoluo who first directed her gaze towards Meng Churen, adopting a familiar demeanor, her smile charming and delightful. No one could fathom that her inner thoughts were in stark contrast. This junior sister was undeniably beautiful. She could barely be compared to Luoluo. Yet, how dare she stand half a head taller than Luoluo? Su Luoluo edged closer, discreetly tiptoeing to maintain eye contact, and then spoke in a sisterly tone. Meng Churen, I know, the deacon of the painting hall, Dongfang, specifically advocated for you, did he not? You can just call me Su Shiji. Sister. Shiji? Meng Churen opened her mouth, swallowing her doubts. Sister Su, may I inquire about the whereabouts of the steward? Just as Su Luoluo was about to respond, Nangong had already approached and instructed her to withdraw. Was it Dongfang Ju who sent you to find me? For what purpose? The expression on Nangong Yi's face was far from pleasant. Dongfang Ju is the full name of the steward of the painting hall. It is said that Nangong Yi and Dongfang Ju were once inseparable friends in their youth, yet they were also rivals, their relationship marked by an intricate complexity. Meng Churen had been assigned to pay a visit, and as expected, she was met with a rather unsavory demeanor. Hearing that the steward possessed considerable insight into the realm of flora, the disciple had specifically come to seek guidance in order to find a method to break through her bottleneck with the aid of herbal remedies. With a firm resolve, Meng Churen articulated her intention. Chapter 30. Do you enjoy being fierce with me? Another pursuit for rapid advancement? Nangong scoffed, her countenance darkening further. With evident displeasure, she turned away and spoke in a low voice. The last disciple who sought a swift elevation and cultivation from me spent over half a year learning the ways of flora. Do you wish to follow the same path? Half a year's time? Ming Churen clearly did not possess such luxury, and doubts began to arise within her. Observing her hesitation, Nangong-yi let out a cold snort. How can the youth of today be so impatient? They lack even half a year's perseverance? It is a shame you are a student of the painting hall. Has Dongfang Ju not taught you the virtue of tranquility? Meng Churen bit her lip, reflecting on her status as a peak golden core cultivator. Yet she found herself subjected to such stern reprimands. Disciple, I too am compelled by circumstance. I sincerely implore the esteemed steward to extend a helping hand. Nangong-yi turned back and cast a brief glance at Meng Churen, responding with a hint of weariness. You possess a true spiritual root and have reached the third level of qi refining. Your progress in cultivation has been remarkably swift. However, due to the limitations of innate talent, even with external assistance, it necessitates considerable investment. 6 months may seem lengthy, but there is little I can do to aid you further. You should return now. With such words spoken, Meng Churen found it difficult to plead any further and could only leave with a heavy heart. She intended to depart hastily, but outside the herb hall, she was halted by a senior sister named Su Luoluo. Why had the sister pursued her? Su Luoluo feigned hesitation. Yet she had a potential solution that might alleviate her junior sister's pressing dilemma. However, her junior sister had to first articulate the urgency of her situation. Meng Churen sighed deeply, adopting a mindset of desperation, and recounted the entire matter. Upon finishing, Su Luoluo deliberately assumed the demeanor of a seasoned mentor, nodding in agreement while offering solemn comfort. Indeed, if what you say is true, this journey back home is indispensable, aligning perfectly with the intention of severing worldly ties. Over the next 3 years, elevating your cultivation to the 6th level is imperative. Meng Churen smiled wryly, thinking to herself that this senior sister Su was indeed quite resourceful. What did the sister mean? Su Luoluo nodded affirmatively. First, you must accompany me to meet someone. This individual may provide some assistance, but whether they are willing to extend their aid will depend on your performance. Meng Churen followed along, half convinced. Unbeknownst to anyone, Su Luoluo, leading the way, wore a sly smile at the corners of her lips. The pitiable junior sister, troubled by family matters, had no choice but to seek assistance from junior brother Jiang. Under the desperate pleas of the beautiful junior sister, Jiang, albeit reluctantly, consented to her request, as it was but a trivial task for him. Ultimately, during the junior sister's arduous journey of breaking through her cultivation bottleneck, the two inevitably began to understand one another. Su Luoluo was determined to observe. Just how substantial is your so-called affection for her? Should your intentions towards her be inappropriate, I shall sever ties with you. Thus, under the guidance of Su Luoluo, Meng Churen made her way to a certain someone's cave abode. As they drew nearer to their destination, the sense of familiarity intensified until the endpoint was finally within sight. Meng Churen confirmed that this was indeed Jiang Mo's cave abode. Outside Jiang Mo's cave, Meng Churen and Jiang Mo exchanged glances. The last time they had met was over a year ago, during which they had scarcely received any news from one another. A long time no see. Jiang Mo was the first to break the silence. I was actually planning to seek you out soon. Meng Churen's cheeks flushed, uncertain of what to say. The presence of senior sister Su, who had brought her here, indicated there was indeed a method to rapidly enhance her cultivation. Yet she never anticipated that this person would be Jiang Mo. At that moment, Su Luoluo felt as though the world had fallen silent. She seemed unable to hear any sounds, her gaze darting between the two. Even a fool could discern the situation. What is this? Luoluo certainly did not wish to play the role of a matchmaker. Sister Su. Jiang Mo finally noticed Su Luoluo beside him. He intended to greet her and express his gratitude, but Su Luoluo had already dashed away, her eyes brimming with tears. Her cries echoing as if they could be heard 10 miles away. Luoluo no longer wishes to speak to you. Wu Meng Churen displayed a knowing smile and teased. Why not chase after her and offer some comfort? Luoluo is a strong child. Jiang Mo awkwardly scratched his nose in response. You truly possess no sensitivity. Then, for reasons unknown, Jiang Mo succinctly recounted his affair with Su Luoluo. Indeed, to be favored by such a remarkable girl, I find myself somewhat envious of you. Speaking of which, during my time at the Outer Sect Academy, I was only ever noticed by a boy with a false spiritual root. Meng Churen continued the conversation as if it were a casual exchange. Hansun, Jiang Imo immediately thought of him. How did you know? I discerned it during our journey to the Jingzhe Xinzong. And afterward? Jiang Imo inquired with curiosity. He risked much to inform me, but fearing subsequent troubles, I sent him away from the Outer Sect Academy. So that is how it is. Jiang Imo concluded that topic and invited Meng Churen to return with him to the cave dwelling. I had intended to seek you out in a few days, but it seems you found me first. Yet, why were you with Su Luoluo? After a moment of contemplation, he finally posed the question. This encounter had rendered the atmosphere somewhat tense and unfamiliar, making their conversation feel laborious. You actually thought to come find me? Meng Churen seemed disinclined to answer the question. Did you not consider seeking me out? Jiang Imo reflected inwardly, while simultaneously explaining, having received your care last time and accepted your painting. I thought to prepare a gift in return. I have been preparing it until now. So, how did you arrive here with Su Luoluo? I am not particularly eager to respond to you. Meng Churen contemplated deeply before finally answering. Why? It would only cause you trouble, Meng Churen replied softly. You're being overly sentimental. Given my position, how could I refrain from assisting you? Just state your issue directly, Jiang Imo urged. Meng Churen bit her lip, her cheeks flushing from her face to her ears. The realization that this person was most likely the true Jiang Imo left her uncertain about how to engage with him, especially regarding matters that might impose upon him. Throughout the last 50 years, she had long accustomed herself to restraining her own needs, striving not to impose on others. Noticing Meng Churen's silence, Jiang Imo playfully remarked, I recall our last encounter. You were quite fierce. Why the sudden display of sentimentality now? Meng Churen's expression soured immediately. You jest with your life. How could I not be upset? Do you enjoy provoking me? Chapter 31. The curtain of the tricolor flower. Jiang Imo chuckled nonchalantly. Well, even if you choose not to speak, I am aware. That gift was prepared for this reason. Come with me. With that, Jiang Imo instinctively grasped Meng Churen's hand and led her towards the field of tricolor flowers outside the cave. The blinding sunlight fell like a theatrical curtain. As the scene concluded, the curtain gradually lifted. As far as the eye can see, blossoms flourish across the fields, immersed in the fragrance of flowers. Meng Churen senses the ethereal essence of this place, leaving no room for doubt about the circumstances at hand. Did you truly dedicate 6 months to mastering the art of botany solely to prepare this token of gratitude? Jiang Imo remarked somewhat bashfully. If I were to claim that this gesture of gratitude was merely incidental, what would you think? Meng Churen let out a barely perceptible hum, revealing no particular thoughts. After all, she had not harbored expectations for any gift from him. Have you become rather proud? Jiang Imo mused internally, realizing that the gentle and tender version of her he once knew seemed to drift further away. What is your current state of cultivation? Transitioning from light-hearted banter, Jiang Imo shifted to more serious matters. Approximately 6 months ago, he began striving to break through the bottleneck from the initial to the intermediate stage. But progress has been sluggish, with recent efforts yielding even less reward. Meng Churen sighed softly and responded candidly. I commenced my attempts to breach the bottleneck half a year ago, and only now am I beginning to feel the resistance. Meanwhile, Jiang Imo had gradually sensed diminishing returns for about 3 months. It appears that if they continue to pursue their ordinary training, it is inevitable that Meng Churen will be the first to overcome this obstacle. The disparity between those with 3 spiritual roots and those with true spiritual roots becomes increasingly evident. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Imo suggested, our prolonged stagnation may indeed stem from our mindset. An excessive desire for immediate results has led to insufficient accumulation of progress, rendering us even less capable of advancement. Henceforth, our cultivation must be approached with tranquility of mind and steadfastness. Meng Churen nodded in agreement, but offered no further response. Her gaze drifted over the expansive sea of flowers. And suddenly, her heart was filled with a warm surge. The floral scent wafting to her nostrils seemed to carry a hint of sweetness. One could still perceive the care and dedication of the gardener. He claimed it was merely a casual act, yet who can truly discern whether he harbored any ulterior motives? Flowers, after all, are meant to be admired. I have a profound fondness for these blossoms. Meng Churen revealed a sweet smile, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar hue that seemed to embody happiness. Jiang Imo gazed at the girl among the flowers, akin to a solitary bee mistaking her for a bloom, utterly captivated. Quite lovely. They suit you well. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere began to shift towards an awkward direction, prompting Jiang Imo to clear his throat and prepare to take his leave. Wait, Meng Churen unexpectedly called out to him. Where are you planning to go? Her face appeared flushed, and her demeanor was tinged with embarrassment, as if she were asking a question she already anticipated the answer to. To the outer sect steward hall, to report some matters. Jiang Mo replied, his discomfort evident. A practical question arose. What behavioral phenomenon corresponds to two individuals engaging in seclusion together for an extended period? The answer, the gregarious nature of primates. The Outer Sect Academy requires a general awareness of the student's whereabouts, and matters such as changing long-term residences necessitate a report to the Outer Sect Steward Hall. Then, please return promptly. I wish to construct a wooden cabin outside the cave for our seclusion, Meng Churen shyly requested. The single-person cave was already rather cramped, and sharing it for two would be little different from sharing a bed. With over 3 centuries of experience, and the likelihood that her companion might very well be her past husband, she felt no reason to be embarrassed by this circumstance. The dilemma lies in the fact that this corporeal form may not be entirely suited to confront certain extraordinary circumstances. Jiang Mo nodded, then swiftly made his way to the Outer Sect Steward Hall. Upon arrival, he encountered the rather bored elderly gentleman, preparing to greet him. Old Deng. The old man glared with piercing eyes, as if he were ready to devour him whole. Ahem, esteemed steward, I have come today to discuss a matter with you. The old man cast a sidelong glance at him. Jiang Mo, is it? Speak, but I hope it is not something regarding a life-and-death battle. Jiang Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It seemed that his youthful bravado had left quite an impression on this elder. Old Deng, you best keep that to yourself. Though Jiang Mo appeared to hold little reverence for his senior. Perhaps he was the only one in the Outer Sect who truly understood the old man's thoughts. This elder, the chief steward of the Outer Sect Academy, was a formidable cultivator at the late Golden Core stage. He had resigned himself to being trapped here, guiding the younger generation. Having neither denied his past nor succumbed to the uncertainties of the future, he continued to seek out what he could do, dedicating himself to it wholeheartedly. This was a quality that Jiang Mo, in his later years, lacked. Observing the elder's languid demeanor, Jiang Mo found it rather amusing, and his spirits lifted. He deliberately adopted a commanding posture and declared, I have come specifically to inform you that I require to enter seclusion alongside a female cultivator named Meng Churen due to matters of our cultivation. Please handle it accordingly. Divine Gold. The old man rolled his eyes, refraining from unleashing his wrath directly. Humph, you young fellow. Is it your belief that now, having reached a sufficient age, it is time to hasten matters? Nevertheless, considering your diligent cultivation over the past 2 years, I can hardly refuse your request. However, I must impart a word of caution. The youth, in their eagerness, may sometimes lose sight of the essence of cultivation. Do you not think it possible that we are solely dedicated to our practice? Jiang Mo, feeling somewhat speechless, chose not to elaborate further. It sufficed that he agreed. Remember the teachings of your elder. Just as he was about to depart, the old man suddenly called him back. By the way, are you not considering participating in the external sex competition next year? What purpose would that serve? To merely play a supporting role? As a disciple in the early stages of Qi refinement, my focus should remain on enhancing my cultivation. Thus, I shall refrain from engaging in battles of a higher realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Mo declined. The external competition is held once every 5 years, featuring a relatively free arena format. Achieving consecutive victories grants one rewards from the academy. Jiang Mo had participated in the past, earning prizes such as elixirs and magical artifacts. Yet these rewards were typically reserved for those disciples on the verge of advancing to the inner sect. Among the disciples, it was commonly referred to as a graduation ceremony. Consequently, there is little need for an early-stage disciple to partake in the external competition, as the majority of participants merely serve as a backdrop for the most outstanding disciples of that cohort. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the old man persisted. Have you not mastered the technique of sudden awakening? I dare say, if you attain the mid-stage of Qi refinement within a year with your exceptional skills, you would certainly possess the strength to contend against those in the later stages. Imagine, if you were to triumph in the arena, defeating an opponent of later stages while still in your midterm, how glorious that would be. The old man's words were indeed persuasive, and if Jiang Mo were a fervent youth, he might have been swayed. Chapter 32. I will not agree. Jiang Mo found himself perplexed. What could be the old man's unwavering insistence on having him participate in the outer sex duel? Engaging in battles beyond one's rank is undoubtedly exhilarating. That much is true. He possessed the confidence to achieve it. However, winning merely 1 or 2 matches, What joy is there in that? Is it necessary to achieve a 10-game winning streak to receive the reward? How audacious to even mention it. While the power is undeniably formidable, the preparation time for this spell exceeds the lifespan of a horse, not to mention its outrageous side effects. Can this truly be utilized in a tournament? I ask you. The old man gazed at the young man, whose face was contorted in frustration, momentarily at a loss for how to continue his persuasion. He was not intent on coercing Jiang Mo into this competition. He merely wished to see the limits of the young prodigy. Such talent is exceedingly rare, akin to a millennium-old snow lotus atop a lofty mountain. How about just 5 consecutive victories? The old man seemed to have discerned Jiang Mo's thoughts and audaciously lowered the stakes. Jiang Mo found himself both amused and exasperated. He had no interest. The youth was truly lacking in spirit. Upon hearing this, the old man understood that further persuasion was unnecessary. With a look of regret, he pursed his lips and prepared to sit in meditation. Just as he began to close his eyes, he was startled awake by a knock on the table. "Old man, I have one more question for you," Jiang Mo said. "Spit it out quickly. Can I exchange credits for resources directly here? I'm too lazy to make another trip. My wife is waiting for me to return home." "Ah, calling me my lady already? It can be exchanged, but it comes at a considerable cost." The old man wore an expression of disdain, yet he did not outright deny it. "Do you have Xuanma Inkstone?" Jiang Mo inquired directly. The old man's brow furrowed slightly, finding the question quite peculiar. The Xuanma Inkstone is a relatively common high-quality forging material, typically utilized as the primary core for spiritual treasures. Yet, disciples of the forging discipline struggle even to refine inferior spiritual weapons, let alone be foolish enough to squander vast amounts of credits on superior materials for such a purpose. Consequently, the Outer Gate Academy possesses only one, serving merely as an ornament. "Are you planning to forge a spiritual weapon?" The old man, unable to comprehend Jiang Mo's logic, posed the question nonetheless. "Ah, I suppose so, if my life sword counts as a spiritual weapon," Jiang Mo replied, stating that his life sword, Mo Foam, was crafted from 2 materials, with the Xuanma Inkstone being the most crucial for the sword's core, while the other material was absent from the Outer Gate Academy's resource exchange catalog. The old man's gaze filled with a hint of pity. "Are you not a fool? You intend to use high-quality materials to forge an inferior spiritual weapon? Such wastefulness is preposterous." "It's fine. I have plenty of credits." Jiang Mo promptly showcased his identity token, exclaiming, "Look, it's simply unexhausted." The old man took a quick glance, immediately realizing he had been deceived. "This is hardly unexhausted. After exchanging for the Xuanma Inkstone, you will find your credits depleted, barely sufficient for even a single condensation pill. If I told you I saved this much in half a year, would you believe me?" Jiang Mo said with pride. "Farming is not something learned in vain. The elixirs he has cultivated are of the finest quality, having been appraised by Nangongyi. He has not even saved enough to replace the materials. And it is likely that the one who will first be driven to exasperation will be the meticulous teacher who instructed him. Believe what you will." The old man, with a sense of indignation, retrieved a Su-N-M inkstone from the storage device reminiscent of an academy's artifact and declared, "Take it away. After all, it is not my money." The Su-N-M inkstone, entirely black and roughly the size of a palm, resembled an ordinary black pebble. After the exchange was completed, Jiang Mo took his leave. The old man watched the youth depart, stroking his scraggly beard, lost in contemplation. After a moment, his eyes brightened. He then extracted a branch adorned with a few tender leaves from the personal storage ring on his left hand. Perhaps the small wall lamp, valuing spiritual artifacts, could be tested with this item? When the time of the outer sect competition arrives, let us see if he will take the bait. Some time later, an additional item appeared on the list of prizes for consecutive victories, entitled the Branch of the Phoenix perched on the parasol tree. Having successfully acquired the Su-N-M inkstone, Jiang Mo's spirits were naturally elevated. From now on, he need only continuously refine it with his original spiritual energy until it takes on the form of a sword embryo, merging it with his essence. Thus, his life-bonded spiritual sword would be considered preliminarily complete. The next step would be to integrate the sword into his chi-si, attempting to communicate with it through his primordial spirit, establishing a connection between the spiritual sword and his sea of consciousness. Given the insufficient strength of the original spiritual energy during the chi refinement stage, this process would undoubtedly be protracted. Therefore, one must not be overly hasty. Upon returning to his cave abode, Jiang Mo discovered that his wife, seemingly carefree, had entered a state of meditative comprehension and had claimed his only meditation cushion. A careful observation would reveal that all of this was merely an illusion. As Meng Charan sensed Jiang Mo's return, an instinctive impulse compelled her to adopt a meditative posture. Feigning a state of inner tranquility, Jiang Mo approached, scrutinizing her closely. It did not take long for him to observe the faint flush adorning Meng Charan's fair skin and the disarray of her breath. Yet she seemed resolute in keeping her eyes shut. Amusement flickered within him. In a playful act, he reached out and gently pinched her rosy cheek. Soft, warm. The one feigning slumber remained unperturbed, prompting Jiang Mo to depart the cave, intent on constructing the wooden hut necessary for his retreat. The following day, the house was completed. Jiang Mo and Meng Charan found themselves in the intimate confines of the elegantly crafted wooden bedroom, the atmosphere decidedly peculiar. After a prolonged silence, Meng Charan broke it with a question. With only one training room, do you intend for me to reside here alone while you continue to dwell in the humble cave? Jiang Mo felt a twinge of discomfort. Your insinuation suggests that I am scheming to share a room with you, he retorted. I merely sought convenience. The simplicity of this one-room dwelling is why it appears as it does. He sighed, conceding. All right, I admit it. I have been somewhat calculating. Feeling a pang of guilt, Jiang Mo continued, after much contemplation, I concluded that relying solely on the environment's enhancement would not suffice, leading me to devise a method to accelerate our cultivation speed. And what does this have to do with the wooden hut? Meng Charan inquired, skepticism etched across her face. Yet curiosity about his proposal lingered. Jiang Mo was drenched in sweat, his heart wavering as he contemplated whether to voice the words that lingered on his lips. He believed that if they were to engage in dual cultivation, sharing a room would be the most prudent choice. Dual cultivation? Meng Charan felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, frozen in place. Her fair cheeks swiftly suffused with a blush that crept to the roots of her ears and down her neck. Flustered, she tightened her clothing and hastily retreated to the corner, extending her delicate fingers to point at Jiang Mo. I will not agree to this. If you dare to act recklessly, I will. Her voice dwindled to a mere whisper. The latter half of her statement either lost or too faint to be heard. Jiang Mo felt an acute embarrassment that left him feeling utterly exposed. Might it be possible, he ventured, that not all methods of dual cultivation are as you envision? Chapter 33. All is cultivation, wherein lies the indecency. Without waiting for Meng Charan's response, Jiang Mo sighed deeply and produced a sheet of paper, presenting it before her. Please, take a look. Meng Charan regarded the contents of the paper with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. The handwriting was unmistakably familiar, undoubtedly penned by the very person standing before her. As she delved deeper into the text, a fragment of a nearly forgotten memory surfaced. The esteemed dual cultivation technique, Lingxi. Their joint practice of this method had yielded astonishing improvements in their cultivation efficiency. Merely reaching the second level, their progress in cultivation had already approached that of those with heavenly spiritual roots. The technique comprised 5 levels. However, their advancement had stagnated. Yet, what relevance did this hold concerning the nature of their cultivation methods? If memory serves me right, even the practice of Lingxi adopts a rather traditional method of cultivation, does it not? Meng Charan glanced at the end of the manuscript, where it boldly stated, to cultivate this method, in addition to the conventional yin-yang harmony, one may also employ the resonance of the primordial spirit. In that fleeting moment, Meng Charan's thoughts became disoriented. A cascade of intimate memories surged forth, filled with blush-inducing actions and tender whispers, accumulating like grains of sand. An overwhelming sense of shame began to brew within her, her body temperature gradually rising. Her cheeks flushed as though they might bleed, akin to boiling water, steam wafting from her crown. Jiang Mo. Her lips quivered incessantly, her gaze sharp, yet glistening with unshed tears of grievance as she glared at Jiang Mo. You are deceiving me. After enduring half an hour of domestic turmoil, Jiang Mo touched the faint red marks on his face, though they did not hurt. A profound sense of injustice lingered within him. Previously, the practice of Lingxi had indeed followed traditional methods, with no mention of alternative approaches. Yes, this is true. But did I have the chance to speak? The moment I mentioned dual cultivation, I hadn't even finished my words before you were already shedding your garments and leaping into my embrace. And it only escalated from there. Tell me, which occasion was not initiated by you? I said that cultivation was exhausting, that I was not in the right state today, that I still had words to share. So I ask, when have you ever granted me the opportunity? In the wooden cabin, an awkward atmosphere lingered. After regaining her composure, Meng Chuan, filled with guilt, quietly approached Jiang Yimou. With a flushed countenance and a flirtatious demeanor, she extended her finger and gently poked Jiang Mo's arm. Jiang Yimou, burdened with unexpressed grievances, chose to disregard her. Jiang Yimou, from whom did you acquire this dual cultivation technique? Meng Chuan's voice was laced with a feigned sweetness, attempting to sound coy. Jiang Yimou clicked his tongue and casually replied, "A friend gave it to me. Do you think you can deceive me now? Be honest, or dream on." The situation had escalated to this point. Jiang Yimou was almost entirely certain that Meng Chuan was indeed his wife, having pledged their vows and shared a bed. A legitimate spouse in every sense. Otherwise, how could one explain the deception? Certainly, one could fabricate an explanation, but until she chose to come clean, Jiang Yimou would remain silent. Seeing Jiang Mo's unwavering attitude, which even lacked a well-crafted excuse, Meng Chuan felt a stir of resentment. You believe that being granted a second chance at life nullifies the heavenly decree, allowing you to lie to me without restraint, don't you? Jiang Yimou, you truly are something. Meng Chuan was nearly certain that this Jiang Yimou was her husband, bound by their vows and shared intimacy. Otherwise, how could one explain the connection? Again, one could contrive an explanation, but until he decided to be forthright, Meng Chuan would not utter a word. However, recognizing that she had been at fault initially, she chose to vent her pent-up frustration upon him. Thus, with patience, Meng Chuan maintained a gentle smile, drawing a little closer, then leaned in to whisper softly in Jiang Yimou's ear, her breath fragrant as she asked, "May we begin our cultivation?" The warm breath enveloped his ear, causing Jiang Yimou to shiver involuntarily, every pore of his skin awakening. Instinctively, he distanced himself from her. He was all too familiar with this gesture and dialogue. It was one of the initial moves in the practice of their shared cultivation technique. Let it be known, if it isn't serious, I shall not engage. Jiang Yimou solemnly expressed his stance, yet for some inexplicable reason, his legs trembled incessantly. In the realm of cultivation, there is nothing frivolous. Meng Chuan chuckled softly, appearing adorably naive. Jiang Yimou swallowed hard. Indeed, everything seemingly pink reveals a darker truth beneath. His previous admiration for Meng Chuan had been exceedingly naive. Now, he finally perceived the reality. There was nothing gentle and soothing. It was all a facade. Thus, with a vigilant expression, Jiang Yimou sat cross-legged opposite Meng Chuan, attempting to cultivate the first layer of Lingxi with minimal physical contact through a shared spiritual resonance. Following the techniques of the method, their fingers intertwined, arms crossing in front of them, and then they relaxed their joints and muscles, allowing the motion of their arms to tilt their upper bodies forward. They maintained a distance of merely a palm's width between their faces, ultimately releasing their conscious seas to mutually perceive each other's spirits. The state of spiritual resonance necessitates mutual trust, devoid of any defenses, requiring each party to reveal themselves without reservation. This was Jiang Yimou and Meng Chuan's inaugural experience of cultivating Lingxi through spiritual resonance. Unaware of the circumstances of others, they undeniably forged a connection in an instant. Perhaps this encapsulates the true essence of the first realm of Lingxi, where the red thread binds them together. No need for costly jade pestles or solemn vows. They were inherently entwined by the fateful red thread. The state of spiritual resonance is wondrous. It feels as though one can genuinely perceive the joys, sorrows, and thoughts of the other. Despite minimal physical contact, it seems as if every facet of the other's being lies within arm's reach. Even the tremor of eyelashes and the gentle rustle of hair stirred by the breeze can be distinctly felt. Warmth fills every corner, bestowing tranquility upon one another. Similar to traditional cultivation methods, once both parties are closely connected, they must commence the harmonious operation of their internal circulatory systems. Although Lingxi does not emphasize the coordination of breathing and circulation, a certain level of foundational training is essential to accomplish this process. Jiang Yimou and Meng Chuan, being seasoned practitioners, naturally achieved a seamless synergy with ease. However, a question arises: how did this wealth of experience come to be? It is curious. You seem remarkably adept. Jiang Yimou seized the opportunity to speak first. This is a conversation on a soul level, requiring no spoken words, merely the swiftness of one's reactions. Meng Chuan let out a cold snort. Such trivial skills, she deemed unworthy of contesting for the right to speak. There is no mastery here. It is merely my husband's adept guidance that taught me swiftly. My husband is truly wonderful. This manner of speaking, akin to a charmingly coy expression, would have surely delighted Jiang Mo in her past life. But now? No, not at all. I too am a novice. Jiang Mo decided to momentarily refrain from exposing the truth, play-acting instead. With such demeanor, Meng Chuan scoffed internally, yet outwardly feigned a sense of grievance, saying, "Do not think you can deceive me. My husband must surely find me unbearably dull, perhaps having practiced with other young ladies beforehand. No, that cannot be right. I do not blame him. Such a degree of spiritual resonance is hardly noteworthy. It is my fault. My jealousy runs too deep." Oh, Chapter 34, 17 is not 300. Such expressions and the tone of grievance, if placed in my past life, would have filled Jiang Mo with overwhelming guilt. But now? Jiang Mo smiled sweetly and said, "Why don't you turn around and count how many times you've called out to me? We haven't even completed our wedding ceremony yet. And you are in such a hurry." Meng Chuan widened her eyes and exclaimed, "I have not." Jiang Mo did not allow her an opportunity to explain, spreading his hands and letting out a sigh. The yearning for immortality. The folly of severing love. Meng Chuan's face flushed crimson, nearly driven to madness. Indeed, anything blue, over time, will turn black. My previous admiration for Jiang Mo was far too excessive. Now, I can finally see clearly. There is no tenderness or affection for a wife. It was all a fade. Through spiritual resonance, Meng Chuan sensed the exhilaration radiating from Jiang Mo, her chest rising and falling more rapidly. A surge of frustration welled up within her, and unable to contain it, her nose tinged with moisture, and soon, a sobbing tone emerged. "You only know how to bully me." Jiang Mo recognized that she was genuinely crying this time. He found it perplexing. After all, you are a young lady over 300 years old. Can you truly cry at will without fear of embarrassment? This is a conversation on a soul level, where both can directly perceive each other's superficial thoughts. Meng Chuan was taken aback to hear Jiang Mo audaciously gossiping about her, feeling a surge of anxiety and indignation. Nonsense. How could I possibly be over 300 years old? I am clearly only 17. Thus, the initial practice of the mutual resonance of their primordial spirits, known as Lingxi, concluded smoothly amidst their amicable dialogue. The entire process spanned 3 days, a remarkable enhancement in efficiency compared to the traditional method, which typically convened once a week for a maximum of 3 hours. Perhaps the mutual resonance was indeed the rightful approach to Lingxi, indicating that previous paths had strayed. Moreover, the mutual resonance yielded additional benefits. When both practitioners circulated their energy simultaneously, their consciousnesses, being in close proximity, were nourished and purified by 2 distinct sources of spiritual energy. Over time, this interaction would undoubtedly result in a significant enhancement of both their consciousness and primordial spirit. The infusion of external primordial energy into their consciousness also evoked a peculiar sensation, akin to someone assisting you in brushing your teeth. Jiang Mo believed that, based on the experiences and feedback thus far, this method far surpassed traditional practices. After all, while initial encounters may be pleasant, prolonged repetition often devolves into sheer torment, akin to monotonous labor. The sole drawback of the mutual resonance lay in its considerable depletion of the primordial spirit, which lagged in recovery speed compared to the physical body. After 3 days of rigorous training, both Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan found themselves drenched in cold sweat, their expressions dazed as they leaned against one another, a clear indication of excessive depletion of their primordial spirits. 17 is not 300 years. Abba. Meng Chuan leaned against Jiang Mo's embrace, both seemingly intoxicated and rambling incoherently, yet the joy upon their faces remained undiminished, suggesting that all was well. It was uncertain how much time had passed before a glimmer of clarity returned to their gazes. With great effort, Meng Chuan retrieved a visualization painting and hung it on the wall directly opposite them. Jiang Mo exchanged a meaningful glance with her, instantly grasping the significance. They began to comprehend the painting, seeking to restore their primordial spirits. 7 days later, the ethereal resonance within the painting had nearly vanished. Meng Chuan promptly roused Jiang Mo. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him, feigning restraint and remaining silent. Jiang Mo, well aware of her intentions, directly inquired, "Shall we continue our cultivation?" Primordial spirit. Activate. Thus commenced a cycle of 3 days of cultivation, followed by 7 days to solidify their damaged primordial spirits, culminating in a 10-day cycle. Within the spirit-gathering array, pure spiritual energy underwent rapid purification through the three-colored flower, proving inexhaustible. The low-grade visualization painting they were replicating also yielded endless benefits. The arduous training ceased to be monotonous. The swift ascent in their cultivation became intoxicating, while the exhilaration of their soul's cleansing rendered them utterly captivated. Meng Charan forgot to report her progress to her teacher, and Jiang Imo dismissed the medicinal herbs of Su Yunjia from his mind. Nothing else seemed to matter. Even as the passage of time was cast aside to the farthest reaches of the cosmic river, only each other remained. 10 months elapsed quietly. Within the wooden cabin of the flower fields, the visualization painting, having lost its spiritual resonance, fulfilled its purpose once more. Both seated figures gradually awakened. Meng Charan smoothly took Jiang Mo's hand, intertwining their fingers, and calmly stated, "Continue." Jiang Imo let out a helpless sigh and said, "My dear, we have been in seclusion for a full 10 months. It is time to emerge." In truth, he had long wished to break free from their retreat ever since his breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi refinement, yet Meng Charan was adamant against it. Could they not simply remain in seclusion until reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement before emerging? Meng Charan remained reluctant. In the past, she had relished the days when they could cultivate together while remaining by Jiang Mo's side. Satisfying him brought her joy as well. Previously, they had limited time together due to Jiang Mo's physical burdens, but circumstances had changed, and now she seemed particularly greedy for their shared moments. A sense of déjà vu washed over Jiang Imo, and his legs began to tremble involuntarily. He understood that one must not rush the cultivation process. Sometimes, it was essential to lay a solid foundation, or else all efforts would be in vain. "I do not wish to." Jiang Imo did not finish his thought, yet his meaning was sufficiently conveyed. For a fleeting moment, a shadow crossed Meng Charan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and said, "But first, you must answer me one question. Ask away." Meng Charan unabashedly linked her arm with Jiang Mo's, her eyes sparkling with expectation as she inquired, "So, when do you plan to marry me this time?" Jiang Imo felt uncomfortable under her questioning, suspecting it to be yet another linguistic trap. What do you mean by this time? Are we to have multiple weddings? Just tell me when." Her tone, "Were you serious?" Jiang Imo confirmed repeatedly, realizing this was not a jest. He felt a flicker of panic and replied vaguely, "In a couple of years." "What do you mean by a couple of years? How many years exactly?" Meng Charan was in a state of urgency. After 10 months of close companionship, she had come to realize certain truths. The notion of repeating past mistakes was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the origin of her feelings, profound and unwavering. Many things were not so easily cast aside. Her previous experiences had illuminated the fact that when Jiang Imo was wholeheartedly devoted to his path, her considerations were somewhat lacking. She should not have doubted his affection for her. As for any hindrance to his singular pursuit, given the remarkable efficacy of Lingxi now, what obstacles could possibly remain? With all barriers removed, how could she not seize Jiang Imo firmly, instead of passively watching him seek companionship elsewhere? After all, she had openly referred to him as her husband. What reservations could she possibly harbor? Well, it was merely said in passing. Chapter 35. The unfound answer. Jiang Imo was not deceiving her. It was indeed a casual remark. However, the notion of a solitary man and woman retreating together for 10 months could lead to misunderstandings. Shouldn't he provide her with some form of acknowledgement? For instance, in the eyes of others, what was the nature of their relationship? Meng Charan pressed on relentlessly. She needed to establish a certain intimacy with Jiang Imo otherwise. Who knew which alluring enchantress might entangle him outside? Jiang Imo sighed deeply and responded earnestly. A marriage pact had already been established by their families. Thus they could easily present themselves as such to the outside world. As for anything beyond that, he kindly requested a bit more time from his wife. Through 10 months of shared days and nights, Jiang Imo had come to understand certain things, yet some questions remained unanswered. His prior experiences had shown him that he had failed to maintain a balance between his quest for transcendence and his marital affections, becoming overly fixated on one aspect while neglecting the other. The pursuit of longevity and the maintenance of emotional connections are not inherently contradictory. He need not sabotage everything. Regardless of his singular devotion to the path, he was, prior to this, someone else's husband. Now, having the opportunity to reconcile, Jiang Imo naturally wishes to set aside any grudges, no longer evading or feigning slumber. However, this reconciliation hinges upon the further refinement of the Lingxi cultivation method. which allows for the harmonious coexistence of both pursuits. Should a day arise when he faces an irreconcilable dilemma once more, would he again jeopardize the situation? He remains uncertain. While this may superficially appear to be a matter of insufficient ability, it reflects a deeper question. What truly constitutes love? Jiang Yimou has yet to find an answer, and neither has Ming Churen. After emerging from seclusion, Jiang Yimou intends to greet a few familiar faces and spend some time preparing for the necessary practices for his forthcoming extended retreat, particularly concerning visualization paintings and the three-colored flower. His October retreat will not strictly adhere to a 10-day cycle. During this period, Jiang Yimou must divert his attention to tending the flower field, while Ming Churen is occupied with sketching the visualization paintings. Fortunately, the intervals are brief, given that a significant portion of the three-colored flower has withered and the purity of the spiritual energy within the gathering array has slightly diminished. Relying on hastily drawn visualization paintings is indeed a waste of time. Thus, it is prudent to emerge from seclusion to make adequate preparations. Jiang Yimou, where do you plan to go first? Ming Churen naturally entwines her arm with his, clearly desiring to accompany him. Jiang Yimou, understanding this sentiment, does not resist. The initial days following a reconciliation after a marital Cold War often feel more intimate than those of newly enamored couples, a reality he has long since accepted. Let us first visit the herb hall, he replies, simultaneously forming a hand gesture. In an instant, the deep blue sword light soared into the sky, subsequently hovering before him. It revealed an incomplete sword embryo, its core a swirl of inky blackness, enveloped by a rich, deep blue essence of spiritual energy, appearing as if it were a seamless whole. Ordinary cultivators might perceive this as a high-quality spiritual weapon. However, in truth, this was the fated spiritual sword, Imo Foam, that Jiang Yimou had painstakingly refined over the course of 10 months. Upon seeing the familiar spiritual sword, Ming Churen experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. As memories from the past surfaced quietly, it felt as though she were caught in a dream. Everything seemed unchanged, and she remained the peak golden core cultivator she once was. Instinctively, she began to silently recite a familiar incantation, attempting to summon something. Yet, nothing transpired. Her hands remained empty, devoid of any tangible sensation. Let us go. Jiang Yimou noticed the glimmer of disappointment in Ming Churen's eyes. He refrained from saying much, instead stepping onto the flying sword and embracing her, then taking to the skies. During the chi refining stage, one lacked the ability to hover in midair, but could utilize external aids such as flying artifacts or high-grade spiritual swords. It was possible to exchange credits for flying artifacts or spiritual weapons capable of aerial movement at the Outer Sect Academy. Yet their exorbitant prices made them unattainable for the vast majority of Outer Sect disciples. Even the most talented students in the forging discipline could, at best, forge mid-grade spiritual weapons that lacked the ability to fly. Thus, being able to soar through the skies at the Outer Sect Academy was undoubtedly a matter of great attention. As Jiang Yimou floated in the air, he sensed a multitude of gasps and envious glances from below, which he found quite gratifying. He felt reassured that the decision to recreate Imo Foam was indeed a wise one. Regrettably, the melancholia of her beloved somewhat marred the picturesque scenery. However, Jiang Yimou did not perceive this as being overly sentimental. The position of the spiritual sword, Jindan, in Ming Churen's heart was distinctly different from that of Mofeng in Jiang Mo's affections. Due to her lackluster talent in magical arts, Ming Churen often found herself at a disadvantage in combat against her peers. The emergence of the spiritual sword, Jindan, precisely compensated for this shortcoming, enabling her to surmount various challenges. Thus, Jiang Yimou understood that Jindan held the status of a reliable companion in Ming Churen's esteem. In critical moments, Jindan could liberate Mofeng, and it was abundantly clear that Ming Churen would never forsake Jindan. In truth, Jiang Yimou had overlooked a significant point. The reason Ming Churen valued the spiritual sword, Jindan, was because the extraordinary materials used to forge it were sourced through Jiang Mo's painstaking efforts, driven by his concern for her potential shortcomings in combat. The quality of Jindan far surpassed that of Mofeng. Its blade was crafted from the exquisite vermilion bird divine stone, rumored to be formed from the bones of the divine bird, the vermilion bird. Although the records of the Jingjia immortal sect state that the vermilion bird divine stone is composed of the embers left after the extinguishing of innate fire. With no direct connection to the vermilion bird itself, it remains a precious artifact. Based on Jiang Mo's observations over the past 10 months, it seemed that Meng Charin's primordial spiritual energy had undergone a transformative quality, suggesting that the possibility of reforging Jindan was worth considering. Unfortunately, the Outer Academy currently lacked a means to acquire the Vermilion Bird Divine Stone. With no feasible options, Jiang Mo could only offer words of comfort. Although Morphing had been successfully created, it lacked spiritual essence and appeared despondent. Thus, he felt it necessary to find it a companion. "My dear, do you not agree?" Meng Charin shook her head, yet resolutely declared, "This time, I shall find a way to obtain the Vermilion Bird Divine Stone on my own." "Very well. Then I shall attend to the matters concerning the Phoenix Perch and the Wudong Tree." After a brief exchange, Jiang Mo and Meng Charin arrived at the Herb Hall. Jiang Mo had come with the intention of expressing his concerns and inquiring about recent happenings, as this elderly matron, despite her advanced years, had shown him considerable kindness. It was rather unkind of her to remain absent for 10 months without so much as a word. They met again amidst the familiar flower fields. South Palace Yi's complexion had deteriorated significantly compared to before. Within her murky eyes, the unwavering belief that fuels the flame of life was nowhere to be found. It seemed as though warmth was gradually ebbing away. Only when Jiang Mo produced some mature spiritual herbs, as he had done in the past, and humbly sought her guidance, did she finally exhibit a semblance of vitality. South Palace Yi candidly pointed out several issues and elaborated on methods for improvement, then cast a disapproving glance at Meng Charin. South Palace Yi harbored a poor impression of Meng Charin. It was unexpected that this woman would be associated with Jiang Mo, appearing quite affectionate, akin to a young couple in the throes of romance. Remembering Meng Charin's desperate search for rapid advancement, she speculated whether she had seduced Jiang Mo with her beauty. If that were indeed the case, she would be compelled to teach this shameless pair a lesson. Chapter 36. Truly the innate alchemical saint body. In a moment of clarity, Jiang Mo realized that South Palace Yi had misunderstood the situation and promptly positioned himself in front of Meng Charin to explain the circumstances. South Palace Yi remained noncommittal upon hearing his words, her gaze towards Meng Charin still laden with scrutiny. Deep down, she felt that this woman was unworthy of her esteemed protégé. Jiang Mo had devoted 6 months to learning the art of botany under her guidance. While it was evident that he appeared somewhat impatient and, in truth, lacked exceptional innate talent for the craft, he possessed a remarkable patience and keen insight. He quickly absorbed the knowledge imparted to him, managing to keep pace with the accelerated curriculum through sheer determination. Ultimately, he successfully met her graduation standards, much to Nagong Yi's satisfaction regarding this promising disciple. In contrast, there was Meng Charin, who was said to possess commendable artistic talent, yet lacked the humility and composure essential for personal cultivation, revealing a chaotic state of mind. Truly, Dongfang Ju had become quite muddled. If Su Luoluo were present, she would undoubtedly recognize that her grandmother was utterly indifferent to Meng Charin's qualities, merely harboring a long-standing aversion to this elder from the Dongfang family. Nangong Yi, recalling her granddaughter who had already ascended to the inner sect, cast her gaze upon the two before her and sighed deeply. Since fate had intertwined their paths, she felt it inappropriate to impose her will. She could only hope that when the time came for them to venture into the inner sect and meet Luoluo, they would not harbor any ill feelings towards her. Luoluo had been sheltered from the complexities of worldly affairs since childhood, her thoughts remaining pure and her ability to discern her own emotions clouded. In the future, as she closed her eyes for the final time, she wished for them to continue treating Luoluo as a friend. Jiang Mo nodded with a smile, and as they parted, he offered a respectful bow, adhering to the customs of the younger generation. Before leaving, he shared a few words. "If the esteemed elder wishes not to conclude her days in solitude, I humbly suggest a visit to the peak of Jingzha Mountain. It is the place closest to Huashantang and I." The founder once proclaimed that through the shattering of illusions, Jingzha awakens all things. Those placed in dire circumstances may yet discover a flicker of hope. Nangong Yi's pupils trembled in astonishment. What was the founder? He was the cornerstone of the Jingzha immortal sect, a formidable being of the nascent soul stage. In the nascent stage of qi refining, how could one possibly have heard the teachings of a true monarch of the nascent soul? Yet, according to rumors, atop the Jingzha peak lies a forbidden realm of thunder, a domain that ordinary cultivators must not trespass. Even those in the golden core stage face perilous odds should they dare to enter. If these tales hold any truth, this place may indeed serve as her most fitting final resting ground. After departing from the herb hall, Jiang Imo and Meng Churen visited the painting hall once more. This time, Meng Churen intended to report her journey of the past 10 months to her mentor, Dongfang Ju. Upon the unexpected return of Meng Churen, who had been missing for 10 months, Dongfang Ju was overwhelmed with joy, weeping with elation, referring to her as my dear granddaughter as though she had reunited with a beloved kin. Remarkably, just a few months prior, Dongfang Ju had confronted Nagongyi at the herb hall regarding Meng Churen's disappearance. Once close friends, they now eyed each other with palpable envy. Ultimately, it was the elder who mediated the situation, revealing to Dongfang Ju that Meng Churen had been abducted by a rogue youth. The fury that ensued was only quelled by the elder's intervention. Otherwise, Jiang Imo might have faced dire consequences. Jiang Imo suddenly understood why Nagongyi harbored disdain for Meng Churen. No wonder from the moment she stepped inside, the atmosphere of the painting hall felt so frigid. What nonsense was this? How could it be that I, Jiang Imo, am fated to be with Meng Churen, yet this old crone opposes us? Fortunately, aside from facing hostility and being largely overlooked, Jiang Imo was spared from any severe reproach. During their conversation, no significant matters were discussed. Meng Churen merely touched upon her secluded cultivation, while the remainder of the dialogue was filled with pleasantries. Dongfang Ju, upon learning that Meng Churen had not neglected her painting amidst her cultivation, lavished praise upon her for her audacious claim of being his granddaughter. And thus, they departed from the painting hall. Immediately, I sought out the last acquaintance at the Outer Gate Academy. To my surprise, Su Yunjia was not present in the cave abode. Instead, I discovered a message he had left at the entrance, stating that he had gone to the market square to set up a stall. This prompted me to think that perhaps, due to the recent lack of spiritual herbs provided to Su Yunjia, he had been compelled to return to his former trade. A wave of guilt washed over me. After all, having acquired a woman, he had seemingly forgotten his brothers. At the academy square, I found Su Yunjia as usual, engrossed in his tasks. It has been quite a while, senior brother Su. I greeted him as I approached. Let us speak of matters at hand. True to his character, Su Yunjia did not indulge in pleasantries, responding without even lifting his head. However, upon finally raising his gaze and recognizing me, his face broke into a broad smile. Junior brother Jiang. With a smile, I returned the greeting. I apologize for not visiting sooner, senior brother. Please do not hold it against me. Su Yunjia chuckled, then turned his attention to Meng Churen, teasing, is it possible that this junior sister, so close to you, is the heartthrob you mentioned earlier? I nodded, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Meng Churen offered her greetings but refrained from further comment. Su Yunjia laughed lightly and casually retrieved several vials containing elixirs, handing them to Meng Churen. I have heard of your exceptional talent in painting, junior sister. I would like to exchange these elixirs for a few visualization sketches. If you would be willing. Su Yunjia was indeed a perceptive individual. Through our previous conversations, it was evident that my interest in Meng Churen had not gone unnoticed. The quality of the elixirs was commendable. Meng Churen picked up a vial to inspect it, feeling a hint of surprise within. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Imo immediately praised. In just 10 short months of absence, my senior brother has managed to concoct such a high-quality, solidifying essence pill. Truly impressive skills. Dear junior brother, you flatter me, Su Yunjia modestly replied. With my cultivation having reached a breakthrough, the creation of this pill has become significantly easier. A breakthrough in cultivation? Could it be that my senior brother? Su Yunjia nodded affirmatively, stating, after the conclusion of this outer sect competition, I intend to advance into the inner sect to attempt foundation establishment. It is also for this reason that I plan to seek several visualization paintings from Sister Meng. Please do not despise my humble creations. Meng Churen timely presented the visualization paintings. Upon examining them, Su Yunjia's eyes sparkled with delight. Approaching mid-grade, sister, you truly are the prodigy esteemed by the deacon. With these paintings in hand, my confidence in foundation establishment has soared by 20%. Both of you have rendered me tremendous assistance. The visualization paintings possess the efficacy of nourishing the sea of consciousness and enhancing the probability of breakthroughs. Even in the event of failure, they can effectively prevent the emergence of inner demons disturbing the sea of consciousness. Most cultivators approaching foundation establishment would prepare a few of these. Then I wish my senior brother a smooth foundation establishment. Jiang Imo offered another polite remark. To his surprise, Su Yunjia sighed deeply. If it were possible, I would willingly remain in the outer sect for several more years. What do you mean by that? Jiang Imo inquired. In the inner sect, Such a relaxed and free environment for alchemy is non-existent. Most of the time, it is dictated by the sect's needs for specific elixirs. Furthermore, to learn the crafting of foundation establishment pills, one must possess the cultivation level of foundation establishment. Alas, I have no choice but to proceed to the inner sect. Jiang Mo was left speechless. An opportunity that others might spend a lifetime seeking is merely a hurdle for you? Truly, you are the innate alchemical prodigy. Chapter 37. Under the Heaven's Way. All is predetermined, although Jiang Mo was eager to comprehend how the senior brother, a prodigy of innate alchemy, had swiftly mastered all varieties of elixirs in the Qi refinement stage. He found himself compelled to attempt the more challenging foundation establishment elixirs. However, it was apparent that pursuing this topic would lead to an endless discussion, hence he tactfully redirected the conversation. He recalled his earlier haste in secluding himself, which had caused him to forget the spiritual herbs bestowed by his senior, and he sought forgiveness for this oversight. With sincere regret, Jiang Mo made a gesture as if to retrieve the herbs. To his surprise, Su Yunza promptly intervened, suggesting that those spiritual herbs be considered a gift for his junior. As he was on the verge of advancing to the inner sect, many items relevant to the Qi refinement stage would soon become obsolete, which was why he had returned here to set up a stall, intending to part with them. If you require anything, junior brother, feel free to ask without hesitation. He encouraged. Jiang Mo did not decline and continued to inquire. Senior brother mentioned that after the outer sect competition in 2 months, you plan to advance to the inner sect. Do you intend to participate in the competition as well? Su Yunza nodded. Among the prizes for consecutive victories, there is a high-grade magical artifact, an alchemical furnace, which I intend to acquire. Magical artifacts and spiritual tools are categorized into 3 grades: low, middle, and high. Low-grade artifacts correspond to the Qi refinement stage, middle-grade ones are common in the foundation establishment stage, and high-grade artifacts serve as prized possessions in the foundation establishment stage, even retaining their efficacy into the golden core stage. Items associated with cultivation are similarly classified. The distinction between magical artifacts and spiritual tools lies in their primary functions. Magical artifacts are designed to provide convenience for cultivators, such as alchemical furnaces, astrolabes, and flying spiritual vessels. Spiritual tools, on the other hand, can be broadly referred to as the weapons of cultivators. Above spiritual tools and magical artifacts are the treasures and spiritual treasures, with the discrepancies between the 2 categories mirroring those of the former. As it happens, Su Yunja seemed to recall something and then remarked, in this victory prize, there is actually a branch of the mythical phoenix tree. Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan were momentarily taken aback, struggling to suppress their elation, and feigned ignorance by asking, "What is a branch of the phoenix tree?" Su Yunja chuckled and elaborated. The phoenix tree is a little-known celestial tree, and it is said that the ancestral bird, the phoenix, often alights upon its branches. According to the records of the celestial sects, the phoenix tree is indeed a remarkably rare spiritual entity, typically not found in clusters, making the emergence of a branch quite improbable. Yet, through the wonders of nature, what seemed impossible has become possible. After a suitable pause, Jiang Mo interjected, "What specific enchantments does it possess?" Su Yunja continued, "When the branches of the phoenix tree are refined together with artifacts, there exists a certain probability of endowing those artifacts with spirituality. This spirituality is the fundamental characteristic of both magical and spiritual treasures. Should a common artifact be granted such spirituality, it holds the potential to ascend to the rank of a spiritual treasure. If it were not for the singular opportunity to obtain the victory prize, I would have eagerly sought to acquire both the branch and the alchemical furnace simultaneously, thus harboring hopes of obtaining a treasure-grade alchemical furnace. To concoct elixirs using a treasure-grade furnace would be a fulfillment beyond compare. While the rarity of the entwined branch is its true value, in essence, its utility is akin to that of an ordinary phoenix tree branch. However, there are also whispers suggesting that the entwined branch possesses a unique function. Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan knew that this rumor held truth. When initially forging Mo Feng and Jin Ran, the material used to endow them with spirituality was indeed the entwined branch of the phoenix tree. Both individuals were not overly contemplative. Their intent was merely to symbolize unity, with the branch of intertwined trees perfectly dividing into halves for each. Upon the completion of imbuing their spirits, Mo Feng and Jin Ran astonishingly transformed into a pair of resonating yin-yang twin swords. capable of unleashing a remarkably formidable dual sword fusion. This unique bond allowed them to maintain an edge during their subsequent confrontations against opponents in the nascent soul stage, as they wielded their combined swords with skill. As the time for forging swords approached, the rediscovery of the intertwined branch of the phoenix tree raised questions of whether it was mere coincidence or if all things were predetermined by the celestial order. Much like the reunion of Jiang Mo and Meng Chu Ran, it remained uncertain whether fate or divine orchestration was at play. Jiang Mo resolved to partake in the upcoming outer sect competition. To this end, he sought out the old man once more, inquiring if the previous stipulation of achieving 5 consecutive victories still held merit. The old man appeared quite pleased, readily acquiescing to Jiang Mo's request. Observing the old man's smug demeanor, Jiang Mo felt a twinge of discontent, akin to biting into a bitter, overripe orange, profoundly vexing. Could it be that I am the fish in this scenario? Is the old man deliberately using high-quality bait to lure me in? It seems peculiar for an elderly man to take such a keen interest in a young lad like myself. Fortunately, with 2 months remaining before the outer sect competition, Jiang Mo had ample time to prepare. The moment of awakening, Jingzhe, could not be utilized, even as a trump card. His sole reliance now lay with his innate spiritual sword, Mo Feng. Within the outer sect, it was likely that only the old man might discern even the slightest hint of Mo Feng's true nature, while the majority would merely regard it as a high-grade spiritual artifact, alleviating concerns of exposing his secrets. Furthermore, delving into the intricacies of magical arts, it becomes evident that the spells available during the Qi refinement stage are predominantly simplistic. The sole technique that may yield significant results is the supplementary spell from the rejuvenation technique, known as the restoration spell, Endless Life. This particular spell boasts a robust and enduring restorative effect, making it exceptionally suitable for arena competitions. Moreover, Jiang Mo sought out Jiang Yunze to borrow a visualization painting created by Meng Churen, exchanging it for some restorative elixirs needed for prolonged combat. With all preparations in place, Jiang Mo commenced the necessary arrangements for his upcoming extended retreat, primarily focusing on the restoration of the tricolor flower field and optimizing the flowering cycle. As plants inevitably wilt, maintaining a thriving state of numerous tricolor flowers requires meticulous forecasting of the sequential blooming of different batches, thus establishing a cyclical pattern. This task demands considerable expertise in botanical theory. For over half a month, Jiang Mo immersed himself amidst the blossoms, lost in contemplation, resembling a picturesque scene. Meanwhile, Meng Churen was equally industrious, tirelessly creating visualization paintings, replicating every renowned artwork she could recall, as these were intended for her own use. She poured her utmost effort into ensuring each piece approached the quality of mid-grade art. One day, as was her routine, Meng Churen sat beneath the eaves, engrossed in her painting. Her visage appeared pallid, indicative of excessive expenditure of her spiritual essence. In a moment of abstraction, she instinctively glanced towards Jiang Mo's direction. Suddenly, her brush halted, her gaze becoming vacant, as if all around her had succumbed to a standstill. The clouds in the sky ceased their drifting. The leaves on the ground remained still, and the tricolor flowers alongside the ink-hued youth seemed to merge into a singular entity, akin to a canvas brushed with vibrant hues. An inexplicable impulse surged within her, compelling her to replicate the painting before her. With her fingertips guiding the brush, she deftly combined 3 hues, leaving a stroke upon the blank canvas. Yet, as she yearned to continue, an unbearable sting emanated from her sea of consciousness. Almost immediately, a buzzing sound filled her ears, and her vision began to blur, severing her connection to the world. Meng Churen toppled the paint and fell unconscious. Chapter 38. Everything unfolds naturally when Meng Churen awoke. 10 days had already elapsed. During this period, Jiang Mo had devotedly cared for her, neglecting many of his own responsibilities. Now that she had finally regained consciousness, he felt an immense weight lift from his heart. Drawing upon his experiences in the Golden Core stage, Jiang Mo understood that her loss of consciousness was inevitably due to damage to her sea of consciousness. This issue, while not inherently severe, could often be remedied with rest. However, in cases of extreme damage, it could result in a lifetime of unconsciousness. Jiang Mo had no desire to play the role of a male protagonist in a tale where the initial heartfelt connection with the female lead is abruptly interrupted by her life-threatening crisis, forcing him to wander in search of a remedy. Fortunately, Fate did not intend to ensnare him in such a cliched narrative. My dear, how could your mere act of painting inflict such significant harm upon your sea of consciousness, even more severe than my previous backlash from the Tao rhythm? Can you elucidate this? Jiang Mo inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. He surmised that it was likely her impetuosity that had led her to recklessly overexert herself. Meng Charan pouted, her expression one of grievance. I've just awakened from injury, and not a single word of concern from you. Spare me your dramatics. While I may feel compassion, it is imperative to understand what transpired with you, he retorted. Initially, I felt a profound inspiration and wished to create a genuine masterpiece. However, my mind is yet unprepared to grasp such true essence. That's just how it is. Meng Charan huffed, her irritation palpable. Jiang Mo raised an eyebrow, silently scoffing. To aspire to craft a genuine visualization painting with merely a cultivation level of the fourth layer of qi refinement. What audacity! A genuine visualization painting transcends mere replication. It captures the essence of a moment through profound magical artistry, and the intrinsic logic of existence governs all things in the universe. This logic embodies the true intent of the heavenly way. A spirit painter possesses the transcendent skill to manifest this essence on paper, yet to achieve such a feat, one must possess a primordial spirit and consciousness capable of containing this truth. Thus, every genuine visualization painting is unique. Even the original artist cannot reproduce an identical piece. The inherent divine truth is singular and unparalleled. Genuine works are meant for eternal collection, while copies serve for circulation and use. When a genuine piece emerges, regardless of its quality, its value becomes immeasurable. Jiang Mo remained silent for a considerable time, observing Meng Charan's sullen demeanor, feeling both helpless and amused internally. He then reached out and pinched her tender cheek. How old are you, acting so impulsively? After days of relentless effort on visualization paintings, you have already exhausted your spirit. There will be ample opportunities to create genuine works in the future. Meng Charan's lips moved slightly as she murmured, I simply see you so busy every day and feel guilty for idling away my time, which is why I thought to paint a few more pieces. Jiang Mo did not respond, merely continuing to gaze at her in silence. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth, combined with a pallid complexion, rendered her delicate beauty all the more pitiable, evoking a profound sense of affection. Her cherry-pink lips were accentuated, creating an enchanting allure. It was as if a stone had been cast upon the tranquil surface of a lake, causing ripples to stir even within Jiang Mo's heart. Do you wish to kiss me? To her astonishment, Meng Charan boldly pierced through someone's concealed emotions without a trace of embarrassment. It seemed undeniable. Jiang Mo cleared his throat, striving to maintain an appearance of nonchalance as he replied. In response, Meng Charan promptly closed her eyes. Observing this, Jiang Mo felt a surge of excitement, his heartbeat quickening considerably, only to then reflect that after centuries of companionship, a mere kiss should not elicit such nervousness. Thus, everything unfolded naturally. For days later, on the first day of the outer sect competition, Jiang Mo and Meng Charan arrived at the Academy Square. The usual market vendors were absent, replaced by numerous spectator seats positioned centrally, while platforms for combat stood open at each corner. The outer sect competition of the Jingzha Immortal Sect embraced a more liberated format. It was no longer a draw-based, one-on-one elimination, but rather a free-for-all arena contest. At most, 4 champions could exist simultaneously, with challengers striving to dethrone the current champions. The champions would continue to gain victories by overcoming challengers, while those defeated would be eliminated and lose their right to challenge further. Following each victory, there would be a half-hour recovery period, and upon achieving 10 victories, one would be awarded a prize for consecutive wins. There are additional competition rules. For instance, defeating a champion with more than 7 consecutive victories allows the challenger to inherit half of the original champion's victory count, thereby becoming the new champion. The greater the number of consecutive wins, the stronger the opponents faced, with the difficulty of the final 3 matches significantly escalating. To prevent unqualified challengers from participating, the challenger's cultivation must not be 3 minor realms below that of the champion. For example, a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement cannot challenge a champion at the 8th level. To encourage challengers of lower cultivation levels, the Academy has also established minor consecutive win rewards, typically in the form of Qi condensing pills. Additionally, there is a dedicated evaluation team for combat, which provides feedback and rewards for exceptional combat performances. However, none of this pertains to Jiang Mo. He merely needs to secure 5 victories before voluntarily conceding to seek the Phoenix Perch's intertwined branches from the Elder. Generally, cultivators at the 8th or 9th levels of Qi refinement do not focus on the initial 5 matches, so the difficulty should not be excessively high. It is noteworthy that, according to past records, each outer sect competition yields between 4 to 8 winners, who can select one prize from a diverse array of consecutive win rewards. Even the intertwined branches of the Phoenix Perch hold value only if accompanied by high-quality magical artifacts or spiritual tools. Outer sect disciples are unlikely to forego high-quality artifacts or pills in favor of the relatively insignificant intertwined branches. Thus, it is advisable to secure the intertwined branches promptly to avoid unforeseen complications. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Jiang Mo tightly grasped Meng Chuan's hand, weaving through the throngs in search of a suitable vantage point for observation. At that moment, a hand emerged from the crowd, resting on Jiang Mo's shoulder and giving it a gentle pat, accompanied by a timely burst of polite laughter. Jiang Mo turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, only to find a male cultivator around 30 years of age. The man was slender in build, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a mundane bureaucrat, and his complexion suggested he possessed the cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Could this senior brother be seeking my assistance? Maintaining a courteous demeanor, Jiang Mo inquired. Indeed, there is a matter I wish to request assistance with, the frail male cultivator stated bluntly. Nodding, he retrieved a silk handkerchief from his sleeve and presented it to Jiang Mo, urging him to take a look. Upon examining the handkerchief, Jiang Mo's brow furrowed. It bore a mere line of text, instructing him to challenge the champion of the C-stage arena shortly. He then asked, "May I inquire about the meaning of this, senior brother?" The slender cultivator introduced himself. "I am he, given the single name you. I have come to seek your help in fulfilling the request inscribed on the handkerchief. Should you agree, there will be a generous reward awaiting you." Chapter 39. Some matters are embarrassing to explain. A generous reward? What kind of reward? Jiang Mo feigned great curiosity. 3 Qi condensation pills. How does that sound? He replied with a smile, holding up 3 fingers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mo's expression shifted from mere interest to eager anticipation. But how exactly should I proceed? He inquired further. At noon today, senior brother He Qingyun will be the champion of the C-stage arena. You need only step onto the stage and issue your challenge, He patiently explained. He Qingyun? What a twist of fate. As Jiang Mo heard this name, a hint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. Yet he maintained a facade of calm as he continued to inquire, what is the cultivation level of this senior brother He? The 7th layer of Qi refinement, came the reply. Jiang Mo was taken aback, exclaiming, how could I possibly win against the 7th layer of Qi refinement with my current cultivation? He replied with a smile, do not fret, junior brother. Regardless of the outcome, you shall receive 3 Qi condensation pills. At that moment, Meng Chuan suddenly grasped Jiang Mo's hand. Understanding her intent, Jiang Mo turned and, feigning shyness, inquired of you, may I ask, senior brother, if my companion here could also partake in the challenge? He appraised Meng Chuan from head to toe, and a glint of intrigue sparkled in his eyes as he readily consented, asserting that He Qingyun would be more than willing to engage in a philosophical duel with an exceptional junior sister. After a brief discussion, He excused himself. The expressions of Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan simultaneously shifted to one of gravity. They could not forget He Qingyun, the man who had once caused them great distress, repeatedly complicating their lives due to his unfulfilled desires, humiliating Meng Chuan with scornful words, and tarnishing her reputation with vile rumors. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Mo had challenged He Qingyun, who was at the mid-stage of Golden Core, despite being at the early stage himself. Although Jiang Mo emerged victorious by sheer luck, he suffered grievous injuries that compromised his foundation, leading to a stagnation in his cultivation and the loss of any hope for the nascent soul stage. Now, having been granted a ticket to the external competition, he found himself unexpectedly facing this deeply hated adversary. From the current perspective, He Qingyun had yet to commit those heinous acts and was even unfamiliar with Meng Chuan. However, Jiang Mo was no sage. While he might refrain from directly taking He Qingyun's life, failing to impose appropriate retribution could lead to future transgressions. Only through instilling fear can one cultivate caution. Opportunities are rare, and if Jiang Mo does not instill a psychological shadow in this individual, his thoughts will remain obscured. Furthermore, This sordid character is evidently engaged in orchestrating a match-fixing scheme, thus contributing to the preservation of fairness and justice within the competition. Jiang Yimou is perplexed by another matter. Meng Chuan had just indicated her willingness, yet she currently lacks the necessary resources. My dear, are you certain you wish to proceed? Jiang Yimou inquired candidly, his heart laden with doubt. Meng Chuan nodded, offering no further explanation. Isn't there anything you wish to clarify? Jiang Yimou pondered, bemused. He had always sensed a significant transformation in the reborn Meng Chuan, primarily due to her newfound assertiveness, compelling him to speculate about the intentions behind her decisions. For instance, initially, she had taken the initiative to request a superficial engagement from both families. Jiang Yimou surmised that her motivation was not reluctance, but rather a desire to avoid repeating past mistakes. However, discerning the thoughts of others is not always accurate. Perhaps Jiang Yimou had grown accustomed to the former Meng Chuan's subservience, leading him to underestimate the depth of her convictions. Some matters, when explained, can indeed lead to embarrassment. Meng Chuan responded in this manner, her cheeks tinged with crimson, affirming the sincerity of her words. Not only Jiang Yimou, but Meng Chuan also found herself unaccustomed to making decisions. Having relied on others for so long, she inevitably lacked confidence when it came time to assert herself. Suddenly, Jiang Yimou realized that his primary concern was not the reasoning behind her choice, but rather her safety. If you wish to go, then so be it. But please ensure your own safety, for you are no longer. Meng Chuan smiled. If I were truly in danger, my husband would come to my rescue. Her thoughts were quite simple. From beginning to end, she endeavored to avoid causing trouble for Jiang Yimou. Initially, the engagement stemmed from her concern that she might hinder Jiang Mo's quest for enlightenment. Now, she wished to prevent any plans arising from her being coveted by others. Female cultivators in the realm of immortality often face numerous unavoidable circumstances. To evade such troubles, the most straightforward approach is to use strength to dispel those with ulterior motives. If she continued to rely on the protection of others, treating Jiang Yimou as a shield, she might still encounter regrettable situations, given the rare opportunity before her. Regardless of whether she could successfully triumph in the higher-level duel, she at least wanted He Qingyun to understand the consequences of harboring nefarious intentions. It is only when one weighs the pros and cons that they revert to rationality. Upon seeing Meng Chuan's resolve, Jiang Yimou ceased his attempts to dissuade her and merely offered a reminder. He Qingyun, by nature ruthless, would act recklessly when cornered, willing to risk everything even if it meant mutual destruction. Remember to proceed with caution. If you sense something amiss, signal me first. I know. It's not as if I lack experience in combat. I'll be careful. Meng Chuan's response bore a hint of impatience. Yet she relished the feeling of being cared for. She then leaned in closer and casually inquired, "What about you? Are you confident in winning?" Jiang Yimou patted her head and replied with assurance. In his prime, he lost to me by half a move. How much more so in his current, less formidable state? The so-called victory over higher realms is most plausible in the qi refining stage. Right now, if I wish to eliminate him, it would be akin to slaughtering a chicken. To speak conservatively, merely relying on my ink prowess allows me to remain invincible. You appear to possess some remarkable abilities. I took a glance, and Meng Chuan feigned admiration in agreement. Ahem, it is all due to effort and perseverance. At that moment, a familiar laughter resonated. The interaction between Jiang Shidi and Meng Shimi is exceedingly entertaining, filled with deep affection that is truly enviable to onlookers. Both Jiang Yimou and Meng Chuan simultaneously cast awkward glances at the speaker, who was none other than Brother Su Yunza. Please forgive me for interrupting. It was nothing. Seeing the two of you so engrossed in conversation, my abrupt interjection has indeed disrupted the atmosphere. I overheard you discussing the contest of magic. Are you planning to take the stage for a challenge? Su Yunza inquired. Jiang Yimou chuckled and shook his head but responded truthfully, stating that a certain He Yu, a staff member, approached the two of us earlier, seeking our assistance in staging a fixed match. Su Yunza did not rush to reply. Instead, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Yimou before saying, "Do you intend to intervene?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mo's eyes brightened, instantly realizing that Brother Su might have had past dealings with He Qingyun. It seems he is privy to quite a bit of insider information. Su Yunza revealed an exceedingly sardonic smile. He recruited someone from the 4th level of Qi refining to assist him in the fixed match. Since such a skill has already been acquired, there must undoubtedly be a backup plan. The rules state that defeating the champion with 7 consecutive victories allows one to inherit half of their win count. Thus, formidable competitors tend to flock to challenge at this juncture. His cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refining is evidently insufficient. So the best course of action is to ensure these individuals do not take action, and I happen to be one of them. Chapter 40. I wish to stand by his side forever. Jiang Imo nodded, contemplating how He Chungyun remained true to his nature, resorting to underhanded tactics. Such blatant behavior. Did he not fear the Academy's repercussions? Su Yunjia smiled wryly and shook his head. He Chungyun epitomized the privileged offspring of immortals, leveraging his father's position as the head of Hanlu Peak to intimidate others, inciting discontent among numerous outer disciples. His current antics were entirely predictable. Even in the absence of discretion, there would be council members to support him, as long as the chief steward was not particularly offended. He would likely turn a blind eye due to He Qingyun's illustrious background. It was rumored that Song Xinghuai, who had recently faced punishment from his junior, was merely He Qingyun's sycophant. Perhaps fearing backlash from the public outrage against Song Xinghuai, He Chungyun chose to distance himself. His numerous misdeeds had fostered widespread disdain towards the so-called descendants of immortals, leading me to refrain from proclaiming my modest connections at Guyu Peak. Jiang Imo agreed, noting that most students in the Outer Academy were selected from the mortal realm. Regardless of their status in the mundane world, all were treated equally here. Only those born on the path of immortality or descendants of esteemed cultivation families could initially thrive with such ease. Yet not all descendants of immortals were arrogant wastrels. Their oppressive actions left a profound impact on ordinary cultivators, engendering a deep-seated animosity towards the entire class they represented. Do you have confidence, junior brother? Su Yunjia no longer broached the subject of distress, a serene smile gracing his visage as he inquired with genuine concern. Since my senior brother often frets over this individual, I shall ensure that he causes no further trouble. Jiang Imo replied courteously. Su Yunjia responded with a gentle smile, fully aware of the compliment embedded in Jiang Mo's words. Conversations among the astute often require but a mere hint to convey profound understanding. Is there anything I can assist you with, junior brother? Does my senior brother possess any elixir that can render one temporarily speechless? Su Yunjia promptly produced a pouch of powdered medicine. Silent powder, colorless and tasteless. It dissolves seamlessly into any oral elixir. I believe this remedy will be of assistance to you. Jiang Mo accepted the powder, exchanging an unspoken understanding through a shared gaze. Following the conclusion of their dialogue, Su Yunjia took his leave. Jiang Mo surmised that his senior brother was preparing for an impending challenge. Through their prolonged interactions, Jiang Mo had grown increasingly familiar with this prodigious alchemist. At the age of 25, Su Yunjia possessed a fire and earth spiritual root and had already attained the 8th level of Qi refinement. Given his exceptional aptitude for cultivation, he should have ascended to the inner sect by now. However, Su Yunjia had devoted his energies entirely to alchemy. The appointed hour of noon was rapidly approaching. Jiang Mo redirected his attention to the 4 arenas, noting that each stage already had its champion. Presently, battles were either fervently underway or had just concluded, with champions recuperating from their exertions. Regardless of whether challengers or champions, their levels of cultivation remained modest. On the 3rd arena, the champion was a robust man at the 6th level of Qi refinement, evidently fresh from securing a 3rd consecutive victory and having earned a condensing Qi pill, now seated in meditation to restore his energies. Half an hour later, noon had arrived. Suddenly, a figure leapt onto the arena marked with the character Bing. Both Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan, upon recognizing this person, clenched their jaws, their eyes filled with frost. This individual was He Chungyun. As He Chungyun ascended the stage, whispers of discontent surged within the crowd, revealing his unpopularity in the outer sect. When the burly man surrendered without even engaging in combat, a chorus of boos erupted from below, with many accusing the match of being unfair, suggesting hidden agendas at play. It was evident that He Qingyun's tactics were brazenly conspicuous. However, the officiating elders of the academy remained silent on the matter. With the surrender occurring before any confrontation, there was no need to wait for half an hour. Meng Chuan was eager to challenge him. Just before she stepped forward, Jiang Mo grasped her arm, cautioning her once more to proceed with care. I believe my husband will not let me come to harm, Meng Chuan declared, before ascending the high platform. A new wave of clamor and jeering arose from the crowd. How can he be only at the 4th level of Qi refinement? Indeed, He Qingyun is utterly shameless. It's obvious something is amiss. What kind of 4th level practitioner would voluntarily step onto a platform for 7th level? It's clearly a fixed match. They aren't even pretending. Corruption. Corruption. Silence. A resonant voice, accompanied by the oppressive aura of a Foundation establishment expert, descended upon the arena, instantly silencing the crowd. The speaker was one of the Academy's elders. Although the other officiating elders felt discontent, they refrained from voicing their opinions. After all, challenging from the 4th to the 7th level fell within the permissible bounds of the rules. However, the original intent of these rules was to identify outstanding disciples, which had now been exploited by those with ulterior motives. Due to the formidable background of the Golden Core cultivator, those aging Foundation establishment practitioners, devoid of hope, found themselves unable to intervene, merely casting their collective gaze towards the outer sect Deacon Hall. Within the outer sect Deacon Hall, an elderly man sat in deep contemplation. His presence was unnecessary as he could observe the entirety of the outer sect competition from afar. He indeed possessed the authority to halt He Qingyun's misconduct. Yet upon seeing the challenger, he hesitated. Why is it this young girl? The old man pondered with apprehension, swiftly redirecting his gaze to search for a particular figure amidst the crowd. As expected, he soon spotted the little lantern. Chuckling softly, he remarked, "You wish to battle at the 7th level while still in the 4th? It seems I underestimated you earlier." On the B stage, Meng Charan, adorned in a resplendent red and white celestial gown, now fully 18, radiated an even more striking beauty. Having once reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, her demeanor was unchanged, reminiscent of an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Among the crowd, many were in awe of Meng Charan's appearance, yet a considerable number harbored doubts, suggesting that her celestial beauty was tainted by the specter of a rigged match. Malicious speculations abounded. Meng Charan, however, absorbed these remarks with equanimity. Instead of feeling anger, her resolve only strengthened. She realized that she should not seek comfort by perpetually hiding behind Jiang Imo. While being cherished by a beloved is the aspiration of many women and perhaps her greatest happiness, to merely exist as a complacent beneficiary would be to indulge in the arrogance that comes from favoritism. Was it not a form of psychological subjugation, viewing oneself as an accessory to a man? In the realm of cultivation, strength and talent reigned supreme. Since she possessed a true spiritual root, why should she not be the one with superior aptitude, standing boldly before Jiang Imo? Why should I not serve as his shield, even if I deem myself incapable? At the very least, I wish to remain steadfast by his side. Meng Charan's expression was one of indifference as she regarded He Qingyun, who was surveying her with a gaze filled with wicked intent, making her feel utterly repulsed. The memories of past slanders and defamations, the image of Jiang Imo gravely injured and on the brink of death, filled her eyes with a frostiness. In the next moment, she pointed her fingers like a sword, invoking her innate powers to summon a vibrant scarlet energy that coiled around her wrist, swiftly coalescing into a long sword, reminiscent of an ethereal shadow tinged with embers. Meng Charan raised her sword, aiming it directly at him, and declared, "Please enlighten me." Chapter 41. The Fiery Vermilion Bird, He Qingyun, taken aback by the fierce demeanor of this beautiful junior sister, felt a surge of astonishment. How could a mere pretense for a staged match be so convincingly performed? I find this temperament quite appealing. Once this matter is concluded, I shall certainly engage in a delightful discourse with you, my dear junior sister. Various pleasurable visions danced in He Qingyun's mind, and he found this woman before him irresistibly alluring, unlike the frivolous beauties he had encountered before. Indeed, it is this seemingly delicate and innocent figure that embodies the purity we cultivators should aspire to. The more he pondered, the more his desires ignited. With a devilish smile, he remarked, "Do not rush, junior sister. Rest assured, I know how to exercise restraint and shall not harm you." As he spoke, he winked suggestively, implying that Meng Charan should merely feign a few defenses before conceding. In response, she offered nothing but a cold huff. She then stood resolutely with her sword, her aura surging powerfully, as the scarlet energy enveloped her like silk, rippling with waves of intense heat. Then, the spiritual energy converged like a raging inferno upon the blade. Meng Charan's expression grew increasingly solemn, as her suddenly opened eyes seemed to emit a flicker of flame. With a low exclamation, she declared, "Li Hua, Tianxing." The ethereal sword slashed horizontally, its crimson primordial energy affixed to a searing pressure that erupted forth. a blazing sword of spiritual power slicing through the air at an astonishing speed. Fire is a marvel of the mortal realm, a symbol of light and warmth, and a formidable weapon for vanquishing malevolence and dispelling evil. No matter how rampant the filth may be, I shall incinerate it with Li Hua, restoring clarity to this world. This is the first stance of the Li Hua sword technique, Tianqing. He Chengyun, momentarily taken aback, turned to face the overwhelming force of the Tianqing sword strike. He felt astonished, despite being a technique derived from the mid-stage of qi refinement. It exuded an aura that seemed to cleanse the heavens of impurities and intimidate all nefarious beings. Clearly, this was no mere foundational technique. He wondered how this junior sister had acquired such an exquisite sword art. It seemed she intended to seize this opportunity to showcase her abilities. With this thought in mind, He Chengyun retrieved a formation disc and swiftly activated it. In an instant, azure ripples surged forth, echoing with the sound of tumultuous waves. The furious tides roared, shaking the heavens. As the firelight clashed with the waves, a tremendous sound erupted, seemingly conjuring a mist. Following the collision of their techniques, the whispers and slanders in the arena finally ceased. Many cultivators among the onlookers were left in astonishment at the sight, mesmerized by the unprecedented fire technique and the exquisite formation. Regardless of whether this was a staged contest, witnessing such a spectacle rendered any thoughts of disparagement utterly untenable. Imagine if they were in her position, not to mention attempting to confront the tumultuous array of the angry sea at the 7th level of qi refinement. Even the thought of countering the heavenly clear sword of the leaving fire would be an arduous endeavor. Could it be that this junior sister intends to engage in a battle beyond her current capabilities? On the sea stage, the white mist is already dissipated, yet the echoes of crashing waves still reverberate through the arena, while the flames have extinguished. The raging fire ultimately proved insufficient against the relentless tide of the boundless sea. Below the arena, Jiang Mo let out a helpless sigh. The leaving fire sword technique was a set of spells conceived by Meng Charan after acquiring the Ember Die. It is not particularly intricate, emphasizing sheer power. When wielding the spiritual sword Ember Die, she would be endowed with the essence of leaving fire due to the innate remnants of the leaving fire. The power of her sword techniques could be said to multiply exponentially. Now, in the absence of Ember Die, Meng Charan's self-created leaving fire sword technique does not surpass the basic spells by much. However, the Tao is inherently fair. For every door it opens, another window closes. While Meng Charan possesses exceptional talent in both cultivation and painting, she falls significantly short in the realm of spells, even if she diligently masters other foundational techniques. They may not surpass the leaving fire sword technique. Unfortunately, it seems she still lacks a measure of power. Jiang Mo estimates her chances of defeating He Chengyun are quite slim. Back on the arena, a hint of disappointment flickered in Meng Charan's beautiful eyes, as she contemplated that if only Ember Die were in her grasp, this formation would undoubtedly falter under her heavenly clear sword. Meanwhile, He Chengyun was reveling in his triumph. He noticed the shift in sentiment from the audience. Unexpectedly, after just one move, public opinion had changed, and no one even accused him of match-fixing. He mused whether this junior sister was also concerned for her own reputation. Did she deliberately exert herself to create the illusion of a desire for a higher-level battle? My junior sister truly embodies both duty and ambition. However, the more one understands, the easier it becomes to manipulate the situation. He Chengyun formulated a plan in his mind and spoke aloud. After your recent all-out strike, I trust you have realized that, given your current strength, you cannot break through the fury of the raging seas formation. Challenging beyond 1's level is no trivial matter. It would be wise for you to concede, lest the merciless nature of the techniques cause you harm. Noise, Meng Charan retorted with a stern voice, leaving He Chengyun momentarily bewildered. Why was she upset? Had he inadvertently wounded her pride with his words? Just as he pondered this, Meng Charan gracefully ascended into the air, momentarily pausing before unleashing an overwhelming aura. Crimson spiritual energy entwined around her longsword, transforming into strands of vermilion feathers that radiated an astonishing heat. Li Hua, transforming feathers. The exertion of her magic twice in succession left her complexion pale, yet her gaze remained resolute. She raised her sword and thrust it forward, unleashing a multitude of fiery feathers that shot forth like arrows from a bow, cascading down like a torrential rain. Upon witnessing this display, He Chengyun could no longer remain oblivious. This woman intended to defeat him. Damn it, you for bringing such a reckless novice. He cursed under his breath. his eyes now filled with a fierce determination as the formation disc in his hand subtly shifted, imbued with a tone of derision. Refusing a toast only to drink a punishment. The tumultuous waves surged as if a storm were descending. Countless fiery feathers, akin to droplets consumed by the sea, were engulfed, leaving only a few flickering embers resembling the last remnants of a candle. Meng Chuan, after 2 consecutive full-force assaults, found her efforts effortlessly thwarted, leaving the opponent's formation unscathed. At that moment, she finally comprehended that Jiang Mo was perhaps far stronger than she had imagined. Should she concede defeat in such a manner? Absolutely not. She had yet to exhaust her full potential. Meng Chuan resolutely repressed the weakness that had unconsciously seeped through her demeanor. A subtle smile graced her lips, her expression resolute, as she dispelled the ethereal image of her long sword. Just as everyone, including He Chengyun, assumed that Meng Chuan was on the verge of surrendering, a voice rang out, soaring like the call of a bird. Li Hua, burning body. A torrential wave of heat surged from the arena as her graceful figure transformed into a fiery red bird, radiant as daylight. The feathers consumed by the waves shimmered in response, akin to the stars that adorned the sun. Below the stage, Jiang Mo narrowed his eyes at the spectacle. He understood the time had come for him to intervene. Chapter 42. The true meaning of Li Hua. Perhaps only Jiang Mo truly understood that the Li Hua sword technique consisted solely of the Li Hua burning body move. Otherwise, if Meng Chuan could genuinely create an entire sword technique, she would not be labeled as possessing inferior magical aptitude. Li Hua burning body transformed primordial spiritual energy into tangible flames, erupting in an instant to unleash extreme heat that incinerated all. However, prior to its execution, there existed a process wherein primordial spiritual energy must be completely converted into Li Hua. Achieving this required a continual repetition of spiritual energy transformation. To put it plainly, it necessitated the incessant release of the true essence of Li Hua until the primordial spiritual energy reached a state akin to boiling, thereby enabling the release of Li Hua, burning body. Even the most rudimentary fireball technique, when infused with the essence of the fire of departure, can serve as a precursor to unleashing the flames that consume its wielder. Thus, the so-called fire sword technique is merely a facade of grandeur, a ruse crafted on the spot to obscure the inherent coarseness of the spell. Yet, despite its roughness, it remains an overwhelming force. During her prime, Meng Chuan's fiery self-immolation would deter even the most formidable Yuan cultivators from facing it head-on. The consequence of such a display is the complete consumption of one's spiritual energy as fuel, rendering the caster incapable of further combat. Jiang Mo had long grown accustomed to waiting for the fire of departure to clear the battlefield, swiftly delivering the finishing blow and facilitating Meng Chuan's escape. Over time, a tacit understanding developed between them. Whenever defeat seemed imminent, Meng Chuan would ignite the flames, compelling Jiang Mo to create an opportunity for her retreat. Now Jiang Mo, poised to intervene, had summoned Mo Feng. Upon the arena, a resplendent crimson bird, akin to the blazing sun, soared through the sky. With each flap of its wings, the searing heat warped and melted every inch of the surrounding space. Was this truly a battle of the Qi refinement stage? Every spectator present, including the officiating stewards, was left in profound astonishment. Many felt a shiver of fear upon hearing the bird's cry echoing from above. They thought to themselves, had they been the ones facing that fiery avian, they would have surrendered in a panic before it even landed. To resist would be to court death. Who now would dare to suggest this was a sham? Such an assertion would warrant their immediate placement in the arena. The chatter from the sidelines was mere bravado. However, facing the fiery bird, He Chengyun was truly lamenting his misfortune. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, unable to discern whether it was from the oppressive heat or the immense pressure weighing upon him. His mind fixated on a singular thought. Once the arena contest concluded, he would undoubtedly strip the wretched He Yu of his skin and tendons, seeking to vent the wrath that festered within. He understood that after this battle, even if he managed to survive, it was likely he would sustain severe injuries. A grievous wound in the first match would render any subsequent attempts at achieving 10 consecutive victories impossible. It was not that He Chengyun was particularly covetous of the prize for consecutive wins. Rather, he was willing to resort to deceitful means solely to secure a reputation, hoping to gain the attention and esteem of the celestial sect, or, more importantly, his father. Little did he anticipate that events would spiral into such chaos. It was utterly maddening. At this juncture, Far from coveting his junior sister's beauty, the mere sight of this woman, transformed into a blazing avian creature, made him feel as though he had ingested excrement, leaving only a seething hatred within him. Of course, there lingered a hint of trepidation. This deranged woman, let alone being touched, would likely fight to the death if one dared to disturb even a single hair on her body. He Qingyun desired to engage with women, but he had no intention of courting in an instant. A fierce blaze consumed everything, engulfing the entire square in a shroud of intense heat. Those nearby scarcely had time to summon their protective auras before the acrid scent of singed hair reached their nostrils. Amidst the roaring flames, the sound of shattering defensive formations echoed continuously, gradually fading away like the receding tide of an evaporated sea, leaving behind an eerie silence. All were left astonished by this spectacle. A hushed stillness enveloped the scene. Even the duels on other platforms came to a sudden halt as spectators turned their gazes toward the C-tier stage, while the officiants prepared for rescue, eager to uncover the events that had transpired on the platform. As the flames subsided, the fiery bird transformed back into the form of a young girl, who now lay on the ground in a pitiable state. Though devoid of any visible injuries, it was evident that she lacked the strength to utter even a word. On the opposite side of the stage, He Qingyun's condition was far more dire. He too lay prostrate, his garments charred to tatters, with only a few scraps barely preserving his modesty. His skin bore no unscathed patches, exuding a scent akin to burnt hair, and had it not been for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, one might have presumed him lifeless. At the very least, he still clung to life. The officiants overseeing the contest felt a profound sense of relief at this outcome. They had never anticipated that a contest of chi refinement unfolding before their very eyes could pose such a peril to life, leaving them utterly powerless in the face of the bird's descent. While they held confidence in their ability to withstand the fiery avian, their primary objective was to mediate the conflict. Any overt bias against Ming Churen would render their judgment questionable, ultimately complicating the determination of a victor. Yet, had they not exerted their utmost efforts, they would have found it impossible to claim they had emerged unscathed from the onslaught. Could it truly be that all the stewards are uniting solely to target a single young girl? If word of this spreads, these external stewards would not merely be viewed as ancient relics, but rather as worthless relics. No one wishes to tarnish their reputation at such a late stage in life. However, given the stakes involved, I had previously inquired with the head steward, and the response was to refrain from intervention. In the Hall of External Stewards, the old man furrowed his brow and paced back and forth, murmuring to himself, "Surely, I am not so blind as to misidentify the essence of the leaving fire? Yet, this essence can only be wielded by those at the gold core stage. The chi refinement stage is still far from it. The true essence of the heavenly Tao signifies the fundamental principles of all existence, perceptible to cultivators of any realm. However, to harness it necessitates reaching the gold core stage. Even the most adept at grasping the true essence of the heavenly Tao, the spirit painter, can only replicate what they comprehend. To channel the grandeur of heaven and earth is a characteristic exclusive to the gold core stage." In the Academy's plaza, as both contenders on the C-tier arena appeared to have lost all fighting capability, the referee prepared to declare a draw. Yet, before he could raise the referee's flag, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the stage. Blood-like viscous crimson erupted from He Qingyun's body, and under some unknown force, his nearly shattered form was lifted into the air. Once He Qingyun was fully upright, it became evident that his eyes were suffused with a deep crimson hue, and mottled black patterns flickered across his body. Though his reason remained intact, his expression bordered on madness. Chapter 43. Is this what you call an apology? Below the arena, Jiang Imo watched this scene unfold, his brows deeply furrowed. The blood-soul reversal pill. Indeed, He Qingyun had previously come into contact with the sinister practitioners long ago. The peculiarities manifesting in He Qingyun had not escaped Jiang Mo's notice during their life-and-death confrontation. At that moment, both adversaries were on the brink of exhaustion, yet in a pivotal instant, He Qingyun astonishingly consumed a scarlet elixir, instantly restoring a portion of his former strength. Consequently, Jiang Imo was compelled to risk his own foundation to barely defeat his opponent. Failure would have meant his demise. Subsequently, Jiang Imo, through diligent investigation, traced the origins of the Crimson Pill. It was known as the Blood-Soul Reversal Pill, seemingly capable of sacrificing lifespan to instantaneously mend injuries, sourced from a nefarious sect known as the Blood-Soul Cult. However, the clandestine operations of this cult proved elusive, and despite his tireless efforts, Zhang Mo found no trace or clues regarding the crafting of the blood-soul reversal pill. The presence of a sinister force that eluded even Golden Core practitioners left Zhang Mo grappling with the complexity of the situation. His inquiries, however, reached a standstill. Returning to the B-stage arena, the referee, upon witnessing He Cheng-yun rise, reluctantly prepared to amend his judgment. Just as he was about to announce, He Cheng-yun's voice thundered across the arena. "What's the rush? This junior sister hasn't conceded yet." His eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and before anyone could react, he summoned a high-quality spirit sword, poised to unleash a lethal spell that would command the sword to strike. The moment he ingested the blood-soul reversal pill, committing to the expenditure of his life force, he had already resolved to kill. In the outer sect, none dared to confront him openly, and he had never before found himself in such a disheveled state. It was this woman before him who had stripped him of his dignity, jeopardizing the entire tournament plan in the process. Those who stood against him would meet their end. He Cheng-yun glared fiercely, his eyes wide with rage, as he swiftly formed a curse seal. The murderous intent of his spiritual sword surged forth like an unstoppable force, aimed directly at the defenseless Meng Chuan. The moment from his shout to the lethal strike of the flying sword transpired in an instant, leaving the unprepared attendants unable to intervene. Their hearts raced, caught in their throats. Never had they imagined that He Cheng-yun would dare to harm a fellow disciple under the watchful eyes of so many. Such a transgression, even with his father being the head of the sect, could not shield him from retribution. In that critical moment, a deep blue sword light descended from the heavens, shattering the approaching spiritual sword that threatened Meng Chuan and positioning itself protectively before her. He Cheng-yun was momentarily stunned, gazing at the exquisite sword before him, clearly of superior quality, and hesitated to act. Was it the attendants who intervened? Or did someone behind this woman take action? As He Cheng-yun wrestled with his doubts, Zhang Mo finally arrived, albeit fashionably late, on the arena stage. How wonderful it would be to soar through the air. Otherwise, the scene of the cold gleam arriving first, followed by the protagonist's dramatic entrance, felt rather theatrical. Zhang Mo silently lamented as he ascended the platform, immediately cradling Meng Chuan in his arms without regard for the thoughts of others, directly inquiring about her well-being. "My dear, how do you feel?" Meng Chuan slightly shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes, and in a voice as delicate as a whisper, replied, I can't win." Zhang Mo found her feigned sobbing amusing. It seemed his beloved was becoming increasingly adept at enhancing his emotional responses. Unable to prevail? Surely that was just a reflection of her inadequate skills. "Watch closely, for I shall assist you in dealing with him." Zhang Mo leaned in closer to Meng Chuan, murmuring softly. At this moment, He Cheng-yun, left to the side, was on the verge of madness. Zhang Mo timely glanced in his direction, wearing a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, and politely greeted him. "Brother He." He Cheng-yun did not respond kindly. Yet the presence of the seemingly superior spiritual sword restrained him from acting impulsively. "What do you mean by this?" he inquired cautiously. "There is no need for my brother to be anxious." Zhang Mo feigned a look of deep apology. "My wife intended to seek your guidance, but her approach was somewhat heavy-handed, leaving you in such an awkward predicament. If you feel unable to bear the loss, allow me to extend my apologies on behalf of my junior. I hope you can forgive me." "Are you really calling this an apology?" Laughter erupted among the bystanders, as this suddenly appearing youth seemed far from being a polite junior. Indeed, he appeared more like a devoted husband. He Cheng-yun's veins bulged, his teeth grinding audibly, consumed by fury. Were it not for the fear of the superior spiritual sword, he would have lunged forward and beaten this brat senseless. "Why does my brother look so displeased?" Zhang Mo maintained his amiable demeanor. "Oh, I am not very eloquent. If my previous words have wounded your pride." "Shut up." He Cheng-yun could no longer contain himself, unleashing a curse, his fists clenched, ready for a confrontation. Perceiving that He Cheng-yun was on the brink of being provoked, Zhang Mo promptly feigned a look of panic, swiftly using his spiritual essence to control an exquisite porcelain vase and toss it over, while courteously remarking, "Please do not take offense, brother. Many say that my only flaw is my tendency to speak too much. Given this situation, further discussion seems futile. Let this elixir serve as a token of my apology." He Cheng-yun observed the youth multiple times, yet could discern nothing in the boy's demeanor apart from amiability, exuding a clear inclination towards reconciliation. With a peculiar expression, he gazed at the porcelain vial in his hand. "Is this the spirit resonance pill?" "Indeed." My intention was to foster goodwill with my elder brother, but an unforeseen incident occurred, prompting me to present this modest gift as a gesture of contrition. The spirit resonance pill is well suited to aid in your injuries. This act of mending the fence should not jeopardize your significant affairs. The spirit resonance pill, categorized as a mid-tier elixir, is typically utilized by foundational cultivators for healing and recovery, proving even more effective for those in the chi refinement stage. However, among chi refinement practitioners, the spirit resonance pill is regarded as a luxury, even a life-saving asset, making it exceedingly precious. Despite He Qingyun's influence in the outer sect, such a rarity would undoubtedly elude him. The fact that this youth could present the invaluable spirit resonance pill as a conciliatory offering raises questions about the veracity of his claims. At the very least, he was not mistaken in one regard. Consuming this elixir would indeed allow the tournament to continue. What are your terms? He Qingyun inquired cautiously. Jiang Mo chuckled lightly and replied, "There are no terms, only a desire for my elder brother to let bygones be bygones. I wish to proceed with our previous dealings as a means of forging a benevolent bond with you." He Qingyun sensed that this individual might be seeking to cultivate a friendship, thus easing his wariness. Though he remained vigilant. "What do you propose?" Jiang Mo promptly turned to the judge and exclaimed, "My wife is no longer capable of fighting. Let this match be counted as a victory for Brother He, and for the next round, I shall take up the challenge. What say you?" As the stewards exchanged glances, a languid yet authoritative voice resonated from above the square. "Approved." In Chapter 44, is it truly this easy to deceive? With the chief steward's decree, the other stewards naturally complied with Jiang Mo's request. Jiang Mo felt a surge of joy. The old man's timely support was invaluable. Subsequently, disregarding He Qingyun's sentiments, Jiang Mo descended the arena with Meng Charan in his arms, intending to assist her in regaining her mobility before anything else. He Qingyun remained on the stage, scrutinizing the Lingyun pill in his hand, attempting to detect any hidden malice. He was no fool. He was well aware of the potential for poison in elixirs and understood that certain seemingly innocuous pills could yield adverse effects upon consumption. The Lingyun pill before him was unmistakably of standard quality from the immortal sect, rendering it impossible for it to be a defective pill. What if poison was concealed within the elixir? Conventionally, during the pill refinement process, the medicinal properties achieve a state of equilibrium. Any unauthorized addition of potent toxins would inevitably contaminate the elixir, resulting in the loss of its medicinal efficacy. To threaten a cultivator's life, ordinary poisons would be inadequate. Only a lethal toxin would suffice. Therefore, consuming this intact Lingyun pill would undoubtedly pose no threat to one's life. Yet, was there any additional insidious intent at play? It is crucial to note that upon ingesting the Lingyun pill, a cultivator in the late chi refinement stage would recover at least 80% of their strength. Even if there were treachery involved, it would be rendered insignificant in the face of overwhelming power. I refuse to believe that every practitioner at the 4th level of chi refinement possesses the extraordinary prowess displayed by that earlier formidable opponent. You had better have a good excuse, or else no mere superior grade spiritual sword will be sufficient to safeguard you. As He Qingyun contemplated this, he promptly swallowed the Lingyun pill and began to meditate and regulate his breathing. Although the audience in the arena did not fully grasp the current situation, they understood that yet another 4th-tier chi refinement cultivator was poised to challenge He Qingyun. Even though this 4th-tier junior appeared rather peculiar, it was evident that he did not wish to engage in direct conflict with He Qingyun. Rather, he seemed intent on allowing the transaction to proceed. Any discerning observer could detect the underlying implications. The voices protesting against the match's integrity grew louder, accompanied by a palpable sense of agitation, particularly since this competition had been sanctioned by the chief steward. What immense power did He Qingyun possess to align the entire outer sect stewards in collusion? If he truly desired to exploit backdoor channels, he could have simply been awarded the continuous victory prize outright, parading in front of others. Did he seek reputation and legitimacy? How absurd it was, truly, to be a harlot while attempting to maintain a faade of propriety. Half an hour passed. During this time, Jiang Mo assisted Meng Charan in regaining some of her mobility before securing her a prime spot for observation and then ascended to the challenge platform. He heard numerous protests from the outer sect disciples, including jibes and pointed remarks directed at him. Jiang Mo found this quite amusing. Indeed, within the ranks of the Xuanjia immortal sect, factions were numerous, and occasional disputes arose among them. However, when it came to matters of the sect's reputation and honor. The major factions generally maintained a unified stance. With a long-standing lineage, the sect had seen the emergence of an increasing number of so-called second-generation immortals. While a minority of spoiled individuals might thrive against the odds, regardless of their formidable backgrounds, any who contravened the traditional ideals of the sect would ultimately meet with dire consequences. Just as He Chengyun boldly disrupted the order of the outer sect competition, Jiang Mo believed that, had he not intervened, the academy would have provided a reasonable resolution. The old man's position as the head of the academy was not directly related to whether he was a hopeless golden core cultivator. The number of those unable to advance to the nascent soul stage was considerable. It merely happened that the old man steadfastly adhered to the traditional doctrines of the immortal sect. In the arena, He Chengyun, relying on the properties of the Lingyun pill, had mended multiple injuries and nearly restored his strength, the peculiar effects of the blood-soul reversal pill having entirely faded. Yet, for reasons unknown, his complexion remained as dark as the bottom of a pot, his gaze cast towards Jiang Mo with an intense malevolence, brimming with murderous intent. Yet he uttered not a single word. Witnessing this, Jiang Mo felt a surge of delight, marveling at the efficacy of the silence powder. Su Yunjia truly deserved the title of genius. Would he graciously offer the Lingyun pill? What a jest! Initially, Jiang Mo had sought to allow for greater margin of error and had exchanged a Lingyun pill with the old man, now finding himself utterly destitute. Borrowing credits from Meng Charan. When faced with the unexpected challenge from He Chengyun, Jiang Mo contemplated how to instill a psychological shadow upon him, prioritizing the prevention of any hasty surrender in the face of adversity. To this end, he specifically sought assistance from Su Yunjia and acquired a powder that would temporarily render one speechless. The silence powder possessed only mild toxicity, ensuring it would not disrupt the balance of the elixirs, and was generally undetectable by outsiders. However, its utility was rather limited, effective only in certain special circumstances, such as the present one. Why does my senior brother remain silent? Jiang Mo inquired with a smile. To He Chengyun, this seemed like a sarcastic remark. Yet his throat felt as though it had been glued shut, rendering him unable to speak, at best producing only low, guttural growls. He Chengyun could not fathom why this insidious rat had deliberately presented him with the Lingyun pill, merely to silence him. Was such an act truly necessary? Now that he had fully regained his cultivation, dealing with this contemptible wretch was hardly a challenge. How dare he plot against him? Soon, he would learn the true meaning of pain and despair. Jiang Mo observed He Chengyun's complexion, dark as the bottom of a pot, and surmised his thoughts. Feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, he then feigned fear and taunted, "Brother He, why do you gaze at me with such eyes? Are you still resentful that my wife nearly beat you to death, forcing you to consume the pill of that wicked cultivator just to barely hold on? Oh dear, what shall we do? I've heard that the blood-soul reversal pill can drain one's life force." The mention of a wicked cultivator's pill and the blood-soul reversal pill sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. He Chengyun stood there, utterly stunned. Disciples of the celestial sect were meant to align with the will of heaven, maintaining a clear line between themselves and the malevolent practices of wicked cultivators, even upholding the duty to eradicate demons and monsters. If Jiang Mo's words held any truth, how could He Chengyun still be deemed worthy of remaining in the Jingjia celestial sect? Without evidence, you wretched child, cease your baseless accusations. At that moment, a steward rose, unleashing a reprimand imbued with the oppressive aura of late-stage foundation establishment, directly targeting Jiang Mo. Is it truly so easy to expose oneself? Jiang Mo responded with a mocking smile, unleashing his own primordial spirit to confront the foundational pressure. His face was pale, yet he did not retreat a single step, exuding the aura of a peak golden core cultivator. Are you not Steward Zhuyu of the Talisman's Hall? As a junior, I have legitimate grounds to question. Where's your evidence? Jiang Mo proclaimed loudly. Do you still dare to speak recklessly? Zhuyu glared fiercely, on the verge of unleashing his foundational pressure to suppress Jiang Mo once more. At that moment, however, a grand aura of suppression descended from the heavens. Zhuyu fell to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. This matter could be discussed later. The languid and aged voice resounded once again. Jiang Mo exhaled in relief and gave a nod of approval to the elder. Given his current cultivation level, enduring the foundational pressure was quite a challenge. Had it not been for the tempering of his primordial spirit and consciousness through the Lingxi, he would have been rendered unconscious by that blow. Chapter 45. The true essence of mountains and rivers. With external factors now subdued, He Chongyun could not utter a word of surrender. Jiang Mo felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. At last, he could act with abandon. He gazed at He Chongyun with a smile, and for some inexplicable reason, He Chongyun felt a chill run down his spine. It was only now that he discerned the immense malice concealed behind that smile. This individual was adept at manipulating the rules and displayed not an ounce of timidity in the face of foundational-level strongmen, exuding an inexplicable aura of superiority. He Chongyun could not fathom when he had provoked such a madman. Nor did he understand how a mere fourth-layer Qi refinement practitioner could possibly be aware of the existence of the blood-soul reversal pill. His expression transformed from one filled with murderous intent to one of profound caution and fear. Brother He, your junior still relies on those 3 Qi condensation pills. Shall we not settle this swiftly? Jiang Mo inquired with a seemingly gentle gaze. He Chongyun instinctively took a step back. He had no desire to continue. He cared not for the rewards or the streak of victories, but solely wished to escape the arena. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. He longed to cry out for surrender, yet his voice remained trapped within. In the silence of his senior brother, he interpreted it as tacit agreement. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out, signaling the commencement of the duel. He Chongyun resembled a startled rabbit, immediately adopting a demeanor of utmost determination, meticulously donning protective measures across his body, activating every formation to leave no corner unguarded. Jiang Mo's expression remained unchanged as he leisurely stepped onto the ethereal sword Mo foam. Hovering midair, and declared in a clear voice, "There is no need for tension. Since this is merely a mock battle, a light touch will suffice. How about this? I shall remain here, not evading with my sword. If brother He can defeat me within 3 moves. No. Even if within those 3 moves he merely grazes the corner of my garment or a strand of my hair, I shall concede my defeat." Arrogance, sheer arrogance. The watching cultivators were left astounded by this disciple, who was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Whether it was in facing the oppressive aura of Foundation establishment or in his audacious proclamations on the stage, no one dared to voice their opinions any longer. The imposing presence of the chief deacon at the Golden Core stage silenced many. Likewise, some recognized Jiang Mo. It suddenly dawned upon me that this disciple of the 4th level of Qi refinement was the one who had previously slain Song Xinghuai against all odds. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance. The transformations among individuals of this age bracket are immense. A year can alter one beyond recognition. When he was at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, he dared to challenge the 4th level, and now at the 4th level, he boldly confronts the 7th level. The key is that this young man seems genuinely capable of victory. How terrifying this is. Uncertain if there will be another opportunity to witness the fleeting moment of the awakening of insects, He Chongyun's provocations reignited his ire. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of indignation, let alone the 2nd-generation immortal, who inherently carries an air of superiority. He cast a cold glance at Jiang Mo, who hovered in midair, and then discarded his protective shell to retrieve additional offensive talismans and inferior spiritual artifacts, vowing to vanquish this arrogant fool in one fell swoop. If the rabble seeks death, then let them witness the disparity in realms. Jiang Mo's gaze remained tranquil as he smiled softly. He then formed a gesture with his fingers and chanted a spell, the sound resonating like echoes in a secluded valley, like the melody of flowing streams. Deep blue transformed into ink, and the sword served as his brush. Mountains concealed themselves within the clouds, while a solitary crane spread its wings against the cliffs. The essence of rhythm was the brush and ink of mountains and rivers. Endless, ethereal landscapes began to materialize upon the arena, as if 100,000 mountains were crashing down. The audience below the stage held their breath, an inexplicable weight pressing upon them, causing their legs to tremble. Once more, they pondered the question, is this truly a battle of the Qi refining stage? In the outer sect's elders' hall, an old man, on the verge of dozing off, seemed to have experienced a nightmare, shaking violently as he turned his gaze back toward the direction of the 3rd arena. His eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils nearly bulging out. The essence of mountains and rivers. Good heavens, I must not have misjudged this time. In the observation area of the outer sect plaza, Meng Charan, squeezed amongst the crowd in the most visible spot for the 3rd arena, felt a sense of frustration. When she had first arrived, there were hardly any spectators, but the moment the essence of mountains and rivers appeared, the place became densely packed. Most of the participants are female cultivators, their gazes unified in adoration, each straining with all their might to catch a clearer glimpse of someone on the stage. They even excitedly shout, uttering words that are utterly disgraceful and devoid of shame. In an instant, this viewing area resembles a flood of fervor. Meng Chuan finds herself filled with grievances. Want to fight him until dawn. This person is lacking in that regard, a fact I have personally verified. Babies are already on the way. I have stated it countless times. I have followed him for over 300 years, and nothing has stirred in my womb. You, a man, wish to marry him too. Ultimately, Meng Chuan could no longer contain herself. She stood up, cleared her throat, and shouted loudly, "Zhang Yimou is my husband." All the female cultivators turned to her in unison, then formed hearts with their hands, repeating Meng Chuan's declaration one after another. Meng Chuan, caviar. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the B-class arena is far from the light-hearted joy of the viewing area. He Qingyun is once again drenched in cold sweat. In a frenzy, he relentlessly unleashes his most powerful spells, talismans, and formations, yet no matter his efforts, all means are crushed by the might of the mountains and rivers. Moving mountains is a formidable task, but attempting to overturn the entire landscape with sheer human strength, even a nascent soul cultivator would find it nearly impossible. He Qingyun is now teetering on the brink of despair. In a daze, he feels as though he is trapped in a dream. Reminiscent of a time when he was already at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, battling a cultivator of lesser skill. He had anticipated an easy victory. Yet he did not foresee the opponent's tenacious resistance, finding himself unveiling card after card under the relentless pressure of his adversary. He is exceedingly formidable, far beyond what one can contend with. Now, he possesses not merely 3 moves, yet the circumstances appear rather bleak. What does senior brother he think should be done? Zhang Yimou continues to wear that benevolent smile. He Qingyun finds himself at a loss for words, his hands hanging limply, clearly resigned to his fate. It seems that senior brother is not inclined to engage with me. In that case, how about this? If senior brother bestows upon me 3 moves, I shall return the favor with but a single finger, for the essence of reciprocity is paramount. Senior brother remains silent, which I shall take as tacit agreement. Zhang Yimou speaks to himself, entirely disregarding He Qingyun's presence, and upon finishing, he nods in satisfaction before commanding the momentum of the mountains and rivers, raising his middle finger toward He Qingyun. As the force of nature approaches, a terrifying pressure descends upon He Qingyun. The sound of bone shattering is followed by a primal, anguished roar that reverberates throughout the outer academy. He Qingyun gradually feels numbness creeping in, his consciousness blurring, even as the ominous signs of death loom closer. Ultimately, he concedes, his knees bowing to the ground, eyes closing, 2 streams of blood tears falling. The last vestiges of his pride and superiority are utterly crushed in this moment. Chapter 46. Together we seek. After sending He Qingyun away, Zhang Yimou ascends as the new champion of the B-tier arena. However, the subsequent developments leave him quite distressed. His brilliant performance in the first match, coupled with his prowess surpassing the 7th level of Qi refinement and that terrifying phantom of mountains and rivers, have etched a profound impression upon the audience. It could even be described as a psychological shadow. Consequently, subsequent challengers have been reluctant to confront the B-tier arena. Those of lesser strength feel incapable of overcoming him, while the stronger contenders deem it unnecessary to tackle the daunting task of defeating an opponent on a winning streak. Thus, half an hour passes without any new challengers appearing before Zhang Yimou. As the sun began its descent, the arena designated as B remained deserted, leaving Zhang Yimou in a state of bewilderment. He mused to himself, is being overly exceptional truly a blessing? With no other options, he set up a tea table, leisurely brewing and savoring his tea while observing the duels on other platforms. Yet, an inexplicable sensation lingered, as he felt numerous voices from the crowd below calling him husband, including that of men. Zhang Yimou broke into a cold sweat. To clarify, he was a married man and a champion of pure love, not one to engage in a harem with Nantong. As dusk approached, a female cultivator clad in a crimson dress ascended the B platform. Just as the spectators anticipated a captivating performance, she boldly approached Zhang Yimou, seizing the teacup from his hands and draining its contents in one swift motion. Suddenly, a chorus of murmurs and envious exclamations erupted from the audience. "My dear, what has come over you?" Zhang Yimou glanced at the visibly distressed Meng Chuan, pondering if he had inadvertently offended her, speaking with utmost caution and care. "Meng Chuan, brimming with indignation, found it incredulous that, after over 3 centuries of adhering to traditional values, young women today would so shamelessly lose their composure at the sight of an admirable man. Their crude innuendos and outrageous behavior were astonishingly creative, surpassing anything she had ever encountered. If their infatuation were directed towards another man, it might be excusable. However, their object of desire was Jiang Mo, her husband. What sort of audacity was it to covet a married man, even if one desires to enter the door? According to the traditions of propriety, one must first seek the consent of the legitimate wife. Such frivolity, such shameless posturing, what a disgrace. Meng Chuan turned around, facing certain spectators below the stage, and fiercely pointed at them, exclaiming, "Let me reiterate, can some individuals refrain from harboring sordid thoughts towards a married man? Do you lack even the most basic sense of shame?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mo immediately spewed his tea. What is happening here? Below the platform, the young female cultivators began to whisper among themselves. Who is this sister? Why is she standing next to Brother Mo? And just now she even drank his tea. If she behaves like this, how can she have the audacity to criticize us? It seems a bit absurd. You latecomers may not be aware, but this junior sister appears to be named Meng Chuan. Jiang Mo ascended the stage to display his prowess in order to rescue her. And what is her relationship with Brother Mo? Jiang Mo probably addressed her as wife. They should be married, right? Haha, be quiet. Did I invite your commentary? And what are you, a man, doing here, stirring up trouble? Off you go. Even if they are married, what does it matter? Hee, it seems even more exciting. Hee. Indeed, so what? It's merely a matter of proximity. Who is more suitable is yet to be determined. Look at her petty demeanor. She will only drag Brother Mo down, and I foresee that he will eventually cast her aside. The discourse among the female cultivators was remarkably candid, and Meng Chuan absorbed every word, some of which may have seemed absurd, yet others were undeniably rooted in reality. The emotional entanglements remain prevalent even to this day. They have merely postponed the issues through external means. Should the efficacy of Lingxi diminish in the future, or worse, become entirely ineffective, the problems and conflicts will resurface prominently. When circumstances are favorable, people tend to be objective. However, when adversity strikes, maintaining optimism becomes a formidable challenge. Ultimately, Jiang Mo harbors an enduring yearning for eternity, while Meng Chuan prefers to dwell in the present moment. The two perspectives are not inherently at odds. Yet this is a realm of cultivation where the pursuit of longevity is no longer a mere aspiration, rendering the enjoyment of the present somewhat superfluous. Thus, a divergence of beliefs arises. They both desire to steer their relationship to their own rhythm. The refinement of Lingxi allows for compatibility between them, yet, fundamentally, the issues remain unresolved. Meng Chuan refrained from further remarks, sitting heavily beside Jiang Mo, burdened by her thoughts. If one day Jiang Mo, compelled to pursue the path of enlightenment, neglects her once more, will she succumb to doubt and reproach herself for enduring such disregard? She is uncertain. For now, she feels content, reminiscent of the happiness that enveloped them on their wedding day. It is said that the path of fate is predetermined. Thus, upon their rebirth, they have conformed to their destined future, only to wonder if they will once again diverge as circumstances evolve. Can the future be altered? If so, how might it be transformed? Ahem. I say, Meng Chuan, could it be that you are truly envious of your fans? A familiar voice interrupted her reverie, leaving her in a daze as she failed to comprehend Jiang Mo's nonsensical ramblings. What did it mean? Was he suggesting that jealousy should not be a part of admiration? What could jealousy of admirers possibly signify? Meng Chuan was perplexed. Fans should refer to admirers, right? Jiang Mo scratched his head, uncertain. Is there any connection between these two phrases? I am not quite sure. It might just be a casual expression or perhaps a local idiom. Oh. Meng Chuan bit her lip, still feeling disheartened. After a moment of silence, she took the initiative to nestle into Jiang Mo's embrace, burying her face in his warm chest, softly calling out, Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo replied gently. I have some matters that I cannot seem to clarify. I have pondered for a long time without finding an answer, and Jiang Mo, well aware of his wife's inner turmoil, reached out to stroke her hair, offering comfort. I understand. I too am searching for answers. I am very worried. I do not wish to revert to that state. Meng Chuan's murmurs echoed Jiang Mo's own concerns. The course of fate is predetermined, and as he and Meng Chuan once again find themselves together, the question lingers, Will the future lead to the same conclusion? In continually reflecting on the past, Jiang Mo concluded that their tragic ending stemmed from their failure to grasp the true essence of love. So what is love? Is it unwavering loyalty? To experience a lifetime and then reunite in rebirth, could that not be considered sufficient? Yet, it seems it is still not enough, regardless of what the future holds. Perhaps the very act of our search for this answer is the enigma itself. Chapter 47. The encounter is fate. The dialogue between Jiang Mo and Meng Charan is confined solely to the two of them, to outsiders. It appears as if the pair are inexplicably embracing under the broad daylight, maliciously flaunting their affection. The female cultivators who had previously been insulted by Meng Charan seethe with resentment, their teeth gnashing in ire. How dare they accuse us of lacking shame? And what about you, who now seek solace in such embraces? In a word, it is revolting. Simultaneously, a host of heartbroken male cultivators observe. Excluding a small minority with peculiar inclinations, most harbor feelings of envy and jealousy towards Jiang Mo, wistfully contemplating how delightful it would be to possess such a beautiful and gentle partner. As the moon hangs high and stars are sparse, Jiang Mo finally encounters his first challenger. This individual, a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, is surrounded by an ethereal lunar glow. Exuding a calm and composed aura, Jiang Mo immediately discerns the lineage of this person. He practices the comprehensive technique known as the illusory moon art, derived from the Jingxia immortal sect's core golden core legacy, the flowing light and shadow art. The technique embodies the cyclical nature of the lunar phases, harmonizing with the rhythm of all things. It was crafted by the long-past master Mingwei, who melded his understanding of the sect's principles to forge a path in the realm of immortality. In summary, the illusory moon art holds a significant place in the sect's teachings. This challenger has deliberately chosen the night for the duel, a decision influenced by the attributes of his technique. Bathed in silver luminescence, the stable and enduring qualities of the illusory moon art will be magnified manifold. Observing the aura of this individual, Jiang Mo surmised that it was not inconceivable for him to challenge He Chengyun in this current scenario. After a brief introduction, Jiang Mo learned that this person was named Tan Zhongye. Although Tan Zhongye did not explicitly state his intentions during their pleasantries, through subtle hints, Jiang Mo deduced that his motivation for ascending the stage was not merely to vie for victory, but to hone his own skills. Coincidentally, Jiang Mo aimed to convey to the outside world that the true essence of the mountains and rivers was not easily wielded, thereby encouraging more individuals to dare to ascend the stage in pursuit of an early 5 consecutive victories. Consequently, this contest endured for an extensive duration, lasting from midnight until dawn. Jiang Mo ultimately emerged victorious, successfully creating the illusion that the shadows of the mountains and rivers were limited, portraying himself as not particularly formidable. In this battle, Tan Zhongye reaped substantial benefits, as he sensed he was on the verge of comprehending the supplementary technique of the illusory moon art, the shattered moon spirit light. It was indeed a situation of mutual triumph. The subsequent challenges were largely predictable, with opponents mostly at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement. It was not until the 5th challenger that a practitioner of the 7th level of Qi refinement appeared. Throughout the encounter, Jiang Mo appeared to be under pressure from his opponent, only to seize a critical moment to employ an unexpected tactic that restricted the opponent's movements, ultimately dispatching him with the fleeting moment of awakening thunder. With this victory, he secured 5 consecutive wins and, citing the backlash of the moment of awakening thunder as a reason, he withdrew from the competition. Under the influence of Lingxi, Jiang Mo's primordial spirit and the strength of his sea of consciousness were but a hair's breadth away from the foundation establishment stage, allowing the backlash from the moment of awakening thunder to mitigate much of the impact. Though he could not entirely evade a state of weakness, he would at least avoid collapsing into unconsciousness, requiring a substantial half-month to recover. Coincidentally, during Jiang Mo's period of weakness, Su Yunzi also took to the stage to challenge an opponent, a female cultivator who had achieved an impressive 7 consecutive victories. Her cultivation level was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, suggesting formidable strength. However, after enduring 7 battles, she was clearly no match for the well-rested Su Yunzi, who was at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Jiang Mo found a corner to observe, comfortably receiving care from Meng Charan. He intended to witness the prowess of this talented alchemist before his period of weakness concluded. Su Yunzi confidently ascended the platform, briefly introducing himself before his opponent prepared for a fierce duel. To everyone's astonishment, Su Yunza produced 5 pink elixirs from his sleeve and earnestly stated, "Ahem. I perceive that you are not in optimal condition, likely fatigued from your prolonged battles. Based on my years of alchemical experience, excessive mental and physical exertion can adversely affect one's complexion, and the relentless nature of combat often leaves unseen scars. Since our meeting is fortuitous, I wish to bestow these beauty elixirs upon you, hoping you will refrain from further conflict and maintain your youth in the days to come. Allow me to shoulder the burdens of the ensuing battles." In essence, Su Yunza's intent was succinct. He preferred not to waste time in combat and suggested that she surrender, offering the 5 beauty elixirs as compensation. Perhaps it was the allure of the elixirs or the elegance of Su Yunza's words that caused the female cultivator to blush. Adopting a bashful demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words, Su Yunza was perplexed. Was this truly such a difficult matter to address? All are here to engage in trade. Why can't it be more straightforward? Though such thoughts crossed her mind, in pursuit of the esteemed alchemical furnace, Su Yunza patiently inquired once more. "Is there something you find difficult to express, junior sister?" The face of the female cultivator flushed deeper, her demeanor becoming increasingly flustered as she dared not meet Su Yunza's gaze. The moment their eyes met, her heart would race uncontrollably. This was inevitable, for in her efforts to evade complications, she had long adopted an aloof facade. Yet, the trials of cultivation had gradually instilled in her a yearning for the warmth and affection of others. However, having cultivated a habit of keeping others at bay, substantial change was not feasible in a short span. This senior brother, seemingly gentle and refined, appeared to be the first male who genuinely considered matters from her perspective, even presenting her with a beauty-enhancing pill as a token of their meeting. How exceedingly thoughtful. The spirit elixir I toiled to earn through consecutive victories was solely for the purpose of establishing a foundation early, thereby preserving my youth. Approaching the age of 25, and with the looming threat of 30 just a few years away, even the most delicate flowers would inevitably wither. What significance would establishing a foundation hold in old age? Now, this senior brother speaks of fate in our meeting, and he understands me so well. Perhaps. Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. Su Yunja stood there, lingering in silence, nearly driven to madness by the lack of response. Every woman he encountered seemed either overly sentimental or prone to endless delays, which was why he preferred to avoid dealings with them. Yet, for the sake of the esteemed alchemical furnace, he endured, maintaining a fixed, albeit strained, smile on his face. He gently asked, "Junior sister, have you given it some thought?" "Ah, I am here." The female cultivator was suddenly taken aback, and then quickly responded, I am Jiang Panqing, 24 years old, at the 7th level of qi refining, and I have never been in a romantic relationship. I hope my partner is." "What are you saying? Your words are too rapid." Su Yunja genuinely did not catch what the other person was saying. Jiang Panqing felt quite embarrassed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. After silently reciting a dozen calming phrases, she appeared much more composed. "I can agree to that, senior brother. However, could you tell me which peak you intend to go to?" "Guyu Peak." Su Yunja did not consider this to be something worth concealing. "All right. Farewell, senior brother." Thus, amidst a fog of confusion, Su Yunja concluded his first victory. Jiang Mo, who had been an observer throughout, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chapter 48. Are you planning to come clean first? Su Yunja secured his first victory, and with the addition of inheriting half of the previous champion's consecutive victories, he had achieved a streak of 4 wins. Following this, a lengthy waiting period ensued. Most cultivators, who primarily measured their actions by profit, would not challenge the late-stage qi refining with 0 losses at this time. The Academy's intention was similarly to grant this opportunity to those disciples eager to hone their abilities. Ultimately, the confrontation of techniques boils down to a struggle among cultivators, involving lethal skills that could spell life or death. Thus, under extreme pressure, profound insights are often gained. Engaging in high-pressure combat that escalates beyond one's level without sustaining significant injuries was an occurrence that, in ordinary times, was nearly unattainable. This was a rare opportunity for cultivators endowed with exceptional talent and techniques. The old man had previously earnestly advised Jiang Mo to participate in the external competition with this very thought in mind. Su Yunja devoted 2 days to secure his 7th consecutive victory. His triumph was not effortlessly achieved. Even though his opponents were all at the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement, Each was a distinguished practitioner with unique insights into the art of spells. Suyunja demonstrated the grace befitting a senior brother, deliberately extending the duration of their duels to afford his opponents the opportunity for deeper understanding, thereby forging numerous benevolent connections. Jiang Mo highly regarded Suyunja's approach, believing that the essence of inheritance lies in the transmission between individuals, and as a disciple of the celestial sect, one must embody a sense of duty and responsibility. However, Suyunja's demeanor seemed to culminate there. At this juncture, the fifth challenger ascended the arena, a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Before the opponent could even introduce himself, Suyunja produced a handful of vividly colored pills and swiftly consumed them all. Instantly, his aura surged exponentially. Jiang Mo was left dumbfounded. With his discerning eye, he could not identify the exact names of these elixirs. Yet he was well aware of their effects: enhancement of physical attributes, agility, spiritual strength, a significant boost in fire-related spells, increased affinity for fire's spiritual energy, sustained recovery of spiritual energy, and heightened sensitivity to spiritual energy. It seemed he had indulged in every conceivable benefit. Absurd. Of course, Suyunja's actions were not deemed illicit. The 8 arts of cultivation are inherently part of a practitioner's strength, and moreover, these elixirs were of his own concoction. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Mo finally comprehended the significance of Suyunja's willingness to invest years in cataloging the entirety of Qi refinement elixirs. Just imagine, during a duel, when an opponent watches you accumulate a plethora of damage and attribute enhancements, one must ponder the psychological shadow cast upon them in that fleeting moment. At this moment, Suyunja's opponent wore an exceedingly grim expression. However, this was the arena, and he was resolute in his refusal to concede. After a brief introduction, the duel commenced. The practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement held his breath and focused, preparing to unleash his most formidable technique in a desperate struggle. Suddenly, a terrifying blaze of flame surged toward him. In that instant, he closed his eyes and was sent off the stage. Suyunja achieved his 8th consecutive victory. Jiang Mo laughed heartily from the sidelines, nearly doubling over in amusement. He could hardly fathom how Suyunja managed to suppress his laughter upon witnessing this spectacle. Meng Chuan found it increasingly difficult to watch. Jiang Mo, please maintain some dignity. You're not a child anymore, yet you laugh like one. Jiang Mo promptly silenced himself. Suyunja faced the subsequent 2 challengers with less ease. One was a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, whose strength matched his own. And after a prolonged battle, Suyunja finally secured victory. The final opponent, however, was a practitioner at the 9th level, superior in strength. Suyunja relied on his medicinal advantage to endure the drawn-out confrontation, barely managing to claim his 10th victory once his adversary had exhausted their energy. His graduation ceremony concluded on a triumphant note. After the competition, Jiang Mo, accompanied by Meng Chuan, made a point to meet Suyunja as a farewell gesture. In Jiang Mo's eyes, he held a certain level of respect for this senior brother Su, even though they had not known each other in a previous life. And despite this life feeling like a second chance, yet, considering the present, he recognized that Suyunja and the others were fundamentally akin to him. They all had grown up in the same era. It was inappropriate to view them through the lens of an elder, looking down from a lofty position. The outer sect competition continued to unfold. However, Jiang Mo was no longer particularly concerned about what would follow. At present, he and Meng Chuan were en route to the outer sect's steward hall, intending to procure the branches of the phoenix and the wudong tree. Along the way, Jiang Mo recollected certain matters. He slowed down the flight of Mo Feng and inquired of Meng Chuan, who was nestled in his embrace. "My dear, do you have any vivid recollections of the significant events that have transpired in the outer sect over the past few years?" Significant events in recent years? Meng Chuan seemed somewhat perplexed by Jiang Mo's inquiry. "I mean the momentous occurrences that have either taken place or are about to take place in the outer sect, particularly those related to the malevolent practitioners. Can you recall any pertinent fragments of memory?" Jiang Mo articulated his urgency for clues quite plainly. The fact that he had been unable to uncover any relevant leads concerning the Blood Soul sect in his previous life was a persistent thorn in his heart. Now that the matters concerning the Blood Soul sect had come to light, how could Jiang Mo remain indifferent? Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, and remarked, "So, you intend to be forthright first?" Jiang Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had originally planned to wait for Meng Chuan to reveal her thoughts first before discussing their perspectives on their dual rebirth. Regrettably, Faced with a lack of additional clues regarding the Blood Soul sect, he had no choice but to risk losing to Meng Chuan and inquire whether she had any memories. Let us not digress. We ought to address the matter at hand, Jiang Mo asserted, attempting to adopt a fragile yet authoritative demeanor as the husband, striving to navigate through this predicament. But what was the use? By uttering those words, Jiang Mo had already conceded defeat. Instantly, Meng Chuan burst into triumphant laughter, leaving Jiang Mo feeling deeply frustrated. After the jest, Meng Chuan began to reflect seriously. After a moment's pause, she finally spoke. There is a matter concerning He Chengyun that, logically, you should be aware of given your investigation into him. Perhaps I simply forgot. Since Jiang Mo's rebirth, he has indeed lost many memories. Relying on the records he penned shortly after his resurrection to prompt his recollection. Even though he is now a cultivator, the lifespan and experiences of the golden core stage far exceed those of the Qi refining stage, rendering such an immense reservoir of memories beyond his current capacity to hold. What he can do is to swiftly enhance his cultivation, thereby preserving those invaluable memories that are difficult to forget. Please elaborate. Jiang Mo spoke earnestly. I cannot recall the precise timeline. Only that approximately 2 or 3 years ago, when He Chengyun was promoted to the inner sect, he exposed a hidden evil cultivator lurking within the outer sect academy. This act earned him accolades from the Celestial Gate and garnered the attention of his father. Is He Chengyun then a thief calling out to catch a thief? Jiang Mo, astonished by this revelation, began to speculate. He analyzed that He Chengyun's actions, viewed in hindsight, likely indicate a betrayal of his collaborator, thus allowing him to report and claim credit for the discovery. Consequently, in conjunction with the reaction of Zhu Yu from the Talisman's Hall after I elucidated the Blood Soul reversal pill in the arena, it almost confirms that this collaborator is indeed this individual. Chapter 49. Far from the mortal realm, Meng Chuan fell into deep contemplation and murmured, Zhu Yu is an attendant of the Talisman's Hall, possessing at least the cultivation of late Foundation establishment. How, then, did He Chengyun manage to execute a scheme against this person? Jiang Mo shook his head and remarked, there is no need to ponder over He Chengyun's methods at this moment. I suspect that after the previous incident, which startled the snake in the grass, future developments may witness significant changes. Therefore, your intention to approach the chief steward now is to delegate the responsibility of investigating these matters to the Outer Sect Academy. However, our current strength is insufficient. We cannot afford to recklessly engage with members of the Blood Soul sect. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Mo quickened his pace on the sword. As they arrived at the Outer Sect Steward Hall, the old man, unusually alert and not dozing off, appeared to have been waiting for quite some time and bore an air of impatience. Nevertheless, upon seeing Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan appear hand in hand, he let out a sigh of relief, his eyes betraying a hidden approval as he silently observed the young couple. Nearly 4 years had passed since they first entered, and the youthful boy and girl had now blossomed into adulthood, having served as the head of the academy for over a century. The old man had bid farewell to countless young talents, some advancing to the inner sect, while others departed from the Jingzhe Xianzong forever. These two before him were also destined to leave. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of comfort rather than sorrow, perhaps due to the radiant light they exuded, both blinding and warm. Lost in his reminiscence, the old man suddenly seemed to notice something and fixed his gaze on Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan once more. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, why do you both remain untouched? Was it not said that you were living together? You seem to be the one lacking respect for your elders. Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan exchanged an awkward glance, their cheeks flushing in unison. To claim that they had never contemplated such matters would undoubtedly be a falsehood. Now 18, they had already experienced numerous embarrassing moments during their 10 months of close companionship. Though the thoughts may indeed be over 3 centuries old, the fervent instincts of youth are not easily suppressed. The kiss from last time was but a modest liberation after a prolonged period of restraint. Why was there no consummation of their intentions? Perhaps it stemmed from a mutual understanding, or perhaps it was a desire to pursue a sense of ritual. After all, in their previous lives, neither had engaged in any excessive behaviors before their union. Jiang Mo cast aside these misguided reflections instigated by the old man and stepped closer, habitually tapping on his desk. Old man, your ramblings are of no use. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Where is my phoenix nesting Wudo? Humph, such a cheeky brat. The old man rolled his eyes. I am not one to hide things like some others. Here, take the phoenix nesting Wudo. As he spoke, He retrieved a branch adorned with tender leaves from his storage ring and casually tossed it onto the desk. Before Jiang Yimou could collect it, he added, "By the way, this is quite a rare branch of intertwined trees. Consider it a symbolic gift, a token of good fortune for you both." Upon hearing the old man's words, Jiang Yimou could hardly suspect that this branch of intertwined trees was, in fact, a personal expense of the old man. "Thank you, Senior Du." Jiang Yimou respectfully performed a gesture of deference as a junior before accepting the intertwined branch. Du Qingping, the esteemed head and chief steward of the Outer Sect Academy of the Jingzhe Immortal Sect, was a late-stage golden core cultivator and had long surpassed 5 centuries of life. He felt quite gratified. "No need for your thanks. As long as you remember the merits of the Immortal Sect and contribute to its legacy, my life will not have been in vain." Du Qingping held great expectations for the two young individuals. He initially intended to inquire about the true meanings of the mountain and river and the true meaning of the leaving fire, but he swiftly suppressed that thought. Every individual harbors their own secrets. There is no need to delve too deeply. True meaning is not akin to the Tao rhythm. Frequent exposure during the qi refining stage is not detrimental. Let it be. True meaning embodies the fundamental principles of existence for all things. It exists everywhere yet remains an elusive concept. Tao rhythm, on the other hand, constitutes the rules that sustain the existence of the world, often referred to as truth, and represents the differentiation of the heavenly principles. Mastery of Tao rhythm is one of the essential conditions for becoming a Yuanying cultivator. The 5 great sects each possess at least one inheritance related to Tao rhythm, which is regarded as the path to achieving Yuanying. The Jingzhe Immortal Sect holds the inheritance of the cyclical nature of all things, perpetually thriving, and has now diversified into multiple avenues for understanding Tao rhythm. Commonly spoken of are the cycles of the 4 seasons and the phases of the moon. As for this phoenix resting upon the parasol tree, I shall accept it. Upon seeing Du Qingping's demeanor of superiority, Jiang Yimou immediately concealed his respectful attitude and said playfully, "However, I have another matter I wish to entrust to you." Du Qingping shot him a disdainful glance. "What more could you, a mere wall lamp, possibly need?" Jiang Yimou hastily replied, "I say, old man, are you truly not going to investigate the matter regarding He Qingyun's suspected contact with an evil cultivator? It's a matter of near certainty. What more is there to investigate? I would prefer to interrogate you first. Pray tell, what is the origin of the Blood Soul sect and the Blood Soul reversal pill? How do you know of it? Your eloquence seems to be ever increasing." Jiang Yimou seethed with frustration, exclaiming, "Old wall lamp, how can you be so unreasonable? You neglect the evil cultivator, yet you choose to interrogate me, the whistleblower." Du Qingping feigned helplessness, shaking his head. "There is little I can do. Without evidence, even if we apprehend him for questioning, he will simply refuse to confess, leaving us powerless, won't it? Is there truly no way?" Jiang Yimou inquired. "Well, not entirely. We have already startled the snake in the grass. They will likely proceed with caution, making it quite challenging to provoke them into action. I intend to implement a strategy of soft control, restricting their movements as much as possible, and then tightening the noose gradually, waiting for them to act out of desperation. While this approach may consume a considerable amount of time, it will ensure that we minimize collateral damage before capturing him." Jiang Yimou nodded repeatedly, surprised by the swiftness of the usually lethargic Du, who had quickly devised a plan of action. With this matter addressed, Jiang Yimou and Meng Chuan prepared to take their leave. However, as they turned to depart, Du Qingping called out to them once more. "I cannot predict when the evil cultivator will become cornered, but they will undoubtedly seek to silence us. No matter how much you know about the Blood Soul sect, you must remain vigilant and ensure your own safety." Jiang Yimou took note of Du Qingping's admonition and, along with Meng Chuan, bowed respectfully once again. Presently, the glaring threats posed by cultivators at the late Foundation establishment stage or higher were beyond their means to confront. Their only recourse was to elevate their cultivation as swiftly as possible. With the 8-year plan nearing its midpoint, Meng Chuan had merely over a year left, rendering their time exceedingly precious. They arrived at the cave dwelling. Jiang Yimou and Meng Chuan are set to engage in an extended period of seclusion. The tricolored flowers bloom vibrantly, appearing more resplendent than ever before, while the wooden cabin in the center of the flower field remains firmly shut. The scene seems frozen, distanced from the worldly realm. Chapter 50. Experiencing the maternal affection in a subterranean cavern of the Outer Sect Academy of the Jingzhe Xianzong, several ethereal blue lamps hang, casting a chilling glow. The sound of dripping water seeping through the crevices resonates repeatedly in the vastness. Deep within the cavern, amidst the dimness, an eerie altar stands, enveloped in a swirling blue mist, accompanied by the haunting wails of tormented souls. To one side of the altar, two figures are positioned, illuminated faintly in the darkness. They are none other than Zhu Yu and He Chengyun. Have all the loose ends been dealt with? Zhu Yu inquired ominously. I assure you, there is no room for error, He Chengyun replied respectfully. His condition appeared dire. Even a simple bow caused him to grimace in pain, yet he stifled any sound. It seems they have set their sights on us. However, there is no need for concern. The sect has always favored maintaining a faade of rules and order. Without decisive evidence, they cannot act against us, Zhu Yu asserted, his gaze fixed intently on the altar. He Chengyun, however, exhibited hesitation, since they have already focused on us. It is unlikely they would allow us to operate freely. I fear our options may be limited. I do not feel secure. Are you frightened? Zi shot a cold glance at He Chengyun, then unleashed the imposing pressure of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, speaking in a low tone. At present, I am but a step away from achieving the golden core, and with a few more souls, I could ascend smoothly. Alas, at this pivotal moment, my circumstances have been exposed. Fortunately, if all goes well, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to attain the golden core within a year or two. Even if I am unable to confront Du Qingping, escaping the outer sect unscathed will still prove to be a simple feat. Upon hearing this, He Chengyun immediately grew anxious. What should I do? Master Uncle, I have spent these years assisting you in gathering souls. Though I may not have made notable contributions, I have certainly endured hardships. You cannot abandon me. Zhu Yu revealed a chilling smile, and then turned to the azure altar. Do not worry. When the time comes to release the contents within, it is certain to incite considerable chaos. Whether you can take advantage of that turmoil to escape depends solely on you. He Chengyun nodded timidly in agreement. Suddenly, certainly. He must be eliminated, and I happen to possess a method to ensure his complete demise. However, this requires the cooperation of Master He. He Chengyun fell to his knees, his voice trembling. Master, I shall exert all my efforts. Very well, you have thus rendered me a significant service. A cruel laughter reverberated within the cavern. Immediately, Zhu Yu mercilessly cast the ashen-faced He Chengyun onto the altar. A ghostly blue hue began to swirl and rise. And amidst the cacophony of wailing malevolent spirits, He Chengyun could not even muster a scream before his body was torn asunder. When tranquility returned to the altar, Zhu Yu held within his palm a ghostly blue pill. In the center of the altar, a wisp of crimson essence was swiftly dissipating. Remember this scent, find her, and then consume her. I shall grant you your freedom. 20 months later, in the tricolor flower field, the ominous scheming lurking in the shadows did not disturb the tranquility and serenity here. It seemed as though a decade had passed without change, everything remaining as it was a year and a half prior. Yet, upon closer inspection, the marks of time could be discerned. The bees among the blossoms had changed faces several times. A touch of moss had crept up the corner of the wooden cabin, and the flowers, swaying in the breeze, unnoticed, had unfolded an additional petal. Inside the cabin, a young couple, having just concluded their round of meditation, appeared disheveled and dazed, as if they had engaged in something unspeakable. Yet, in truth, they were indeed immersed in their practice, having done nothing at all. Although Jiang Mo and Meng Charen's declarations of this fact may sound somewhat insincere, they could wholeheartedly swear that they truly, genuinely, had not shattered that fragile barrier. Yet, beyond this, what remained? To be completely innocent and unburdened by guilt was, of course, an impossibility. Meng Charen had inquired of Jiang Mo several times about the reason behind their unwavering commitment to not crossing certain boundaries. The significance of ritual. This was the only explanation Jiang Mo could conjure. Regardless of the era, premarital intimacy was frowned upon, an ingrained aspect of traditional morality. Such words resonated deeply with Meng Charen, a young woman who had adhered to these customs for over 3 centuries, leading her to abandon some of her more unrealistic aspirations. For instance, she had wished to experience the sensation of motherhood during the Qi refinement stage, a time when the likelihood of conception remained relatively high, as a means of compensating for the regrets of her past life. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Mo had inadvertently discerned her rather alarming thoughts, which prompted him to invoke the tenets of traditional morality. In summary, during their year and a half of seclusion, not only had their cultivation progressed smoothly, but their mental fortitude had also ascended to new heights. They could confidently assert that no matter how alluring the handsome men and beautiful women of the outside world might be, their hearts remained untouched by even the slightest ripple of desire. A certain wicked notion had nearly transformed into an obsession, allowing them to suppress all temptations with an iron grip. This was a feat of restraint lasting a full year and a half. As the aftereffects of their depleted spiritual essence began to wane, Jiang Mo and Ming Charin's eyes finally regained their luster. Yet, they appeared rather reluctant to stir. Nestled together, they reveled in the warmth of each other's presence. Jiang Mo, why are you turning your head away? Do you find my appearance too unseemly? Ming Charin's tone, though seemingly fierce, bore a more playful or perhaps seductive undertone. Truth be told, without her usual adornments, she indeed lacked a certain grace and elegance. Yet, after years of companionship, who truly fusses over such trivialities? Makeup and grooming can be quite exhausting. After all, Jiang Mo gently removed Ming Charin's restless hands and hurriedly replied, "Stop fooling around. Quickly put on your clothes. We need to prepare to leave soon. Now that you've reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, it is time for us to visit our parents." Chapter 51. Regrettably, no growth. Seeing Jiang Mo's insincere demeanor brought a smile to Ming Charin's face. She turned over and playfully pecked the corner of his mouth before cheerfully casting a dust removal spell upon herself. For cultivators, maintaining cleanliness is far less arduous compared to mortals. A simple dust removal spell equates to an hour-long bath in the mundane world. Instantly, Ming Charin appeared refreshed and tidy, and she proceeded to change her attire. Jiang Mo, feeling awkward and troubled, averted his gaze and shifted to a sideline position, showing no inclination to move. Once she donned a more vibrant red RU skirt, Ming Charin began to beautify herself, only to discover that Jiang Mo was still lazing about in bed. "You called me up, yet you remain idle. What is the meaning of this? Are you truly planning to make me return home alone to visit our family?" Jiang Mo could only feel helpless in response. "I pondered that you didn't kiss me just now. Am I really in such an embarrassing predicament? For a full 20 months. Has there ever been a day when you considered exercising a modicum of restraint in my presence? Day after day, you don a mere flimsy gauze dress. I chose to turn a blind eye and remain unperturbed. But surely you ought to cover up a little, no? A glimpse of white here, an absolute domain there. I can only conclude that you are doing this on purpose. You must have witnessed the spectacle of my embarrassment countless times, haven't you? Please, spare the youthful and spirited young man from this torment, will you? Wait a moment." Jiang Mo felt a surge of shame and indignation, muttering in a flustered manner. Ming Charin instantly grasped the reason, unable to contain her laughter, which caused her eye makeup to go awry. "Ming Charin, I have tolerated you for long enough," Jiang Mo exclaimed in anger. Ming Charin stifled her laughter, teasingly replying, "Isn't this quite a normal occurrence? Besides, it's not as if I haven't seen it before. What's the big deal? You're making a mountain out of a molehill. It's easy for you to say. You haven't." Jiang Mo ground his teeth in frustration, feeling somewhat resigned as he threatened, "If one day I can no longer hold back, you'll know to concede and beg for mercy." A sardonic snort escaped her lips, and for reasons unknown. It shattered Jiang Mo's dignity as a man into countless pieces. "No, it is not that I am too weak. Rather, she is exceedingly strong." At this moment, Ming Charin had completed her makeup, styled her hair, and adorned herself with a red hairpin and a decorative hairpiece, shedding any semblance of laziness, still exuding the aura of a pure celestial being. "Do I look good?" she inquired, lifting her skirt. Jiang Mo, his face etched with resentment and his mood somewhat dejected, was not inclined to praise her. "Could I possibly say you don't look good? What do you think?" Ming Charin retorted with a smile. "Ming Charin is the best in the world. Hee, my dear husband, you are truly wonderful if the vows from our past life were still valid." Perhaps Jiang Mo would have already been struck down by heavenly tribulation. He could not fathom why a single reincarnation could alter a person's character so profoundly. Reflecting on the former Ming Charin, gentle, understanding, never retorting, always preserving her husband's dignity, knowing when to advance and retreat, and upholding the family's honor. Now, the present Ming Charin. A complete transformation. As Jiang Mo traversed the path to the outer sect steward hall, he did not exchange a single word with Ming Charin, remaining sullen throughout. They had received Du Chengping's approval, obtaining a rare opportunity to return to the mortal realm for a family visit, the essence of which was to sever ties with the mundane world. Jiang Mo had already discerned his parents' intentions, thus he bore no heavy psychological burden this time as he had in his previous life. The dilemma lay with Ming Charin. Would she be able to calmly accept the departure of her relatives this time? Having rented a flying artifact, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan officially embarked on their journey homeward. They had merely 7 days, with the round trip requiring at least 5 days, leaving little time for farewells. After a day's travel, the atmosphere aboard the spirit vessel felt somewhat oppressive. Throughout the day, Jiang Mo had not spoken to Meng Chuan. Eventually, unable to endure the silence any longer, she feigned a timid demeanor, nestled beside Jiang Mo, and playfully poked his lower back with her fingertips. After a moment of playful teasing, Jiang Mo finally succumbed to laughter, saying, "Meng Chuan, you are being rather childish." "Humph, I am only 19. Isn't it acceptable to be a little childish?" Meng Chuan spoke with righteous conviction. After a brief and childish exchange, the two instinctively embraced each other, seeking warmth until the silhouette of the city came into view. It was then that Jiang Mo, with a melancholic expression, broached the subject at hand. "We are almost home. Are you prepared for it?" Meng Chuan shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, she murmured almost as if in a trance, "If there were 3 of us returning together, perhaps Mother would find it easier." 3 people. Did this imply a pregnancy and childbirth? It seemed her earlier whimsical notion held such significance. Indeed, the expectation of marriage and children is the simplest hope of elders for their descendants. If Meng Chuan and I were to have a child, it would surely bring joy not only to her mother, but also to my parents. Jiang Mo smiled gently, taking Meng Chuan's hand as he remarked, "I believe they would be content simply witnessing us reunite." It was uncertain who had spoken so decisively, with such fervent devotion to the path, while professing to sever all emotional ties. "Do not mock me." Meng Chuan, perhaps feeling disheartened, merely shot Jiang Mo a glare. Jiang Mo sighed softly. "I am not mocking you. Rather, I wish to convey something important. To reassure those we cherish is not an act of bravado or a deliberate deception, but rather a call to express our innermost thoughts and confusions, to share the most perplexing questions with them, and seek their perspectives. The challenges we face now may very well mirror the struggles they encountered in the past. Though we are perplexed and bewildered, in their eyes, it undeniably represents a form of growth, one that is profoundly authentic." Meng Chuan bowed her head. Her delicate frame trembled as if suddenly awakened, yet she bore a certain tension, hesitant to acknowledge it. "However, we have lived for quite some time. Alas, we have not truly matured. The lifespan of cultivators is extensive, allowing many confusions to find resolution over the passage of time. In contrast, a mortal's existence is often but a fleeting moment. Thus, mortals must strive to uncover answers to numerous questions within their brief span. Yet, the world invariably harbors many truths that one must seek and comprehend for oneself. The insights of cultivators unveil the truths of existence and the essence of the universe. Those of mortals reveal the intricacies of daily life and human relationships. The former represents a realm of understanding, while the latter signifies growth. Therefore, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan, as cultivators, remain oblivious to the true meaning of love. Yet, every mortal can articulate their interpretation of love. Perhaps individual understandings vary widely, but the more profound the comprehension, the more it stems from the human experience rather than an explanation of emotion itself. This delineates the distinction between cultivators and mortals. As cultivators, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan are competent. However, as mortals, they remain forever suspended in the innocence of their 14-year-old selves, never truly growing up. Chapter 52. Tracing Causes from Fruits. Inspecting the world with a sense of melancholy, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan spent nearly 3 days aboard the spiritual vessel. On this particular evening, they had reached a point 50 miles beyond the city of Hanxiang, where a broad official road led directly to the city gates below their craft. The Hanxiang Commandery, under the aegis of the Qianhan dynasty, is situated in the southwestern frontier of the realm. It was here that the founding emperor of the Qianhan dynasty rose to prominence, ultimately unifying the world. Jiang Mo harbored no interest in the capriciousness of worldly power. To him, Hanxiang Commandery was merely the homeland that nurtured him. After a 5-year separation from his birthplace, or perhaps 300 years, he stood upon a spiritual vessel, gazing out at the bustling scenery before him. It is difficult to fathom that such a flourishing city would, over the course of the next 3 centuries, fall victim to the ravages of war, only to be rebuilt in times of peace following numerous changes in governance. The power of mere mortals can easily cast countless individuals into despair, leaving families shattered. One can only imagine the calamity that would ensue should the mighty forces of cultivators intervene. Perhaps one ought to express gratitude to the Euphasian sect, for their enforcement privileges have, to a significant extent, ensured a separation between the immortal and the mundane. Lost in contemplation, Jiang Imo was suddenly drawn from his reverie by the appearance of two slender figures soaring swiftly toward him. They were two young female cultivators. One rode upon a flying artifact, while the other flew unaided through the air. Foundation establishment cultivators? Jiang Imo immediately summoned all his focus, instinctively positioning Ming Churen behind him. Should they encounter those with ill intentions? The only card he possessed to ensure their safe passage in the presence of Foundation establishment cultivators was his identity as an outer disciple of the Jingzhisian sect. As the two female cultivators approached, Jiang Imo and Ming Churen discerned their attire and features, both revealing expressions of surprise. The cultivator, who resembled a Foundation establishment practitioner, wore garments akin to those of a mundane constable, while the other was dressed like a private school student. Ming Churen tugged at Jiang Mo's sleeve and whispered, "Disciples of the Euphasian sect in the Foundation establishment stage. Among the students of the Mountain and River Academy." I felt that one of them seemed somewhat familiar. Jiang Imo, noticing that they were all disciples of the immortal sect, felt a slight easing of his vigilance and quietly replied, "The golden spiritual root from the last Ascension Conference, if I recall correctly, was named Qiu Shuqing. I didn't expect to encounter her here. You seem to have quite a vivid impression of her." Ming Churen immediately recalled Jiang Mo's intense gaze directed at others and felt a twinge of jealousy. At that time, she was unaware that within Jiang Mo resided the soul from 300 years in the future. Had she known, it would surely have warranted more than just a mere pinch at his side. Jiang Mo, feeling somewhat guilty, responded, "I harbor no ulterior motives. I am merely astonished that she could attain the nascent soul stage after 300 years. How do you know that?" Ming Churen asked, her expression one of confusion, before suddenly appearing anxious as a thought struck her. "Could it be that you've already established a connection with her?" Jiang Imo sighed in exasperation, saying, "My dear, we ought not indulge in jealousy unnecessarily. It could lead to a troubled stomach." Ming Churen was not intent on creating discord, unlike the situation with Su Luoluo, which she had chosen not to dwell upon. However, regarding Qiu Shuqing, she felt an instinctive urge to caution Jiang Imo. With an irritable huff, she decided to address the matter directly, stating, "They must have come specifically to seek us out. Let us inquire about their purpose." The two female cultivators had already halted in front of their spiritual vessel. Jiang Imo produced the identity token of the Jingzhi immortal sect and presented it to them. Courteously greeting, "I am Jiang Imo, and this beside me is my partner. We have received permission from the immortal sect to return home for a family visit. May I inquire why you two have stopped us?" Qiu Shuqing squinted her eyes, seemingly scrutinizing Jiang Imo with great effort, unclear about what she truly wished to discern. Although she was somewhat of an acquaintance, she appeared rather reserved and refrained from greeting him. In contrast, Zhao Qingying, a law enforcement disciple from the Euphasian sect, politely returned the gesture and responded, "I mean no offense to the esteemed friends of the Jingzhisian sect. I have come under the Euphod decree to pursue a culprit and seek your assistance." The Euphod decree serves as the law enforcement token of the Euphasian sect. Is there a cultivator meddling in the mundane affairs within the confines of Hanxiang County? I would appreciate it if Sister Zhao could elaborate. However, we are but humble practitioners. Should it require us to engage in combat, then we. Zhao Qingying elegantly waved her sleeve, producing a crisp sound, and said, "There is no need for such complications. I merely wish to gather some clues from you." This sister from the Euphasian sect possessed a striking demeanor, and her tone, movements, and tall, proud stature exuded a sense of resolute confidence. "No harm done. Please proceed with your inquiries, sister." Jiang Imo, who was more accustomed to the gentle nature of Ming Churen, could not deny the refreshing impression he felt from Zhao Qingying. Yet, apart from this naturally favorable impression, he harbored no further thoughts. The matter is as follows. According to the records of our sect's legal codex, in the past decade, there have been multiple incidents in the Sichuan region associated with the Jingzhisian sect, where cultivators have impersonated celestial masters. They have exploited the guise of celestial fate to abduct numerous mundane individuals devoid of spiritual roots. These mortals, without exception, have vanished without a trace. Not long ago, another incident occurred in Hanxiang County. I was dispatched to investigate under imperial decree and fortuitously encountered Miss Qiu from the Shanhua Academy. With her assistance, I successfully located those cultivators. Strangely, these several cultivators, including the mortals, had met a tragic demise, their corpses in a pitiful state. After listening to Zhao Qingying's account, Jiang Mo grasped the general course of events and fell into deep contemplation. The common thread among these incidents lies in their occurrence within the Sichuan region, which falls under the influence of the Jingzhe immortal sect. It is likely that they sought assistance for this very reason. However, now that a direct lead has been uncovered, Jiang Mo surmised that his senior sister must be inquiring whether the Jingzhe immortal sect had any awareness of this matter. He resolved to first ascertain her intentions. Indeed, Zhao Qingying nodded in agreement. Jiang Mo smiled and shook his head, fearing that this would disappoint his senior sister. Since the two of them had only entered the Jingzhe immortal sect for 5 years and had yet to graduate from the outer academy, they were unlikely to provide the intelligence she sought. Nonetheless, given that they had already discovered the deceased mortals, why not directly utilize the sect's legal tome to trace the origins of the perpetrators through the principle of causality? The legal tome, a treasured artifact of the Yufa immortal sect, possesses the power to manipulate the cycle of cause and effect, allowing for the investigation of worldly affairs. It is said that every cultivator who interferes with the mundane realm has their misdeeds recorded within this tome, rendering them unable to evade justice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingying's eyes brightened. She had repeatedly claimed her lowly status within the Jingzhe immortal sect, professing ignorance of many matters. Yet she was remarkably well informed about the sect's legal tome. This was indeed intriguing. Chapter 53. Accompanied by the setting sun, junior brother Jiang, having just embarked on his journey into the realm of immortality, surprisingly possesses considerable knowledge about the various immortal sections. Zhao Qingying, intrigued by Jiang Mo, tentatively inquired further. It is merely fundamental knowledge, hardly worth mentioning. Zhao Qingying scrutinized Jiang Mo once more, her gaze now significantly clearer than before, as she attempted to discern the depths of his background. Judging by his appearance, he could not be more than 20. He claimed to have entered the sect 5 years ago, yet had already reached the 6th level of qi refinement, comparable to the gifted disciple beside her from the Shanhua Academy. It seemed that Jiang Mo was not as inconspicuous in the Jingzhe outer sect as he had portrayed. Could it be that the Jingzhe immortal sect has such outstanding disciples recently? Zhao Qingying pondered briefly, recalling recent whispers about a disciple named Su Luoluo from the Jingzhe immortal sect, a gifted individual who successfully established her foundation in her early 20s. Beyond that, she had heard little else. Yet now, she encountered 2 remarkable individuals at once. Moreover, the female cultivator in the red dress appeared to possess even greater talent than Jiang Mo. Was the quality of disciples from the Jingzhe immortal sect truly this high? Was the so-called silence merely a fade of modesty? Senior sister? Jiang Mo politely called out. Oh, I was just contemplating how to respond to you, Zhao Qingying replied, regaining her composure and concealing her thoughts. Is there something difficult to speak of? Not exactly. To put it simply, the decree has become ineffective. The Tao rhythm decree has failed? Are you jesting? Jiang Mo exclaimed in alarm. The decree, a product influenced by the Tao rhythm, losing its efficacy would signify the collapse of the Tao rhythm itself. This is akin to water ceasing to flow, fire failing to ignite, and the day and night no longer alternating. Physics would simply cease to exist. What is physics? Perhaps a colloquial expression from some distant place? Jiang Mo seemed to perceive the expression of an impending catastrophe on Zhao Qingying's face, prompting her to awkwardly twirl a lock of her hair with her fingers before she added, her countenance troubled, hee. It isn't exactly a failure. It appears that this causal link has been obscured, or perhaps erased. In any case, the law book struggles to reveal the specific identities of those behind the scenes. Is someone interfering with the essence of causality? Jiang Mo's expression immediately darkened. To tamper with the essence of causality requires a formidable spiritual treasure, at least wielded by a nascent soul stage expert. This implies that the forces involved are exceedingly formidable. What kind of power could be responsible for this? May I inquire, senior sister, is the law book's condition one of difficulty in displaying information, or has it outright failed? Jiang Mo inquired, brow furrowed. Without hesitation, Zhao Qingying replied, the results are ambiguous. Any useful information is essentially undetectable. Thus, this is likely the result of someone employing significant means to obscure this portion of causality. If we seek the truth, we must allow the law book to directly engage with those entangled in this causal web. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Mo articulated his conclusion. Zhao Qingying was quite astonished. Junior brother Jiang, your interpretation aligns perfectly with that of the head of our sect's law enforcement peak. You seem to understand the UFACN sect even better than I, a disciple of law enforcement. Haha, senior sister, you jest. Zhang Mo could hardly disclose that he had once borrowed the law book from the UFACN sect in pursuit of clues regarding the Blood Soul cult, a venture for which he had paid a steep price, only to end up with nothing. Consequently, he abandoned his investigation of the Blood Soul cult thereafter. Zhao Qingying, discerning the situation, refrained from probing further and instead sighed deeply, her demeanor reflecting her frustration. However, I too was at a loss regarding how to proceed. Having just become a disciple of law enforcement, to be thrust into such a challenging case felt exceedingly unfortunate. Zhang Mo, lacking any inclination to offer encouragement, had already adopted a posture signaling his intent to take his leave. Since senior sister Zhao had located the unfortunate mortal, returning to the sect would at least suffice to fulfill obligations. As for assisting her, the junior brother was willing but powerless nonetheless, should any leads arise. I shall remain vigilant for senior sister's sake. This trip home was to be brief, and thus I bid farewell. Having been strangers until now, Zhao Qingying felt it inappropriate to prolong the encounter. Just as Zhang Mo was piloting the spiritual vessel towards the city, Qiu Shuqing, who had remained silent for a considerable time, suddenly approached. She appeared flustered, her head bowed as she spoke with a stammer. We met at the Ascension Conference last time. I am Qiu Shuqing. You were staring at me for quite a while. Her voice faltered, yet she continued. I bear no grudge. I merely find it surprising to encounter you like this. The books say that fate is wondrous, and I did not expect it to be true. The anxious young woman finally managed a shy smile, reminiscent of a pleasant autumn afternoon. Fate? What kind of fate do you speak of? At that moment, Ming Churin interjected, her tone laced with a hint of warning, posing a question in retort. Qiu Shuqing's face immediately flushed, her gaze darting anxiously between Zhang Mo and Ming Churin, as she belatedly realized that her words could easily be misconstrued. No, that is not it. I did not mean it that way. I apologize. I am not very adept at communicating with others. The girl lowered her head in evident frustration, appearing profoundly affected, as if she had wrestled with her thoughts for a considerable time before finally summoning the courage to speak. Perhaps it is rare to encounter someone so introverted, and Zhang Mo genuinely felt that Qiu Shuqing was an intriguing young lady. He offered a polite smile and suggested, you might consider trying on glasses, this way. You won't have to squint all day, and it could help you feel more spirited. Will it really be effective? Qiu Shuqing seemed somewhat resistant, likely finding it quite challenging to engage with vendors. It will be. Well, then I shall give it a try. When Qiu Shuqing lifted her gaze once more, she beheld Zhang Mo and Meng Chu ran walking away hand in hand. At that moment, an unfamiliar emotion inexplicably surfaced within her heart. She had encountered this feeling in books. It seemed to be called envy. Zhao Qingying, noticing Qiu Shuqing's despondent demeanor, couldn't help but smile knowingly. This, perhaps, was the romance that an introverted girl yearned for. As evening fell, Zhang Mo and Meng Chu ran successfully entered the city, strolling hand in hand down familiar streets. They deliberately walked slowly, as if accompanying the setting sun, reminiscing about memories long past. The mottled stone bridge, covered in moss, became treacherous when it rained, and the girl in a pink skirt, holding an oiled paper umbrella, always hesitated to step onto it. The boy would invariably carry her across, claiming that their combined weight would prevent slipping, yet he always treaded carefully. Upon crossing the ancient stone bridge, one would encounter a quaint breakfast shop. The delectable soup dumplings from this establishment are truly delightful, and the couple often concoct numerous excuses to avoid dining at home. It was a young girl who first discovered this place. At that time, her speech was not yet fluent. One day, a boy from the neighboring house also stumbled upon this gem. The boy, enticed by her soup dumplings, stood gazing longingly at her from across the table for quite some time. Reluctantly, she shared one with him. The boy joyfully stuffed it into his mouth, only to scorch his tongue with the hot oil. From that day forward, she learned the boy's name was Zhang Mo. He, in turn, affectionately nicknamed her soup dumpling. Chapter 54. Forgotten in the corner of time, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the two walked through many familiar streetscapes. Much of their past life's memories had faded, yet upon returning here, they found that every site and alley remained vividly etched in their minds. As the streetlights began to glow, Zhang Mo paused at the gate of a residence. Meng Churin, sensing his slight tension through their intertwined hands, softly inquired, "Aren't you going to go back and take a look?" Feeling the softness of her palm, Zhang Mo pushed aside a flicker of concern and smiled. Of course. I must pay a visit. As a daughter-in-law, Haven't you yet served tea to your in-laws? Meng Chuan blinked, her cheeks flushing. You go ahead first. Jiang Yimo knocked on the door of the Jiang family residence. The door was opened by a familiar maid. Upon seeing the young couple outside, the maid initially wore a puzzled expression. Then, as if recalling something, her eyes widened, yet she remained speechless. With a smile, Jiang Yimo asked, Do you not even recognize me anymore? Young master and young mistress, could you kindly notify them? The maid cast a glance at Meng Chuan, who hurriedly completed her greeting before swiftly retreating into the house, shouting as she ran, Master and young mistress have returned. It wasn't long before Jiang Yimo saw an elderly couple supporting each other as they hastened out. Compared to 5 years ago, their movements appeared less agile, their frames more stooped, and their once dark hair had turned entirely white. Jiang Yimo was a late-born son. At merely 19, both of his parents had already surpassed 50. In an era devoid of turmoil, for mortals to live into their 50s or 60s was to enter their twilight years. Yet, a cultivator in the later stages of qi refinement could live painlessly and illness-free for over 100 years, and upon successfully establishing their foundation, could enjoy a lifespan of over 200 years, comparable to the rise and fall of secular dynasties, let alone those in the golden core stage. The affairs of the mortal realm are fleeting, yet they easily disturb the heart. Cultivators ought to sever ties with the mundane. Jiang Yimo and Meng Chuan followed the two elders into the courtyard, where their conversation lacked any poignant farewells, consisting instead of the simplest of familial exchanges and inquiries about each other's well-being. Only when Meng Chuan suggested serving tea to the elders did moisture finally gather in the old couple's eyes. Jiang Yimo understood that their joy stemmed from having laid down the greatest burden of their hearts in their twilight years. The essence of parenthood lies in the most basic hopes, for their children to establish families, pursue careers, and live stable lives. To provide them with such peace of mind was the greatest fulfillment. The couple had initially proposed hosting a banquet, intending for Jiang Yimo and Meng Chuan to stay longer. Regrettably, their time was already limited. The journey from the immortal sect to this place had consumed nearly 3 days, and the return trip would likely take just as long, leaving them with a mere day to linger in the mortal realm. Furthermore, Meng Chuan still needed to visit her mother, an endeavor whose duration remained uncertain. The rules of the Ufacian sect were indeed excessively stringent. After spending some time strolling through the Jiang family estate with the elderly couple, Jiang Yimo and his spouse solemnly bid farewell to their relatives and friends of the Jiang family. This farewell would be their final parting. Although Jiang Yimo felt a pang of sorrow as he departed, he had already mentally prepared himself for this moment. Cultivators are often detached from emotions. Yet this is merely an expression of the supreme realm of letting go and indifference. Since it was an attachment that could not be retained, there was no need to let it fester like a thorn in the heart. You could have stayed longer to be with them, Meng Chuan said, her heart heavy with melancholy and a hint of remorse. Jiang Yimo released her hand and wrapped his arm around her waist, feigning a relaxed demeanor as they continued onward. The more time we spend together, the deeper the reluctance to part. Since they are content, why should we be greedy for more? From the moment I became a cultivator, I had already departed from the world they inhabit. After all, the cycle of life and death, even for cultivators, cannot be rewritten. All beings will eventually fade into the corners of time. Yet, fortunately, years from now, we shall still remember them. Meng Chuan pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a long while. She understood that Jiang Mo's words served not only as a self-reassurance, but also as a comfort to her. The Meng family estate. The atmosphere here appears considerably more somber and sorrowful compared to the Jiang residence. Earlier, when discussing the Ming family's circumstances at the Jiang household, the sight of both Jiang father and mother bearing expressions of deep melancholy led Meng Chuan to anticipate such a situation. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her body trembled ever so slightly, yet she remained uncrushed by her emotions. Deep down, she perhaps always felt that she lacked the ability to bring her parents peace and satisfaction, much like her indecisive self from the past, perpetually timid and self-effacing. Although her demeanor seemed to have undergone significant transformation, it was merely a superficial facade. Her essence remained unchanged. The desire to bolster her worth through pregnancy and childbirth was telling in itself. She was still that girl raised under the influence of traditional values, instinctively attaching her self-worth to external factors in an effort to enhance her sense of existence. Jiang Yimo, what am I to do? Ultimately, Meng Chuan could not resolve her uncertainty and cast this dilemma upon Jiang Yimo. This time, Feelings of guilt swelled within her. Wasn't it the most distasteful behavior since her rebirth to burden Jiang Mo with her own issues? In the past, when Jiang Mo overlooked her feelings, she felt wronged. Yet she either berated herself or doubted him, never contemplating a solution to the problem. If she were to find herself once more in a predicament, she would likely revert to that state. Her hesitation at the threshold of home was the most brutal testament. At least this time, she had arrived home on time. Hadn't she? Jiang Mo spoke words of comfort, urging her to step forward. I have mentioned that since we are grappling with questions that remain unclear, we can embark on a quest for answers together. Much like two individuals treading upon a moss-covered stone path, our combined weight prevents us from slipping. However, the journey is one that you must undertake alone. You are too heavy for me to carry. Meng Churen, her eyes shimmering with tears, curved her lips into a smile. Her voice a blend of laughter and sobs as she exclaimed, I am not heavy at all. With that, she wiped away her tears, as if to prove a point, and clambered onto Jiang Mo's back. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered in his ear, I don't care. My feet hurt. You must carry me home. You are truly childish. Although Jiang Mo wore an expression of disdain and resignation, he steadfastly bore her weight, taking measured steps toward the Ming family estate, regardless of the circumstances. This could be seen as her making a choice for herself. While she still clung to reliance, this small act of shelter was indeed what a husband ought to provide. It is worth noting that should she become overly independent, I might find myself feeling unsettled. Perhaps this dynamic is a form of mutual complementarity. Chapter 55. The unformed heart of Dao Jiang Mo, with Meng Churen on his back, seamlessly merged with the throng of passers-by. Their youthful appearances belied a sense of ordinary elderliness in the eyes of others, leaving one perplexed about the source of this illusion. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the steps before the Meng family estate, just as they were about to step into the encroaching shadows of evening. Meng Churen descended from Jiang Mo's back and paused at the entrance, taking a few breaths before she rapped upon the door. It was opened by an elderly steward. Recently, the Meng residence has seen no visitors. Please, you may take your leave. The aging steward, whose vision has dimmed with age, found it increasingly difficult to discern the appearance of the guests under the cover of night. Perhaps mistaking their youthfulness, he erroneously identified them as students of the master of the Meng family. Xiang Bo, it is I, Meng Churen. Do you not remember me? Meng Churen forced a cheerful greeting. You are Churen? The steward Xiang Bo leaned in closer, peering intently, and after a considerable pause, he exclaimed in astonishment, Ah, it truly is Churen returning home. Quick, summon the master. Tell him the third young lady has come back. Meng Churen, the youngest daughter of the Meng family, was born after the family had settled, unlike her elder brother who had accompanied their father through countless trials and tribulations during their tumultuous youth. She was cherished in her early years, accustomed to a life of luxury and abundance, which cultivated her striking beauty, setting her apart from the daughters of ordinary gentry. Fortunately, she had not been spoiled by this affection. Despite being greatly adored, the Meng family held high expectations for her, demanding proficiency in the arts, music, chess, literature, and painting. Among these, her talent in painting was particularly remarkable. Even her name was derived from a classic phrase symbolizing purity amidst filth. She was imbued with lofty aspirations. Alas, Meng Churen had yet to reach the esteemed standard of a talented scholar and a beautiful maiden, which may explain her lingering timidity and self-doubt since childhood. After instructing the servants, Xiang Bo exchanged a few words of warmth with Meng Churen, only to then notice Jiang Mo, studying him intently for a while before uncertainly inquiring, Are you the young master? Young master? The peculiar title caused Jiang Mo to raise an eyebrow. It seemed that the servants at the Jiang and Meng family's door were not particularly informed about the surface-level engagement, or perhaps they had been instructed to pay attention to the formalities of address. Nevertheless, such matters were of little importance now. Jiang Mo politely nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly after, an elderly man with graying hair emerged, his countenance radiating uncontainable joy. The way he looked at his daughter was as if he had beheld a rare treasure. Following the emotional reunion between father and daughter, Jiang Mo and Meng Churen entered the courtyard alongside Meng's father. Compared to the Jiang residence, the courtyard exuded a more refined elegance, complete with ponds, rockeries, and an array of blooming flowers. Yet, regardless of the pleasant scenery or the facade of overwhelming joy, it could not obscure the lingering sorrow etched upon the old man's brow. Father, where is mother? Meng Churen could hardly endure the pretense. even if it was her father's kind intention to shield her from sorrow. Churin, you shouldn't have returned at this time, Meng's father eventually deflated, his expression shifting to one of fatigue. Meng Churin, perplexed, asked, why shouldn't I return? Am I not allowed to see mother one last time? She will recover. The old man clung to his ineffective lie, driven by a fear that his daughter would struggle to bear the weight of the truth. He understood his youngest daughter, aware of her timid and fragile nature, which required a certain emotional reliance. Though she professed a desire to seek transcendence, as a parent, how could he not perceive that she was merely putting on a brave front regarding certain matters, while her heart remained tethered to this home? There must be something within this household that still held significance for her. Thus, the father, unwilling to let his timid daughter bear the anguish of loss, particularly the helplessness and despair that accompanies the imminent absence, reassured her, Father, I am fine. Allow me to see mother. Meng Churin lingered at the threshold of their home, uncertain of how to confront the situation. Yet, having taken this step, she could not further embarrass Jiang Yimou. Moreover, there were countless questions she had yet to voice. The sorrowful yet resolute gaze of his daughter ultimately compelled the elderly man to acquiesce to her request. They arrived at a secluded chamber, the sanctuary where Meng's mother was recuperating. To prevent undue disturbance to his wife's rest, Meng's father permitted only his daughter to enter, remaining outside with Jiang Yimou. In the presence of Jiang Yimou, Meng's father concealed the sorrow etched on his face. Yimou, you just referred to me as father-in-law. It sounds pleasant, yet it hardly seems appropriate for a stranger. So, what about your relationship with Churin? Jiang Yimou, appearing somewhat flustered, replied, the situation is precisely as you might imagine, esteemed father-in-law. Please do not place the blame on your humble son. The engagement can be declared void at this juncture. Meng's father chuckled lightly. Yimou has truly grown. Now you even jest at my expense. Your father and I could not wish for anything more than for you two to unite. To declare it void is preposterous. Pray tell, how far along are you in your relationship? Jiang Yimou, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, we are not yet wed, but we are currently living together. Instantly, Meng's father's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. As a member of the first generation of scholars, he held knowledge and propriety in the highest regard, and he could not abide by behaviors deemed inappropriate prior to marriage. The solemnity did not persist for long. He sighed deeply. Yimou, it is not that your father lacks faith in you. However, you must not betray Churin. You are well aware of my daughter's nature, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Father-in-law, please refrain from further comments. My feelings for Churin are genuine and profound. I would never wish to harm her, no matter the situation, Jiang Yimou solemnly assured. As the atmosphere lightened, Jiang Yimou added with a wry smile, I must admit, despite our long cohabitation, due to various reasons, we have not crossed any boundaries. Instead, it is Meng Churin who has added to my troubles. Just recently, she adamantly expressed her intention to return home and have you both embrace a grandson. Mr. Meng could hardly believe it. Did she truly think such a thing? Seizing the opportunity to elaborate, Jiang Yimou recounted everything he could. Upon hearing this, Mr. Meng was incensed, exclaiming that Meng Churin was an unfilial daughter who had disregarded the traditional etiquette he had instilled in her. It was utterly disgraceful. In the adjoining room, the mother and daughter appeared much quieter. Meng's mother lay in a deep slumber, reportedly waking for no more than 2 hours each day. Meng Churin quietly kept vigil by her side. Observing her mother's emaciated form, she came to a realization. Her mother had little time left. Surprisingly, though her heart was heavy with sorrow, she did not feel the urge to weep. Rather, there was a sense of fulfillment, as if she were mending the gaps in her nascent resolve. Chapter 56, How to Spend the Remaining Years. The resolve is the cornerstone of cultivation, embodying the entirety of one's journey toward transcendence. From the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, this encompasses the entire process of solidifying one's Tao heart. If we liken the Qi refinement practitioner to an apprentice who has merely glimpsed the path, then the foundation establishment signifies the entrance of a scholar into a grand hall of knowledge. Only upon entering the foundation establishment stage can one truly be deemed an immortal cultivator. Each individual possesses their own understanding of the immortal path and their original intentions, which form the very essence of the Tao heart. In the pursuit of immortality, we walk hand in hand. Once, this most sincere vow is the shared Tao heart that Jiang Yimou and Meng Churin forged as they embarked upon the foundation establishment. Their original intentions remained unaltered, and their Tao heart steadfast. At that moment, Meng Chuan comprehended the depth of this sentiment. The Tao heart, which should have yet to be fully crystallized, was mended after addressing the regrets of a past life. Thus, it was confirmed that even in the face of rebirth, the Tao heart had not wavered. It remained the original intention, indelibly inscribed upon their souls, to accompany one another. All of this elucidates the truth that, beneath the heavens, a predetermined order indeed exists. Even in the absence of Lingxi, she and Jiang Imo would reunite due to their unwavering Tao heart. Otherwise, they would forever be unable to solidify the foundation of their Tao. It could even be said that they must reconcile to complete their foundation establishment. Otherwise, the reformed Tao heart might still be tainted. This is the decree of the heavens. The might of time invariably rectifies all discrepancies, restoring everything to its original course. Does this imply that she and Jiang Imo are destined, according to the unfolding of the future, to once again face an ending of superficial harmony yet profound discord, perishing beneath the tribulations of heaven? Meng Chuan is reluctant to accept such a fate. Yet, can they truly resist the arrangements of the Tao and the trials of time, thus altering their future? The fundamental cause of the tragedies in their past lives lies in the incompatibility of their emotional pursuits. If one were to address the root of the issue now, could it truly alter the future? If it cannot, how will the heavens orchestrate this intricate web of causality? Ultimately, their rebirth represents the greatest oversight. What then does their resurrection signify? Why would fate allow such a glaring error? Or is it possible that all of this is for the best? The more Meng Chuan contemplated, the more she found the situation perplexing. Suddenly, dawn broke outside the window. At that moment, Meng's mother stirred from her slumber. "Mother." Meng Chuan hurriedly approached, softly calling out while channeling gentle spiritual energy to assist in regulating her mother's qi and blood. The elderly woman's withered visage gradually regained a hint of color, her pain subsiding, allowing her to slowly open her eyes. A mortal without a spiritual root cannot adapt to spiritual energy. Thus, even cultivators find it challenging to heal the ailments of ordinary beings. Meng Chuan could only provide temporary relief from her suffering. Upon seeing the daughter she had long been concerned for, the elderly woman felt as though she were dreaming, unable to believe her eyes until she confirmed her reality through Meng Chuan's persistent calls. "Chuan, my daughter, I have missed you so much." The two embraced, tears flowing freely, their sorrowful cries deeply moving. "My daughter, have you been well these past years? Have you been mistreated? I have always hoped for your return, but the neighbors claimed that if you pursued cultivation, you would never come back. To see you again brings me such joy." Truly, such joy. Meng's mother seemed to have much to say to her daughter, yet her frail body lacked the strength. As her words trailed off, they became increasingly fragmented, her voice barely audible. Meng Chuan felt a sudden pang in her heart, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably as she shook her head to silence her mother's words. "There is nothing to cry about. Mother, I just wanted to talk with you. I know that I may not see you again." The comforting lie lingered on the tip of her tongue, but she hastily swallowed it down. Just as she was unwilling to hear her father's apologetic deceptions, there were countless words she yearned to share with her mother. "Mother, I cannot bear this. I do not know what to do, and I am even afraid to come see you." She finally reverted to the role of the affectionate daughter. She did not know how to cling to her own happiness. Both her mother and Jiang Imo seemed poised to vanish from her world, and she did not want that. Yet, Meng's mother did not share in her daughter's sorrow. Instead, a glimmer of solace appeared in her murky eyes. Her daughter must inevitably grow up. In this world, one encounters a myriad of people and events, some ordinary, others truly precious. It is inevitable to become enamored with the latter, seeking out a refuge from which to draw sustenance and joy. However, in the realm of mortals, eternity does not exist. Nothing can remain by one's side forever. At that moment, how does one navigate the remainder of their life after losing their reliance and happiness? Mother is aging and cannot endure much longer. You cannot bear to see her leave, nor can your father. Life is lived for the sake of cherished thoughts, even in reluctance. One must continue for other significant people or matters, even a mere acre of land and a single water buffalo. The words of Meng's mother are firmly rooted in the perspective of an ordinary person. In contrast, for those who pursue immortality, their simple aspiration is solely to attain eternal life with no other concerns. However, this journey is intended to sever the ties of the mundane world. Relinquishment is, indeed, the unchanging theme that lies between the realms of the immortal and the mortal. Meng Chuan did not come for this. Her greatest hope in coming here was to remedy her regrets. Having seen the last glimpse, she felt a sense of completeness. And what of Moer? What has become of you and Moer? Noticing her daughter's silence, Meng's mother realized that the emotional conundrum perplexing her daughter did not stem from the act of letting go. Meng Chuan nodded and candidly replied, Jiang Mo and I have reconciled. Reconciled? Meng's mother found this phrase somewhat perplexing. In her eyes, the two children shared an innocent bond, their feelings harmonious. It was even due to Jiang Mo's presence that Meng Chuan, despite reaching the age of marriage, had yet to receive any suitors at her doorstep. The neighbors were well aware that the Jiang and Meng families were destined to become in-laws, who would seek to impose themselves where they are unwelcome. In her memory, the two children had never even quarreled. Meng Chuan, being both small and astute, had regarded Jiang Mo as her future husband from a young age. How could there be any talk of reconciliation? Is this not splendid? Then why do you say that Moer might depart from you? Meng's mother did not ponder this matter deeply, believing that disputes between the two were common. Her daughter could not fathom this dilemma. Her daughter must not lose Jiang Mo, for Jiang Mo also harbored affection for her. Clearly, these two individuals cared for each other deeply, their bond robust. Why did it ultimately lead to such an unfortunate situation? I even contemplated whether we should have never been together. Meng Mu gazed at her daughter for a prolonged moment, her eyes growing increasingly profound. Yet, she perpetually felt an insurmountable distance between them, as if her daughter were worlds away. But upon reflection, her daughter remained that little girl, ensnared by the tribulations of love. Is it for this reason that you are unwilling to consent to the marriage? Meng Chuan bit her lip and nodded. Chapter 57. Love is a transaction of human affections. Jiang Mo harbors his own aspirations. He possesses an ability to foresee the future that surpasses mine. Thus he is accustomed to making preparations in advance. However, some matters are ultimately unavoidable. Even cultivators face death and aging. He dreads the arrival of that day. Yet, to traverse further, one must inevitably relinquish certain things. In that moment, I resolved to not be a burden to him, believing that doing so would not only fulfill him, but also liberate myself. I incessantly reminded myself that I could not remain as naive as in my childhood. Only by enabling him could I avoid causing him harm. Mother, do you understand? On the day I rejected the engagement, my heart ached profoundly, a pain so intense that I felt I might weep. I yearned to marry Jiang Mo. I cannot bear the thought of losing him. Meng Chuan still voiced her lingering doubts, despite feeling a tinge of shyness. Having lived for over 300 years, why was it that I could not find answers to such a simple question? It felt utterly hopeless. As a peak golden core cultivator, one who should be devoted to the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment, I remained perpetually ensnared by matters of the heart. If I had not been so preoccupied with romantic entanglements, would these dilemmas that have plagued me for years not have dissipated long ago? These questions had repeatedly surfaced in my mind during the 1 or 2 years I maintained my distance from Jiang Mo. Yet, in comparison to the torment of longing, they seemed trivial. The memories of my past life were fading, yet his visage and the moments we shared remained vividly etched in my heart. He held such profound significance within me. How could I bear to lose him? However, was it truly right for me to be with him? My daughter struggled to comprehend this, and Jiang Mo had suggested that if she couldn't understand, they should embark on a quest for answers until they uncover the essence of love. But what, then, constitutes love? My daughter was perplexed. Mother, can you enlighten me? Meng Nu gazed at her earnest daughter with a mix of surprise and solace. Her daughter claimed ignorance about the nature of love, yet in truth, she already knew how to love. Fortuitously, the one her daughter cherished reciprocated her feelings with equal fervor. So, what was there to worry about? Love is not an enigma. It is not an unbearable burden, nor a vow of eternal devotion. It is simply the most genuine emotion shared between individuals. Meng Mu clasped her daughter's hand, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Let me share with you the story of your father and me. At that time, both your father and I had reached the suitable age for marriage. I hailed from a humble background, while your father came from a merchant family. He had just passed the imperial examination and gained recognition. Thus, our union seemed fitting. Remarkably, we had never even met before, and the notion of affection was absent. But as the saying goes, when marrying a rooster, one must follow the rooster. And we simply settled into a life of stability together. Later, your father passed the highest degree of the imperial examination, and it seemed he was on the brink of great success. Regrettably, your father lacked connections and was initially assigned by the court to a remote location as a county magistrate. In that desolate and impoverished region, the populace struggled, leaving the officials with little to gain. After several years of enduring such conditions, your father finally managed to establish himself, only for another decree from the court to arrive, requiring him to journey far afield to assume a different official position. After more than a decade of tumultuous wandering, he at last encountered an opportunity for a meteoric rise in his career. However, he chose to relinquish it, resigning from his post to return to his hometown and take up the role of a county schoolteacher. Following this, Meng Mu refrained from elaborating. For the subsequent year saw the birth of Meng Churen, who was privy to the entirety of this narrative. Her father publicly claimed that he relinquished his official duties due to a lack of success in his career, yet the truth lay in his devotion to her mother. Although Meng Mu hailed from humble beginnings, she had once been a refined young lady in her youth. During the years of hardship, her health had deteriorated significantly. Coincidentally, she found herself expecting Meng Churen at the end of that year, making Meng Churen slightly older than Jiang Mo by more than 20 days. Meng Fu, fully aware of Meng Mu's frail condition, understood that she would undoubtedly struggle to bear the burdens of a 10-month pregnancy. Thus, he resolutely chose to resign and return home. In truth, he could have sent her back to recuperate while he continued his pursuit of an esteemed career. Yet, why did your father forsake such a promising path to accompany your mother back to their homeland? Meng Churen pondered, perplexed as to why her mother would pose such an obvious question. It was evident that her husband could not bear to see his ailing wife endure the trials of pregnancy alone. Was her mother attempting to convey to her that unconditional sacrifice is the essence of love? Meng Churen inquired with confusion, to which Meng Mu shook her head and sighed. The bond between me and your father is far from profound, and he indeed places considerable importance on his career. Logically speaking, it is unlikely that he would make such a significant sacrifice for me. In the past, I struggled to comprehend this, even harboring feelings of guilt and self-reproach for many years. It was only recently, as I lay immobile in bed, that I inquired about the reason. Your father revealed to me that there was no extraordinary motive. It was merely to repay the gratitude for my years of steadfast companionship. Upon hearing this, Meng Churen found herself at a loss for words. The explanation was rooted in the simplest form of human connection, leading her to ponder its relation to the love she sought to understand. Meng Mu took a deep breath and remarked, Churen, allow me to teach you what love truly is. In fact, it requires no formal instruction. Both of you inherently recognize the value of each other as sacrifices and comprehend the importance of nurturing your interdependent emotional bond. This alone is sufficient to be deemed love. Love is fundamentally a reciprocal exchange of human affection. I offer you the companionship of my presence, and you cherish my unwavering dedication. Together, they followed the guiding light back home. Meng Churen found her answer, one that her parents had spent a lifetime unraveling. While it may not fully elucidate her feelings for Jiang Mo, she had nonetheless glimpsed a direction in her heart. Just as Jiang Mo had stated, their love did not necessitate verbal interpretation. The mere act of walking hand in hand in pursuit of answers constituted the essence of the mystery itself. With her back to the sunlight, her cheeks illuminated with a gentle blush, traces of unshed tears adorned her face, while her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a faint smile. She then divided the jade bracelet she held, offering one half to Jiang Mo. What is this? Jiang Mo inquired knowingly. It was given to me by my mother. Reportedly a gift from my grandmother to her, now passed down to me. A cherished heirloom of love. Jiang Mo, Meng Churen sweetly called out, sensing an impending shift. Jiang Mo felt the tranquility of his 3 centuries of composure begin to waver. As he braced himself in a moment of uncertainty, he prepared for the forthcoming emotions. With her cheeks flushed, she basked in the gentle sunlight and leapt into the embrace of her beloved. Then, on tiptoe, she delicately pressed her lips against his, only to part almost instantly. They lingered for a while, attuned to each other's heartbeats. The enchanting figure in his arms whispered softly, I love you. Meng Churen's ephemeral aspirations found quiet fulfillment, overcoming her cultivation bottleneck and reaching the 7th level of qi refinement. Jiang Mo, I wish to paint, she said. Yes. Let us return home. Chapter 58. Establishing the foundation of the immortal path with the rhythm of heavenly Tao. At the outer gate of the Jingzhe immortal sect, in the deacon hall, the elderly Du Chengping dozed off. Just then, an older errand worker clumsily barged in, disrupting the serene and languid atmosphere. Du, suddenly awakened, appeared bleary-eyed and puzzled. He wondered why the errand workers under his supervision always seemed so reckless. It felt as though every report they brought forth was accompanied by a considerable commotion. At his advanced age, he was no longer able to endure such fright. If the errand worker were to discern the elder's thoughts, their grievances would surely deepen. When has the elder ever not dozed off? What can we do about it? Is it not rather difficult to tread lightly and then take the initiative to rouse you from your slumber? Would that not render me the one to disturb your rest? Such a transgression would only compound my guilt. What brings you here? The elderly Du inquired lazily. The attendant, bowing respectfully, reported. The celestial tasks previously dispatched have all returned by today, and all task receipts have been submitted. Would you like to review them, Chief Steward? Upon hearing this, Du regained some of his vigor and waved his hand dismissively. Is it the task related to gathering evidence? There is nothing much to peruse. Simply convey the situation to me. This pertains to irrefutable evidence of collusion with malevolent cultivators. Previously, celestial personnel were commissioned to send foundational disciples to seek out clues. However, Du Qingping held little hope. The absence of frantic actions from the suspect indicated his confidence and a determination to survive at all costs, leaving no trace that could incriminate him. The report to the steward states that all dispatched tasks have ended in failure. The only valuable lead currently is the inexplicable disappearance of He Qingyun. Regrettably, from the time He Qingyun lost the arena match until his disappearance, no one has laid eyes upon him. Other stewards speculate that there may be a concealed refuge within the academy, yet lacking any evidence to implicate the suspect. A direct search remains implausible. The expression on Elder Du's face grew grave. Were this not the outer academy of the Jingzhi celestial sect? He might have disregarded all and executed a direct strike. Nonetheless, the academy is a place of decorum. He could not jeopardize the welfare of the majority for the transgressions of a few malefactors. Moreover, the implementation of soft control has rendered any attempts at destruction futile. Order is established for those who adhere to rules. Currently, the greatest source of his distress is the disappearance of He Qingyun. He Bian, the esteemed patriarch of Han Lu Peak and father of He Qingyun, insists on a prompt explanation. This leaves old Du in a state of despair. This fellow, a fervent cultivator, raised his son in a hands-off manner, allowing him to stray into dubious paths with sinister cultivators. Now that his son is missing, he turns to the old man for answers. What sort of foolishness is this? If he were truly so anxious, could he not simply eliminate the one responsible for his son's demise? The old man inquires. Alas, the other party is the patriarch of multiple peaks, wielding the cultivation of a pinnacle golden core. Old Du dares not voice his indignation. According to the original plan of gradual pressure, the opponent would inevitably act out of desperation. This requires time. Yet, He Bian demands a swift resolution. Thus, the situation has descended into a dilemma. Old Du finds himself with no alternative but to resort to more aggressive tactics to force the suspect into revealing the truth. However, all leads have gone cold. If anyone possesses knowledge of the Blood Soul sect, Du Qingping can only think of Jiang Mo. Yet, this little lamp has recently returned to his hometown for a family visit. Considering the time, he should be back soon. As this thought crossed old Du's mind, his eyes brightened. Subsequently, his form began to shimmer and fade, and in no time, he vanished from the outer sect's Deacon Hall. In the three-color flower field, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan have concluded their worldly journey. As Meng Chuan journeyed home, she expressed her desire to paint, and Jiang Mo understood the underlying significance. It was likely that she wished to once again wield the brush for the visualization of the true masterpiece she had previously encountered. Logically, to create a genuine visualization painting of mid-grade quality or higher, one must possess a foundational cultivation level. Only through the refinement of the foundational essence can the primordial spirit and consciousness sustain the complete truth. The true essence of the departing fire that Meng Chuan had previously utilized was incomplete, resulting in a loss of over 80% of its potency. Jiang Mo's true essence of mountains and rivers could only be successfully wielded due to his innate spiritual sword, Mo Feng. Now, the task of completing the visualization painting of the true masterpiece was exceedingly arduous for Meng Chuan, carrying the risk of damaging her consciousness, potentially leading her into another prolonged state of unconsciousness, akin to her previous experience. Yet, Jiang Mo did not intervene. Although Meng Chuan spoke little, he recognized her resolute determination in this endeavor, and thus felt no need for excessive persuasion. He would silently support and protect her. Meng Chuan was profoundly grateful for Jiang Mo's understanding. Her willingness to embrace danger stemmed from the opportunity to rectify the regrets of her past life, a chance made possible by Jiang Mo's numerous aids. Since love is a reciprocal exchange, she felt compelled to consider Jiang Mo's concerns and strive to offer him assistance in return. The priceless visualization painting she sought to create was the most treasured item she could currently present. She wished to exchange it for an opportunity for Jiang Mo to cultivate the way of the heavens, thereby forging the foundation of an immortal path through the rhythm of celestial principles. This was an opportunity only attainable within the Jingzhe immortal sect. The sect possessed a Tao rhythm spiritual treasure known as the reincarnation mirror. It was rumored that those who established a foundation within the mirror had a chance to integrate the rhythm of all things cyclical transformations into their foundational essence. This was the essence of cultivating the way of the heavens. It is said that cultivators who possess the foundation of the heavenly Tao are destined to achieve the golden infant in the future. In her previous life, Jiang Mo sought the golden infant in vain, and Ming Chuan wished to assist him in fulfilling this long-held aspiration. She chose to keep these thoughts to herself for the time being, intending to inform Jiang Mo only after everything was properly arranged. After all, to speak with such certainty before even attempting could lead to embarrassment in the event of failure. Thus, they reached a mutual understanding. Beneath the eaves of the wooden cottage, the two collaborated to set up a temporary painting canopy. Just as they were about to begin, an unexpected guest intruded upon the flower field. "Hey, you Jiang," Du Changping called out, hurrying through the blossoms, clearly not intending to linger. Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan both bowed in greeting. Had the steward come here specifically to seek his disciple for an urgent matter? Cut the nonsense. Come here, I have something to ask you, Du, the elder, huffed, his impatience evident. Jiang Mo felt a twinge of resentment. How could someone coming to inquire act so arrogantly? Yet, out of respect for the kindness he had received from Feng Chi Wu Tong, Jiang Mo chose not to argue and approached the elder. What is it you wish to inquire about, Steward Du? Well, the reason I have come today concerns the Blood Soul sect. Du Qingping explained the situation regarding He Bian to Jiang Mo Chapter 59, the three-colored ink stain, when it came to He Bian. Both Jiang Mo and Ming Chuan held little regard. While they might not have had a direct enmity, it could be said that during the rise of their couple's fame in the Jingzhe immortal sect, He Bian had played a significant role. It was said that the Jingzhe immortal sect boasted a pair of golden core partners who could stand their ground against golden infants. And the golden infant in question referred to none other than He Bian. The couple, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan, once joined forces with He Bian. At that time, He Bian was among the revered nascent soul ancestors of the Jingzhe immortal sect. Why would he stoop to quarrel with a junior in the golden core stage? The crux of the matter lay with his son, He Changyun, having lost his son at the hands of a fellow disciple. Even a father who typically shunned involvement could not refrain from seeking an explanation. However, bound by a life-and-death contract, He Bian could not act too recklessly. Thus, after multiple negotiations among the sect's higher-ups, He Bian agreed to deliver 3 strikes. If Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan could withstand them together, all grudges would be laid to rest. If not, they would have to provide He Bian with a satisfactory explanation. The sect also pledged that, under no circumstances, would they harm the couple's lives. On the day of the agreement, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan indeed managed to withstand the 3 strikes together, ultimately combining their swords to inflict injury upon He Bian. Following this event, the couple's reputation soared, while He Bian was left humiliated, even being discreetly labeled as the least credible nascent soul cultivator. In the aftermath, though He Bian did not seek further trouble, the impression Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan held of him had plummeted to an all-time low. It was one thing for him to neglect his own son, but to permit his wayward offspring to wreak havoc was unforgivable. Now that his son was gone, how could he still have the audacity to demand an explanation? In essence, he was merely a chaotic figure who disregarded order and acted with impunity. Upon hearing his name once more, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan wore expressions of disdain. Yet they also felt a sense of relief, for He Qingyun had perished at the hands of a malevolent cultivator. Otherwise, the one standing here in sorrow would not be old Du, but rather the 2 of them. If you truly possess further knowledge regarding the Blood Soul sect, now is the time to divulge it. I must meet He Bian and provide an account. Elder Du, noticing the silence from both individuals, hastily pressed for answers. I find myself somewhat perplexed by your words. Is this not entirely your predicament? Why does it sound as though we are but grasshoppers tied together by a single strand? Does this not pertain significantly to us? Ultimately, the favors bestowed by the Phoenix have not yet been exhausted, and Jiang Mo, maintaining his amiable demeanor, replied, I am but a mere chi refinement practitioner and did not anticipate the situation evolving into what it has become. Aside from the name of that particular elixir, I possess no further information. That statement holds truth only in its concluding phrase. Elder Du, unwilling to relent, continued his relentless inquiry. Jiang Imo, with hands outstretched in a gesture of resignation, sighed. Elder, it is not that I am unwilling to speak. The Blood Soul sect is shrouded in mystery, and I genuinely lack knowledge. Moreover, in my view, to compel someone cornered to act irrationally does not necessitate direct clues regarding the event itself. One merely needs to present something that instills fear. Elder Du shot him a glance of annoyance. How could I possibly be unaware of that? However, this individual is deeply ensnared, having reached a dead end. Apart from the threat of strength, it seems unlikely one could discover anything that would instill fear. Such excessive prattle. Pray, share your thoughts. What suggestions do you have? Du Chengping said impatiently. Jiang Imo feigned an air of mystery. Elder, allow me to inquire. Are you aware that in the vicinity of the Jingjia immortal sect, over the past decade, there have been numerous incidents where cultivators masqueraded as sect immortals, abducting countless mortals devoid of spiritual roots? Du Chengping, perplexed, furrowed his brow and replied. This matter had lingered on the task list for years without anyone uncovering the truth. As an elder of the Golden Core, he was naturally aware of the circumstances surrounding it. Does this incident relate to the Blood Soul sect? Jiang Imo nodded, surmising that it was highly likely. However, the reason I brought this up is not directly connected to the underlying truth. The situation unfolded as follows. Jiang Imo recounted his chance encounter with Zhao Qingying, a law enforcement disciple from the Yufa Xianzong, on his way home. So, what do you mean? Du Chengping posed the question. Though he had an inkling of a plan brewing in his mind, Jiang Imo promptly elucidated. Since the Yufa Xianzong is also struggling with a lack of leads, why not have Zhao Qingying bring the law book to the academy? At that time, we could utilize the law book to trace the cause from the result, thereby revealing someone's true form. As for the Yufa Xianzong, if everything is indeed connected to the Blood Soul sect, it would be a joyous outcome. Even if it is unrelated, we would merely be providing a clue, which would hardly invite reproach from the Yufa Xianzong. What do you think, old man? The law book in question would not be the original, but rather a one-time projection. Nonetheless, it remains quite precious, and the Yufa Xianzong typically refrains from using it unless absolutely necessary. However, such matters were not for Jiang Imo to worry about. Having articulated so much, he considered his task accomplished. The old man left quite satisfied. Preparations for the creation of the visualization painting were complete. My dear, are you ready? Meng Chuan nodded, albeit with a tinge of uncertainty, and replied, regardless of whether I succeed or not, I must give it a try. Jiang Imo, if I truly were to lose consciousness because of this. Stop. Enough. Jiang Imo raised his hand and playfully flicked Meng Chuan's forehead, admonishing her not to create targets for herself before any endeavor had even begun. Do not fret. I shall remain by your side. Should you find yourself unable to endure, I will ensure you are momentarily incapacitated before you succumb to unconsciousness. He clarified, let it be known, this is not an opportunity for domestic violence. Meng Chuan gently caressed her forehead, seemingly intent on etching this fleeting pain into her memory. A smile blossomed upon her face as she settled before the easel. Grasping her brush, her gaze penetrating the vibrant scene of the tricolored flowers competing in splendor, the tranquil beauty of that day resurfaced in her mind. The ink-clad youth wandered amidst the flower fields as pigments danced from the brush tip onto the canvas, weaving colors into a harmonious fusion with the essence of nature. The artist became enraptured within the scroll, while the guardian chronicled the passage of each breath. Days passed, 1, 2, until the third day arrived, and the painting of the ink-clad youth amidst the tricolored flowers neared completion. Meng Chuan's complexion had drained of color. She should have been finalizing the last touches. Yet, her hand, which held the brush, abruptly halted. With a flourish of her sleeve, she chose to erase a significant portion of the paint just as the artwork was on the verge of completion. Despite her spirit being stretched thin, she persevered, reworking the painting, even as her garments grew damp with cold sweat and her expression betrayed her anguish. The brush in her hand showed no signs of faltering. Soon, the ink-clad youth and the sea of tricolored flowers sprang forth once more upon the canvas. However, this time, beside the floral expanse stood a wooden cottage, and behind the ink-clad youth trailed a little girl clad in red. As the brush slipped from her grasp and fell, Meng Chuan found herself enveloped in a warm embrace just before losing consciousness. Sensing that familiar fragrance, she could not help but murmur in a dreamlike state, "Husband, is my painting beautiful? Indeed, it is splendid. This is the essence of the envisioned masterpiece, 3 colors of ink stain." Chapter 60. What to do if we cannot cultivate together. 5 days later, Ming Churen finally regained her mobility and rose from the bed. The rapid recovery of her damaged consciousness was largely due to the prolonged nourishment of Lingxi, which had elevated her spiritual strength in the late Qi refining stage to nearly the level of foundational establishment. Regrettably, she had yet to undergo a transformation. Enduring the true essence of the heavenly Tao twice in succession had proven to be excessively taxing. Had it not been for the subsequent alteration of the painting, she would not have succumbed to unconsciousness once more due to her art. The revision of the painting was not merely an act of redundancy. The true essence of 3 colors of ink stain lies in the tranquility of time passing gently. If the painting featured only a solitary figure, it would inevitably evoke a sense of solitude, robbing life of its richness. Thus, a wooden cottage and a girl in red were added to the scene. Upon completion, the artwork indeed fulfilled Ming Churen's expectations. The finished piece transcended the realm of ordinary treasures, significantly enhancing its intrinsic value. Ming Churen herself felt immense satisfaction. She had consulted Jiang Yimo, who also admired it, to the extent that she contemplated keeping the painting for herself, rather than surrendering it to the immortal sect. Fortunately, this reluctance did not linger long in her mind. She understood that, compared to the true essence of 3 colors of ink stain, the foundational establishment of the heavenly Tao was far more vital for Jiang Yimo. This was not only to fulfill Jiang Yimo's aspirations, but also to alter their destinies. After all, the path of cultivation itself can often be a catalyst for tragedy. A few days ago, when Ming Churen had just awakened, she subtly inquired about Jiang Mo's willingness to sell paintings, only to learn that he preferred her to keep them for herself. Jiang Mo's perspective was that 3-color ink dye was not merely a fleeting inspiration of Ming Churen, but rather a piece born from the sedimentation of emotions, holding a special and precious significance for her. Ming Churen remained noncommittal regarding this. When offering a token of gratitude to those one cherishes the most, it is only fitting to present something deemed valuable. Although the worth of an object may not suffice to convey one's sentiments, what truly matters in one's heart is not the artwork itself, but rather a particular person. Bestowing one's most treasured possessions upon a beloved individual is a common yet profound act. With this thought in mind, Ming Churen, just a couple of days ago, successfully urged Jiang Yimo, who had steadfastly cared for her, to leave. How did she do this? In simple terms, she provoked him by incessantly discussing matters related to their cultivation levels. For instance, she asserted, "I will surely advance to the later stage of Qi refinement before you. And what if we cannot establish our foundation together?" Jiang Yimo was clearly agitated by her words. He muttered a few choice expletives to preserve his dignity before retreating to the secluded cave he had not inhabited for a long time to enter seclusion. Due to her damaged spiritual sea, Ming Churen was unable to cultivate alongside him and could only endure the long-lost monotony of solitary practice. The joy of mutual support, akin to brushing each other's teeth, was undeniably absent. Alas, who truly understands the feelings of solitary struggle? Having successfully sent Jiang Yimo away, Ming Churen was now free to sell her paintings, for otherwise, he would have undoubtedly intervened, insisting that she refrain from doing so. Ming Churen was well aware of her husband's nature. She merely feared being a burden. Jiang Yimo, even more absurdly, would undoubtedly be consumed by guilt if he were to learn that Ming Churen had sacrificed her precious possessions to assist him. In a bid to repay Ming Churen for her days of care and the envisioned painting, Jiang Yimo devoted 6 months to preparing a sacred cultivation site for her. When Jiang Yimo became aware of Ming Churen's growing independence, he felt a twinge of psychological imbalance, constantly wishing to find ways to assist her and establish his own significance. While it was said that Ming Churen was influenced by traditional moral teachings, was Jiang Yimo any different? Ultimately, they both hailed from the ranks of the secular scholarly gentry, and the virtues and vices of educated individuals shaped their upbringing. Once Ming Churen resolved to act, she set forth with 3 colors of ink to the painting hall, where she sought out the long-missed steward, Dong Fangjue. Ming Churen affectionately addressed him as master, and he appeared genuinely delighted to see her. They engaged in a casual conversation for half an hour before gradually delving into the matter at hand. "Master, I have come today with a painting I wish for you to review. I humbly request your guidance," Ming Churen stated, simultaneously revealing the painting, still covered by a cloth. 3 colors of ink, to Dong Fangjue. He accepted the painting with a sense of satisfaction, knowing that whenever Meng Chuan earnestly requested her work to be viewed, it signaled her artistic progress. In the outer academy, which steward would not be pleased to witness the advancement of an exceptional student? Dong Fangju amused. The last time Meng Chuan visited, she had crafted a nearly medium-grade goddess of the Luo River. Could it be that this time she has achieved a medium-grade piece? If that is indeed the case, I, as an old woman, would consider it worthwhile to close my eyes right now. Dong Fangju slowly unveiled the cover with great anticipation. Before her lay a painting adorned with 3 colored flowers, a wooden cottage, a young boy and girl. The hues in Dong Fangju's murky eyes continuously transformed, oscillating from bewilderment to contemplation, from confusion to astonishment. To her surprise, this painting was not one of the treasures collected by the Jingzha immortal sect. It was, in fact, the only true masterpiece in existence. The young girl, who had only recently reached the later stage of qi refinement, had astonishingly produced a genuine medium-grade visualization painting. Truly unparalleled. Truly unique. Is this painting truly your creation? Dong Fangju's heart was overwhelmed with shock, rendering her speechless. The painting, titled 3-Color Ink Stains, was indeed penned by the student herself, who wished for her teacher to present this artwork as a gift to the immortal sect for their collection. Wonderful. This painting shall undoubtedly be celebrated for generations to come. Chuan, could you kindly share with me how you managed to create this exquisite piece? Dong Fangju affectionately guided Meng Chuan to sit beside her, with the intent of engaging in a discussion among equals rather than in a teacher-student dynamic. Throughout her life, Dong Fangju had only managed to produce a handful of medium-grade visualization paintings, and here was a student who had achieved her level at such a tender age. She simply could not bear to treat the situation with the usual hierarchical relationship. Meng Chuan, still in the role of a student, recounted her process and insights regarding the painting's creation, in an effort to alter her teacher's perception of Jiang Mo. She emphasized the invaluable assistance and significant role Jiang Mo played during the process. Eventually, it was Dong Fangju who broached the subject of rewarding the genuine medium-grade visualization painting to the immortal sect. The implication is that Meng Chuan can make any request at will, and as her teacher, Dong Fangju will endeavor to assist her in fulfilling those wishes. The student desires to establish a foundation of the Tao. Meng Chuan earnestly expressed her intention. Dong Fangju understood her request implicitly and was not surprised by it. Utilizing the reincarnation mirror for the foundation of the Tao is the highest honor bestowed upon the most exceptional graduates of the outer sect, reserved for those with the utmost potential and outstanding performance. Many cultivators outside the sect are perplexed. The reincarnation mirror is a spiritual treasure capable of mass-producing yuan in cultivators without any usage restrictions. Why then does the Jingzha immortal sect allow only a select few outstanding disciples to attempt the foundation of the Tao, while others struggle to attain this opportunity? The essence of this lies in the difficulty of comprehending the Tao's resonance. For cultivators in the qi refining stage, attempting to touch the Tao's resonance is nearly an impossible endeavor. Even someone as formidable as Jiang Mo experiences significant side effects when employing techniques infused with the principles of the Tao, such as during the fleeting moment of Jingzha. This is merely a mere brush with the resonance. Ordinary qi refining stage cultivators would find that even a brief encounter with the reincarnation mirror, seeking to comprehend the Tao for dozens of hours, would subject their bodies and consciousness to excruciating agony, akin to being torn apart repeatedly. Those with wavering resolve who step into the reincarnation mirror would find that rather than achieving the foundation of the Tao, their foremost concern would be preserving their spiritual consciousness from being utterly shattered. The Jingzha immortal sect's decision to select only the most gifted and distinguished graduates of the outer sect for the trial of the reincarnation mirror stems from this very rationale. Those endowed with exceptional spiritual roots exhibit heightened sensitivity when comprehending the profound rhythms of the universe, thereby significantly diminishing the time required for such enlightenment. Typically, those who excel in this regard possess resilient minds, allowing them to endure challenges for extended periods. The harmonious combination of these two attributes substantially enhances the likelihood of successfully establishing a foundational connection with the celestial Tao. However, even a prodigious individual blessed with a heavenly spiritual root and a steadfast heart can achieve the nascent infant stage without relying on the celestial foundation, rendering the reincarnation mirror somewhat redundant for them. This celestial treasure truly benefits those with genuine or triple spiritual roots. Regrettably, We do not currently reside in an era of great contention, and the younger generation of cultivators often lacks the remarkable tenacity required. Conversely, those with lesser spiritual roots are unlikely to withstand the trials of the reincarnation mirror. Thus, the utility of the Jingzha immortal sect's Tao rhythm treasure, the reincarnation mirror, becomes increasingly questionable, resulting in a somewhat diminished standing for the sect in comparison to the other four immortal sects in recent years. Dongfang Zhu found himself lost in contemplation regarding the issue of celestial foundation. Meng Charan patiently waited for a considerable time before she heard Dongfang Zhu let out a long sigh, his tone tinged with a hint of reassurance. The original intent of establishing a celestial foundation was to safeguard cultivators with true spiritual roots, facilitating their smoother transition into the nascent infant realm. Charan, you possess the genuine fire and with spiritual roots, coupled with the determination to create authentic visualization paintings. Consequently, when the time comes for you to establish your foundation, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that the sect may grant you the opportunity to undergo the reincarnation mirror's trial. In my opinion, there is no need for you to exchange your authentic visualization painting for an opportunity that is rightfully yours. Perhaps it would be wise to contemplate other alternatives? Meng Charan shook her head in refusal. In truth, she did not particularly require the foundation of the heavenly Tao, for in her past life, she had the opportunity to ascend to the nascent soul realm before the age of 400. With the aid of the Lingxi, it was likely that this process would be further expedited. Jiang Mo, however, was in greater need of this foundation. If in his previous life he possessed only a 20% chance of reaching the nascent soul realm, then in this renewed existence, his prospects could conservatively be estimated at a mere 50%. Only by obtaining this foundation could Jiang Mo possibly achieve the nascent soul realm before turning 400. Meng Charan was uncertain whether Jiang Mo had contemplated this matter, or perhaps he had thought about it, but, given the slim hope of obtaining the opportunity to undergo the trial of the reincarnation mirror, he had become disheartened, reasoning that even if he entered the mirror, he might not succeed in establishing the foundation of the heavenly Tao. Thus, he harbored no hopes for it. Meng Charan, however, held a different view. To Jiang Mo, challenging those beyond his current level was as natural as eating and drinking. How could the mere foundation of the heavenly Tao pose any difficulty for him? My husband is the greatest in the world. In summary, she wished for Jiang Mo to give it a try. With his resilience, he would at the very least be free from peril. Master, I wish to bestow the opportunity of the reincarnation mirror's trial upon my husband, Jiang Mo. I hope the celestial sect will grant this request in light of this visualization painting. Meng Charan bowed sincerely. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Zhu's eyes shimmered with emotion. You foolish child, what is it about Jiang Mo that warrants such sacrifice on your part? Because I am his wife, Meng Charan replied. Dongfang Zhu found himself at a loss for words, letting out a deep sigh. The value of the original visualization painting is immeasurable, and merely requesting a transfer of the quota seems a disadvantageous proposition for you. Consider what you lack. Should your grandmother approach the higher authorities and present a request that is not overly demanding, she will earnestly strive to secure the approval from the celestial gate. Of course, this request must stem from your genuine needs. If it is intended for another, the old woman will not consent to assist you. Meng Charan felt a warmth in her heart. She was pleasantly surprised that this elderly woman had already contemplated matters she had not yet articulated. In the corners of her past life, she had overlooked the existence of someone who would genuinely concern herself with her welfare. This realization filled Meng Charan with profound sentiment. Some may tread paths that lead to irrevocable perdition, while others, when cornered, discover unexpected avenues of hope. Who could have foreseen that amidst the dazzling chaos, retracing one's steps could unveil a landscape of distinct beauty? The student shamelessly requested another piece of the vermilion bird divine stone. Meng Charan smiled brightly and earnestly pleaded again. The vermilion bird divine stone? This item is indeed precious, yet as a reward for this occasion, it cannot be deemed excessive. Then I shall entrust this to you. Dear teacher, the vermilion bird divine stone is an exceptional material for refining artifacts, typically equivalent to an exquisite imitation visualization painting. Exchanging a medium-quality original visualization painting at the Jingzha celestial sect for a piece of the vermilion bird divine stone is more than sufficient. However, in the context of ordinary cultivation sects or market transactions, the outcome may vary, as both items are exceedingly rare treasures. In the following days, Meng Charan awaited news from the celestial gate while utilizing the visualization painting to restore her damaged primordial spirit. Notably, during this time, she also attempted to create a work titled Three-Color Ink Stain. At last, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that she could effortlessly replicate the medium-grade three-color ink dye. This implied that, upon the conclusion of her cultivation, she could significantly reduce the time required for the restoration of her primordial spirit. Previously, utilizing a low-grade visualization painting necessitated 7 days for the recovery of her primordial spirit and sea of consciousness. However, with the medium-grade version, this duration could be compressed to 5 days. The 10-day cycle was instantly optimized to 8 days. Ordinarily, this optimization process would only be achievable after she established her foundation and stabilized her ability to draw medium-grade visualization images. The emergence of three-color ink dye unexpectedly expedited this process, which was truly delightful. Within the ancient cave, Jiang Mo, who had been in solitary seclusion for some time, remained oblivious to the series of surprises his beloved had prepared for him. His mood had progressively darkened over these days. Accustomed to efficient cultivation, he now found himself reverting to a mode of arduous training, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve tranquility, akin to transitioning from a carriage to walking. The evident disparity was undeniably vexing. During this time, numerous anxious thoughts surfaced in his mind, particularly concerning the likelihood of achieving the nascent soul in the future. Chapter 62. Who would present gifts 6 months in advance? Jiang Mo had yet to find his answer. Meng Charan had her own interpretations on an emotional level, yet he could not remain confined to such notions. Or perhaps, he had not yet discovered the appropriate perspective to articulate the value of his own emotions. The dilemma that lay before him remained that of a challenging duality. Indeed, he was overly self-involved, much like in his previous life, where there was no need to sabotage everything. A buffer could exist between the realms of cultivation and familial emotions, allowing for a harmonious balance between the two. He comprehends this principle, yet the harsh reality looms ever present. He must ascend to the Yuanying stage, or rather, he is compelled to attain this breakthrough before the age of 400. Otherwise, he shall inevitably forfeit everything. Jiang Mo is even more reluctant to let her down. Even if she believes that merely living each day to the fullest is sufficient for happiness, such a sentiment is merely a concession. Who does not yearn for enduring joy? Having embarked on the immortal path anew, why should one not aspire to the sublime eternity? Even extending this happiness, if only for a little longer, would be a worthy pursuit. Moreover, the essence of this cherished concession stems from him. Meng Charan possesses the potential to enter the Yuanying realm before reaching 400, while Jiang Mo does not. This outcome is exceedingly difficult for him to accept. Yet, in seeking to alter this circumstance, he cannot guarantee that he will not tread the same path as in his previous life. Even with the assistance of the Lingxi for dual cultivation, it is challenging to avert the emergence of extreme and frenzied thoughts, to the point of gradually viewing his beloved as merely a vessel for cultivation. If it were to come to that, Jiang Mo would willingly relinquish all his cultivation. Estimating the probability of achieving Yuanying in this reincarnation stands at approximately 50%. Even if one were to factor in all potential fortuitous encounters thereafter, it would rise to around 60%. Furthermore, he must ultimately face the trials of the heavenly Tao. The Thunder Tribulation presents a formidable obstacle, impeding many practitioners at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage who lack sufficient foundation. Confronted with the Lightning Tribulation, they often lack confidence, even resorting to sacrificing their youthful forms in exchange for centuries of accumulated experience, choosing instead to engage in a desperate gamble. These individuals are undoubtedly the elite among those with 3 spiritual roots. Why, then, are dual spiritual roots referred to as true spiritual roots? It is precisely due to his aptitude for cultivation that he barely reaches the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Those lacking true spiritual roots often find that they must exert several times the effort, accompanied by an abundance of fortune, to grasp even a glimmer of hope. Faced with such dire circumstances, what course of action can Jiang Mo take? Whether he chooses to languish in complacency or to pursue relentless cultivation to the brink of madness, he cannot absolve himself of guilt. What opportunities remain for him to stabilize his entry into the nascent soul realm before the age of 400? The foundation laid by the heavenly Tao? Jiang Mo possesses a clear understanding of himself. He lacks the indomitable will that the predecessors of this tumultuous era exhibit. Or perhaps it can be said that he is simply insufficient in this regard. If he were to possess true spiritual roots, there might still be a glimmer of hope. 3 spiritual roots? A near impossibility. Jiang Mo dares assert that within the current realm of cultivation, no such resolute individuals exist. He has experienced the sensation of connecting with the Tao-S resonance. Even the slightest contact can leave him utterly drained, to say nothing of entering the cycle of reincarnation. Enduring the relentless pressure of the Tao-S resonance, while simultaneously cultivating his foundation. It feels akin to bearing the weight of a mountain while striving to maintain one's agility. Jiang Mo recalls a conversation he had a few days prior with Meng Churen regarding the predestined nature of the heavenly Tao. Meng Churen mentioned that even if they were to live another life, their hearts toward the Tao would remain unchanged, destined to reconcile and unite once more. Otherwise, establishing a foundation would be utterly impossible. If their reconciliation is fated, does it not also imply that future grievances are predetermined? The destiny of reconciliation lies in the unwavering hearts toward the Tao. Then what, pray tell, is the cause of the tragic outcomes? Jiang Mo believes it is likely rooted in his cultivation aptitude. To his surprise, Meng Churen refuted this viewpoint. She believed that the Tao of heaven is an immutable constant, an absolute that cannot be altered. For instance, their unwavering resolve is something that cannot be changed, regardless of their actions. While it is true that one's innate talent for cultivation cannot be modified, the existence of 3 spiritual roots does not entirely preclude the possibility of entering the nascent soul stage. A chance implies variability, even if the future cannot truly be altered. The so-called Tao of heaven surely does not hinge upon this circumstance. Jiang Mo was non-committal regarding this assertion. What left him both amused and exasperated was that his wife seemed to possess unwavering faith in his ability to reach the nascent soul realm. In any case, the reality that continued to trouble Jiang Mo was the persistent issue at hand. Perhaps unaccustomed to solitary cultivation, he found it exceedingly difficult to maintain a tranquil mind during this period of seclusion. It was akin to those who cannot find rest without holding on to something while they sleep, tossing and turning in a restless state. Ultimately, the outcome was a complete stagnation in his cultivation, with no sign of breaking through his bottleneck. Resolving to organize his thoughts, he found himself plagued by these anxious musings. Alas, he had not yet established his foundation, and it seemed rather ambitious to aim so high. For the time being, he decided to take things one step at a time. With this mindset, Jiang Mo prepared to conclude his unproductive retreat. As he stepped out of the ancient cave dwelling, he was greeted by the sight of Meng Churen, clad in a red and white celestial gown, standing with her hands clasped behind her back, her smile radiant as she gazed at him. Jiang Mo intended to inquire about her well-being, but Meng Churen playfully interjected, "My dear husband, with such diligent efforts in your secluded cultivation, you must have surely broken through your bottleneck." Jiang Mo's expression darkened immediately as he recalled the whimsical impulse that had led him to seek solitude in the first place. "My qualifications are woefully inadequate, causing disappointment to my beloved," Jiang Mo remarked through gritted teeth, unaware if his wife had recently been studying the arcane arts and whether she might require his guidance. "Humph, I have no intention of learning such things." Meng Churen's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Jiang Mo, taken aback, continued to jest. "I believe it would be prudent for you to patiently learn a bit. If all else fails, you could start with simpler concepts. Lest I become quite concerned, what is there to fear? Look at this." Meng Churen produced an irregular, ash-brown mineral resembling the remnants of extinguished embers. Subsequently, she infused a strand of spiritual energy into the stone, and a wondrous transformation occurred. The mineral's surface rapidly lost its dull hue, transforming into a brilliant crimson, reminiscent of the flames of the divine bird, Zhuke. "This is the ember of Li Hua, the Zhuke divine stone." Jiang Mo's surprise flickered momentarily before fading, replaced by a darkening expression as he inquired with a hint of displeasure, "What about the painting?" "I sold it," Meng Churen replied nonchalantly. Jiang Mo's frustration surged, exclaiming, "You exchanged a genuine masterpiece for a worthless rock? Who told you that this was the only one? Zhuke divine stone. Am I merely a piece of debris?" Unfazed by the stone's protests, Meng Churen produced a palm-sized bronze mirror, her face alight with joy as she placed it into Jiang Mo's hands. "Jiang Mo, happy birthday, my dear." Jiang Mo gazed in a daze at the reincarnation mirror. Though confusion lingered in his heart, he could not suppress the warmth surging within him. A myriad of unspoken words coalescing into a deep sigh. Who gifts a birthday present 6 months in advance? Chapter 63. The Phoenix in Flight. Jiang Mo understood that his wife was merely fabricating an excuse. They had never adhered to the custom of bestowing gifts for birthdays over 10 or 20 years. In his previous life, the couple celebrated every 100 years with a hint of romance, though it occurred a mere 3 times. Ultimately, the celebrations always led to Jiang Mo's inevitable fate of staggering out the next morning, propped against a wall. It felt rather tedious, and he saw no necessity for it. Meng Charan did not grant Jiang Mo the opportunity to question her. Instead, she smiled brightly and said, "My dear husband, you will prepare a return gift for me." "One to you?" Jiang Mo swallowed hard, instinctively cautious as he asked, what does my wife desire as a return gift?" With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, Meng Charan tiptoed closer to Jiang Mo, whispering for words into his ear. Upon hearing them, Jiang Mo felt a jolt of surprise. His legs trembled involuntarily, and he quickly stepped back several paces, distancing himself from Meng Charan. Struggling to maintain a smile, he stammered, Would you consider perhaps something else?" Meng Charan's expression darkened immediately. "What do you mean? Are you rejecting me? I only feared you might burst from holding it in. Perhaps we should wait until after we are married." Upon the mention of marriage, Meng Charan became even more incensed. "You speak of marriage incessantly, yet you have not mentioned when you will wed me." Jiang Mo found himself drenched in sweat. While her insistence seemed like a push for marriage, it was, in fact, a clever maneuver to seize the upper hand in public discourse, thus leaving him unable to confront her regarding the matter of selling paintings without her consent. "Meng Charan, you are quite the strategist." Jiang Mo realized he was at a loss for words concerning the topic of marriage. If possible, he wished to wait until he had secured a chance to advance to the nascent soul stage before contemplating marriage. Yet, what if he never found that opportunity? Jiang Mo dared not dwell on such a possibility, uncertain of how he would navigate that path again if he were to embark on it anew. This lingering sense of dread was inescapable for him. With a wry smile, Jiang Mo remarked, "In any case, let us focus on cultivation for now. All you think about is cultivation. Is there anything wrong with marriage? After marrying, Lingxi will likely help us reach the second realm and accelerate our cultivation." Meng Charan understood well the concerns that plagued Jiang Mo, recognizing his intent to leave her with some leeway and not bind her to a singular fate. Marriage was a lifelong commitment, and Jiang Mo did not wish to let her down. But what did that matter? Would Meng Charan ever harbor feelings for another? Even if he were to perish in the tribulation of the nascent soul, she would accompany him to the end. After establishing his foundation, but before forming his golden core, Jiang Mo suddenly made a solemn promise, leaving the troubled Meng Charan perplexed. "What did you just say?" "I said I will marry you after establishing my foundation and before forming my golden core," he reiterated. "Are you serious? Why is it that when I take you seriously, you seem to doubt me? I find it somewhat unbelievable. I even thought you had no intention of marrying me in this lifetime." Jiang Mo sighed deeply. Just moments ago, he indeed held such thoughts, but a sudden clarity illuminated the essence of the matter. Marriage was merely a formality. In a situation where the outcome cannot be altered, regardless of whether they marry or not, he will inevitably betray someone. So why should one succumb to panic? Can it be that Meng Charan, who loves him so deeply, would merely watch him perish and choose to live on alone? He truly possesses no choice. To fail is to meet one's demise. What a cruel fate. I must ask, Meng Charan, you previously mentioned that after marriage, Lingxi could ascend to the second level. How did you come to know this? This cultivation technique indeed pertains to fate. Yet I have never heard of a method that allows one to transcend merely through the act of marrying. Jiang Mo, wishing to avoid delving into a sorrowful topic, used Lingxi as a segue to keep the conversation flowing. The two had been conversing while walking, and now they had entered the cultivation chamber of the wooden house. At this moment, Meng Charan had changed into a cool nightgown and removed her makeup before turning to respond to Jiang Mo's inquiry. "When you previously allowed other partners to attempt cultivating Lingxi, I observed that those who were already married managed to reach the second level, while the majority of those who were not remained stagnant at the first level. I suspect this may have a connection to the principles of the Tao. You see, newlywed couples must pay homage to heaven and earth, which is a ritual that must be adhered to, correct? If we were to interpret this ritual through the lens of cultivation, could it not be considered a manifestation of existing rules? The act of marriage and paying homage could thus be understood as a process of comprehending the principles of existence, ultimately grasping the true essence of the Tao. Hence, only those partners who have realized this profound truth may cultivate Lingxi to its second level. Is it truly possible to discern the essence of the Tao through such a simple homage? Jiang Emo found himself utterly perplexed. Had it not been for Meng Charan's assertive demeanor, he would have thought his wife was speaking nonsense. Observing Jiang Mo's incredulous expression, Meng Charan imperceptibly snorted and continued. I am not speaking frivolously. Consider the overarching theme of the second tier of Lingxi. Does it not pertain to marriage? The second realm of Lingxi speaks of the phoenix in flight. The phoenix flies, relying on the wudong tree. The harmonious melodies herald blessings and fortunes. The phoenix and the soar together, entwined upon the wudong. Their cries a prayer for enduring happiness. This verse itself serves as a blessing for newlyweds. Thus, I speculate that the condition for attaining the second tier of Lingxi may very well be that lovers ultimately become a couple. Jiang Emo pondered and nodded thoughtfully. In his previous life, he had inadvertently ascended to the second tier with ease, as they had been married for many years by that time. Hence, he had never considered such superficial conditions. It seemed to make sense. Then may I inquire, Scholar Meng, do you have any insights regarding the third realm of Lingxi? None whatsoever. In any case, let us focus on cultivation for now. Within the wooden cabin, the couple, yet to be wed, resumed their unabashed daily practices of cultivation. Notably, their exchanges within the sea of consciousness had evolved from playful banter to content of ambiguous significance. Regardless, it posed a considerable test of Jiang Mo's personal will and composure. This time's retreat task, to help Jiang Emo break through the bottleneck of the late stage of qi refinement and achieve the seventh layer of qi refinement. Revive Meng Charan's fated spirit sword, Jindan, and utilize the intertwined branches of the Wutong tree to endow spiritual essence upon Mofeng and Jindan. The couple had a mere 2 months at their disposal. After this brief period, the disciples of the Yufa Xianzong would arrive at the Jingzhi Xianzong, bearing the projection of the legal tome. Should fortune favor them, there would be an opportunity to uncover leads related to the Blood Soul sect. 2 months later, Zhao Qingying stood outside the Jingzhi Xianzong. Once the epitome of grace and vigor, she now wore a countenance marred by persistent gloom. She felt rather unfortunate. After all, no one had ever embarked on their inaugural mission quite like her, spending most of their time in transit. Having just returned from the Shu region and arrived at the Yufa Xianzong in the northern central plains, she hardly had a moment to rest before being summoned for yet another journey to the Jingzhi Xianzong. Fortunately, her first mission had yielded the legal tome, providing her with a semblance of solace. In Chapter 64, The Twin Birds in the Sky, Zhao Qingying received an edict from the Jingzhi Xianzong and, under the guidance of a menial worker, entered the outer academy of the Jingzhi Xianzong. Until this moment, her heart was rife with confusion. Having just concluded the investigation into the abduction incident involving formless-rooted mortals, she had prepared herself for a prolonged engagement, only to have the Jingzhi Xianzong present her with new leads almost immediately. Moreover, they specifically requested her, Zhao Qingying. Such coincidences seemed almost too fortuitous. A vivid image of a young couple materialized in her mind, and she pondered, if it were indeed them, their influence was astonishingly significant. Upon their initial encounter, they had merely been at the 6th level of qi refining, barely distinguished among the outer academy's elite disciples. Who could have anticipated that they would directly engage an elder of the Golden Core stage, sending a letter to the Yufa Xianzong to borrow the legal tome? As a disciple of the esteemed Yufa Xianzong, I find it quite absurd that even the mere act of touching the law texts necessitates layers of approval. Zhao Qingying was swiftly escorted to the outer sect's deacon hall, where she encountered a frail, old man. This elder appeared lethargic, lacking the imposing presence typically associated with Golden Core cultivators. Yet, she dared not exhibit any disrespect. Disciple Zhao Qingying pays her respects to Master Uncle. In the 5 great sects, disciples are accustomed to addressing each other as brothers and sisters. Du Qingping, an established Golden Core practitioner, warranted her respectful address, lest she falter in propriety. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the elder casually produced a verdant ring and tossed it to Zhao Qingying. Consider this a token for your arduous journey. Take it as a reward for your efforts. As she examined the ring, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. Could it truly be a high-grade spiritual artifact? Was the Golden Core elder of the Jingzhi Xianzong so affluent as to bestow such a treasure? It is well known that high-grade spiritual artifacts are quite useful even among those at the Golden Core stage. Master Uncle, this item is far too precious. Enough with the pleasantries. Just accept it. Does the Yufa Xianzong not pride itself on its straightforwardness? Zhao Qingying found herself at a loss for words. One might expect such directness among peers. Suddenly, Du Chongping recognized the inappropriateness of his previous remarks and cleared his throat, saying, "This is merely a disposable protective spiritual artifact, capable of withstanding a single spell from a practitioner below the initial golden core stage in times of crisis. It is hardly a treasure." Zhao Qingying nodded in acceptance. "Have you brought the law texts?" Du Qingping then inquired. Without hesitation, Zhao Qingying reverently presented a scroll of white jade bamboo slips before Du Qingping. It remains uncertain whether her reverence stems from the scriptures or from Du Qingping. The white jade bamboo slips are but a mere projection, devoid of substance, appearing unadorned, akin to ancient relics of the mortal realm. Yet, the old man Du, with keen interest, nodded repeatedly, then, donning a solemn expression, cautioned Zhao Qingying. "This malevolent cultivator remains unaware of his own circumstances. During subsequent actions, my dear disciple, remember to retreat behind the crowd and observe, lest you incur harm." Zhao Qingying nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The events unfolded within the confines of the Jingzhe immortal sect, leaving her no room for involvement. Her duty was merely to execute errands. "Very well, accompany me." Upon uttering these words, Du Chongping vanished in a flash. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the golden core descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Outer Gate Academy. A grand and solemn voice reverberated throughout every corner of the institution. "All Academy officials, gather in the Talisman Hall for a meeting within 3 breaths. All disciples, swiftly vacate the vicinity of the Talisman Hall." The tolling of a crisis bell resounded. Every disciple within the academy was thrown into a state of panic. They complied with the directive and hastily withdrew from the Talisman Hall, yet instinctively gathered in the square like headless flies. Before long, over 60% of the disciples had congregated here. Within 3 breaths, vibrant lights surged skyward from various corners of the academy, all inexorably racing towards the Talisman Hall. At the periphery of the Talisman Hall, apart from Zhu Yu, the hall's steward, 11 seasoned Foundation establishment cultivators assembled, each poised for action, with Du Chongping taking the lead in the most prominent position. Upon the emaciated figure, a dazzling golden radiance blossomed, eclipsing the very sunlight itself, the oppressive aura of the late golden core stage unrestrainedly emanating forth. Zhao Qingying, stationed in the rear as instructed, had never witnessed the prowess of someone at the late golden core stage. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment as she beheld the spectacle. It was only then that she grasped the reason for her seclusion. With her nascent and shallow cultivation, merely having recently established her foundation, she would find it exceedingly difficult to even draw breath beneath such overwhelming golden core pressure. In a discreet corner of the Talisman's hall, Zhu Yu, engrossed in meditation, opened his eyes. At that moment, he appeared ragged and emaciated, yet his sunken eyes gleamed with a sharp and chilling azure light. Surrounding him was a palpable wave of dense spiritual energy, exuding an oppressive force characteristic of the early golden core stage. However, the azure energy appeared wildly tumultuous, seemingly beyond his control. During this time, Zhu Yu, through the use of sinister means, had fortuitously condensed his golden core. Yet the nefarious methods he employed inevitably bore negative repercussions. With an unstable foundation, he was compelled to invest considerable time stabilizing the raging primordial spiritual energy. Should he neglect this for an extended period, he would inevitably meet a catastrophic end. However, unexpectedly, Du Qingping had chosen today to confront him. It seemed implausible that Du Qingping, who could find no evidence to expose him, would dare to disregard the regulations of the immortal sect. Given his current state, any reckless manipulation of spiritual power could lead to irreparable ruin. It appeared that Du Qingping was indeed resolute in denying him a path to survival. In light of these circumstances, do not blame me for the destruction that ensues. As the withered hand turned over, an ethereal blue aura began to rise, revealing a chilling formation suspended between distinctly visible finger bones. A sinister and mournful laughter echoed through the air. Simultaneously, within the wooden cabin of the tricolor flower field, Jiang Mo and Ming Churan opened their eyes in unison. Following this, twin beams of crimson and azure sword light surged forth from their bodies, piercing through the roof and ascending towards the heavens. Jiang Mo gazed at the 2 gaping holes in the ceiling, his expression darkening instantly as he rushed out the door. Looking skyward, he beheld Mo Feng and Jean Ran, akin to celestial birds in flight, gracefully weaving through the clouds, seemingly tireless. They reveled in the ambience of their long-awaited reunion, entwined in a tender embrace. However, before long, the enraged voice of an intruder thundered through their consciousness like a bolt of lightning. "You wretched beings, come down at once." Upon hearing this command, the twin swords reluctantly descended from the heights. Mo Feng, witnessing his master's furious demeanor, resembled a wayward child awaiting reprimand, hovering before him in a state of trepidation. Jean Ran, on the other hand, timidly concealed herself behind Meng Chuan. "I had only just repaired this roof twice before, and now you have dismantled it again. Last time, I did not hold it against you for lacking consciousness, but now that you possess it, how could you act so thoughtlessly?" Meng Chuan adopted a stern expression, pointing a finger at Jean Ran. "As a young lady, how can you behave so recklessly? This cannot happen again." Jean Ran trembled her sword, appearing quite aggrieved. Chapter 65. The secrets concealed by the world. The incessant tolling of the bell served as a reminder to Jiang Mo that this was not the appropriate moment for scolding the spirit swords. Jiang Mo collected his thoughts and turned to Meng Chuan, asking, "My dear, do you intend to join me in the festivities?" Meng Chuan smiled lightly and directly linked her arm with Jiang Mo's, seriously advising, "To be frank, I do not recommend your presence at such an event at this time." "Are you afraid someone might go mad and target me?" Jiang Mo grinned mischievously. "Not just that." Meng Chuan sighed with evident concern. "Consider this. You have struggled immensely to uncover any leads on the Blood Soul sect. This suggests that those aware of their practitioners are either core members or have been silenced. Given that you so boldly revealed their secrets, it stands to reason they will not easily let you off the hook." Jiang Mo chuckled softly, playfully pinching Meng Chuan's cheek. "My dear, you are becoming increasingly astute." "Humph, I've always been quite clever," she retorted. "Then why have I never seen you so loquacious before?" Jiang Mo observed her with a teasing expression. "I suppose I simply spoke too little in the past. Always acquiescing to you made it seem like I was easy to bully. I have never bullied you." Jiang Mo shook his head with a sigh, opting not to continue the banter with the somewhat childish girl. He then spoke earnestly. "That said, you have overlooked one detail. Those who may target us are not limited to just me." Meng Chuan pondered his words for a moment before her eyes widened in realization. "Your response is quite perceptive, my dear." Jiang first smiled and expressed his admiration before continuing. "That individual is ensnared in a dire predicament. Even with the prowess of a golden core cultivator, he would likely be too preoccupied to contend with numerous attendants. Should he wish to silence me, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to employ underhanded tactics. Such clandestine maneuvers against a cultivator necessitate certain pertinent characteristics, such as hair, bone, blood, and elemental essence." Meng Chuan furrowed her brow and inquired, "So, when you confronted He Qingyun, your ostentatious bravado was deliberately crafted to minimize direct interaction with him? It is merely a coincidence." "I could not have anticipated such far-reaching implications." Jiang Mo feigned modesty. Meng Chuan cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Mo, then lowered her head in a fit of guilt. "Have I caused you trouble again?" If the malevolent cultivator sought to employ sinister tactics, the sole pathway would lie in Meng Chuan's elemental essence. She had previously scorched He Qingyun with her primordial spiritual energy. Had she not insisted on participating in the competition, no flaw would have been exposed, thus sparing Jiang Mo from peril. Jiang Mo gently placed his hand atop Meng Chuan's head and reassured her, "Do not overthink it. From the moment I publicly revealed the secrets of the Blood Soul sect, I have been embroiled in a conflict with this nefarious organization. If a flaw exists, the only one who would come after us now would be Zhu Yu. Were there no vulnerabilities, we might find ourselves targeted by the higher echelons of the Blood Soul sect lurking in the shadows. The straightforward attack is easy to fend off, yet the hidden dagger is difficult to guard against. When the time comes, we may not be able to withstand it." Despite this, Meng Chuan wore a worried expression. "Jiang Mo, I fail to comprehend why you chose to provoke the sinister practitioners of the Blood Soul sect at this juncture." Her words carried a hint of reproach. Jiang Mo, however, was not perturbed. On the contrary, he found delight in the fact that Meng Chuan was willing to engage in such dialogue with him. Although her previous compliance was agreeable, it lacked the vibrant interaction that characterized their current exchange. Thus, Jiang Mo felt inclined to be forthright. The Blood Soul sect may possess secrets of the nascent soul, and perhaps even beyond. If we do not seize the opportunity to establish a connection with them now, I fear there may be no future chance. Meng Chuan was left bewildered. The secrets of the nascent soul? Is not the Tao rhythm merely the key to entering the realm of nascent soul? The five great sects have passed down this legacy for hundreds of thousands of years. Why seek distant paths when the near is available? Jiang Mo gazed into the distance with a vague smile, murmuring, "Why is the nascent soul considered the pinnacle beneath the heavenly path? Why do higher realms exist only in legend? The world we inhabit seems to be deliberately concealing something." Meng Chuan was rendered speechless, remaining silent for a long while. At that moment, in the talisman's hall, the atmosphere had reached a boiling point. The oppressive aura of the late-stage golden core continuously weighed down upon the surroundings, causing the nearby structures to tremble ominously. "Zhu Du Chengping suddenly shouted. This startled the relevant maintenance personnel, who promptly activated the protective formations on all significant buildings. In the outer sect, the senior officials had gathered for a meeting. All the elders and stewards were present, yet you have yet to make your appearance. What are you waiting for? The echoes of intimidation reverberated once more, followed by a resounding crash as the surrounding structures, devoid of protective enchantments, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Students gathered in the square, trembling at the sound, while some with wavering resolve collapsed to the ground, rendered powerless. Who could have anticipated that the previously languid and indolent dean could unleash such terrifying fury? At that moment, a furious shout emanated from the depths of the talisman's hall. A beam of azure light surged skyward, then hovered before the crowd, revealing a figure cloaked in dark robes at its core. This individual radiated an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, instilling fear in all the Foundation establishment elders present. Could it be that Zhu Yu has broken through to the Golden Core stage? How could this be possible? The Foundation establishment elders expressed their astonishment and confusion, even tinged with envy. It was no wonder they felt this way. Many of them, serving in this place, were hopelessly awaiting their demise, and the glimmer of hope was enough to stir their emotions. Yet, there were those who regarded the event with disdain, such as the two elder women, Dongfang Zhu and Nangongyi. Dongfang Zhu hailed from the esteemed Dongfang clan, and although she was from a collateral branch, she held a contemptuous view of the malevolent practitioners. Nangongyi harbored a deep-seated hatred for the cults of wickedness, for it was at the hands of such practitioners that her daughter perished, leaving the innocent Su Luoluo orphaned at the tender age of 3. The rapid ascent of Zhu Yu, from the seemingly hopeless late Foundation establishment stage to the early Golden Core stage, provoked unsettling thoughts as one could only imagine the lives he must have extinguished during this transformation. Before the crowd, Zhu Yu was shrouded in a black robe, his visage hidden from view. Yet, he occasionally emitted a chilling laugh, reminiscent of whales from the netherworld, sending shivers down the spine. "So, you have finally chosen to show yourself?" Du Chengping inquired, sealing off all of Zhu Yu's escape routes with the formidable aura of his late Golden Core stage. He was acutely aware that within this arena, only he possessed the power to completely suppress Zhu Yu. Thus, he would not allow any opportunity for reprieve. Zhu Yu's sinister laughter resonated once more. "What brings you, old man, to my talisman hall? Are you here to deliberate, or to seek retribution? Might the esteemed steward present any evidence to substantiate the alleged transgressions of mine? If so, I would appreciate it if you could present it for confrontation. Should you be unable to do so, do not blame me for appealing to the celestial sects for an explanation regarding your unjust accusations." Unbeknownst to all, Zhu Yu's hand, concealed behind his back, gripped tightly onto a mystical array plate, adorned with ethereal blue patterns. By presenting himself in this manner, he signified his readiness for a desperate gambit. Every word he uttered served merely as a necessary probe and delay. He awaited an opportune moment, until all present focused their attention squarely upon him, at which point he would shatter the array plate, unleashing the forces contained within to sow chaos. In the ensuing disarray, he would seize his chance to escape. All it required was that fleeting instant. At that moment, he would soar as freely as the birds in the sky, and he could even leverage this experience to become a core member of the Blood Soul sect. What could the 5 great celestial sects do to him then? Du Chengping's face was clouded with discontent. He was reluctant to engage in further dialogue and remained oblivious to Zhu Yu's frenzied thoughts at that moment. Yet, even upon discerning his intentions, Du Chengping could only regard him as a hopeless dreamer. The Outer Gate Academy was merely the most fragile corner of the Jingjia immortal sect. With the acquisition of the law book, his fate was already sealed. Initially, Du Chengping had contemplated borrowing the law book, But the notion of an unwarranted loan starkly contrasted with the concept of willingly assisting in an investigation. Should the law book be borrowed in the name of the Jingja immortal sect, the price to be paid would far exceed that of a mere high-grade spirit tool. The information that Jiang Mo inadvertently obtained can be deemed the key to Du Chongping extricating himself from his predicament. He had to concede that the little lamp indeed possessed some merit. The occurrence was merely a coincidence, devoid of any strategic design. Yet it illustrated Jiang Mo's elevated perspective regarding the relationships among the 5 great sects and the value of Tao's spiritual treasures, surpassing that of his peers. Du Qingping did not respond to the other's mockery, but instead concentrated the wandering spiritual energy in his palm. There, the diminutive white jade bamboo slip, nourished by the spiritual essence, began to radiate a shimmering light, gradually enlarging. As it reached the limit of its expansion, Du Qingping, with a devout expression, lifted the law book high into the clouds. The bamboo slip slowly unfurled until it was completely spread open, casting a luminous glow that nearly illuminated the entirety of the Outer Gate Academy. Zhu Yu, witnessing this spectacle, found it hard to believe. It was said that the Blood Soul sect's actions were shrouded in shadows. How could even the law book evade scrutiny? Why had Du Qingping come seeking the law book? Had I lost the protection of the sect leader? Contemplating this, a sense of fear and unease blossomed within Zhu Yu's heart. He has lured and slain numerous mortals without detection by the Jingja immortal sect, nor has he faced the pursuit of the law of causality, relying solely on the rumored leader of the Blood Soul sect. This leader employs formidable means to shroud the heavenly secrets, concealing all matters related to the Blood Soul sect in shadows, rendering even the 5 great sects powerless to investigate. Zhu Yu beheld the law of causality manifest before him, and he could only contemplate the possibility of abandonment. Before becoming a core acolyte of the Blood Soul sect, every individual acting under its name could be regarded as a pawn, and the fate of such pawns usually leads to an unmarked grave. Just as Zhu Yu's heart wavered, a resounding voice descended from the heavens, its tone reminiscent of chimes, echoing the rhythm of causality, akin to divine edicts that cannot be defied, instilling fear in the hearts of men. From this arises that, or so it is said, retribution follows predetermined fate. Due to this cause and condition, through countless tribulations, one remains entwined in life and death. The cycle of the heavenly path traces back from the fruit to the cause. The record within the law book states, Zhu Yu, an outer sect steward of the Jingja immortal sect, 10 years ago was led astray by malevolent cultivators, from which he found it impossible to return. During this period, he repeatedly dispatched assassins to masquerade as immortal masters, luring mortals devoid of spiritual roots, subsequently refining their souls to bolster his own cultivation. This heinous act has resulted in the demise of nearly 1,000 innocent lives, transgressing the principles of heaven and humanity. A crime warranting execution. Golden characters emerged in the air, line by line, leaving all in shock. At that moment, standing at a distance, Zhao Qingying gazed at the golden inscriptions in the sky, momentarily rendered incapable of reaction, her mind swirling with thoughts, struggling to find clarity. Is this how the case concludes? In contrast to the bewildered Zhao Qingying, Zhu Yu, now the target of scorn, appeared oddly composed. The cause and effect had become evident, leaving him at a loss for words. Do not push too hard. Zhu Yu's harsh words seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. On the surface, he appeared tranquil, yet inside, a tempest raged, with ominous thoughts of death flashing through his mind, reminding him that what awaited him next was nothing but a desperate struggle. He gripped the ethereal blue array plate tightly, his icy gaze hidden beneath the black robe, fixated on everyone around him. Humph, so noisy. Du Qingping, ever the one to minimize unnecessary words, swiftly initiated his incantation with a commanding shout. Golden radiance emerged in delicate tendrils, ascending within a radius of nearly 100 meters. Following a predetermined pattern, it was as if an invisible loom existed in this space, weaving the golden light into threads. The golden glow transformed into a birdcage, confining this small realm. Zhu Yu, ensnared within, resembled a bird deprived of its freedom, merely a spectacle for others to behold. The golden elixir stage technique. The white crane golden cage. The cage continued to shrink, and as Zhu Yu observed his diminishing range of motion, he endeavored to shatter the technique before him. Yet, no matter how he wielded his own methods, they proved futile. Instead, The relentless surge of chaotic spiritual energy inflicted excruciating backlash upon him. In mere moments, he sensed the stark disparity between the early and later stages of the golden elixir. The spring thunder rumbled, heralding the awakening of all things. Du Qingping afforded Zhu Yu no respite. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, brilliant lightning coalesced high above. This is the renowned thunder technique of the Jingzhe immortal sect, divine sky extermination of evil. Zhu Yu gazed intently at the lightning that was about to descend from the heavens. In that moment, it felt as though his very soul was shaken, even leading him to contemplate surrender. The thunder roared, instilling fear in all malevolent beings. Any wicked cultivator who confronted the divine sky extermination of evil would instinctively feel an overwhelming urge to yield. Having spent many years in the Jingzhe immortal sect, Zhu Yu was well aware of the formidable power of this technique. Clinging to the last vestige of clarity, he suddenly struck his palm against the crown of his head. In an instant, he coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood. Beneath the cloak of his black robe, his gaunt visage had taken on a waxen hue, and his breath was gradually fading. Yet, his eyes glimmered with a chilling coldness and a hint of ferocity. His bony fingers trembled uncontrollably, as if he were preparing to expend his final strength. With exaggerated motions, he retrieved 3 crimson blood soul reversal pills and thrust them into his mouth. After a brief moment, just as the divine sky extermination of evil was about to descend, black patterns enveloped his body, followed by an endless roar that seemed to express both agony and madness. You wish for me to perish? Then let us take others down with me. Just before the last shred of his reason was consumed, Zhu Yu bellowed his final words and immediately crushed the azure formation disk in his grasp. Chapter 67. The beasts of humanity's sin. Eerie azure spiritual energy emanated from Zhu Yu's body, enveloping the surroundings in a ghostly blue haze. Reminiscent of the whales from the depths of hell, cold to the bone. Even the golden birdcage that ensnared him began to succumb to a frost that spread gradually over its surface. The chill enveloped Zhu Yu, instantly crystallizing him into a humanoid form of solid ice, seemingly impervious to time. As the moment drew near its conclusion, a terrifying thunderclap descended abruptly, its sound exceeding the limits of what ordinary cultivators could perceive. Before them, a blinding radiance engulfed everything, rendering all objects indistinguishable. Just as the brilliance began to dissipate, a collective sensation surged among the onlookers. The ground trembled violently, accompanied by a deep, resonant collapse, while an ominous foreboding quietly ascended in the hearts of the waiting outer disciples. It felt akin to being ensnared in a hellish void, listening to the wails of 100 demons. Judging by the source of the commotion, the collapse originated from the direction of the Academy Square. The astute outer disciples sensed the gravity of the situation, swiftly employing their spells to hasten towards the scene. With one disciple leading the way, the others soon recognized the impending crisis. 11 disciples simultaneously rushed towards the Academy Square. At that moment, as the remnants of the thunder subsided, cries of despair and pleas for salvation echoed from the square. Du Qingping also sensed something amiss. Casting a glance at Zhu Yu, who lay motionless in a deep pit, struck down by the thunder, he thought to himself that the latter was likely beyond rescue, allowing himself a moment of relief as he prepared to assist. Yet, before he could even exhale, an icy presence suddenly crept up behind him. Du Qingping slightly shifted, evading it effortlessly, turning to face the individual behind him. His brow furrowed deeply. There stood Zhu Yu, who had just moments ago appeared lifeless, now seemingly unfazed, as if untouched by the chaos. Although he was uncertain, Du Qingping pondered whether Zhu Yu could still be considered human. At this moment, Zhu Yu was ensnared by intricate black patterns. His once flowing black cloak now resembling a new layer of skin that enveloped him tightly. Dark, bristly tufts sprouted from his back and chest, revealing a complete loss of reason. Du Qingping understood all too well that if he did not utterly vanquish this creature before him, the situation would not resolve favorably. Fortunately, there was no need to call upon his friends from the inner sect. Otherwise, his old face would find itself in an irretrievable position. Du Qingping turned once more, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the scene at the Academy Square, his heart heavy with concern as he sighed deeply. You shall first form the Jingzhe Pomo killing formation to contain it. Once I extricate myself, I will come to your aid. His voice resonated in the ears of every steward present. In the Academy Square, a vast chasm had opened in the center, exuding an endless, chilling aura from the depths below, spreading ominously outward. Nearby flora and fauna withered instantaneously, succumbing to the encroaching cold. As the frigid essence expanded and approached, the panicked outer sect disciples screamed and scattered in terror. Meanwhile, many disciples gathered together, casting spells in an attempt to repel the chilling presence. However, beneath the gaping void, something profoundly sinister seemed to be rising slowly. Amidst this chaos, the howling of a fierce wind could be heard, leaving uncertainty as to whether it was the creature's roar. Not far from where the outer sect disciples had congregated, Jiang Mo and Meng Charan hovered in midair on their swords, their expressions grave as they observed the unfolding situation below. Jiang Mo, I can sense it. It is approaching me. Meng Charan spoke in a low voice. Jiang Mo nodded and replied, yes, it must have locked onto you through your primordial aura. It seems the situation may become rather complicated. Monstrous beasts? Are you certain? Monstrous beasts, as legend has it, are the malignant fruits born from transgressions against the covenant of humanity. They are not living entities, but rather a confluence of negative human fate. They possess no fixed form, no rationality, only an instinctual drive for destruction and slaughter. Meng Charan was aware of the existence of monstrous beasts. Yet even in her 300 years of memories from her past life, she had never witnessed the emergence of such a creature. Jiang Mo had not seen one either. But based on descriptions he had heard and the current scene before them, he could reasonably ascertain that a monstrous beast resided within that void. Yes, its power should reach the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. The Elder should have a strategy. It may prove difficult for us to confront it. It would be wise to preserve ourselves and refrain from acting recklessly. Just as Jiang Mo's admonition lingered in the air, the entire outer academy began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, the ground cracked beneath them, and the central void collapsed once more, its diameter now exceeding half of its original size. A chilling aura surged forth like erupting lava, spreading outward. In mere moments, the outer academy was shrouded in a layer of eerie blue mist, reminiscent of the infernal realms described in legends. Within the void, a tempest arose, its howls akin to the wails of 100 ghosts, mingling with the roars of wild beasts. Perched above that most frigid chasm, a colossal entity resembling a black boar traversed the sky, a formidable beast known as the Calm. Concurrently, in the outermost reaches of the outer sect academy, several imposing figures materialized, their gazes fixed with keen interest on the events unfolding within the academy, engaging in intermittent discourse. A peak Foundation establishment-level beast manifesting directly within our esteemed, awakened hibernation immortal sect is indeed perplexing. It seems Du Chengping's tenure as dean is drawing to a close. In all fairness, this cannot be solely attributed to old Du after all. Certain tenacious entities are beginning to emerge from their dormancy. Given that individuals' methods, even our sect's founder might find it challenging to gain an advantage, let alone old Du, who has but a few years left. With the emergence of such a beast, I fear the world is in for turbulent times. Are you old fogies simply going to stand here and lament? If you don't intervene, your disciples will be annihilated. Ha ha ha, young man, ever so impetuous. In the face of adversity, one must not succumb to haste. What is the cause of your agitation? We old fellows are still keeping a close watch. In my estimation, let us observe and await developments. We must afford old Du an opportunity to devise a means of preserving his position as dean. Above the academy plaza, the 11 executive elders of the outer sect academy encircled the Calm, their positions adhering to profound array formations, interconnected and complementary. As 11 incantations resonated in unison, beams of multicolored spiritual energy surged skyward, converging and melding above the chasm to establish a formidable binding and extermination array. In an instant, the sky transformed from clear to overcast, shrouded in dense clouds. Endless flashes of lightning rent the cold, dark blue abyss, striking the illusory form of the monstrous beast. With each blow, great gaping wounds were inflicted, yet the beast, Donkong, remained oblivious to pain, traversing the stormy realm with an unyielding roar. Its path led directly to the location of Jiang Mo and Meng Charan. Chapter 68. How Can I Live Without You? Jiang Mo and Meng Charan found themselves near the gathering point of the outer disciples. Those present observed the beast's actions, believing it to be targeting the crowd. Rumors suggested that the beast possessed no rational thought, only a primal urge for destruction and slaughter, and it seemed those claims were indeed true. The 11 outer deacons, steadfastly holding the containment array, grew increasingly grave as they realized the array was unable to restrain Dongkong. With only foundational cultivation at their disposal, these seasoned practitioners struggled to mount any effective resistance against such a formidable foe, a true testament to the wicked fruits of human malevolence. However, the current situation was dire. If they could not maintain the array until all outer disciples had evacuated, casualties were inevitable. Thus, the 11 aged foundational practitioners, despite the toll on their essence, resolved to exert every ounce of their power to reinforce the array. Their faces turned pale, and those of slightly lower cultivation could be seen with blood trickling from their lips. This endeavor would surely cost them dearly in both strength and lifespan. The array began to shift. The ominous clouds darkened further, and the relentless thunder coalesced into thick, powerful chains of heaven, binding the monstrous beast Dongkong firmly in place. The monstrous beast, Dongkong, indeed obstructed progress, causing his pace to further diminish, seemingly trapped in place. The 11 counselors maintaining the formation were acutely aware of the immense pressure they were enduring, which was rapidly approaching the threshold of the array. Within less than 3 breaths, Dongkong let out a deafening roar that shattered the thunder and lightning, dispelling the gloomy rain from the sky. Even the celestial chains binding his form were riddled with cracks. The array was on the verge of collapse. The once ephemeral form of Dongkong had become nearly transparent, teetering on the brink of dissolution. It appeared that he was exerting every ounce of strength to escape. In the distance, suspended in the air, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan bore grim expressions. They could discern that the efforts of the 11 elder counselors alone could not contain the beast. After all, the monstrous creature represented the malevolence of humanity, a manifestation of the negative aspects of human fate, which could not be matched by mere human strength. It seemed that only a golden core practitioner could hope to subdue such a being. The formation was on the verge of disintegration. Meng Chuan murmured anxiously, her expression wavering, perhaps concealing some unspoken thoughts, unsure of whether to act upon them. Currently, she had become the target of the monstrous beast, and no matter how she attempted to evade, she could not contend with the peak of Foundation establishment through mere agility. Once the array crumbled, the 11 counselors would undoubtedly be gravely injured, rendered incapable of further resistance. The outer disciples, entangled in her fate, would certainly be consumed as nourishment for the beast. Ruthlessly slaughtered, Meng Chuan resolved to divert the beast elsewhere before the formation shattered, granting others more time to retreat. However, by doing so, one risks plunging into peril. At the very least, Jiang Mo would most likely not consent. Meng Chuan found herself uncertain about whether to take action. In her previous life, devoid of convictions, she never took the initiative. The more significant the matter, the less confidence she possessed. Observing Meng Chuan closely, Jiang Mo meticulously noted her every gesture and expression, and with a rough estimation, he gleaned his wife's concealed thoughts. He reached out to gently pinch her cheek, smiling as he jested, "My dear, do you intend to showcase your brilliance before the entire faculty and student body? What does it mean to showcase one's brilliance?" Meng Chuan deeply resented this notion. It embodies the pride and sense of duty inherent in those from the immortal sect, a spirit of selfless dedication for the greater good. Such qualities are exceedingly rare. In that moment, Meng Chuan realized that her secret thoughts had seemingly been discerned by her husband, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. Alas, if only you could have been so conflicted when you planned to sell your paintings. Jiang Mo remarked with a hint of exasperation. "That's not the same." Meng Chuan mumbled softly. Suddenly, Jiang Mo's eyes brightened, as though an idea had struck him. He then adopted a serious demeanor, speaking in a tone that bordered on reproach. "Meng Chuan, how can you entertain such thoughts? Do you not comprehend the danger involved? You are no longer the formidable peak cultivator of the golden core stage you once were. Have you considered my feelings? Have you inquired about my thoughts? What if you were to embark on this journey and never return? My dear, how could I possibly live without you?" Jiang Mo's final words were imbued with heartfelt sincerity. The urgency, sorrow, and reluctance she felt seemed all too genuine, as if she were not merely performing. If Meng Chuan were to depart on her sword, Jiang Mo would undoubtedly orchestrate a dramatic chase, shouting after her. My somewhat exaggerated words, however, struck at the very heart of Meng Chuan's deepest worries and dilemmas, immediately igniting thoughts of surrender within her. She pondered. Indeed, it was unwise to act impulsively. Just then, a warm hand enveloped hers, a gentle voice whispering tenderly in her ear. How could such a delightful occurrence transpire without my inclusion? Did you not know your husband relishes showcasing his prowess before others? The turmoil within Meng Charan dissipated, as if clouds were parted to reveal clarity. She beamed a radiant smile, firmly grasping the hand of her companion, and earnestly implored, "Husband, let us wield our swords together to vanquish this beast." Very well. Each roar of the vile creature, King Kong, brought immense pressure upon the formation, leaving the 11 attendants pale and bloodied. Clearly, they could no longer sustain the formation's integrity. Unfortunately, it was still not yet half a stick of incense's time. They could neither await Du Qingping's timely arrival nor afford the panicked outer disciples enough time to retreat to safety. Thus, they had no choice but to rely on their weary bodies to endure. In the lofty heights above, the towering figures observing the unfolding events wore expressions of deep concern, their faces etched with helpless sighs. It seemed this time, intervention was unavoidable. A relatively youthful cultivator, unable to bear the sight any longer, indignantly pointed at the surrounding elders, exclaiming, "You are all stubborn old relics. It was high time to take action, yet now we find ourselves in a predicament, causing grave injuries to our forebears from the outer sect, who have only a few years left to live. To stand idly by. How could you all possibly do such a thing? Young ones, cease your reckless words. You too emerged from the outer sect. How could you not fathom the thoughts of these outer sect stewards? The celestial sect assigned them these positions to prevent foolish acts. In such circumstances, even if we intervene, we would be unable to halt their desperate attempts. Let us not bicker with the youth. Everyone, prepare to take action." It seems that old Du's position as the headmaster is in jeopardy. However, at that moment, a loud call from a young couple near the gathering point of the outer sect disciples caused the elder Golden Core cultivators, who were ready to act, to retract their stances. Following the sound, they beheld figures clad in crimson and deep blue, soaring through the air on swords, imploring, "Esteemed stewards, we beseech you, please buy us 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths, we shall surely vanquish the vile beast." Chapter 69. The Union of Twin Swords. The 11 stewards, straining to maintain the grand formation, turned their gazes towards the forefront of the outer sect disciples. Before them stood a young couple, seemingly youthful, likely new to the sect, yet possessing cultivation at the late stage of chi refinement. Most of the outer sect stewards found their faces unfamiliar, with only a few recognizing them. The 2 elderly women, Nangong Yi and Dongfang Ju, were taken aback to see that the individuals stepping forward were their outstanding students, their faces pale and weak, yet betraying an undeniable astonishment. The initial thought that arose in their minds, much like that of several other elders, was one of sheer folly. Now, with the monstrous beast in a state of severe injury from the array, its strength has dwindled to a mere fraction, teetering on the brink of dissolution. Were it not for the fact that these old fellows had all lost their combat capabilities, they would not find themselves ensnared in such a predicament. If outsiders were to intervene, there would be numerous disciples in the late stage of chi refinement capable of stepping in, rendering their involvement unnecessary. Even in its wounded state, the beast was not something that disciples at the chi refinement level could contend with. Perhaps out of a bond forged through years of sisterhood, the 2 elderly women instinctively glanced at one another, and in their shared gaze, they discerned akin thoughts. With no other recourse available, why not take a chance? The proud and daring Nangong Yi, after a thunderous shout, resolutely unleashed all of her primal spiritual energy, disregarding her own safety entirely. Dongfang Ju looked at her bloody junior sister, who, despite her injuries, displayed a reckless determination and could not help but let out a deep sigh. Though she had a contentious relationship with her junior, she understood her better than anyone. Ever since her failure to condense her core, her path to immortality had been severed, and her lifespan significantly curtailed. Consequently, compared to ordinary peak foundation establishment cultivators, her potential lifespan was considerably reduced. In the final century of her life, she harbored but 2 wishes: to raise Su Luoluo to adulthood and to pass on her knowledge of botany. Now, the century had already diminished by 90%. Fortunately, she had found an heir. It was said that this child, Su Luoluo, had also succeeded in the reincarnation mirror trial, achieving the Tao of foundation establishment. In this world, Nangong Yi felt no lingering attachments. At this very moment, she exerted herself more fervently than anyone else present, akin to a candle burning at both ends, determined to dispel the shadows of reality even as she approached the final hour. "Senior sister, what are you still hesitating for?" The aged and somber call roused Dongfang Ju from her reverie. This long-forgotten title awakened many lost memories. Once upon a time, they were both youthful. Over the years, they had offered each other support, engaged in disputes, shared whispers in the boudoir, and devised strategies concerning matters of the heart. In this moment, what she yearned to hear most was still that singular address of senior sister. Junior sister, have you made up your mind? Yes, I have. Afterwards, I shall ascend to the peak of Jingjia. Dongfang Ju felt a twinge of surprise, yet deemed it entirely natural. The ever-proud junior sister, whether facing love or the realms of cultivation, possessed an unyielding spirit. After a century of wandering, she still chose the path that suited her best. Then I shall accompany you. Dongfang Ju smiled, wholeheartedly releasing her essence, eager to hear that final utterance of senior sister, and willing to honor the promises of their youth by walking alongside her. That is well, Nengoni replied, also smiling. Throughout the entire encounter, she had not once cast her gaze upon the one she had once cherished among the 11 present. Her final glance remained fixed upon Jiang Mo and Meng Churen. The former was her chosen successor, while the latter was her junior sister's prized disciple. Their sincere feelings for one another, culminating in their union, perhaps represented the finest arrangement by fate. Shortly thereafter, the third steward to fully unleash their essence made their entrance, Su Qingfeng, the steward of the alchemy hall. As the foundational power of 11 elements was gradually infused into the Jingjia breaking delusion array, the formation experienced instantaneous restoration. The monstrous beast's advance was once again obstructed, and it unleashed a deafening roar, a cacophony filled with anguish and fury. Lacking rationality, it repeatedly attempted to shatter the array through brute force. Alas, the formation remained impervious, a testament to the desperate efforts of all the stewards striving for a fleeting opportunity. At that moment, numerous gazes were directed towards Jiang Mo and Meng Churen, filled with confusion, skepticism, and a hint of hope. Clearly, these looks imposed an intangible pressure upon them. They could not betray the trust and support bestowed upon them by the 11 stewards. This was not a moment for light-hearted display of divine prowess. Jiang Mo and Meng Churen exchanged a knowing smile, standing shoulder to shoulder. As their fingers interlaced, they summoned the ink blade and the flame of ashes, from which crimson and deep blue spiritual energy surged forth, intertwining and ascending. The true essence of heaven's way manifested. Deep blue transformed into ink, the sword became a brush, sketching a magnificent landscape. Crimson morphed into blazing feathers, the fire soaring to clear the heavens as the vermilion bird spread its wings and sang in the firmament. A chant seemed to arise. The phoenix descends where the parasol tree bathes in sunlight. The mountain mist encounters clouds and transforms into rain. Riding the winds to become a dragon. When the spiritual connection is established, auspiciousness dances gracefully in the skies. The dual swords united. The true meanings of mountains and rivers intertwined with the essence of fire, while the ethereal shadows of the dragon and phoenix entwined above the heavens. Responding to the command of the two sword masters, the phantoms of the dragon and phoenix descended from the sky. Even the golden core cultivators observing from the periphery felt a subtle pressure as the shadows drew near. In a moment when no one had yet reacted, the ethereal dragon phoenix had already pierced through the malevolent beast. The searing flames dispelled the chilling cold entirely, while the weighty mountains suppressed both hell and the underworld. As the malevolent beast dissipated, the atmosphere transformed, and for a brief moment, the sky was clear and serene. The Outer Sect Academy had never experienced such profound silence. Yet all understood that this tranquility was merely a prelude to the first chirping of morning birds. After a moment of subtle winds stirring the grass, the crowd erupted in cheers. Regrettably, the two instigators did not have the chance to hear the praises and flattery of those around them, as they collapsed onto the ground. Before Jiang Mo succumbed to unconsciousness, he summoned his last ounce of strength to embrace Meng Churen. Uncertain whether he was concerned about her potentially injuring herself upon falling or fearful that, in his unconscious state, some ill-intentioned individuals might take advantage of her. Perhaps it was a combination of both. In any case, once he lost consciousness, he was oblivious to everything, marking yet another instance of a profoundly unsuccessful public display of divine manifestation. After all, the essence of this act lay not in the manifestation itself, but in the public spectacle. By pushing themselves to their limits to channel their true intent and unite their blades, the couple had completely exhausted their energy reservoirs and consciousness. When they finally awakened, nearly 10 days had passed. To their astonishment, They remained in the same position as before their fainting spell, and the place they found themselves in was the outer sect steward hall. It seemed that old Du had taken them away. Just then, his languid voice reached their ears. "If you're awake, hurry and tidy yourselves up. I have matters to discuss with you." Chapter 70. Genuine companionship is not indulgence. Outer sect steward hall. Jiang Mo and Ming Chuan arrived at the entrance, and what lay before them in the inner hall appeared little different from days gone by. Dean Du Chengping still exuded an air of languor and indolence. Just as they were about to step into the hall, a young attendant waiting outside discreetly caught Jiang Mo's eye. Leaning in, Jiang Mo listened as the attendant whispered, "You two should tread carefully when you speak inside. The chief steward has been in a foul mood lately, seeking an outlet for his frustrations." "Why is the old man so troubled?" Jiang Mo inquired, puzzled. "It's the recent turmoil in the outer sect. Although it ended without casualties, the outer academy has suffered significant damage. Moreover, the long-hidden malevolent cultivators have tarnished the reputation of the sect, and as a result, the chief steward has been punished with 10 years of servitude. It's no wonder he is in such a wretched state." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mo felt a sudden surge of schadenfreude. 10 years of toil without reward. Who could bear such a fate? It seemed the old man was finally paying the price for his habitual laziness. "Thank you for the heads up," Jiang Mo declared, striding boldly into the steward's hall, deliberately adopting an audacious demeanor. "Old man, I hear you've lost a fortune in gold coins." Du, seemingly caught off guard and appearing rather lackluster, jolted at the remark. The attendant at the entrance, overhearing, broke into a cold sweat, fervently hoping to avoid any repercussions. Realizing the source of the disturbance, Du was consumed with ire. "How dare these wretches provoke my misfortune? It's merely a small lamp, nothing to fret over." Though seething with anger, he knew he must restrain himself. He was never in the right regarding this matter. Had it not been for Jiang Mo's intervention, he would have lost not only a decade's worth of offerings, but also his position as the dean. He held the title of Dean of the Outer Sect Academy in high regard. Setting aside the grandiose rhetoric, there is no place within the Jingzhe Xinzong more suitable for retirement than here. "Spare me your prattle," Du Qingping merely retorted with irritation before promptly addressing the matters related to the conclusion of the evil cultivator incident. "Firstly, your efforts in subduing the monstrous beasts are commendable, and the sect shall not turn a blind eye to such deeds. The specifics of your reward were just finalized the day before yesterday. Given that you have both reached the late stage of qi refinement, the resources for cultivation at this level may seem somewhat superfluous. Therefore, all these resources have been converted into spirit stones, totaling approximately 300. As Du Qingping spoke, he retrieved 2 standard storage rings and handed them to Jiang Mo and Ming Chuan. Spirit stones are the hard currency in the realm of cultivation. As a byproduct of underground spiritual veins, these stones typically contain pure spiritual energy and have a myriad of uses, with their value remaining constant over time. Spirit stones have gradually been recognized as a unique form of currency within the cultivation world. These 300 spirit stones could purchase low-priced, high-grade spiritual artifacts or reasonably good qi refinement elixirs, which typically fluctuate in price between 8 to 15 spirit stones. Ordinary disciples in the qi refinement stage or wandering cultivators seldom possess more than 100 spirit stones in total. Thus, this reward of 300 spirit stones is quite substantial. Jiang Mo examined the storage ring and found it indeed contained nearly 300 spirit stones, with the value of the ring itself likely factored into the reward. It can be said that the rewards are quite substantial. Jiang Mo, with a sense of satisfaction, slipped the storage ring onto his finger. Just then, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. He glanced again at the storage ring in his hand, then turned to observe the one in Meng Chuan's grasp. After a moment of contemplation, the fleeting idea began to take form. At last, he had a clue for a birthday gift for Meng Chuan. However, it seemed that if he were to present this item, he might miss the timely occasion. Oh well, a little delay won't hurt. Ahem. At that moment, old Du cleared his throat a couple of times, urging the 2 young individuals before him to regain their composure, and then adopted a rather solemn demeanor, officially announcing, in addition, the celestial sect, recognizing your remarkable performance, has granted an opportunity for a trial in the reincarnation mirror, allowing one of you to attempt the foundational cultivation of the heavenly path. Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan exchanged astonished glances. Yet, they had no time to speak, as Du Chengping's gaze shifted to Meng Chuan, continuing, originally, this trial quota was implicitly designated for you. Do not think the celestial sect is biased. Given the current era, it is nearly impossible for one with 3 spiritual roots to succeed in the reincarnation mirror trial. However, I must admit that I underestimated you. I heard that not long ago, you exchanged a genuine visualization painting for the opportunity to participate in the reincarnation mirror trial. Yet, you mentioned that you wished to pass this chance to your husband, Jiang Mo. Is this true? Meng Chuan shyly nodded in affirmation. Humph, you two truly are deeply affectionate. Old Du found it increasingly difficult to watch. At this moment, Jiang Mo, with unabashed boldness, approached. You just mentioned that the immortal sect has granted us the opportunity for this reincarnation mirror trial. Does that imply you're boasting? Old Du, visibly irritated, tossed the token of the reincarnation mirror to Jiang Mo. He pondered to himself, were it not for Jiang Mo's relentless display of seniority and reasoning over the past few days, persuading those old-timers, this qualification for the reincarnation mirror would never have fallen to him. Fortunately, this young lady had relinquished her trial opportunity to the little wall lamp. Otherwise, the stubborn old relics, intent on having her cultivate the heavenly Tao foundation, would certainly have remained obstinate. The probability of achieving a heavenly Tao foundation with 3 spiritual roots was exceedingly low. With a cheerful heart, Jiang Mo placed the token of the reincarnation mirror into Meng Chuan's hands. Although he had never reproached her, even going so far as to sell paintings to secure an opportunity for her to cultivate the heavenly Tao foundation, he had always harbored a lingering discomfort within. He found it difficult to accept Meng Chuan's willingness to endure personal grievances to accommodate him, just as in their previous life, where Meng Chuan preferred to bear the solitude of neglect rather than impede his singular focus on cultivation. Thus, regardless of their attempts to maintain their relationship, an inevitable heaviness and discomfort loomed. The most genuine companionship does not stem from mutual concessions. Fortunately, this time, Meng Chuan's intention in offering a gift was not one of concession, but rather a sincere expression of gratitude. Now, having regained another opportunity for the reincarnation mirror trial, Jiang Mo was able to set aside his grievances. Everything seemed to be on the mend. Once the two had collected their rewards, Du Qingping adopted a serious and solemn demeanor once more and began to discuss the follow-up investigation regarding the incident with the evil cultivators. This is also the aspect that concerns Jiang Mo the most. According to Du Qingping, after the incident, the immortal sect conducted an investigation into all the relics of the sinister cultivator Zhu Yu. Upon examination, it was confirmed that these relics were indeed closely related to the methods of evil cultivation, with the most significant being the damaged formation foundation deep within the outer sect academy, which exhibited the most distinctive traits of sinister practices. This formation was originally intended for the refinement of living souls. The formation would seize the souls of individuals to create soul pills, facilitating the rapid enhancement of the cultivator's abilities. Such methods are contrary to human morality and violate the heavens, as the process continuously generates malevolent energy. Once this energy accumulates to a certain degree, it gives rise to monstrous beings of humanity. However, the formation itself can contain this malevolent energy, thereby imprisoning these abominable creatures. Investigators even speculated that this formation might accelerate the process of malevolent energy's condensation. Unfortunately, the array diagram was never found. Without the ability to reproduce the formation, this hypothesis could not be substantiated. If this conjecture holds true, then the creator of such a formation, as well as the entire organization of sinister cultivators behind it, must have had a purpose. Was it to extract souls and refine them, or to manufacture monstrous beings of humanity? Chapter 71. The remaining value of the Sea of Flowers behind the sinister cultivator Zhu Yu undoubtedly lies the Blood Soul sect. If we further explore this conjecture, it immediately evokes numerous possibilities. For instance, why is the Blood Soul sect so committed to artificially creating monstrous beings of humanity? Who exactly is the target of this scheme? The 5 great immortal sects? Humanity as a whole? Or perhaps the heavenly Tao? If this plan indeed unravels a terrifying conspiracy, to what extent has this malevolent plot progressed at this stage? Jiang Mo believes this conjecture holds significant value. Regrettably, the clues have come to an abrupt halt, rendering further investigation exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Jiang Mo believes that matters concerning the Blood Soul sect must be temporarily set aside, given his current capabilities. It is unwise to delve too deeply. He rapped gently on old Du's desk and inquired, "Old man, Do you think the absence of the formation diagram is due to the destruction by the nefarious cultivator Zhu Yu, or could it be the handiwork of another? Old Du cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Mo and replied, "What purpose does this inquiry serve? Such formations are beyond the capabilities of Zhu Yu to orchestrate. Yet, the individual responsible for the arrangement has left no trace whatsoever. Further discussion is futile. Besides, this person exists on a level far removed from your current understanding. It would be wise for you to refrain from pursuing this matter too deeply and instead focus on enhancing your cultivation and contemplating how to establish your foundation in the heavenly Tao." As the conversation reached its natural conclusion, Jiang Mo prepared to take his leave. Just as he turned away, Meng Charan leaned closer to him, whispering in his ear with an air of secrecy, as if fearing old Du might overhear. Du Qingping, observing the scene, could only shake his head in disbelief. "You too, mere late-stage Qi refinement juniors, seem to have a rather inflated sense of superiority. While your earlier whispers at the door might be excusable, conspiring right in front of me is quite another matter. Do you think my late-stage Golden Dan consciousness is merely for show?" Meanwhile, Meng Charan continued to lean in, whispering to Jiang Mo, "We are on the verge of graduating to the inner sect. Do you not feel there is something you have forgotten to discuss with the old man?" "Ah, so you also refer to him as old man, do you?" Old Du thought, bemused as he listened in. Jiang Mo, perplexed, turned to Meng Charan, only to see her form a shape with her lips as if to convey a silent message. "Oh, indeed," he exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Jiang Mo's eyes brightened as he comprehended the underlying meaning. He immediately gave Meng Charan a thumbs up, then turned to adopt the demeanor of a businessman and approached old Du once more. Du Changping felt an inexplicable premonition of being deceived. "Old man, I wish to discuss a matter with you. No negotiations." Jiang Mo disregarded the other's refusal and continued, "Regarding my cave dwelling, I have diligently cultivated it over the years, establishing a significant medicinal herb field. As my graduation approaches, I intend to." Old Du quickly grasped Jiang Mo's intention and interrupted him with a disdainful gesture. "I thought it was a significant matter. If you wish for the academy to reclaim the herbs, simply go to the herb hall and have them appraised based on quality for credit reclamation. It's just that the quantity is a bit overwhelming." Jiang Mo feigned difficulty. How much could it possibly be? This vast outer gate academy cannot possibly be overwhelmed by a mere Qi refining disciple. Nearly 3,000, all of exceptional quality. Upon hearing Jiang Mo's sudden revelation, old Du recalled the sea of flowers he had witnessed during his visit to Jiang Mo's cave. After careful consideration, it dawned on him that these flowers were not ordinary at all. Consequently, the old man fell silent. It wasn't that the Outer Gate Academy couldn't afford the credits. Rather, the thought of recording such a vast amount of credits for him would likely cause a collapse upon his promotion to the Inner Gate, as the Inner Gate steward would be utterly astounded. Typically, disciples pursuing the 8 arts elective accumulate only a few hundred to 1,000 credits when advancing to the Inner Gate, which provides a respectable starting point there. For instance, the choice of self-selected cave abodes, resources for foundational cultivation, and exquisite spiritual artifacts. However, should all 3,000 superior-grade spiritual herbs be reclaimed, what then could this lad, Jiang Mo, possibly do with his tens of thousands of credits? What are his intentions? Are we to bestow upon him the position of an inner sect steward? That would be utterly absurd. Yet, this young man truly possesses an extraordinary capacity for learning, having managed to absorb the entire botanical expertise of that elderly matron. It typically takes an ordinary disciple a decade or more to reach such a level. Du Qingping cleared his throat a couple of times to alleviate the awkwardness of his earlier grandiloquence, and then feigned a tone of earnest advice. Young Jiang, it is thus. The Academy can indeed reclaim the 3,000 superior-grade spiritual herbs, but utilizing such a significant amount of credits for promotion to the inner sect seems rather wasteful. Perhaps we might consider an alternative. Before the old man could complete his thought, Jiang Mo burst into laughter, patting the old man's shoulder as he exclaimed, "Therefore, old Du, relinquishing all these spiritual herbs to the Academy would be an egregious waste. Am I not merely offering you a suggestion? You surely understand my motives for cultivating these flowers. Thus, there is absolutely no need to destroy the flower seed. We can continue to extract its remaining value." With all seriousness, Du Changping rolled his eyes. At that moment, Meng Charan stepped forward to assume a serious demeanor, commencing a detailed explanation. What my husband and I mean is that this flower sea holds sentimental value for us as a couple. We do not wish to witness the destruction and decay of the tricolor flower sea. Therefore, we hope to maintain its current state, allowing it to continue serving as a communal facility for the Academy, aiding students in their swift cultivation advancement. Do you intend to donate the Sea of Flowers to the Academy? Du Chengping grasped the implication, his mind swirling with numerous questions. Naturally, this would be a compensated donation. Meng Chuan nodded in agreement. However, what about regular maintenance? Flora will grow and wither. Thus, maintenance becomes the most crucial issue. The internal cyclical theory of the tricolored flower sea is a piece of wisdom passed down among the spirit plant masters. Those who understand how to maintain the flower sea include one on the verge of ascending to the inner gate and another preparing to conclude his life atop the awakening Thunder Peak. Neither is present at the Academy. So, who should undertake the maintenance of the tricolored flower sea? Jiang Mo stepped forward once again to elucidate, stating, regarding the maintenance of the tricolored flower sea, I will divide the task into multiple steps, allowing students from the botany discipline to learn and master the required operations and theoretical knowledge for each step. Ultimately, we can designate the more capable students to be specifically responsible for this aspect of the work. Of course, this will necessitate the granting of a certain number of credit points. Speaking of credit points, old man, do you not think this system requires further refinement? Chapter 72. Glory is ultimately a thing of the past. Du, the elder, disdainfully curled his lip. The credit point system has been in place since the establishment of the Outer Gate Academy, having undergone several centuries of optimization, and has been consistently employed ever since. If there were any significant flaws, the Academy would have descended into chaos long ago. It would hardly be your place, you little candle. To voice such opinions, Jiang Mo glanced at the elder's expression and could surmise his thoughts. Considering the dealings he had with the elder in both past and present lives, Jiang Mo had a profound understanding of Du Chengping's character. Du Chengping epitomizes the archetype of a mild-mannered traditionalist. His entry into the realm of cultivation coincided with the twilight of a tumultuous epoch in the world of immortality, a period that marked the zenith of the Jingzhe immortal sect. In the twilight of his years, he has become accustomed to reminiscing and adhering to old ways, hoping to rekindle the glories of the past. Yet, glory is ultimately a relic of yesteryears. It is the splendor that those living in the present yearn for and extol that can be deemed true glory. The luminaries who once illuminated the Jingzhe immortal sect during the Age of Strife have now become the stars of remembrance for the younger generation. As Du Chengping approaches the end of his lifespan and steps down from his role as the Outer Sect leader, the Outer Sect Academy is poised for a systemic reform. Among these reforms is the introduction of a credit system. Recently, while Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan were in seclusion, they engaged in profound discussions within the depths of their consciousness, transcending base frivolities to contemplate serious matters. Topics included post-graduation plans, foundational cultivation issues, and the contentious ownership of the three-color flower sea. Through the intricate tapestry of their fragmented memories from past lives, they unearthed the complete framework for the Outer Sect Academy's credit system reform, ultimately finalizing a plan for the monetized donation of the three-color flower sea. Old man, I know you are reluctant to change these rules, Jiang Mo offered in a gentle tone of persuasion, but the world has transformed beyond recognition. Unlike the past era of strife, where opportunities were abundant and even those with lesser talents could ascend to the realm of true monarchs with effort, such prospects are scarce now. The quality of one's aptitude directly dictates the ceiling of their cultivation realm. With the path of advancement monopolized by the 5 great sects, the opportunity to become a disciple of these sects represents the most significant chance for countless aspiring practitioners throughout their lives. Furthermore, there seems to be no visible expectations. Therefore, the sects must instill hope. It is essential for the younger generation to understand that their efforts are not in vain. Only then will they strive and resist the temptation of complacency. Jiang Mo's words were delivered with fervor, not as jest, but as heartfelt truth. This reflects the overall landscape of the cultivation world for the next 300 years. In 3 centuries, high-ranking cultivators will predominantly possess true spiritual roots, making someone of Jiang Mo's caliber a peak golden core cultivator with 3 spiritual roots exceedingly rare. Those with less remarkable qualifications are increasingly exhibiting a lack of proactive ambition. The yearning for the path of immortality has diminished among cultivators, and the very essence of cultivation has lost its intrinsic significance. Du Chongping listened intently to the impassioned speech of the youthful successor. For a brief moment, his expression appeared dazed, as if the young man before him were an elder with a similar cultivation journey. Yet, an impenetrable barrier separated them. He stands in the future, while I remained anchored in the past. In that instant, old Du seemed to age considerably, his eyes reflecting sorrow yet tinged with nostalgia. He gazed deeply at Jiang Imo, then let out a long sigh. Please continue sharing your insights. In my view, the issues surrounding the credit system and the qualifications for cultivation are intrinsically linked. Simply put, it is a matter of distribution. There are certainly others like me who are capable of amassing excessive credits upon graduation. Take Su Yunjia, who recently ascended to the inner sect, for example. Du Chongping was evidently quite impressed by this name. He was an exceptionally gifted alchemist. Although the total credits he accumulated were not as formidable as those of Jiang Imo, they were by no means insignificant. It was entirely feasible for him to carry away all the rewards for advancing to the inner sect. The implications of such a situation were rather dire. After all, for ordinary students, graduating and advancing by exchanging their accumulated credits for rewards, being able to select even one was considered fortunate. What then could be said of someone who takes everything in a bundle? What would other students think upon witnessing this? Just because of superior talent, one can claim everything, while those with lesser abilities are left with naught but scraps. What motivation would they have to strive harder? This could ultimately lead to a loss of ambition. Over time, the sect would lose a crucial segment of its foundational strength, and the very essence of cultivation would gradually fade away. The Jingjia immortal sect, which held dominion over the reincarnation mirror, required its disciples to possess tenacious will and a spirit of advancement even more than ever. Otherwise, the efficacy of the Tao-infused treasures would become increasingly trivial, causing the very foundation of the Jingjia immortal sect to waver and reveal a sense of decline. Initially, Du Chongping regarded this situation as an isolated case and dismissed it, yet after hearing the previous discourse, he suddenly recognized the lurking dangers within. He quickly discerned the pivotal issue at hand. What relevance does your discourse with me hold in relation to the donation of the floral sea? Jiang Imo continued to elucidate. It is quite simple. The problem lies within the credit system, specifically the excessively singular pathways for acquiring and utilizing credits. The Academy needs to diversify the means of credit acquisition, ensuring that students possess a surplus of credits first, before subsequently establishing avenues for their use. Take, for instance, my tricolor floral sea. First, allow them to master the various maintenance tasks of the flower sea, thereby earning credits. Simultaneously, the tricolored flower sea will be opened, enabling students who wish to rapidly enhance their cultivation to pay a certain amount of credits to practice within it. This approach not only sustains the circulation of credits, but also imparts knowledge to the students, elevates their cultivation, and reinforces their ambition. What a splendid duality. Even the traditionally rigid Du Chongping could not help but feel a surge of admiration upon hearing this, acknowledging that it is indeed a commendable idea. This notion, of course, is not solely attributed to Jiang Imo. Over the next 3 centuries, many have entertained similar thoughts. After prolonged discussions, they ultimately achieved a reformation in the external academy system. Jiang Imo merely expedited this outcome by several decades. Regrettably, due to the loss of fragmented memories, the overall essence of the system eludes his recollection, and he can only provide an explanation based on its more fundamental aspects, tailored to the current circumstances. He further added that the donation to the tricolored flower sea is merely one facet, akin to the various disciplines of the 8 arts of cultivation. Subsequent participation could encompass all of them. This, my old friend, is for you to manage as you see fit. After a long period of contemplation, Du Laotu regained his focus. At that moment, he seemed to have finally awakened, the lingering sense of lethargy that had previously enveloped him dissipating at last. However, when he cast a glance at the small wall lamp, his expression remained one of disdain. You, young man, have gone to great lengths to articulate so much. But to put it bluntly, you simply desire to pilfer something from me. Humph, just speak plainly. Chapter 73. Accompany me for a walk. A comical smirk immediately graced Jiang Mo's lips as he assumed an exceptionally magnanimous demeanor, patting the old man's shoulder. What kind of talk is this? What bond do we share? Are we not both striving for the advancement of the immortal sect? Surely, I would not take more than my fair share. Spare me your words. The old man, Du, displayed a look of disdain, swatting away someone's hand. To this day, he remains perplexed by the audacious little lamp before him, who possesses no understanding of venerating the elderly and the wise, yet has acted as if they were intimately acquainted from the very beginning. Strangely enough, he seems quite accustomed to this manner of interaction, as he feels no genuine anger towards the little lamp's impolite behavior. The old man is utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. Jiang Mo pretended to clear his throat and said, "Old Du, here is my proposition. If I were to return 3,000 exquisite spiritual herbs to the Academy, I could likely acquire enough credits to redeem the rewards needed for my promotion to the inner sect, with some to spare. I do not seek much, just a compromise. First and foremost, we require an exceptional cave dwelling within the inner sect, spacious enough for two to practice and reside comfortably, along with all the necessary items for its establishment. Secondly, I need 3,000 seeds each of the Baiyuling Long, Zijing Lan, and Hongxiu Fu Rong spiritual herbs, as well as a mid-grade or higher gathering array disc. Lastly, I wish to request a small favor from the esteemed Du Lao in my personal capacity." Upon hearing these demands, Du's contemptuous gaze deepened. What kind-hearted individual would conflate the first and second items within and in between? I ask you, it seems he is intent on merging 4 requests into just 2. Does he not? Might I trouble you for a small favor? Ha ha. When you require assistance, you know to call upon me, your esteemed elder. Typically, it is I who must await your summons, is it not? You truly possess remarkable abilities. However, at the heart of the matter, these 2, or rather, 4 requests are not particularly excessive. The sole valuable aspect among them is the superior dual cultivation chamber. Ascending to the inner sect, one must choose from the 12 peaks of awakening, after which one will obtain a reasonably good training room. As a foundational member of the inner sect, one must, while also pursuing cultivation, fulfill a variety of sect duties, some light, some burdensome, and others that entail risk. Yet, without exception, completion of these tasks yields contributions to the sect, which can be exchanged for all manner of necessary items. For ordinary foundational cultivators of the inner sect, the 2 primary aspirations are to accumulate contributions to purchase a personal cave dwelling and to gain enough experience to rise through the ranks and become a sect steward. Consequently, many outer sect disciples prioritize accumulating sufficient credits before graduation to secure their own cave dwelling upon their ascension to the inner sect. After much deliberation, Old Du finally nodded and said, "I can acquiesce to your requests, and the requisite credits will be allocated accordingly for you to exchange at your discretion. However, aside from the 3 colored flowers beyond the seas, you must compile a comprehensible and teachable textbook covering the necessary knowledge for maintaining the flower garden, and present it to me before your graduation. Can you manage that?" Confidently, Jiang Mo nodded and inquired, "As for this small favor of mine, it depends on the nature of the task, does it not? After all, these are merely trifling matters." Jiang Mo cast a deliberate glance at Meng Charan before approaching Old Du with a beaming smile, whispering a request meant solely for his ears. In an instant, the other 2 present regarded him with peculiar expressions. Jiang Mo feigned an air of mystery, pursing his lips in silence. Du Qingping, reflecting on Jiang Mo's earlier words, fixated on the storage ring adorning his finger, deep in contemplation. The little lamp was to have a pair of storage rings custom-made. It seemed likely he intended to gift one to the young lady, yet what sense did it make to present a storage ring of little value? Oh, the older generation is increasingly perplexed by the thoughts of the youth, and thus, their conversation came to a close. As Jiang Mo and Meng Charan departed from the outer gate steward hall hand in hand, dusk had already begun to settle outside. The scenery was undeniably improving. After more than 10 days of repairs, the outer gate academy, having endured considerable damage, had restored itself to its former glory. The numerous statues and buildings, as well as the tree-lined paths, appeared just as they always had. This marked the 5th autumn for the pair at the outer gate academy. The air was tinged with a melancholic charm, as the evening light fell upon the withered leaves along the shaded path, revealing the scant warmth of the season. As Jiang Mo prepared to soar on his sword, Meng Charan, by his side, linked her arm with his. "Let us take a stroll," she suggested, her smile radiating sweetness, seemingly in high spirits. "Very well," Jiang Mo replied, not uttering another word as he allowed her to clasp his arm. The 2 walked in unison along the leaf-strewn path, the crunching of leaves underfoot mingling with the autumn breeze, as if composing a familiar folk tune. "You appear to be in quite good spirits, my dear," Jiang Mo inquired casually, his tone as light as ordinary conversation. Meng Churin's smile radiated with even greater brilliance, her grip on Jiang Mo's arm tightening unconsciously, thus bringing the two of them closer together. Ah, how delightful! Could it be that this joy stemmed from the successful acquisition of their cave dwelling? Jiang Mo understood his beloved's sentiments well. In their previous life, when they secured a dwelling of their own, she exhibited the same exuberance. However, in that past life, their journey was far from the ease they experienced now. Upon their graduation, they had not accumulated sufficient credits and had instead endured countless sect tasks together, ultimately amassing enough contributions to purchase a shared cave dwelling. On the first day they moved in, her joy was so profound that tears streamed down her cheeks. "I am not happy merely because we have acquired the cave," Meng Churin replied. "Then what is the reason?" "It is because we finally have a home." In that fleeting moment, Jiang Mo experienced a vision where the Meng Churin of the past, who wept tears of joy, fused with the Meng Churin of the present, her smile radiant. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that she had never truly changed. She had always been easily satisfied and had consistently contemplated how to spend a lifetime of happiness with him. This indeed was a cause for celebration. The two, in perfect harmony, refrained from exhibiting excessive emotion over the matter, remaining nestled against one another as they strolled leisurely, as usual. Occasionally, playful banter and conversation would ensue, such as when Meng Churin would teasingly inquire about Jiang Mo's secretive dealings with old dude. Jiang Mo maintained an air of mystery, cleverly evading her questions, resolute in his decision to keep the surprise under wraps. After all, the true joy of a gift lies in the moment it is presented. Revealing it prematurely would diminish its charm. Meng Churin, however, became agitated, as a deep bite mark was left on Jiang Mo's wrist before she relented. When emotions run deep, they often remain implicit. Even when they threaten to surface, they manifest subtly, like the gentle sound of leaves falling in the wind. It was not until they reached the wooden cabin that Jiang Mo, seizing the last rays of the evening glow casting over the tricolor flower sea, embraced Meng Churin and kissed her for an extended period. Chapter 74. Shall we marry tonight? The graduation requirements for the outer sect of the Jingzhe immortal sect encompass two main criteria. First, one must complete and pass all mandatory subject examinations. Second, one must attain a cultivation level of at least the 8th layer of qi refinement and pass a comprehensive assessment of qualifications and potential for entry into the inner sect. The primary aim of this comprehensive evaluation is to ascertain the likelihood of a qi refinement practitioner successfully establishing their foundation. Generally, disciples of the outer sect who manage to graduate smoothly within a span of 15 years are capable of passing this assessment. The challenge lies in the fact that foundation establishment is not a straightforward endeavor and may encounter failures. Even with the most minimal odds, repeated attempts will eventually lead to success. However, it is inevitable that the resources consumed in the process will multiply. The Jingzhe immortal sect generously provides the resources for the initial attempt at foundation establishment. Should the first attempt fail, all subsequent resource expenditures will incur debt, which must be repaid through contributions to the sect following successful foundation establishment. Consequently, after conducting a comprehensive assessment, a theoretical probability of success for foundation establishment is derived, which then informs a series of subsequent measures. Should the theoretical probability be deemed too low, the Jingzhe immortal sect will kindly advise withdrawal. The reality, after all, is indeed harsh. Although the Celestial Gate possesses profound heritage, it ultimately exists as a collective formed by practitioners of the mystical arts, and it cannot sacrifice the interests of the whole for the sake of an individual. The reality that Jiang Mo must confront is equally harsh. 5 years have passed, and the 8-year foundation establishment plan he initially devised now has less than 3 years remaining, which is rather pressing for him, currently at the 7th level of qi refinement. First, he must break through to the 8th level of qi refinement, and then successfully graduate after completing a series of assessments at the Outer Sect Academy. Additionally, he needs to assist in compiling the tutorial for the maintenance procedures of the tricolor flower sea, and it is likely that a year will be insufficient. Following that, the most crucial aspect is the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Although Jiang Mo has yet to cultivate even a sliver of confidence, the opportunities present themselves, and it would be remiss not to give it a try. In summary, he cannot afford any mistakes in this foundation establishment. He must strive for success on the first attempt and reduce the time frame to within a year. In his previous life, he faced failure twice during his foundation establishment. which extended the entire process to over 3 years. Having gained familiarity through experience, this time he is determined to achieve a successful breakthrough in one attempt. With this resolve, Jiang Mo traversed the passage of a year. For mortals, a year is ample time for significant changes in life. They experience the seasonal labors of agriculture, celebrate the joyous feasts of newlyweds, or witness the addition of another pair of chopsticks at a family table. Yet, for cultivators, such moments are but fleeting instants. As their realms of cultivation ascend, their perception of time gradually diminishes. Were it not for the palpable passage of their lifespans, heaven and earth would appear static and devoid of meaning in their eyes. Hence, it is said that longevity can also be a curse. The concepts held by cultivators are often transformed by the protracted and tranquil nature of their lives. With the unchanging scenery before them, they tend to cherish the individuals and matters within their immediate reach even more. For instance, cultivators typically approach their relationships with partners with unwavering fidelity. Those who have experienced the metamorphosis of affection and subsequently formed a partnership ultimately remain devoted to one another for a lifetime. Instances of polygamy are exceedingly rare, often arising from tumultuous romantic entanglements prior to their union or from the very nature of their marriage being flawed. Accustomed to a prolonged period of serene existence, when confronted with tumultuous upheaval, they may find themselves at a loss for how to respond. This is exemplified by Jiang Mo, who is currently fleeing in a state of bewilderment from the formidable Meng Chuan, utterly unsure of how to navigate his predicament. The hills echo with Jiang Mo's pleas for understanding. The root of this present dilemma can be traced back to a rather impetuous kiss from a year prior. The catalyst was a recent period during which the couple, after enduring an extensive seclusion for cultivation, both successfully ascended to the 8th level of qi refinement. Jiang Mo suggested a temporary separation, allowing Meng Chuan to reside in the wooden cabin while he returned to his dilapidated cave dwelling. This was not a result of any discord or emotional dissonance between them. Rather, it stemmed from an excessive harmony that had developed over the course of the year, during which they lived and cultivated without any guard. Coupled with that rather impetuous kiss, both still unestablished in their foundation and very much tethered to their corporeal existence, it can be said that there was an irresistible impulse at play. The previous long retreat had already revealed some signs, and now, with another year past, they had both reached the age of 20, a prime time for procreation in the mortal realm. This exacerbated the situation further. Jiang Mo dreaded even a fleeting glance at Meng Chuan, whose emotions had grown increasingly sensitive, prone to bouts of anger and biting. At this critical juncture, Jiang Mo proposed separation, akin to igniting a powder keg. Thus, the couple's game of chase persisted until the sun began to set. Exhausted and resigned, Jiang Mo finally relinquished his escape, lying down amidst the vibrant tricolor flowers, his face a portrait of fatigue. Meng Chuan soon arrived, breathless. Once she calmed her breathing, she maintained a gentle smile, squatting beside Jiang Mo, and softly inquired, "My dear husband, could you elucidate the reasons for your desire to separate?" A chill ran down Jiang Mo's spine as he insincerely replied, "I told you, I am about to undertake my graduation assessment. I need to draft the instructional manual for maintaining the tricolor flower C. Is such work meant to be done in secrecy? No, it is just. Jiang Mo's expression was one of helplessness. He was well aware of Meng Chuan's state. Her emotions were too volatile, instinctively yearning to preserve their precarious two-person dynamic. She cared little for the ceremonial aspects of their union. For her, it was merely a matter of time, with little distinction. "I see you are disdainful of me." At the sight of Meng Chuan preparing to strike, Jiang Mo instinctively shut his eyes. Over the past year, he had grown accustomed to her rough behavior. Yet whether it was a slap or a bite, it lacked any real force, resembling more a playful display of affection. In a world constrained by traditional values, a young woman cannot truly abandon her dignity. Instead, she resorts to such behavior as a subtle indication of her desire for Jiang Mo to take the initiative. However, this time, Jiang Mo does not sense the slightest pain emanating from his body. Rather, a familiar warmth brushes against his lips. He opens his eyes to find Meng Chuan gazing at him with deep affection. Their eyes meet, and suddenly, Meng Chuan, with a hint of desperation, implores, "Jiang Mo, shall we marry tonight?" Jiang Mo does not nod. With a heart full of compassion, he embraces her, gently caressing her long hair, and softly replies, "Do you remember in our previous life, when we had just succeeded in our foundational cultivation, living and practicing together in the modest confines of the inner sect? We were eager to marry, promising to work together to earn enough contributions for the sect to purchase a cave dwelling of our own. Supporting each other as husband and wife is indeed precious. Yet, in this renewed life, I wish to spare you such hardships. At the very least, I desire to give you a more solemn wedding. Chapter 75. We cannot study together within the inner sect of the Jingzhisian sect on the secluded Guyu Peak. A sudden and violent explosion erupted from a private cave dwelling nestled in a remote valley, sending plumes of black smoke spiraling into the air, startling the birds and beasts nearby. In the adjacent room, a woman, seated in meditation, was startled into awakening. Habitually, she sprang to her feet, rushing toward the source of the explosion, calling out anxiously for her senior brother, Su. Jiang Panqing hurried to the edge of the billowing smoke, her heart racing as she extended her spirit into the room to observe. Her calls, however, seemed to diminish considerably, lacking in conviction. Su Shixiao, are you all right? It was only upon seeing a vague figure gradually materializing through the smoke that Jiang Panqing finally exhaled in relief. Su Yunjia was frantically waving his sleeves to disperse the smoke. His face appeared quite dark, not from the smoke, but rather as if Jiang Panqing had incited his ire. Unable to meet his gaze, she hastily bowed her head to apologize before he could speak. I'm sorry. I seem to have caused you more trouble again. Su Yunjia responded with a kind smile. Jiang Shimi, this marks the 4th time that an explosion has occurred due to your miscalculations in the herb ratios. I bear no blame towards you, as the primary responsibility for the failed alchemy lies with me. However, after a year of studying under me, it is rather concerning that you still cannot memorize the ratios for the most fundamental of pills, the qi condensing pill. Perhaps you should consider a change in vocation. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Panqing abruptly lifted her head, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. I find alchemy incredibly fascinating. I would never wish to leave. Whether it was the allure of alchemy or the charm of the alchemist remained unspoken, yet understood between them. Nearly 2 years prior, when Su Yunjia first settled at Guyu Peak, his junior sister Jiang Panqing had promptly followed suit, advancing to the inner sect and arriving at Guyu Peak as well. Subsequently, Su Yunjia encountered this junior sister Jiang almost daily, despite his frequent seclusion at home. Yet, the silhouette of a certain someone invariably lingered in his sight. Initially, Su Yunjia presumed this Jiang junior sister was a stalker with ulterior motives, until he confronted her in person and beheld her bashful demeanor that day. It was then that he began to fathom the circumstances. He mused that perhaps the beauty elixir concocted by his grandfather was indeed potent enough to easily captivate the hearts of the opposite sex. Henceforth, he deemed it prudent to refrain from casually gifting this elixir to others. If such a concoction could induce infatuation in female cultivators, might there exist a remedy to erase romantic entanglements? Surely, there must not be. Alas, though such a potion does not exist, I could endeavor to create one. I have even devised a name for it, Forgetful Elixir. For nearly the past 2 years, Su Yunjia's primary ambition has been to formulate the Forgetful Elixir, and he even contemplated making Jiang Panqing the inaugural test subject. Regrettably, after all this time, the elixir remains unrefined, though Jiang Panqing is on the verge of becoming his romantic interest, rather than merely a test subject. Brother, this is quite alarming. During that confrontation, Jiang Panqing fabricated an excuse for her surveillance, claiming she wished to study alchemy with him. We cannot study together. Su Yunjia promptly rejected the suggestion. Following this, Su Yunjia enjoyed approximately 2 months of freedom and comfort, believing he could immerse himself in his own world, living effortlessly. Little did he know, these would be his final 2 months. Su Yunjia would forever remember that evening when the sun was setting just right, and the mountain stream babbled melodiously. His cousin, Su Luoluo, who he seldom met, sent word that she wished to visit him. Considering her familial ties, he consented to her request. Shortly thereafter, he received another message from Su Luoluo, stating that a friend would accompany her. He paid it little mind, feeling indifferent. When the appointed hour arrived, Su Luoluo arrived at Su Yunjia's abode with her companion. Upon seeing the so-called friend and hearing the sweet voice addressing him as Brother Su, he was taken aback. What on earth, Su Luoluo, you foolish matchmaker? Do you find joy in leading your brother into such a predicament? It is said that 3 women can create a performance. Although only 2 women were present, it did not prevent Su Yunjia from being utterly stripped of his voice. Thus, the situation unfolded seamlessly. Jiang Panqing became Su Yunjia's sole apprentice, residing comfortably in his dwelling, her identity gradually shifting toward that of a partner. The entire process bore little connection to Su Yunja himself. However, as the die was cast, he chose not to express further objections. Su Yunja believed he was ill-suited to be a romantic partner for any woman. He was a man too engrossed in his own world, devoid of any traits associated with romance. Whoever sought to forge a bond with him would be lamentably unfortunate. Hence, he reasoned that with the passage of time, Jiang Panqing would receive no emotional reciprocation from him, and the initial fondness would inevitably wane. When that time came, she would find an excuse to depart. He, Su Yunja, could break free from his bonds and regain his liberty. In this world, matters that unfold according to one's desires are but a rare occurrence, merely 1 in 10 or 12. To this day, events have not transpired in alignment with Su Yunja's expectations. Jiang Panqing has gradually become more entangled, evolving from initial fondness to genuine affection. Su Yunja himself finds himself engulfed in confusion, now gazing at the stubborn smile of the woman before him. Despite the myriad of words swirling within, all that escapes him is a long sigh. It is all Su Luoluo's fault. Just as the atmosphere between them threatened to grow awkward, a sweet and optimistic call resonated from the cave. Su Shixiao, Jiang Shiji. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yunja felt the veins on his forehead throb, and his fists clenched instinctively. Then, a petite girl clad in a green dress appeared in the cave. Su Yunja gritted his teeth, glaring at her without uttering a word. Hello, Su Shimi. Jiang Panqing greeted with an awkward smile. Su Luoluo's eyes darted between the two, and after taking a deep breath, she confidently placed her hands on her hips and declared, seeing the progress in your relationship brings me peace. Peace, my foot, which eye of yours sees progress. I will personally tear it out. Su Yunja shot a furious glare at Su Luoluo. You truly do not know? Su Luoluo looked at Su Yunja with some surprise. Cousin, I advise you not to be the kind of person who forgets his friends once he has a woman. Today marks the day of your good friend, Jiang Mo, from the outer sect, being promoted to the inner sect. Are you not planning to go and congratulate him? Chapter 76. The tower in the clouds. Has Jiang Mo ascended to the inner sect so swiftly? Su Yunza's initial reaction was one of astonishment, which soon morphed into a peculiar gaze as he scrutinized Su Luoluo. Noticing her increasingly flustered demeanor, his mood lifted with delight. Oh, weren't you supposed to have severed ties with junior brother Jiang? How is it that you remain so well informed about him? Su Yunza teased. Su Luoluo's face flushed instantly, and she retorted defiantly, Humph. Is it so wrong for Luoluo to go greet junior sister Meng? Since when did you become so close with junior sister Meng? Su Yunza continued to press, relentless in his mockery. Enraged and embarrassed, Su Luoluo stamped her foot and pronounced each word with emphasis. You have no say in this. Haha. You're flustered. Then off you go. Su Yunza felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, then feigned indifference as he waved his hand dismissively, stating, Given my rapport with junior brother Jiang, it matters not if I choose not to attend. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave. I am about to concoct some elixirs. With that, Su Yunza intended to return to the alchemy chamber. Seeing her cousin's pretense, Su Luoluo felt a surge of urgency and promptly blocked his path. No, you must accompany me. The corners of Su Yunza's mouth twitched, an irrepressible smile spreading across his face as he reveled in the satisfaction of retribution. Why? Su Yunza managed to suppress his amusement and countered. Luoluo finds it embarrassing to go alone. At last, Su Luoluo lowered her proud head. At this moment, Jiang Panqing tugged at Su Yunja's sleeve and said, Brother Su, perhaps you should accompany Sister Su for a while. After all, the alchemy room is currently unusable. Su Yunja pondered for a moment and found this reasoning to be sound. With a resigned sigh, he spread his hands and replied, All right, let us first pay a visit to junior brother Jiang. Su Luoluo looked at Su Yunja with a face full of melancholy and murmured, 10 of Luoluo's words cannot compare to a single one from Sister Jiang. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was attentive. Jiang Panqing, blushing, lowered her head and quickly changed the subject. You two go ahead. I shall stay behind to organize the alchemy room. Just as Jiang Panqing turned to flee, Su Yunja swiftly grasped her wrist, saying, You should come with me. Oh dear, together. At that moment, Su Luoluo, who had been left out, could no longer bear the scene and emitted some sarcastic remarks. The two immediately turned awkward, almost simultaneously releasing each other's hands. Su Yunja awkwardly clarified, I meant no other intention. I simply feared that leaving you alone to organize might completely disrupt the arrangement of the alchemy room. So it is best to leave it for now. Jiang Panqing, her face flushed, nodded without speaking. With their plans settled, the three of them set off together towards the assessment site for ascending to the inner sect, Jingzhe Peak, the Outer Sect Academy. Although the Outer Sect Academy of the Jingzhe sect was constructed in the vicinity of the main peak, its location was merely that of a modest hill compared to the grandeur of Jingzhe Peak. Yet, at the highest point of the hill where the Outer Sect Academy was situated, there stood a magnificent, towering edifice. The ethereal golden staircase spirals upwards around the towering edifice, its apex vanishing into the clouds. Above, the clouds appear to follow a certain order, intricately connecting with the distant 12 peaks of the awakening of insects, forming a smooth pathway. The staircase of the tower and the aerial clouds represent the two assessments for ascending to the inner sect of the awakening of insects' immortal sect. Gazing far and wide and walking on air, the former evaluates talent and foundation, while the latter tests one's character and will. Both attributes are complementary and serve as reliable measures of the likelihood of successfully establishing a foundation. Those of ordinary talent can solidify their base, easily ascending the tower. Willpower serves as the support for one's character, which varies among individuals, emphasizing the importance of self-perception. Establishing a foundation is not merely a breakthrough in realms, but also a process of crystallizing one's resolve. The former lays the groundwork for traversing the path to immortality, while the latter determines the course of that journey. Almost every few days, individuals come here to attempt the ascent of the tower, subsequently stepping onto the clouds and heading towards the 12 peaks of the inner sect. Today is no exception. Beneath the tower, Jiang Mo and Meng Charan stand hand in hand amidst the sparse crowd. Approaching the entrance to the golden staircase, they encounter an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, who stands guard. This venerable elder is the guardian of the tower, a golden core elder of the awakening of insects' immortal sect, fully responsible for the affairs of ascension to the inner sect. Next, his aged voice calls out. A robust young man steps forward from the crowd, approaches, presents his identity token, and bows to the elder. The elder glances at him and states, Luo Jing, ordinary spiritual root, 8th layer of Qi refinement. Are you certain of your decision to ascend the tower at this moment? Yes, elder, comes the reply. Then proceed. A young man named Luo Jing stood before the staircase, hesitating as he took deep breaths to alleviate his anxiety. Below him, a scattered crowd murmured in discussion. With the 4 spiritual roots and merely reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement, I doubt he can succeed. Indeed, it seems likely that he will be dissuaded. It is nearly impossible for someone with less than the 9th level of Qi refinement to attempt to ascend the tower. What could possess him to pursue such an endeavor? Are you new here? Once you have seen enough, you will understand. Most of them are merely students on the brink of expulsion, seeking a final stroke of luck. Students on the verge of expulsion? After 15 years in the outer sect, only reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement? What else could he be? In recent years, many such individuals have appeared, and without exception, they possess only ordinary spiritual roots. Frankly, the immortal sect should never have allowed those with ordinary roots to enter. Indeed, why offer hope only to let them experience the anguish of grasping at something just out of reach? The murmurs from the crowd reached Jiang Mo and Ming Churen's ears. They exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware of each other's sentiments. The base of the tower was perpetually filled with cultivators drawn to the spectacle, who would wax eloquent about the fates of others as a means of distracting themselves from their own similar destinies. Some among them might, alas, possessing commendable temperament, yet struggling to surpass the hurdle of innate talent. The elder beneath the towering edifice shook his head with a sigh, activating the teleportation array to send the young man, Luo Jing, away from this place. Next, among the scattered crowd, no one else stepped forward. Many of them faced the same predicament as Luo Jing, and the outcome of the former only served to render them hesitant. Among mortals, those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, and even among cultivators, possessing exceptional aptitude is far from commonplace. After a brief moment, still no one answered. Jiang Mo grasped Meng Charan's hand and inquired with a smile, "Shall we go together?" "Certainly." Chapter 77. This path may not be easy to tread. Jiang Mo and Meng Charan, hand in hand, approached the base of the golden staircase, bowing respectfully to the elder while presenting their identity tokens. Jiang Mo, possessing 3 spiritual roots, was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Meng Charan, with a true spiritual root, was also at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The elder gazed at the young couple with some astonishment and asked, "Are you intending to ascend the tower together?" Both nodded in unison. "Are you certain?" The elder inquired once more. They affirmed again with a nod. Following their confirmation, a more fervent discussion erupted among the scattered crowd below. What will happen if the two ascend the tower simultaneously? It has never been witnessed before. However, I have heard that ascending together not only fails to alleviate the pressure on each other, but rather amplifies the resistance exponentially. Indeed, I have also heard that when two individuals ascend together, each must endure more than double the resistance, making the overall difficulty approximately quadrupled. It seems they may not even manage to ascend at all. Observing the two, one could easily surmise they share a bond akin to that of Tao partners. It baffles me how they can indulge in such displays of affection without regard for the occasion. The man possesses 3 spiritual roots. I can hardly fathom how he manages to ascend the tower alone, let alone with the woman accompanying him. Such a demeanor strikes me as rather selfish. Alas, what a pity it is for her to possess genuine spiritual roots of such caliber. I wonder how the celestial sect will respond should they meet with failure. Why do I find these two faces oddly familiar? Jiang Mo and Meng Charan overheard the discourse below. They paid no heed to the idle chatter or objections, merely exchanging a knowing smile as they clasped hands and ascended the golden staircase. A profound and terrifying pressure, reaching down to their very essence, descended upon them, causing their steps to grow noticeably heavier. Yet, they continued to advance with an air of leisurely grace, as if embarking on a casual stroll. This scene left onlookers utterly astounded. Were it not for their reverence for the celestial sect, they might have risen to demand an inquiry into the fairness of the assessment. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the tower, 3 distinguished figures materialized in succession. They were among the 12 esteemed leaders of the Jingzhe celestial sect. Specifically, they were the heads of Guyu Peak, Bailu Peak, and Jingzhe Peak. While the Jingzhe sect lacks an official sect leader, the head of the main peak, Jingzhe Peak, wields relatively greater authority. To my astonishment, you indeed guessed correctly. They have chosen to ascend the tower together. The youth of today are indeed an incredible enigma. The head of Jingzhe Peak, who bore the countenance of an average middle-aged man, pointed at the white-haired head of Guyu Peak and chuckled. The head of Guyu Peak stroked his beard and smiled, remaining silent and exuding the demeanor of a benevolent elder. As the sole female representative of Bailu Peak, she cast a disdainful glance at the master of Guyu Peak, then remarked with evident disdain, "I must ask, Lu Yingchuan, could you possibly remove the white hair from your face? There's no need to feign being an old man here." Lu Yingchuan, the master of Guyu Peak, retorted with indifference, "Huh? An ignorant woman. What I possess is the demeanor of a true sage." You, the master of Bailu Peak, infuriated, felt her chest heave with indignation, and just as a quarrel seemed imminent, the master of Jingzhe Peak intervened to mediate. "Well then, old Lu, which of the 12 peaks do you think these two will choose?" With unwavering confidence, Lu Yingchuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back and replied, "Naturally, it shall be my Guyu Peak." "Uft, I would argue it is my Bailu Peak." The master of Bailu Peak immediately countered. "And what grounds do you have for that?" "Intuition." Lu Yingchuan shot back in a mocking tone. "Surely you do not believe that just because the girl possesses artistic talent, she will inevitably join your Bailu Peak? That would be a gross miscalculation, the decision of which peak these two children will choose rests solely with the boys. Do you presume all women are as unreasonable as you? That girl is dutiful and virtuous." "Unreasonable? Not virtuous?" The master of Bailu Peak, incensed by his words, fumed. "It has been so long since our divorce, Lu Yingchuan, yet you have truly become audacious. Uft, were it not for the coercion from your family, do you think I would have willingly married you? You, the ungrateful ingrate. What gratitude? What obligation? Does this imply that you, the young lady of the Eastern noble family, are to become a mere servant? Enough, enough. You two should cease your quarrels upon every encounter." The venerable master of Jingzhe Peak, unable to bear the discord any longer, stepped between them to mediate the situation. On the golden steps of the tower, in stark contrast to the din above, a sense of tranquility prevailed. Jiang Mo and Meng Charan had ascended to the upper half of the tower, where the challenges intensified significantly. Their pace was no longer leisurely. Indeed, Jiang Mo appeared to stumble, while Meng Charan, though seemingly at ease, chose not to hasten. Instead, she offered her support, matching his rhythm as they ascended slowly together. The disparity in their cultivation talents became apparent at this moment. As they approached the pinnacle of the tower, with merely 10 steps remaining, Jiang Imo was drenched in sweat, his knees trembling. Yet, each time he faltered, Meng Churen was there to steady him, and together they stepped onto the final stair. "My husband, we have arrived." The summit of the tower felt almost within grasp of the heavens, as the unfiltered sunlight illuminated her smile, imbuing it with a warmth that touched the heart. That is well. Jiang Imo summoned the last vestiges of his strength to return her smile. "You have half an hour to rest," came the voice of the ancient figure at the tower's base, signaling their successful passage and silencing any further discussions. The onlookers gazed upon the couple at the tower's foot, their eyes reflecting a spectrum of emotions, longing, envy, and jealousy, until an incongruous voice broke through the murmurs. "I remember now. Aren't these two the companions who previously joined forces to vanquish the monstrous beings of the human realm?" Consequently, a commotion erupted beneath the tower once more. Half an hour later, the second assessment of the inner sect, Ascending with Grace, officially commenced. Jiang Imo stood atop the tower, gazing at the 12 diverging paths, as fragments of memories from his past life resurfaced in his mind. At that time, they had not been so audacious. The two ascended the tower together. However, it was Jiang Imo who first embarked on the climb. As expected, his ascent was no easy feat after enduring countless hardships to reach the summit. He chose the path leading to the peak of awakening. He navigated the trial of ascending with grace with relative ease. When he stood at the end and looked back, he saw Meng Churen stepping onto the clouds leading to the peak of awakening, albeit at a leisurely pace. Jiang Imo felt a pang of concern. Perhaps Meng Churen had harbored similar feelings when she observed him climbing the tower. Thus, this time, they chose to ascend together. At that moment, Meng Churen linked her arm with Jiang Mo's and inquired, "Husband, which path do you intend to take?" Jiang Imo stepped onto the clouds, responding through his actions. As he did, several gazes from above the tower fell upon them, with Lu Yingchuan appearing particularly pleased. He had previously acquired information through special channels. Well aware that Jiang Imo and Meng Churen would ascend the tower together and ultimately choose the path to the Valley of Rain. However, this path may not be an easy one to traverse. Chapter 78. A Life Without Regrets. Why Yearn for Immortality? Meng Churen closely followed, stepping onto the clouds. The second assessment of the inner sect, Ascending with Grace, tested one's temperament and will, serving as a trial of the Tao heart. The foundational stage is the process of consolidating the Tao heart. In the realm of late-stage Qi refinement practitioners on the verge of foundation establishment, a lack of resolute and steadfast self-awareness regarding their path to immortality may serve as a formidable obstacle. Indeed, those who falter in their mental fortitude may easily give rise to inner demons during this critical juncture, ultimately leading to irrevocable ruin. Meng Churen understood that this journey remained arduous for her. From the outset, she harbored no illusions of reaching the pinnacle of the immortal path or witnessing the fervent aspirations of countless cultivators. Her sole desire was to remain by a certain someone's side, sharing a lifetime of happiness together. With such thoughts in her heart, she embarked upon the path of immortality, inevitably confronting a myriad of challenges. Unsurprisingly, her steps grew increasingly burdensome. The profound interrogation of her soul rendered her momentarily lost. The picturesque mountains and streams before her faded into obscurity, replaced by mundane urban scenery. It appeared as though the raucous sounds of Swona and drums reverberated through the air, heralding a wedding procession adorned with silken ribbons, moving joyously towards a certain destination. At the forefront of the procession, the groom, mounted on a majestic steed, was the most familiar figure to her. Ultimately, the wedding procession halted before the Ming family mansion, where the bride, her face concealed beneath a red veil, was surrounded by her family as she entered the bridal sedan. Meng Churen found herself entranced by this scene, yearning for the bride within the sedan to be none other than herself, longing for this vision of happiness to endure. Moments later, the scene shifted to the wedding night, where the groom lifted the bride's red veil, and as the curtains fell around the bed, the lights within the room dimmed. Following a single cry, the household would soon require an additional set of dishes. As the years passed, the couple took on the burdens of life, inheriting the responsibilities from their aging elders. Years later, an elderly couple, still supporting each other, walked along the street where they once celebrated their union, heading towards the final embrace of the setting sun. The bustling lanes, filled with the mundane rhythms of life, need not evoke a sense of melancholy. What lies at the bottom of the celadon dish is the moonlight, simmered through 3 parts of earthly toil, What ripples in the white porcelain bowl is the morning frost, born of 7 parts of worldly affairs. This, they say, is love, a lingering fragrance fermented by the passage of time. The tribulations of life, though abundant, must eventually cease. What need is there for regrets in this fleeting existence? Meng Charan found herself ensnared in this moment, unable to take another step. Jiang Mo, however, continued his forward march. Before him lay the envisioned future, a pathway to immortality that promised smooth sailing, with the scenery at the journey's end beckoning him onward. Thus, this journey felt remarkably effortless. Even though the hand that once clasped his arm had long since vanished, he paid it no heed. He cast aside all distractions, pursuing his goal with unwavering focus. Was he truly prepared to relinquish everything? At that moment, an inopportune voice echoed within him. Jiang Mo suddenly felt a piercing pain in his chest, compelling him to halt. When he lifted his gaze again, the landscape before him seemed to fade into the distance. Panic surged within him, and as he reached out instinctively, the tearing ache in his chest drained him of all strength. Was he genuinely willing to forsake it all? The voice within him resonated once more. Jiang Mo pressed his hand against his chest, aware that his heartbeat raced chaotically, a sign of his distress, as if he had lost something irreplaceable, plunging him into a state of frantic fear. He murmured the question incessantly, his eyes unconsciously darting to the crook of his left arm. In a frenzy, he scanned his surroundings, only to find her absence looming large beside him. Chuchan, Chuchan, Meng Chuchan. In an instant, Jiang Mo seemed to lose his sanity, repeatedly calling her name. When exhaustion set in, he turned to glance back, and there she was, not far behind. Often, when we cannot find those who hold significance in our lives, it is wise to look back. Perhaps they have yet to catch up. The vacant gaze of Jiang Mo regained its luster. He then brushed away the celestial path and future before him, unsteadily turning back. He staggered to Meng Chuchan's side. Discovering her weakened form collapsed upon the clouds, her will dissipating rapidly, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face. In their past lives, they had walked their separate paths. How arduous it had been for her to traverse this cloud layer. Now, returning to this life, the celestial journey seemed to her more akin to a solitary island at sea. There was no necessity to continue onward. I should have anticipated this. I nearly lost you once more. We had promised to walk together this time. Jiang Mo exerted the last vestiges of strength within him, cradling Meng Chuchan in his arms, moving forward step by step. Before him, the celestial path had vanished, revealing a multitude of graves, countless wandering souls and restless spirits, symbols of life's ultimate conclusion, an infernal realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo's body was marred by black fissures, an aura of destruction coalescing around him. Above, ominous dark clouds began to gather, heralding the onset of a trial wrought by inner demons. The ascent to the ethereal realm was the precursor to the crystallization of the heart's resolve. Though Jiang Mo's heart remained steadfast in this life, it was still shrouded in dust. If he could not pierce through it, he would ultimately succumb to the fate of death and the dissolution of his path. The illusion born from obsession has been shattered, and what now confronts us is the final counterattack of the heart's demons. The elder at the base of the tower furrowed his brow, gazing at the calamity-laden clouds, lost in contemplation. Above, the 3 esteemed heads observed the scene with similar expressions, perplexed as to why a nascent cultivator, whose heart had yet to solidify, would attract such tribulations. This was a consequence of the recent turmoil in the outer sect. The 2 young ones had become the focal point of their attention. Thus, when these 2 ascended to the inner sect, they had made a special trip to witness the event, only to stumble upon this current predicament. The impulsive head of Bai Lu Peak was eager to intervene, but was promptly restrained by Lu Yingchuan, the head of Guyu Peak, who then scolded her with evident ire. Are you a fool? How can you meddle in the heart's tribulation? Before Bai Lu Peak's head could retort, the head of Jingzhi Peak interjected. This is the first time I have witnessed the heart's tribulation during the qi refinement stage. Old Lu, what is your take on this? Lu Yingchuan stroked his beard and replied, I have no inkling, yet I believe these 2 children are fated to survive. Let us observe the unfolding events. If there is a chance to save them, we shall. Above the clouds, Jiang Mo was entirely enveloped by the destructive aura of the heart's tribulation. The chilling, deathly presence obscured his path forward, manifesting a scene of desolation. Abandon her. Cast aside your emotions. Countless voices echoed within Jiang Mo's heart, akin to the wails of tormented spirits in a purgatory. Without her, you can devote yourself entirely to the path, and you shall journey further. You should never have come together. Cast her aside. Forsake everything to pursue the future you desire. The chaotic and tumultuous scenes of hell unfolded before Jiang Mo's eyes, seemingly foreshadowing a fate where, together with Meng Churen, they would inevitably tread the path towards death. The gates of Fengdu opened with the incantations of the underworld. The soul-locking banners of the Nine Nether Path hung solemnly, and the cold, three-live stone in the city of the wronged echoed with despair. Even if the 10 Yama kings were to rage in fury, he would wish to hold the Qingming lantern with her, illuminating the desolate river of oblivion. Should their primordial spirits scatter and clarity fade, he would fashion their longing into a wick and carve half a heart into a vessel, navigating the bone-chilling, soul-consuming waters of the 3,000 cold rivers. Chapter 79. The terminus of the road above the clouds, a singular focus on the path? The scenery at the end of the immortal road? Regardless of the past or the future, none of these held significance. What mattered was their promise to walk together this time. The underworld before them began to fragment as the aura of tribulation dissipated. The obscured and illusory heart of the Tao finally blossomed into a radiant brilliance at this moment. Jiang Mo's heart of Tao reached completeness, and his cultivation encountered a breakthrough. The 9th layer of Qi refinement represented the pinnacle of this stage. The malevolent spirits were cast away, revealing a realm of clear skies and refreshing air. Only now did Jiang Mo truly emerge from the shadows of the past. Just as Meng Churen realized the essence of love, he too finally understood what was precious. Together, they stepped upon the terminus of the road above the clouds, witnessing the end of their journey. Although the future remained uncertain and uncharted, they could now face it hand in hand, crafting their own eternal present. The 3 esteemed figures high above in the heavens exhaled in unison as they witnessed the dissipating tribulation of the heart's demons. Unexpectedly, this little one had seen through the heart's trials. Indeed, quite the remarkable feat. The first to speak was the head of the Jingzhi Peak. At the peak of Guyu, Lu Yingchuan, lost in his own thoughts, sighed. Ah, how enviable it is. I once dreamt of having a companion to traverse life with, mutually supporting each other. What a blissful affair that would be. We certainly met in humble circumstances, yet one day, a formidable figure arrived, revealing that she is actually a young lady from a prestigious lineage of cultivators, now seeking to whisk her away from my side. Old Lu, isn't that rather amusing? The one addressed as Old Lu, the master of Jingzhi Peak, chuckled awkwardly, aware that he could not partake in such a conversation. Surprisingly, the very lady in question, the master of Bailu Peak, refrained from undermining the discourse. Instead, she averted her gaze to the distance, concealing the complexity within her eyes. Unperturbed by the thoughts of others, Lu Yingchuan continued with a sigh. I was merely 15 when she was taken away. That day, I had just been tested for my spiritual root aptitude, which turned out to be an inconspicuous 3 roots, yet sufficient for me to tread the path of the immortal. I longed for the day I could seek her out, but alas, our reunion came a century later, where everything had changed. Had she not been taken that day, perhaps we would have shared a fate akin to those 2 little ones. Then Wen Ti, I have married you? A voice, tinged with melancholy, suddenly interrupted his reflection. Lu Yingchuan managed a wry smile. It should be I who married you. The daughters of the Eastern family do not have the tradition of marrying down. It is simply an inevitable circumstance. Indeed, that was correct. However, the one I cherish is the little girl who shared a pancake with me amidst the bustling mundane world, rather than the esteemed young lady, Dongfang Tangya, of the Eastern family. As the esteemed leader of the Bailu Peak, Dongfang Tangya yearned to continue the debate. However, Lu Yingchuan merely waved his hand, stating, "Let bygones be bygones. I only express a fleeting sentiment. There is no need for concern. The 2 young ones have already arrived at Guyu Peak. I shall go and take a look." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Yingchuan's figure vanished without a trace. Dongfang Tangya was left standing alone, consumed by her melancholy. The leader of Jingzhi Peak, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, attempted to offer comfort, saying, "Old Lu possesses such a temperament. He may appear easygoing, yet he is inherently proud. Nevertheless, he still harbors feelings for you. His current resentment towards the Dongfang clan is not solely due to you, but also because of your several brothers. I am well aware. There is no need for your unsolicited commentary." Dongfang Tangya shot a glare at this would-be peacemaker, snorting in disdain before vanishing as well. The leader of Jingzhi Peak stood there, a visage of frustration etched upon his face. What have I said wrong? At Guyu Peak. At the culmination of their journey above the clouds, Jiang Imo and Meng Charan finally took their final step, entering the inner sanctum of the Jing Zhixian sect. As the oppressive weight lifted, Meng Charan gradually regained her vitality. At the opportune moment, Jiang Imo gently set her down. Meng Charan gazed at Jiang Imo. A hint of guilt reflected in her eyes. She had once again troubled him. With a playful pinch to her cheek, Jiang Imo jested, I must say, I feel you have truly gained considerable weight over the past year. Carrying you for this stretch has nearly left me with a strained hand. Meng Charan's face flushed crimson as she retorted stubbornly, I have not gained weight. Look at my slender arms and legs. How could I possibly appear plump? Then it must be your waist that is thick. You are the one with a thick waist. In the midst of their banter, Jiang Mo's gaze fell upon several familiar figures not far ahead. He hurried over to greet them, Senior Brother Su, Senior Sister Su, Junior Brother Jiang, and Junior Sister Meng. Welcome to Guyu Peak. Su Yunjia sincerely responded with congratulations. The junior brother before him, who had not been taller than him a few years prior, had now grown to maturity, exuding a more refined presence. Although he had previously sensed the ominous signs of heart demon tribulations, their established rapport led him to refrain from inquiring about such matters. Beside him, Su Luoluo pursed her lips, offering no response to Jiang Mo's greeting. Instead avoiding his gaze, Su Yunjia noticed Su Luo's demeanor and, with a hint of casualness, remarked, speaking of which, I owe my presence here to Su Luo's reminder. Otherwise, I would have regretted missing the chance to welcome you properly, junior brother. Upon hearing this, Su Luoluo felt a surge of frustration, nearly leaping up in indignation. So now it's a mistake? Who was it that said it was fine not to come? You just want to see me make a fool of myself. Jiang Mo was not surprised that Su Luoluo had learned of his ascent to the inner sect in advance. He had previously informed the attendant of the outer sect's Samu Hall, Nengong Yi, as a form of farewell. It was not unexpected for Su Luoluo to glean this information from her grandmother. Jiang Mo had no intention of engaging in prolonged conversation with Su Luoluo. Given her prior affections towards him, direct dialogue now felt quite awkward. At that moment, Meng Charan stepped forward and addressed Su Luoluo, saying, Senior Sister Su and Senior Brother Su, since you intend to host a welcoming gathering for us, may I inquire what preparations you have made? Su Luoluo gazed at her junior sister, who was significantly younger yet always seemed to be a head shorter than her. Feeling quite embarrassed and momentarily at a loss for words. Her visit today was indeed for Jiang Mo, but not due to the lingering affection she had long since set aside. Rather, it was an endeavor to salvage a friendship. Jiang Mo bore the inherited mark of her grandmother, and thus she thought they should not remain strangers. Uncertain of how to convey this sentiment, she stammered, attempting to articulate her thoughts, and ultimately pointed at Su Yunjia, exclaiming, he must have prepared something. Su Yunjia glanced at Jiang Mo and smiled helplessly. I have prepared some light wine. Would the junior brother care to indulge? How could I refuse such an invitation from my senior brother? Chapter 80. The mark of reverence for the heavenly Tao. The group arrived at Su Yunjia's cave dwelling. Upon first arrival, Jiang Mo was left with an exceptionally good impression. Nestled in a remote area, there were scarcely any neighbors within several miles. Though it appeared secluded, it contributed to an atmosphere of tranquility and elegance. The cave was a standard double dwelling. According to Su Yunjia's explanation, the additional space was initially intended for storage, yet unexpectedly became the residence of another. Perhaps for this reason, the interior was not as chaotic as the outer door, and Su Yunjia himself was no longer as disheveled as before. He retrieved several jars of fine wine from his precious cellar to entertain Jiang Mo and his companion. Cultivators are typically not driven by appetite. However, the exquisite spiritual wine crafted from rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures is one of the few beverages they indulge in. Jiang Mo has now attained considerable mastery in the art of nature, discerning the quality of wine merely by observing its hue and inhaling its aroma, instantly concluding that it is indeed a fine vintage. This skill has garnered him a flurry of compliments and pleasantries. After a few cups, the three female cultivators found themselves unaccustomed to the drink, prompting Jiang Panqing to lead the other two into her boudoir, intending to host a ladies' tea gathering. Consequently, Jiang Mo and Su Yunjia felt an immediate sense of relief, allowing their conversation to flow freely. Brother, in the years we've been apart, how have you cast aside your previous convictions to find such an understanding companion? Jiang Mo seized the opportunity to delve into his most pressing curiosity. Su Yunjia, with a wry smile, shook his head, realizing that this was a topic he found particularly challenging to discuss, prompting him to take a swig of his drink. "Do not speak of such nonsense. We have not yet reached that stage," he retorted, implying that perhaps his elder brother was indeed contemplating a deeper connection. Jiang Mo, relentless in his teasing, quipped, but that suggests you are inclined to pursue such a development, no?" Su Yunjia sighed deeply. "It is a difficult situation. I am but a fledgling cultivator, still brimming with youthful vigor. Living in close quarters with a beautiful young female cultivator, any normal man would undoubtedly entertain certain thoughts. However, I have devoted my entire life to the art of alchemy, with my focus unwavering. When it comes to matters of the heart, I truly know nothing. I fear I might hinder her progress and, for my own sake, have maintained a certain distance from her. Love is a mutual affair, and I believe that a consistent separation would deter her. Yet, as you can see, things have not unfolded as I had hoped. If there is blame to be assigned, it can only fall upon Su Luoluo for meddling. Junior brother, you must surely understand the sentiments of an elder brother." Jiang Mo nodded, raising a cup in respect. He was indeed aware of the complexities that arose from such matters, having recently experienced discord with Meng Charan over similar issues. Just as he was about to speak, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated beside him. "If one harbors intentions, why not liberate oneself from the shackles of the heart? The affairs of love, after all, thrive on mutual desire. Why feign entanglement?" Su Yunjia and Jiang Mo exchanged bewildered glances, then turned their attention to the figure at their side. A stranger materialized from the ether. This individual appeared to be a man slightly older than them. Upon recognizing him, both Su Yunjia and Jiang Mo were struck with a peculiar blend of astonishment and disbelief. The chief seat? Lu Yingchuan. Clearly, this was Lu Yingchuan, the head of Gaiyufeng, revealing his true countenance after removing his faux white hair. The two brothers prepared to rise and pay their respects. Lu Yingchuan waved his sleeve to interrupt, smiling as he said, "Spare me the formalities. I have come to partake in some wine, not to seize it." Su Yunjia, his expression tinged with embarrassment, replied, "Esteemed elder, the quality of this wine is rather inferior, I fear." "Inferior or not, your grandfather used to send me this wine regularly, and I barely finished it. Now, you hesitate to share?" Lu Yingchuan continued. "Now, let us all take a seat." Jiang Mo and Su Yunjia promptly returned to their places. Among the 12 peaks of Jingjia, Lu Yingchuan was one of the few individuals Jiang Mo was familiar with, not through frequent interactions, but due to the man's illustrious reputation. In his previous life, Jiang Mo truly came to know Lu Yingchuan only after reaching the core formation stage, by which time Lu Yingchuan had already become an elderly figure. Lu Yingchuan was undeniably a legendary character within the Jingjia immortal sect. He, possessing the exceptional aptitude of 3 spiritual roots, reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage before the age of 400, becoming one of the foremost leaders among the peaks. Additionally, he was the husband of the esteemed lady of the Eastern family, Dongfang Tangya, making him a quintessential example of a rags-to-riches story. Yet, this was not the most indelible impression on Jiang Mo's mind. What lingered most vividly was the moment when Lu Yingchuan faced the tribulation of the nascent soul at the twilight of his life. Like all practitioners with 3 spiritual roots, Lu Yingchuan chose to remain dormant at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, sacrificing his youthful visage for over 200 years of profound enlightenment. As his lifespan dwindled, he boldly challenged the celestial trials. Ultimately, he met with failure. This defeat etched a mark of reverence for the heavenly path in the hearts of all golden core practitioners with 3 spiritual roots, including Jiang Mo. His demise was akin to a tumultuous wave, shattering the dreams of the lower strata and collapsing the last bastion of the Eastern family. Dongfang Tangya was left heartbroken by Lu Yingchuan's death. With the loss of their final heir, the Eastern family found itself in a state of decline, retreating from its once prominent position in the realm of cultivation. As Jiang Mo diligently sifted through fragments of memory, Lu Yingchuan had once shared tales of the past with them, reminiscent of casual banter. Among these stories was the amusing anecdote of Su Qingfeng, the grandfather of Su Yunjia, who served as the alchemy hall steward at the Outer Sect Academy. It was said that Su Qingfeng had accumulated numerous romantic entanglements in his youth and inadvertently incurred the wrath of a lady from a collateral branch of the Eastern family. This lady held no affection for Su Qingfeng. Rather, She believed him to be a thorough scoundrel who had betrayed her close friend, and thus felt compelled to defend her companion's honor. Consequently, she would periodically confront Su Qingfeng, leaving him with bruises and a battered visage. Su Qingfeng, feeling apprehensive towards the members of the Dongfang family, found himself compelled to seek the intercession of Lu Yingchuan, frequently bringing him gifts of wine. At that time, Lu Yingchuan was still the prospective son-in-law of the Dongfang clan, and Su's appeals bore fruit. At the very least, he managed to evade a couple of beatings. The young lady in question, a distant relative of the Dongfang family, was Dongfang Ju, who currently served as the steward of the painting hall at the Outer Sect Academy. Naturally, her ally in this endeavor was Nan Gongyi. Upon hearing this tale, Jiang Yimou found it rather intriguing. Su Yunjia, however, was at a loss. Who would dare recount his grandfather's embarrassing moments in front of him, his own grandson? Until today, the image he held of his grandfather had been shattered into countless pieces. As conversation flowed and the wine circulated, the atmosphere relaxed, contrasting sharply with the tension that had marked Lu Yingchuan's arrival. Even as Lu filled their glasses, no one dared to speak out of turn. Look at me. I can't stop reminiscing about the past. Why are we discussing that rascal Su Qingfeng? Lu Yingchuan mused. Where were we just now? After a moment's contemplation, he gestured towards Su Yunjia and remarked, "Ah yes, it was about your romantic entanglements. Coincidentally, I have a keen interest in matters of the heart. Shall we delve into the subject together?" Chapter 81. Longing and red beans. Despite his words, Jiang Yimou understood that Lu Yingchuan had likely come with a purpose today. It was probable that the earlier tribulation of heart demons had drawn his attention, or perhaps he had been silently observing the entire situation. According to convention, the qi refinement stage should not provoke the emergence of heart demons. Thus, the unusual circumstances must have a cause, and Lu Yingchuan was undoubtedly curious about it. As anticipated, no sooner had Lu Yingchuan's words fallen than his gaze settled upon Jiang Yimou. When it comes to matters of the heart, it is perhaps the young friend who possesses greater insight. What is your perspective, dear friend? This appellation is indeed intriguing. Jiang Yimou could clearly sense that the other party's attitude towards him was not that of an ordinary junior. He privately speculated that Lu Yingchuan was likely entertaining all sorts of fanciful notions regarding his identity. There was no need to worry about the possibility of suspicion regarding soul transplantation or rebirth. Genuine possession, even if successful, would lead to a discord between the soul and the body, and someone of Lu Yingchuan's cultivation could easily discern such discrepancies. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Jiang Yimou had found no sense of dissonance between his body and soul, likely because this body was inherently his own. The emotions between men and women typically evolve from mere fondness to affection, ultimately culminating in love. Affection is rather simple. It is a delightful sentiment, akin to one's fondness for a particular dish, a beautiful landscape, or an engaging game. However, the essence of love is multifaceted, and even I cannot provide the answers you seek. Jiang Mo's statement was not an evasion, but rather a sincere response. Su Yunjia, with eyes full of sorrow, fell into deep contemplation, while Lu Yingchuan turned his gaze back to Jiang Yimou, pressing further. Could you perhaps elaborate on your understanding of love? Jiang Yimou found himself momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. Was it truly appropriate for the three of us, great cultivators, to discuss mundane romantic affairs? Shouldn't our discourse revolve around insights into cultivation instead? Jiang Yimou, though hesitant, smiled and replied, I, too, am uncertain of what love truly is. Perhaps love itself eludes verbal explanation. What I believe is that since we do not comprehend it, we should embark on a journey together to seek the answer. And that alone suffices. Embarking on a journey to seek the answer, Lu Yingchuan murmured softly, lost in contemplation. Though it may seem an exceedingly simple statement, it resonates with a profound clarity. Could it be that this child, driven by such thoughts, is able to transcend the tribulations of the heart amidst a seemingly smooth ascent? With this thought, Lu Yingchuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with insight, and he inquired, if faced with a certain reality that prevents you from pursuing the true essence of love together, what then should be done? Reality? Jiang Mo's mind drifted to the predetermined future he shared with Meng Chuan. However, it was evident that Lu Yingchuan could not foresee the future, and thus his current inquiry must stem from his own emotional dilemmas. Specifically, the matters of the heart between Lu Yingchuan and Dongfang Tangya. Jiang Yimou had heard of their tale, a classic narrative of a poor boy and a wealthy young lady. Such stories seem to be quite popular in earthly tea houses, and he had listened to many in his youth. The progression from Lu Yingchuan and Dongfang Tanya's initial acquaintance to their deepening connection and eventual union mirrored the archetypal motifs found in traditional tales. Yet, the latter half of their story took a sudden and unexpected turn. Although the impoverished young man achieved a remarkable rise in fortune, he now faced the predicament of being brought into the family through marriage. He did not uphold the promise he made in his youth to take her as his wife, and in his still fragile state, he endured scorn and hostility from the aristocratic families. By the time he truly matured, he had long since lost hope, and a chasm had formed between them. If Jiang Moryuo's memory serves him correctly, Lu Yingchuan and Dongfang Tanya should have divorced by now. And until Lu Yingchuan met his demise under the heavenly tribulation, they never reconciled. In the future, Dongfang Tanya would find her heart shattered by Lu Yingchuan's death. Presently, Lu Yingchuan humbles himself to seek advice from Jiang Moryuo regarding matters of the heart, indicating that both still harbor feelings for one another. At this moment, a sudden spark of inspiration flickered within Jiang Moryuo. He pondered whether if he could influence and alter the thoughts of these two individuals, leading them to reconcile, their future might also change. If their future could be transformed, might it not also signify that his own future with Meng Chuan could be altered? Since he had taken the initiative to inquire, why should he not make an attempt? Master, do you believe that my ideas are bound by various practical issues, rendering them unfeasible? Jiang Moryuo adjusted his posture and gazed at the contemplative Su Yunjia, continuing, as you initially articulated, romantic relationships are built on mutual consent, devoid of excessive entanglements. So, why is it that you, Brother Su, are troubled? You face no tangible obstacles, yet you cannot join her in the pursuit of an answer. What do you believe is the cause? Su Yunjia, caught off guard by the abrupt mention of his name, felt somewhat bewildered, as he had not intended to speak, being the only novice in matters of the heart present. The answer to the question lay plainly before them. Lu Yingchuan appeared lost in thought, but uttered not a word. Jiang Mo continued to speak. It is evident that genuine feelings cannot be swayed by any worldly troubles. Only oneself may change. If, and I say if, you perceive certain worldly issues as insurmountable distances, perhaps it is time to relinquish the grudges in your heart, your indifferent pride, or your superfluous worries. Consider seeking to understand the thoughts of the other party. Who knows? She may also be striving to clear the obstacles for your shared future. You might choose to wait for time to reveal its answers. Yet do you truly possess that much time? Jiang Mo's final words pierced through Lu Yingchuan like a sharp sword, striking deep into his core. He gazed incredulously into the youthful eyes of the lad before him, feeling as though he had been seen through entirely. Indeed, how much time did he have left? Now, at over 400 years of age, his body was gradually succumbing to the ravages of time, leaving him with scarcely more than a century. Whether he could survive the impending tribulation remained uncertain. He had met her at the tender age of 15, only to part ways later. 100 years had elapsed before their paths crossed again, and although they shared a brief union, it lasted merely 40 fleeting years. In truth, he lamented that he had not yet experienced a genuine love with her in this lifetime. As these thoughts consumed Lu Yingchuan, he suddenly burst into laughter, a sound tinged with sorrow, yet reminiscent of an awakening. Your name is Jiang Mo? He inquired. Jiang Mo nodded, offering no further words. Indeed, he was an intriguing youth. Lu Yingchuan mused, then extended a dark red seed to Jiang Mo. I have heard of your prowess in the ways of flora. Thus, I present this as a token for our discourse. Jiang Mo gazed at the beans resting in his palm, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Are these red beans? Indeed, they are merely ordinary red beans, yet one day, they may very well grow into a tree. Chapter 82. Anticipation and longing. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Yingchuan shed his previously amiable demeanor, embodying the gravitas befitting the head of the various peaks, and gracefully departed. Jiang Mo and Su Yunjia simultaneously rose to offer their respectful farewells. What followed was a light-hearted conversation between the two, predominantly revolving around their experiences and observations over the years. Meanwhile, Jiang Panqing's women's tea gathering unfolded smoothly. Their discussions were largely detached from the topic of cultivation, resembling the casual banter of three close friends, delving into mundane subjects. Naturally, the centerpiece of their dialogue revolved around romantic gossip. Initially, the pressure rested heavily on Meng Chuan, compelling her to muster the courage to recount her story with Jiang Mo. The other two women listened with envy, particularly Su Luoluo, who had previously assumed that the affectionate titles exchanged between Meng Chuan and Jiang Mo were mere playful banter, only to discover that they were indeed genuine, with only a wedding remaining. Consequently, her heart, once burdened, could finally find solace. Su Luoluo recognized that she could not follow in her grandmother's footsteps. Clinging stubbornly to the past would only yield adverse results. Fortunately, her junior sister, Meng Chuan, appeared quite magnanimous, not holding a grudge against her previous intrusions. Perhaps this mutual trust between Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan serves as the finest testament to their bond. However, despite their profound love for one another, how could they have previously drifted apart? Is it possible for love to reach such depths and still encounter discord? Luoluo found herself perplexed by this conundrum. Meng Chuan shared her romantic experiences, and under Su Luoluo's relentless questioning, Jiang Panqing began to report on her emotional progress. Indeed, it was a report. Su Luoluo seemed genuinely invested in Jiang Panqing's romantic developments, perhaps having become quite enamored with her role as a matchmaker. However, after hearing Jiang Panqing's account, Su Luoluo's expression fell into disappointment. Was there truly no progress? Su Yunjia was indeed rather dense. Jiang Panqing awkwardly replied, "This cannot be blamed on Senior Su. His maintaining distance from me is likely for my sake. What consideration indeed? Su Yunjia is only preoccupied with alchemy." Su Luoluo felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Forcing Senior Jiang into Senior Su's vicinity was hardly a benevolent act. Meng Chuan's timely interjection quelled Su Luoluo's fervor, leaving Jiang Panqing with a complex expression as she lowered her gaze. The brief silence left Meng Chuan feeling somewhat awkward. Have I become the conversation's terminator? Fortunately, Meng Chuan did not dwell on the discomfort for long. Jiang Panqing lifted her head, her eyes filled with struggle and sorrow, a plea for help. "Senior Jiang, if there is something on your mind, feel free to share," Meng Chuan encouraged with a smile. Jiang Panqing gazed at the evidently younger girl before her and, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable sense of trust. The barriers around her heart quietly began to dissolve. I know that this is not quite right. People say that romantic feelings should be mutual. My unilateral approach may not only fail to ease his burdens, but could, in fact, impose an invisible pressure that leaves him bewildered. However, I am engulfed in a sense of panic, reluctant to distance myself from him. For I fear that such separation would render us mere strangers. It is often said that a woman pursuing a man is akin to a veil separating them. Yet it seems this adage does not hold true in our case. Senior Su carries the weight of responsibility heavily, which I interpret as a sign of respect towards me. Perhaps it is this very respect that has ensnared me deeper into my feelings. Jiang Panqing is not an emotional simpleton like Su Luoluo. She possesses a profound understanding of her actions and the motivations behind them. Jiang Panqing treasures her youthful appearance, undoubtedly because of her striking beauty, which has attracted numerous suitors during her time at the outer gate. However, lacking a suitable match, she has consistently maintained an aloof demeanor, warding off advances with an air of indifference. Now, in the presence of Su Yunjia, she experiences a similar sense of rejection. This denial transcends mere physical appearance and delves into the realm of deeper, more intrinsic matters, leaving one feeling utterly powerless. Meng Shimi, what do you think I should do now? If Meng Chuan were to address Jiang Panqing's emotional turmoil, she could readily contemplate various perspectives. For instance, she might suggest that Jiang Panqing elevate her own self-worth and attribute all blame to Su Yunjia. Alternatively, she could conclude that the issue lies solely within Jiang Panqing herself, advocating for a rational departure to avoid further complicating Su Yunjia's situation. However, the essence of affection and love lies in the interplay of emotions, and to hastily draw conclusions that pit one against the other would be a grave misstep. Meng Chuan believes such avoidance is unwarranted. I think Jiang Shiji may have misconstrued a crucial point. You perceive your existence as a source of unnecessary burden for him. The reality is not entirely so. Senior Su is likely engulfed in confusion, yet it is a confusion that stems from his feelings for you. He was uncertain about how to navigate the relationship with you, perhaps weighing the gains and losses, and pondering his capacity to assume responsibility. The saying a woman pursuing a man is like a veil between them suggests that when you pursue him, he may feel bewildered. Your sincerity can easily disarm him, leading him to regard you as someone truly special. Surely, to Brother Su, you must hold a particularly significant place in his heart. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing the last part, Jiang Panqing blushed, seemingly lost in thought. Su Luoluo seized the moment to add humor. Indeed, Su Yunjia is such a stubborn fellow. 10 words from Luoluo Wu Ti have the same impact as a single word of encouragement from Sister Jiang. Meng Churen, noticing Jiang Panqing's reaction, could not help but stifle a laugh, then teasingly remarked, for instance, Brother Su would rather sleep in a messy alchemy room than refuse your presence here. Or perhaps, despite the chaos you bring, he isn't genuinely angry enough to evict you. Jiang Panqing's cheeks deepened in hue. It is indeed a fact that Su Yunjia regards Jiang Panqing with exceptional fondness. If it were Su Luoluo tormenting him, he would likely not know how many useless elixirs he would end up feeding this troublesome cousin. Yet, that is where it ends. Individuals who are accustomed to delving deeply into a particular field tend to exhibit a certain stubbornness. They may afford unfamiliar things a degree of respect, but persuading them to accept is quite a challenge. Not all romantic relationships in this world conclude with a perfect beginning and end. Those unrequited feelings can also be tragically beautiful. Meng Churen understood well that Jiang Panqing's emotions were difficult to taint with the color of letting go. Rather than futilely attempting to persuade her, it is better to allow her to comprehend the essence of sorrow. Jiang Panqing's affection is destined to end in vain. Much like her name, which evokes nothing but longing and reminiscence. The soiree gathering continued until the sun dipped below the horizon. Jiang Imo, accompanied by Lu Yingchuan bearing red beans, and Meng Churen, who brought along Jiang Panqing's tea leaves, departed from the venue. Seizing the moment before the twilight faded, they strolled hand in hand towards the contribution hall of Guyu Peak, ready to embrace a new chapter in life. Chapter 83, The Cycle of All Things, The Rise and Fall of the World. The contribution hall is one of the most pivotal areas within the various peaks of the Jingjia immortal sect. All cultivators of Guyu Peak convene here to manage matters pertaining to the sect. This includes the delegation and acceptance of sect missions, the exchange of contributions to the sect, the consultation of techniques and spells, and the rental of workshops related to the 8 arts of cultivation. This place lacks a specific designation. Cultivators typically refer to it simply as the contribution hall, or by appending the peak's name to heavenly abode, for instance, the heavenly abode of Guyu Peak. Perhaps this title is deemed too ostentatious, as most cultivators prefer to call it the contribution hall. 3 Golden Core elders and several Foundation establishment deacons reside here. Although it serves as a core facility among the peaks, it does not usually host a large number of individuals. Cultivators are either immersed in their training or engaged in missions. Jiang Imo and Meng Churen arrived to handle the formalities for their advancement to the inner sect, not lingering for long. Aside from exchanging their identity tokens and attire, as well as the foundational techniques of their cultivation stage, the most crucial aspect was utilizing their academic credits to redeem a series of rewards for their ascension to the inner sect. According to the terms previously agreed upon with Du Qingping, amidst the stern expression of Tai Ching, the Foundation establishment steward at Guyu Tianke, Jiang Imo obtained the permission to establish a dual-person cave dwelling, along with 9,000 seeds of the 3-colored flower, a medium-grade spirit-gathering array, and various necessary items. Just as this steward was about to send the 2 pestilential figures on their way, Meng Churen promptly produced her identity token, showcasing her total credits to the steward. The steward of Guyu Tiang's Foundation establishment was utterly bereft, almost to the point of tears. It is crucial to understand that these rewards for advancing to the inner sect have a cumulative value limit. Having more than half of it appropriated in such a manner is quite the predicament. What about the disciples who advance afterwards? This was already the second occurrence of such a situation in a short span. The last alchemist had also absconded with a plethora of items, and now, just after the reward quota was granted, it had been completely claimed. How was he to explain this to the Golden Core Elder? Even more absurd was the fact that this young lady now wished to exchange her remaining credits for furniture. Were they here to cultivate immortality or merely to live? I ask you. Thus, the contented couple, laden with bountiful gains, meandered around Guyu Peak, enjoying the picturesque landscapes, in search of a suitable location for their cave dwelling. Ultimately, they settled near a gently sloping ravine. The site of the cave was a flat expanse surrounded by a crystal-clear stream, extending downwards along the waterway until it reached the distant cliff. There were not many dense plants or peculiar stones to obstruct the view. The horizon was vast, allowing for the uninhibited admiration of the breathtaking scenery of sunrise and sunset. They spent nearly half a month in this endeavor. The couple invariably aligned their thoughts, shaping their future home into a nascent entity. Subsequently, Zhang Mo refrained from involving Meng Chuan in the ensuing matters. With the trial of the reincarnation mirror looming, Meng Chuan needed to swiftly elevate her cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement. During the examination for the ascending tower, Zhang Mo achieved the perfection of his Tao heart and advanced his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement, thus no longer requiring seclusion for further training. The internal assessment of the Jingzhe immortal sect is inherently a fortuitous event. It is said that in times of great contention, nearly every qi refinement practitioner who ascended the towering heights of the ascending tower could attain enlightenment, thereby elevating their cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement and immediately commencing the foundation establishment. This also elucidates the reason why the graduation standard is set at the 8th level of qi refinement. The ability of the younger generation of practitioners to seize this opportunity hinges entirely upon their personal mindset, will, and fortune. Zhang Mo's 8-year foundation establishment plan now has merely a little over a year remaining. According to the timeline of his previous life, the secret realm of the Immortal Gate is scheduled to open at the end of the 9th year. This is a secluded realm jointly held by the 5 great immortal sects, known as the Purple Weeping Star's Fallen Cave Sky. This cave sky is a miniature world fashioned by ancient immortals, reputed to be brimming with opportunities. The Purple Weeping Star's Fallen Cave Sky is a realm accessible for foundation establishment practitioners to explore. Every 60 years, during the convergence of celestial trajectories, the 5 great immortal sects utilize the power of the stars to collectively unseal the gates of the secret realm, subsequently dispatching a contingent of foundation establishment practitioners to scour for resources. However, as the Purple Weeping Star's Fallen Cave Sky has existed for ages, the resources obtainable within the secret realm have gradually reached saturation for the 5 great immortal sects. Consequently, in recent years, they have increasingly regarded it as a trial for their disciples. One might even sell the opportunity to enter the secret realm at a reasonable price to other ordinary cultivation sects and families. Regardless, the journey into the secret realm proves to be immensely beneficial on a personal level. Even the mere collection of foundational cultivation resources is certainly a positive outcome. There are also rumors that the meteorite cave of the Ziwei star contains remnants of a spirit treasure imbued with the essence of Tao. The essence of Tao is exclusive to the nascent soul realm, and even the fragments associated with it can impart insights to cultivators below the golden core stage. In summary, if the chance arises, Zhang Mo would be quite eager to embark on such a journey, though he no longer feels it is absolutely essential. Although time is limited, the foremost priority remains the foundational cultivation of the heavenly Tao. To this end, he must strive to consolidate his cultivation and refine his state of mind before Meng Chuan reaches the 9th level of qi refinement. Thus, in the scant time remaining, Zhang Mo engaged with the spirit herb seeds he possessed. This time, he aimed for the 3-colored flowers to bloom even more vibrantly. With 9,000 seeds of the 3-colored flower, the area of spiritual field required was more than 3 times that of before, nearly encompassing the entire cave dwelling. The labor involved also tripled. Fortunately, he was not alone in this endeavor. 2 sentient swords were there to serve as rudimentary laborers. Thus, half a year passed, until Meng Chuan successfully emerged from her retreat at the 9th level of qi refinement. The 3-colored flower seeds buried in the soil finally broke through the surface, sprouting leaves and forming buds. Notably, the red bean given by Lu Yingchuan, under Zhang Mo's meticulous care, had truly germinated. Just half a month prior, it had grown into a seedling nearly the height of a calf, ready for successful transplantation. The red bean tree appears devoid of any spiritual essence, seemingly just an ordinary red bean, as Lu Yingchuan had remarked. It was on the very day that Meng Chuan emerged from the past that, under the witness of 2 individuals and 2 swords, the red bean tree was planted in the spiritual field, beneath which lay a patch of tricolor flowers yet to bloom. The following day, Zhang Mo and Meng Chuan discovered that the reincarnation mirrors they held were summoned, receiving a message from the celestial gate. With a gentle tremor of the mountain, a majestic bell toll resonated. Atop Guyu Peak, a dazzling and piercing golden beam shot into the heavens, followed by similar phenomena occurring across the other peaks. 12 golden pillars of light converged in the sky, uniting the 12 peaks into a cohesive whole. At the center of this spectacle, a colossal bronze mirror gradually emerged, casting a shadow over the sun. Within the mirror, a hazy scene unfolded. At first glance, it appeared empty, yet upon a second look, one could discern the myriad complexities of the world, revealing the past and present of every soul. The cycle of all things. The ebb and flow of worldly affairs, encapsulated in the Tao essence spiritual treasure, the reincarnation mirror. Chapter 84. The cicadas shedding fades in the evening rain. The foundation of the heavenly Tao is a significant event for the Jingzha immortal sect. Unlike the era of great contention, where establishing a foundation with 3 spiritual roots was as commonplace as eating and drinking, the Jingzha immortal sect has truly fallen into a state of silence. Even those with true spiritual roots seldom receive the opportunity to undergo the trials of the reincarnation mirror. The probability of success is exceedingly low. The activation of a Tao essence spiritual treasure typically entails a substantial consumption of resources. A few rare high-stakes gambles may be considered by the Jingzha immortal sect, but normalizing such high-risk bets, where the odds of losing are greater, would inevitably lead to ruin, leaving them with nothing but tattered remnants. With the manifestation of the Taoist essence spirit treasure reincarnation mirror, dozens of extraordinary figures appeared in the high heavens. Among them were several peak masters and a few golden core elders who had come merely to partake in the commotion, all representing the 12 peaks of Jingzha. Naturally, the Yuanying ancestors would not deign to appear for such trivial matters. The countenances of the golden core cultivators were notably grim, for the resources required to activate the reincarnation mirror were to be shared equally among the 12 peaks, and any decision to grant access to the mirror required a unanimous vote from all peaks. The displeased golden core elders were those who had voiced their opposition during the voting. They found it difficult to comprehend why an opportunity for trial in the reincarnation mirror should be bestowed upon someone with no possibility of possessing 3 spiritual roots. Was it to commend his merit in slaying the human path's demonic beasts during his time in the outer sect? What nonsense! Who is unaware that the demonic beasts of the human path had already been severely weakened by the Jingzha's breaking illusion confinement array? His actions were merely those of a finishing blow. It has been less than 5 years since the last activation of the reincarnation mirror. Why engage in such futile endeavors that burden the populace and squander resources? An elderly golden core cultivator, his hair and beard white as snow, voiced the collective confusion of all the elders. Thus began an intense debate. Indeed, why undertake such a fruitless endeavor? I harbor no prejudice against this young lad named Jiang Mo. Rewarding merit is not unwarranted. However, I genuinely fail to understand why the trial opportunity of the reincarnation mirror is being treated as a reward. This strategy is undeniably perplexing. Apart from the waste of resources, this young man would not stand a chance of passing the trial. In the realm of merit and reward, the provision of cultivation resources and high-grade spiritual artifacts is far superior to intangible accolades. It is indeed a win-win situation. If blame is to be assigned, it can only fall upon that old rascal, Du Qingping. This fellow has likely grown accustomed to a languid lifestyle outside the sect, leading to his befuddlement. Ha ha. Oh, how delightful. You few old geezers, dare you speak ill of me like this? The loudest voices are always from a minority. The passage of this vote indicates that the majority consented to the opening of the reincarnation mirror trial, though it remains unclear how many were coerced into agreement. It seems that only Du Qingping harbors any genuine hope for Jiang Mo's success in the trial. The reincarnation mirror has been activated. Those who hold the token of the reincarnation mirror, enter the mirror. A resounding voice echoed throughout the Jingzha immortal sect. Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan, holding the bronze mirror, gazed up at the reincarnation mirror high in the sky, and soon after, a verdant radiance burst forth from the mirror in their hands, enveloping them instantly. Before being consumed by the light, the couple exchanged a smile and intertwined their fingers. The emerald light then ascended towards the reincarnation mirror, merging into it until it vanished from sight. Finally, the grand bell ceased its resonation, 12 golden rays slowly receded, and the reincarnation mirror transitioned from solid to ethereal, ultimately fading away. The Jingzha immortal sect returned to its former tranquility. At the juncture of dawn and dusk, a natural order prevails. Cicadas shed their skins in the evening rain, and the cycles of decay and revival form a closed loop. All things in the world perpetually engage in a predetermined cycle, pulsating through this rhythm, thriving endlessly. Within the cycle mirror, Jiang Mo and Meng Chuan were enveloped in a profound essence of the Tao, stripped of all senses, oblivious to the passage of time, and even unable to grasp the very existence of themselves. This state felt strangely familiar. reminiscent of the moment they perished in their previous lives, when all connections to the world were severed, leaving only a fleeting awareness. To them, death was akin to a dreamless slumber, awakening only to find themselves returned to a bygone era. This left them in a quandary, unable to discern whether they had truly experienced death or if their childhood had merely been an interminable dream. Their current predicament within the cycle mirror was akin to an infinite prolongation of that moment of lingering consciousness at the brink of death. Jiang Mo found himself bewildered by this condition, uncertain of how to achieve the foundation of the heavenly Tao with nothing but a fading awareness. The very notion of establishing a foundation seemed daunting, especially in the absence of the sensation of meridians and vital essence. The Jingzha Immortal sect offered no concrete elucidation on the trials of the cycle mirror, only that each individual's trial was distinct. The successful completion of the heavenly Tao foundation by those who entered the cycle mirror indicated that they must have been able to perceive their own existence. Could it be that the cycle mirror had unveiled the truth of rebirth? Yet, if even a peak golden elixir cultivator could not discern the signs of rebirth, how could Jiang Mo, having been reborn, feel no dissonance between his soul and body? Was it truly impossible to ascertain which soul and body belonged to the genuine Jiang Mo amidst the myriad timelines? Such thoughts, indeed, seemed rather fanciful. Ultimately, the reincarnation mirror is merely a spiritual treasure of the nascent soul realm. It is challenging to envision it creating flaws in the cycle of heavenly reincarnation. Enveloped in this state of uncertainty, Jiang Mo felt a pang of anxiety. Just before entering the reincarnation mirror, he had prepared himself mentally for the excruciating dual torment of body and soul. He never anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. Time passed, though he could not discern its passage. Jiang Mo attempted every conceivable method, yet he could not perceive the existence of his body. He felt akin to a specter adrift in the cycle of reincarnation, endlessly wandering, ensnared in an inescapable plight, doomed to eternal suffering. Have I ultimately succumbed to death? Such thoughts were akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back. His will began to shatter. Perhaps I have perished within the tribulation of my own heart's demons. Rebirth may merely be a figment of my imagination, a fantasy wherein I secure the understanding of my beloved, a fantasy where I reconcile with Meng Churen, a fantasy where the heavens grant me a second chance. Reflecting on my past actions, what grounds do I have to believe that reconciliation is still possible? Am I not the architect of my own ruin? Meng Churen, with her genuine spiritual roots, willingly relinquished her future to accompany me through life, while I, with my trifling 3 spiritual roots, vainly aspire to venture further? How utterly absurd, just as Jiang Mo's will teetered on the brink of collapse. A familiar voice resonated at the depths of his soul. It mirrored his own, a voice on the verge of fragmentation. Did we not agree to traverse this path together? Why have you vanished now? Is all of this merely a dream before death? I refuse to accept this. It is all my fault. It is my own impulsiveness and stubbornness that have caused me to conceal my innermost thoughts. I can only retreat and hide behind you, leaving every challenge for you to confront. A being such as I, even if given a second chance at life, would surely find it difficult to earn your forgiveness. Yet, I still do not wish to part from you. Jiang Mo, please do not abandon me. This heartfelt plea from Meng Churen shattered Jiang Mo's heart, but it also evoked a certain possibility within him. Is this the resonance of the original spirit from Lingxi? Chapter 85, The Foundation of the Heavenly Path. Harmonious melodies. This ability to hear Meng Churen's innermost voice is something Jiang Mo is exceedingly familiar with. Consider the past 6 or 7 years. At least half of that time has been spent in such a manner with Meng Churen. My dear, do not worry, I am here, Jiang Mo gently called out, just as he would during their usual exchanges in the sea of consciousness. Jiang Mo's voice. Meng Churen's disbelief was palpable, yet the feeling of fragmentation had entirely vanished. You heard correctly, it is I? Jiang Mo replied without hesitation, realizing that she was experiencing a situation akin to his own. So, why is this happening? Meng Churen was evidently perplexed. Each individual faces different trials upon entering the reincarnation mirror. I speculate that this is the trial bestowed upon us by the reincarnation mirror. It is said that life and death are cyclical. Perhaps the trials we face correspond to the eternal solitude of death. Had it not been for our mutual understanding, our trials would likely have ended in failure just moments ago. After listening to Jiang Mo's explanation, Meng Churen finally regained her composure. Now, how shall we break through this impasse? Jiang Mo pondered for a moment and remarked, since life and death are intertwined in a cycle. One must completely transcend the fear of death to embrace rebirth. Unfortunately, the nature of life and death is a profound enigma. Even I, who have tasted death once, cannot truly interpret its essence, despite the Celestial Awakening sect's teachings that have persisted for millennia. No insight into the truth of life and death has emerged from the vast cycle of existence. This trial bestowed by the rebirth mirror is exceedingly challenging. Meng Charan felt a wave of despondency, reflecting, if someone as exceptionally perceptive as Jiang Mo finds it difficult, then surely the path laid by the heavenly Tao is formidable. Though the trial was undeniably arduous, alternative methods of problem-solving were not scarce. Jiang Mo sensed her thoughts and spoke, methods of resolution? Without elaborating further, he teasingly suggested, "My dear, do not rush. Why not indulge in a dual cultivation session with your husband first?" Very well. The first layer of the Lingxi was secured with a red cord, initiating its operation. Spirit, activate. The accumulated experience of their combined practices over 2 lifetimes allowed for a remarkable synergy. They soon felt the primal spiritual energy surging through their meridians, accompanied by a comforting sensation resulting from their spiritual union. Meng Charan let out a few alluring gasps in response. This was no different from their usual cultivation. With this foundation, Jiang Mo began to elucidate. The concept of the heavenly Tao's foundation refers to the simultaneous comprehension of the Tao's essence during the foundational stage. By incorporating a strand of the heavenly Tao's rhythm into the primal foundation, one may subsequently ascend to the pinnacle of the golden core realm and utilize this as a catalyst to break through to the nascent soul. Have you ever pondered why the 5 great sects possess treasures of Tao essence, yet only the rebirth mirror offers the opportunity to establish a foundation with the heavenly Tao? Meng Charan replied, "Is it because the essence of the reincarnation mirror lies in the comprehension of space? Indeed, you are not foolish." Jiang Mo then elaborated on his speculation. "Upon entering the reincarnation mirror, I suddenly realized that it is, in fact, a portal, with the true essence of this Tao-infused spiritual treasure concealed behind it. I am utterly perplexed as to what formidable means the creator of the reincarnation mirror employed to fully refine the space of Tao's essence. The cultivators who enter this mirror are presented with a proposition related to the cycle of all things. Through this proposition, they can touch upon the essence of Tao." Meng Charan grasped Jiang Mo's intended meaning. "You believe that the existence of the reincarnation mirror serves not only to establish the foundation of the heavenly Tao, but also to enable future generations to endlessly replicate diverse celestial paths and legacies in connection with the cycle of all things?" "Indeed, that is my thought. Before entering the reincarnation mirror, I could not comprehend why the Jingzhe immortal sect placed such paramount importance on inheritance. It appears that the root of all things lies within the reincarnation mirror." Meng Charan nearly unraveled Jiang Mo's thoughts and, feigning ignorance, asked, "Is this what you refer to as the premise of your problem-solving approach?" "Precisely, since it pertains to the cycle of all things. The correct answer is certainly not limited to life and death, correct? Hence, do you intend to utilize the Lingxi? The proposition of life and death is exceedingly challenging. Perhaps the spirits of the underworld have insight into it. As we reside in the realm of the living, it would be wise to tread along the paths of the living." Both Jiang Mo and Meng Charan relished the exhilaration of their mutual understanding, their joy and happiness soaring exponentially in that moment. However, Meng Charan feigned concern as she inquired, "Given that the dual cultivation of yin and yang is essential for the cycle of reincarnation, wouldn't it be exceedingly difficult to succeed without true physical intimacy?" Jiang Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. During their mental exchanges, Meng Charan could express the most candid thoughts without the constraints of visible reactions or expressions. "Why are you ignoring me? What do you wish for me to say? Even if we wanted to proceed, it's impossible at this moment. Don't jest. When the time comes, you will be the one lamenting. Perhaps we should first focus on establishing our foundation." Thus, the process of establishing their foundation for Jiang Mo and Meng Charan unfolded. Although they could not perceive the passage of time, their instincts indicated that this successful foundation setting did not consume much duration. This time, it was the heavenly Tao that facilitated their foundation. After deftly navigating the trials of the reincarnation mirror through the principles of yin and yang, they finally regained their corporeal sensations. To their astonishment, the space within the reincarnation mirror resembled a primeval forest, teeming with unfamiliar flora and fauna. Strangely, everything they beheld was intangible, akin to mere illustrations or projections. Moreover, upon completing the heavenly Tao foundation, an extraordinary resonance emerged between the couple. Although they were uncertain of its implications, they simultaneously recalled the third tier of the Lingxi dual cultivation method, harmony of the zither and sei. Their fated union from past lives was now solidified, with harmonious melodies promising a vibrant future. Regrettably, despite sensing the breakthrough in their cultivation, the Lingxi method remained confined to its initial tier. Meng Chuan seized the opportunity to tease Jiang Mo. "See, I once expressed the desire to marry early. Otherwise, I could have already advanced to the third level of cultivation. The speed at which I have been progressing through the second level, Phoenix in flight, is nearing that of a celestial root. I can hardly fathom the sheer terror that the third level, harmony of strings, would entail, rendering any adventurous escapades in the starfall purple microcosm utterly unnecessary. Very well, I concede my mistake. Do refrain from biting. I shall promptly arrange our wedding, ensuring a splendid occasion to bring you into my home." Jiang Mo realizes that there is no evading this marriage any longer. Chapter 86. The Duality of Yin and Yang. The Awakening of the Immortal Sect. Nearly 9 months have elapsed since the reincarnation mirror was activated. During this period, the mirror has remained silent, leading the Golden Core elders to gradually depart in disappointment. Initially, they held high hopes for that female disciple with the true spiritual root. However, her performance during her meteoric rise has undeniably doused their expectations with cold water. Conversely, the male disciple's character has proven to be truly extraordinary. This situation has left the elders rather disheartened, as those with excellent aptitude exhibit poor temperament, while those with commendable temperament possess subpar aptitude. It is no wonder that the two children are destined to become partners. Now, with the 9-month trial period of the reincarnation mirror concluded, there are still no signs of foundational establishment by the heavenly Tao. It seems that the endeavor has ultimately resulted in failure. Alas, the era of great contention has passed. The awakening of the immortal sect, capable of establishing a foundation through the celestial route, is likely to descend into gradual decline henceforth. The past splendor is no more, and it appears that we, the old-timers, may soon be laid to rest. Thus, the fervor surrounding the reincarnation mirror trial gradually wanes. Time silently drifts into the midst of the 9th year. The disciples of the Jingzhe immortal sect have turned their discussions to the impending opening of the Ziwei star's meteoric cavern at the year's end. According to customary practice, each peak of the Jingzhe immortal sect is allotted 5 slots for entry into the secret realm, which are arranged at the discretion of each peak's leader. In the past, these coveted slots were highly sought after among the grassroots disciples of all immortal sections. However, much of the Ziwei star's meteoric cavern has now been thoroughly explored and developed, with the 5 major immortal sects having delineated their respective resource collection territories. The allure of adventure and exploration has markedly diminished. In reality, entering the secret realm now bears little difference from undertaking resource collection tasks at the contribution hall. The sole advantage lies in the fact that personal journeys into the secret realm are not publicly transparent, allowing for ample opportunities for personal gain. Though these are primarily resources for foundational cultivation, selling these resources through other sects or families proves to be quite cumbersome. The 5 major immortal sects monopolize nearly all resources and avenues within the current cultivation world. Beyond the sects, foundational cultivators are regarded as ancestral figures capable of establishing their own sects, and resources for cultivation beyond the foundational level are exceedingly rare. Even the most prestigious cultivation sects and families are invariably backed by the 5 major immortal sects, as is the case with the Dongfang family's relationship with the Jingzhe immortal sect. Ultimately, these resources must be resold to the immortal sections. Consequently, today's grassroots disciples of the immortal sects seldom engage in fierce competition for a few slots in the secret realm. In earlier years, each opening of the Ziwei star's meteoric cavern would result in internal strife among the 5 major immortal sects, leading to casualties among foundational cultivators. In contemporary times, many peak masters of the Jingzhe immortal sect, in an effort to avert disputes, have resorted to a sweeping measure, selling all secret realm quotas at exorbitant prices to the esteemed families and sects affiliated with the Jingzhe immortal sect. The proceeds from these sales are then allocated as benefits for all the grassroots cultivators of the respective peaks. The pioneer of this initiative was none other than the current head of Guyu Peak, Lu Yingchuan. As a paragon of the grassroots cultivators' resurgence, Lu Yingchuan is acutely aware of the financial struggles and predicaments faced by these cultivators. Given the vast number of grassroots cultivators, the competition to select a mere handful of fortunate individuals seems utterly futile, especially considering their likelihood of success against others. This notion resonated well with the other peak masters, who quickly followed suit. Consequently, the Jingzha immortal sect's effortless method of revenue generation was emulated by the other four major sections. Thus, the bidecadal event of the Ziwei Star's meteor pit transformed from a grand occasion for the five great sects into a significant event within the realm of cultivation. The various esteemed families and sects, eager to secure a share of the over 200 available quotas, engaged in fierce and bloody competition. However, the outcome revealed that the five great sects effortlessly obtained their rightful share of benefits, simultaneously undermining the potential strength of the various families and sections. As the end of this year approaches, the Ziwei Star's meteor pit is set to open once more. According to customary practice, Lu Yingchuan of Guyu Peak should have already relinquished the quotas, yet he has yet to make a decision. At this moment, he stands beneath a red bean tree, planted amidst a sea of blossoms, encircling pavilions and towers, clearly indicating the presence of a cave dwelling, though its master appears to be absent. Observing the abundant flower buds on the red bean tree, a knowing smile graces Lu Yingchuan's lips. He sighed to himself, reflecting on the remarkable abilities of the young man bearing the surname Jiang. This red bean tree, which typically requires over 2 decades to mature, astonishingly seemed poised to blossom and bear fruit in less than a year. Undoubtedly, the vibrant tricolor flower sea played a significant role in this rapid development. As he awaited the ripening of the second batch of red beans, he mused that perhaps he could procure some to savor. Yet, he could not fathom why this mischievous lad was so languid in establishing a foundation. By his calculations, it should be. If he does not emerge soon, let him not blame me for not reserving a place for him. Before Lu Yingchuan could finish his thoughts, a resounding chime reverberated across the 12 peaks of Jingzha. Accompanied by the tremors of the mountains, 12 golden beams of light converged skyward, revealing a massive and ancient bronze mirror slowly ascending into view. Lu Yingchuan's gaze sharpened as he focused on the reincarnation mirror in the heavens. This extraordinary commotion drew the attention of numerous golden core cultivators, who unleashed their escape lights and hastened towards the mirror's direction. The chimes continued to resonate, heralding the imminence of significant events. As for the specifics, it is likely that each elder who had participated in the previous activation of the reincarnation mirror harbored some inkling. The heavenly Tao has successfully established a foundation. Whether it is Meng Churen or Jiang Yimo, the majority would undoubtedly lean towards the former. No one would believe that the current 3 spirit roots could establish a heavenly Tao foundation. Their previous sentiments remained unchanged. The entry of the 3 spirit roots into the reincarnation mirror was nothing short of a waste of resources. Following this, 2 beams of grayish-white light emanated from the reincarnation mirror, intertwining in midair to form the diagram of the 2 instruments. The onlooking elders of the Golden Core stage displayed expressions of astonishment. Their trembling fingers pointed at the Taiji diagram suspended in the air, rendered momentarily speechless. The old man, Du Qingping, arrived at the scene in due time. In contrast to the others, he appeared remarkably composed, gazing at the spectacle above with a sense of satisfaction, and remarked with a hint of pride, "I see that you are all rather befuddled. Can it be that you fail to discern the true essence of yin and yang?" "Humph. I am merely overwhelmed with excitement. It has been so many years since the illustrious master Mingyue established the path of lunar phases. Our sect has seen no new developments or legacies. At last, there is hope for the future. How joyous! How delightful!" At this moment, voices of reflection echoed around, each belonging to venerable elders with graying hair. The Jingzha Xian sect had languished in silence for far too long, and these once proud pillars of the community yearned to witness the resurgence of their legacy within their lifetimes. Perhaps no one felt this sentiment more acutely than old Dua. "It is indeed my discerning eye that prevails, unlike certain stubborn old fools who, despite the presence of unpolished jade, fail to recognize its worth. Old rascal, cease to embellish your aging visage. Even if we oppose, it is merely the entry of the 3 spiritual roots into the reincarnation mirror. Do you truly believe that the path of yin and yang was comprehended by that lad of the Jiang surname?" Old Du scoffed in retort, truly lacking in discernment. Why not engage that rusty brain of yours and ponder why it is indeed the path of yin and yang? Allow me to remind you that when these two children were 14 or 15, they sought my permission to cohabit. What do you suppose their relationship is now? Chapter 87. The blossoms have already bloomed as Du Chengping's words fell, the extraordinary sight of the Taiji diagram, composed of gray and white hues, swiftly dissipated, and the traces of the reincarnation mirror gradually faded from existence. In midair, the figures clad in deep blue and crimson embraced each other, appearing before the assembly. Jiang Imo took a moment to adjust his attire deliberately, then bowed respectfully to the elders surrounding him, before proclaiming in a clear voice, I, Jiang Imo, alongside my partner Meng Churen, have been profoundly nurtured by the immortal sect. Now, as a couple who have established our foundation in the heavenly path, we vow to repay this kindness by dedicating ourselves to the perpetuation of the immortal sect, without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the Golden Elixir stage elders widened their eyes, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Two individuals have truly established their foundation in the heavenly path. That lad with 3 spirit roots has actually accomplished it? Am I dreaming? Jiang Mo's spirits soared with delight. The astonishment from the crowd was undeniably gratifying. The path of cultivation can often feel tedious, without any form of acknowledgement. How could one continue? At long last, he had successfully showcased his prowess. No, he had at last triumphed in revealing his divine capabilities before others. Amidst the astonished gazes of the elder generation, Jiang Imo and Meng Churen clasped hands and turned to return home. Upon reaching the vicinity of their mountain cave, a panorama of blooming flowers greeted them from afar, their fragrance wafting through the wind, reaching every corner of the valley. Butterflies had made their nests there, and under the nurturing embrace of pure spiritual energy, they brimmed with vitality, even as the end of summer approached. As the graceful dance unfolded, the vibrant wings adorned the sea of flowers with an array of hues. Beneath the red bean tree stood a familiar figure, awaiting their return. Jiang Imo and Meng Churen swiftly approached, bowing respectfully. Might it be that the esteemed Grandmaster has taken time from his cultivation to observe this tree? Could it be that this red bean tree harbors some precious quality unknown to us? Lu Yingchuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, to call it an ordinary red bean would be just that, an ordinary red bean. I would never deceive my juniors. However, the longevity of this tree in its current location may indeed bring about some extraordinary transformations. Is it the environment that invokes such changes? Or is this red bean inherently exceptional? Lu Yingchuan did not elaborate, yet the implication of his words hinted at a desire to cultivate it for the long term. Jiang Imo, understanding the subtlety, refrained from further inquiries. Pray tell, what brings the esteemed Grandmaster to my humble abode? Jiang Imo ventured, only to elicit a frown from Lu Yingchuan. What? Is it so that I cannot visit without reason? I must say, you are more inclined to maintain formalities than even Su. He too began with such niceties, yet after I had partaken of his wine on several occasions, he now casts me disdainful glances. When this red bean matures, should I come to request a few more, I fear you might also greet me with a sour expression. Jiang Imo was at a loss for words, reflecting on Lu Yingchuan's youthful exuberance. Perhaps he was too loquacious. Meng Churen quickly interjected, the red bean is indeed the Grandmaster's property. Should you desire it, feel free to take as much as you wish. We would never dare to object. At that moment, Lu Yingchuan burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, that is precisely the case. The individual with the surname Su currently does not regard me favorably, while his wife treats me with utmost courtesy, mirroring your present demeanor. I must say, a couple ought to embody the harmony you both exhibit. Yet, in my situation, it is quite the opposite. I find her behavior to be quite unreasonable. Yet she stubbornly refuses to acknowledge it. Is it not infuriating? Jiang Imo felt a sense of helplessness and remarked, Haha, I would not presume to speak on your familial matters. Perhaps you could share what is of utmost importance. Lu Yingchuan, feeling rather disinterested, sighed and said, I have come here to inquire whether you two wish to visit the purple microstars falling cave heaven. If you do, I can reserve 2 spots for you. Such spots are simply granted at will. Both Jiang Imo and Meng Churen were momentarily taken aback. If the two of you, with your foundation in the way of heaven, wish to go, I am fully authorized to allocate these 2 spots to you, and I doubt anyone would dare to raise an objection. Jiang Imo and Meng Churen exchanged glances, and then Jiang Imo respectfully bowed and replied, Thank you for your generous offer, esteemed leader. But my wife and I do not intend to visit the purple microstars falling cave heaven. Lu Yingchuan was surprised. Why not? It was indeed Su who suggested this to me, and I specifically reserved these spots until now. Su Yunjia actually informed me in advance. What a splendid senior brother. Jiang Imo took note of this favor and then gently declined. To be candid, esteemed leader, my wife and I are currently occupied with preparations for our wedding, and it seems we will be unable to attend the purple microstars falling cave heaven. The matter of marriage was already arranged within the cycle mirror. Through the method of dual cultivation, the foundation of the heavenly path is established, allowing the hearts of both parties to resonate in harmony, thus fulfilling the requirements for reaching the third level of the spiritual insight practice. At present, the inability to cultivate is likely due to their failure to meet the conditions for the second level of the cultivation method. Therefore, this marriage must take place. Are you two to be wed? Lu Yingchuan has always believed that they were already united in matrimony. Jiang Imo and Meng Chuan both nodded in agreement. When will it be? On the 7th day of the 7th month next year. With summer rapidly coming to an end, the Qixi festival is just days away. And this short span of time is evidently insufficient for wedding preparations. After conferring with one another, Jiang Imo and Meng Chuan resolved to set their wedding date for the 7th day of the 7th month of the following year. Lu Yingchuan patted Jiang Imo on the shoulder and chuckled. Do not forget to inform me, for I certainly wish to partake in the joyous feast. There remains a year until the wedding. December may seem lengthy, yet for cultivators, it is but a fleeting moment. And Jiang Imo feels a sense of urgency regarding the timeline. He had promised to provide Meng Chuan with a splendid wedding. While it may not be feasible to replicate the meticulous customs of the mortal realm, certain essential elements are indispensable, such as the betrothal gifts and the ceremonial attire. The ceremonial attire, known as the phoenix crown and a type of bridal garment, speaks for itself. As cultivators, their wedding garments must naturally be of spiritual artifact grade. If possible, Jiang Imo desires to procure 2 sets of superior quality spiritual attire to try. Betrothal gifts, it is said, are laden with significance. Having spent merely a decade in the mortal realm, Jiang Imo is unfamiliar with the customary preparations for marriage. Nevertheless, it involves the act of gifting. Immediately, Jiang Imo recalled the 2 storage rings that old Du had promised him. The quality seems rather lowly. One must find a way to coax more gold from the old man Du. A cultivator's wedding need not be excessively extravagant. Yet, when Jiang Imo envisions their past life, where the two were cramped in a shabby room to wed, an indescribable sense of poverty and helplessness washes over her. In this lifetime, she is unwilling to subject her to such indignities. Chapter 88. Whose virtuous family weds without consummation? The preparations for the wedding remain relatively straightforward. However, the main delay lies in solidifying their foundational cultivation and understanding the specifics of the resonance that unexpectedly emerged between them after establishing their foundation in accordance with the heavenly principles. After Lu Yingchuan departed, Jiang Imo entered the training chamber alongside Meng Chuan. One of the primary tasks for consolidating their foundational cultivation is to advance their previous qi refinement techniques to foundational techniques.